Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and it is officially past the 5 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues this morning. We do have some news to bring to you all. Hurricane Ian is now a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 125 miles per hour. We do want to take you out to our radar view here that we are tracking this morning. And here is a look at that radar after Hurricane Ian's winds did bump up to 125 miles per hour, officially pushing it into the Category 3 hurricane status. It is and it has already made landfall over western Cuba. The National Hurricane Center confirmed it made landfall at 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. It is expected to have 14 feet of storm surge. We're going to continue to monitor all of the images coming into our newsroom from Cuba this morning. But the hurricane just about an hour ago was 30 miles or so south of the city of Pinar del Rio in Cuba, with maximum sustained winds of 115 miles per hour. Well, that has since bumped up. So this is a storm that has been rapidly intensifying over the course of the past 24 to 48 hours. We did see it make its way from a tropical storm to a Category 1 storm yesterday morning. And just within the last 24 hours, it is now a Category 3. We are expecting a surge of up to 10 feet of ocean water and 10 inches of rain predicted across the Tampa Bay area, with as much as 15 inches in isolated areas. That's enough water to inundate coastal communities. This is why this is a mega system that, as you can see there on your screens, the cone of concern does have it directly headed to Florida, which is why we have seen Governor Ron DeSantis declare a state of emergency, as Ian is expected to actually strengthen to a Category 4 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico after making its way through Cuba. We are, of course, going to continue to monitor all of the images that are coming into our newsroom, but we do have some video from Cuba from just hours ago. Just yesterday, you could see the storm surge beginning to pick up there. This is a system that has now made landfall in western Cuba just about an hour ago or so, half an hour ago at 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation on the ground in Cuba. We also are monitoring all of the preparations underway in Tampa. These are some images that came into our newsroom as the people of Tampa and those coastal communities are boarding up their homes, making sure that they have all of the supplies necessary to be able to ultimately combat this storm and protect their goods. We do want to get you up to speed as per all of our reporters who have been covering this story for us since the very beginning. Millions along the Florida coast are at risk as Hurricane Ian gains strength. People are making last-minute preparations ahead of the storm's arrival. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more.
Hurricane Ian pummeled western Cuba Monday night on its way to Florida. Thousands of people were evacuated in advance of the storm.
The government came early and helped us get our things out. They are providing us with transportation and what we need.
Ian is expected to gain strength over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters. It will then move closer to the Florida coast and threaten the Tampa Bay area with a storm surge of up to 10 feet. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of rain could fall and flood coastal communities.
A tropical storm that we had last year, the water came up to my back door. So I'm assuming this one is probably going to come in my house.
People have been lining up at gas stations and grocery stores to fill up on fuel and other supplies. While Ian's path could change, residents along the coast say they would rather over-prepare.
Anything and everything, water, getting as much sand as we can, just helping the community out.
Governor Ron DeSantis declared a statewide emergency in advance of the storm. Thousands of Florida National Guard troops have been mobilized, and others are on standby in nearby states. Officials in Georgia are making preparations for Florida evacuees.
We've identified shelters and those types of things in our most southernmost counties so that we can pre-position people and supplies and resources.
President Biden declared an emergency ahead of Ian's arrival to help coordinate relief efforts. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that report. We do know that preparations are underway in Tampa as this strengthening hurricane with rains and winds up to 125 miles per hour now has officially touched down in Cuba as a major Category 3 storm. As I have been saying, it is roaring on a path that could see it hit Florida's west coast as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm did make landfall, though, just hours ago in Cuba's Pinal del Rio province, where officials set up 55 shelters. Thousands of people had to be evacuated to make their way out of this storm's path, and we're going to continue to monitor how the Gulf Coast is preparing for this massive hurricane that is making its way. Our Fox Weather correspondent Will Nunley, he is in Clearwater, Florida, with preparations there. Let's listen in.
Floridians are racing to prepare as forecasters warn Hurricane Ian is intensifying as it heads towards Cuba. Early Monday, the storm blew through the Cayman Islands, causing only minor damage. That won't be the case in Florida, where Ian is expected to make landfall later this week as a possible Category 4 hurricane.
We will see on the Gulf Coast of Florida heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, and perhaps isolated tornado activity.
In Hillsborough County, as many as 300,000 people could be forced to evacuate from low-lying areas. Officials warning storm surges could reach up to 10 feet high, causing massive flooding. Ian's possible devastating damage leading people to stock up on basic supplies over the weekend. Some gas pumps ran dry and store shelves laying empty Monday as folks bought up food, gas, and water.
We want to make sure we have at least 7 days of supplies. We want to make sure that we're checking our plans.
The governor suspended tolls around the Tampa Bay area and mobilized nearly 5,000 National Guard troops to help with possible storm damage. FEMA has also been deployed to help following an emergency declaration from the president.
FEMA has pre-positioned supplies at strategic locations in Florida and also Alabama. That includes generators, millions of meals, and millions of liters of water. FEMA also has staff on the ground supporting planning and preparation efforts.
Hurricane Ian is expected to make landfall near Tampa and St. Petersburg. This will be the first time since 1921 that either of these cities has seen a storm of this magnitude. In Clearwater, Florida, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
And thank you to Will for that report. Of course, when these storms do hit or prepare to hit, as communities prepare to fight off the effects of these systems, Governor Ron DeSantis has been warning people to anticipate power outages and also anticipate fuel disruptions and continue to monitor this track. We did hear from the governor of Florida in his latest update, providing regular press briefings ahead of this storm. Here is the latest one from overnight.
Attorney General Ashley Moody, Mayor of St. Pete Ken Welch, Mayor of City of Clearwater Frank Hibbard, Kathy Perkins, Director of the Pinellas County Department of Emergency Management, and then the Pinellas Commission Chair Charlie Justice is also here. As of 2 p.m., Hurricane Ian is located roughly 375 miles south of Key West and is moving north-northwest at 14 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds are in excess of 80 miles per hour. And as it moves into the Gulf, it's expected to strengthen into a major hurricane. We will see on the Gulf Coast of Florida heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, and perhaps isolated tornado activity. And that is true regardless of the precise track that this takes. There will be a 5 p.m. update by the National Hurricane Center, and they could potentially adjust the track one way or another. Even if the track is off the coast of Tampa, St. Pete, you're still looking at really significant amount of rain. You're looking at a lot of wind. You're looking at a lot of storm surge. And so, yes, follow that track, but don't think because that eye may or may not be in your area that you're not going to see impacts. You're going to see significant impacts. This area here, Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, expected to see a lot of water and a lot of flooding. when you have these storms coming in, a lot of times it's that northeast part of the storm. And so if it's tracking parallel to the west coast of Florida, that northeast part is likely to chew up a lot of water, do a lot of storm surge, and cause a lot of damage. And so people should be prepared for that. The track may change a little bit over the next 24, 48 hours. That typically is what happens. But nevertheless, please be prepared because this is a very big storm. It's about 500 miles wide, which is certainly on the bigger side as hurricanes go. You're now seeing tropical storm warnings and hurricane and tropical storm watches. Those are going to expand throughout other parts of the state over the next 24 hours. You are now seeing local county governments issuing evacuation orders, and what we're telling people is please be listening to what your local officials on the emergency management side are directing. There's going to be a lot of places on this west coast that's going to be very vulnerable to the effects of this storm, and that's going to be in your best interest to heed those warnings. So for Zone A and all manufactured housing in Hillsborough County, they've issued mandatory evacuation, voluntary evacuation for Zone B residents. Special needs shelters have been opened in Hillsborough, and to find those shelters and others, you can go to floridadisaster.org/shelters. floridadisaster.org/shelters. The Pinellas officials will come up and will brief you on what they're doing in a minute. There's other local authorities that have issued or will be issuing other types of evacuation notices and orders today and into tomorrow morning. And so if you're in some of those surrounding counties, listen to what they have put out. And if they haven't put anything out yet, they will likely do so later today. As you go further north up the Gulf Coast, they may do some tomorrow morning. But this is within the next 12 to 24 hours, you're going to see those notices issued at the local level. And again, as these evacuations are issued, know your zone. Know where you at, because they're not going to say the entire county goes. They're going to say certain zones or areas that are likely more vulnerable to the effects of the storm. So you can find the zone you're in by going to floridadisaster.org/plan prepare, floridadisaster.org/plan prepare. So there's no need to panic. I know we have a lot of residents who are new to the state of Florida and then maybe not experienced a hurricane before. I can tell you there's been a very impressive mobilization statewide starting last week. Of course, we declared a state of emergency. We have the National Guard, but on the local level, these are scenarios that they plan for, and they're executing their plans. So just take the proper precautions. Make sure you're executing your plan on an individual basis, but don't panic and don't do anything rash. The Florida Department of Transportation, starting at 12 o'clock today, has suspended tolls at the following facilities: Polk Parkway, Suncoast Parkway, Veterans Expressway, I-4 Connector in Hillsborough, Selman Expressway, Pinellas Byway, Sunshine Skyway Bridge, Garcon Point Bridge, Spence Parkway, Mid-Bay Bridge, and Alligator Alley in Collier and Broward counties. As more tolls need to be suspended based on the shape of the storm, we will suspend more. But clearly, this will relieve those tolls for people who are evacuating into other parts of the state of Florida. And we also have school districts that have announced closures. Hillsborough County schools are closed today. Following school districts will be closed starting Tuesday: Pasco, Pinellas, Hernando, Sarasota, Polk, Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Manatee, and Hardy. Lake County schools will have early dismissal Tuesday, then close Wednesday and Thursday. Hillsborough Community College, St. Pete College, State College of Florida, and USF will all be closed beginning Tuesday. Updated school closure information can be found at fldoe.org/storminfo. That's fldoe.org/storminfo. Florida National Guard has activated 5,000 Florida Guardsmen. We have 2,000 additional Guardsmen from neighboring states that are also activated to help. We have 5 urban search and rescue teams activated and are ready to help. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is activated and ready to help. Florida Highway Patrol is also standing by to respond, and they will be, when necessary, implementing 12-hour shifts and mobilizing additional state troopers to the Gulf Coast. And of course, the Coast Guard is there and will help as needed as well. So we have a state of emergency for the entire state of Florida. There may not be direct impacts in all 67 counties, but there may be indirect impacts, not just from the storm, but also from people that may be evacuating to other parts of the state. So we want to make sure that our communities have the maximum flexibility that they need to be able to respond to this storm in any way that they need to. We have been in communication with a lot of our major retailers like Walmart and Publix, and they are cognizant of the need to keep moving supplies in. I would say that most of the supplies have done fairly well. Water has gone at an incredibly brisk pace, and so they both understand that, and they're doing what they can to do more. They've already done a lot more than what they normally would do, and those are going off the shelves. So they're working on more water. Of course, as the storm hits and things get stabilized, Florida Department of Emergency Management, we're going to be delivering a lot of water to people once the storm passes, and hopefully that's not necessary and we don't get hit as hard, but we're assuming that will happen, and that'll be a big priority. And Kevin Guthrie is prepared to bring it in by helicopter into Pinellas County if that's something that is necessary for both food and for water. We're also in contact with all the major utilities throughout the state of Florida, from Duke Energy, TECO, FP&L, municipal providers, as well as rural electric co-ops. You have more than 25,000 linemen that are stationed ready to go once the all clear is given and they are given the go-ahead to go and get the power back on. I think Floridians who are in the path of this storm, whether if you're not in an evacuation zone and you're happy with your home, the sturdiness of your home, and you're hunkering down, just be prepared to lose power. I think that's something that people should expect. And depending on the severity of the storm, those power outages can be lengthy. It may not just be one day where you're out of power. So prepare for that. Understand that that's something that's a possibility. Of course, as soon as the storm passes and the all clear is given, you're going to have all of this manpower dedicated to getting the lights back on, because it's just very important for the functioning of our society. But as you see the storm come in, particularly in areas where there's a lot of trees and other things like that, you're going to see trees down. You're going to see power lines come down. You're going to have clear roads. There's going to be a lot that goes into that. So the manpower is there. The urgency will be there as well. But just prepare yourself that a storm of this magnitude is going to take power out more than likely if you're on the Gulf Coast of Florida. We've now received at the state level 338 requests for assistance from local counties. We fulfilled 293 others are on the way. And as Kevin mentioned earlier today, most of the requests that have not been fulfilled are ones that will be once the storm passes. It's like you don't want to just leave water in a trailer somewhere in Pinellas County as the storm's coming in. So that's being staged, ready to go. We know where the requests are, and Florida DEM will be moving those in as appropriate. We have deployed 210 medical professionals to Hillsborough County special needs shelters and another 120 to surrounding counties. We're setting up a logistical staging area in Polk County with an additional staging area later today in the area. 300 ambulance supporting special needs evacuations are now deployed in the area. Hundreds of generators and pumps have been staged in the Tampa Bay area to prepare for flooding, which we anticipate to be significant. And pre-landfall food and water, as I mentioned, has been staged for both Pinellas and for Hillsborough counties. Please continue to monitor your local weather service for updates. Finalize your storm preparations. I think with Hillsborough's done, some of the other counties you'll hear from Pinellas, they're doing this, I think, in a very intelligent way. That is, they don't want to do it willy-nilly when you don't know where the storm's going to be, but we have enough certainty that you could have major impacts in this region that they're giving you enough time to be able to evacuate if you're in those evacuation zones and to be able to make additional preparations. And so you'll hear from them in a minute. FloridaDisaster.org/get-a-plan. If you need to know what additional preparations may be necessary if you're new to Florida and you haven't experienced these, FloridaDisaster.org/get-a-plan will allow you to help make those plans for your families. And so safety is paramount. We want to make sure that everyone gets through this in a safe way. There's going to be damage, and that'll be things that we'll be able to fix. It will not necessarily be easy, but it's doable. What's not doable is to bring somebody back if they end up being in a situation that they don't survive. And so safety's paramount. We want everyone to get through this safe, secure. We'll work hard to provide the response to the damage of the storm, any individuals that may be in peril, of course, the property and the surrounding areas, and then make sure all the services are restored as soon as possible. We're going to hear from Kevin Guthrie. We'll hear from Kathy Perkins, Ashley Moody, and then the mayors of St. Pete and Clearwater. So, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you for having me here today. We currently have more than 338 active missions, as you heard the governor say. We are working with those local partners, and we are working diligently to ensure all needs are met. I'm sure since we've flown here, there's been more, but again, we'll continue to work tirelessly to get that done. It includes, obviously, meals, water, ambulance strike teams, oxygen, technical communications, and much, much more. We have deployed several hundred shelter support staffs statewide to address staffing needs in the counties, especially in the area of our special needs hurricane shelters. We have also set up 2 logistical staging areas to provide immediate direct assistance after the storm's landfall. We will set up one of those on the west side of the storm and one of those on the east side of the storm. Residents can expect power outages. The governor mentioned that. Again, I want to say that. Residents can expect power outages due to these impacts. We do have telephone companies on standby ready to restore critical cellular service if power is lost, but in the meantime, Florida should be prepared to have a communications plan in place with their families. During previous hurricanes, cell phone towers went down, keeping individuals from being able to call or message loved ones. Residents should have alternate ways to communicate with loved ones, whether it might be walkie-talkies, whether it might be some type of messaging app, physically checking in with your neighbors, or some other type of communication that does not necessarily rely on the use of phones or Wi-Fi. Additionally, residents should ensure that their vehicle gas tanks are at least half full to ensure they have enough fuel to evacuate as soon as possible without worrying about long lines at gas stations, and to avoid gas shortages prior to impacts from Hurricane Ian. For Floridians with electric vehicles, it's recommended that battery be maintained between 50 and 80% capacity, depending on the type of vehicle and what the vehicle's manual recommends. Remember, evacuations typically do not have to be hundreds of miles away. You can escape the wind and the water by just moving tens of miles away. For more updates in your area, remember to follow your local county emergency management agency and other public safety officials on social media. You can also follow us on the division on Facebook and Twitter at FLCERT. You can also find additional information and updates about everything we talked about here today at floridadisaster.org/info. Again, I want to thank the governor so much for his leadership on this historic hurricane that's heading this way. Again, thank you, Governor.
Okay. Okay, Kathy Perkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Director Guthrie, for your state support and for also advocating for federal support for us for this event as it comes towards us. As the Governor mentioned, Pinellas County remains under hurricane watch and storm surge watch. We are expecting 7 to 10 inches of rain with isolated spots up to 15 inches of rain. With our grounds already saturated, this is going to cause widespread flooding. We do expect surge of at least up to 10 feet, some areas possibly up to 15 feet. And we have our risk map will be up on our storm.pinellascounty.org website, so residents can see what the potential surge for this storm will be in their location. As the governor mentioned, there is a slight risk of isolated tornadoes, especially in those outer bands. So we don't want people to think just because this storm shifts slightly to the left that we are going to be out of harm's way. Our entire county is going to feel some type of impact. The most likely arrival time for tropical storm force winds is 3 a.m. on Wednesday, September 28th, but this is subject to change with every advisory. So we ask all of you to stay informed. You can sign up for Alert Pinellas. You can also download our Ready Pinellas app. With Alert Pinellas, we will send information right to your phones. With Ready Pinellas, we have information on how you can prepare your homes and what to do after the storm. Once you've opened that app, it will allow you to cache that information on your phone, so if you lose internet or phone connectivity, you will still have access to that critical information. The time for everyone in this county to act is now. Effective 6 p.m. tonight, all residents in Evacuation Zone A, including our mobile home residents, will be under a mandatory evacuation order. Again, 6 p.m. tonight, Evacuation Zone A, and all of our mobile home residents will be under a mandatory evacuation order. Mandatory evacuation orders for Zones B and C will be effective tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. As the Governor and the Director Guthrie mentioned, it's really important you know your zone. We changed some of our zones this year in Pinellas County. So make sure you go to our storm.pinellascounty.org to look up the address of your home to ensure whether or not you are inside or outside of those evacuation zones. A little while ago, we issued a mandatory evacuation for all residential health care facilities in zones A, B, and C. We have 99 residential health care facilities and hospitals within those zones. Our hospitals have already begun to start their evacuations. Everybody needs to take this seriously. If you live in Zone A, B, or C, we ask that you evacuate to higher ground. As Director Guthrie mentioned, you don't have to evacuate hundreds of miles. You can evacuate tens of miles. But we know there will be some people who want to drive further somewhere in the state. If you're going to do that now. Don't wait. The traffic is going to build up, and what is normally an hour drive could take 4, 5, 10 hours to get there. We will be opening shelters tonight at 6 p.m. We will have 3 general population shelters and our special needs shelters. The general population shelters are at Ross Norton Recreation Center, Lealman Exchange, and our pet-friendly general population combined will be at Largo High School. Those will open tonight at 6 p.m. We will open additional 19 shelters, including 2 more pet-friendly shelters, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. At that time, we'll be calling for that mandatory evacuation of additional zones. If you live in zones B and C, be ready to leave your home. Take tonight to secure your home and be ready to go if you live in those evacuation zones. If you're not going to a shelter, you are welcome to evacuate tonight. We are encouraging all of our visitors to leave. We're glad you came to visit Pinellas. We want you to come back and visit us again, but we want your memories to be fond ones. All of the shelters that we have selected are outside of the surge areas, just in case there's any additional intensification. Our list of all of our shelters can be found at storm.pinellascounty.org. We are offering evacuation assistance to all of our special needs residents. If anyone still needs assistance with registering for special needs transportation, please call our County Information Center at 727-464-4333 until 10 p.m. tonight, and we'll reopen again at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Schools and county government offices will be closed here in Pinellas at least Tuesday and Wednesday. I just also want to stress, we've talked a little bit about mobile and manufactured homes. In Pinellas County, we have 265 mobile home parks, 44,000 mobile home structures. These are extremely vulnerable to winds. And even if you have a newer home that's stronger and is tied down properly, there's going to be a lot of flying debris. We ask that all mobile home residents evacuate. We've been lowering our lakes and actively pumping our Brooker Creek area that is prone to flooding. You need to plan. We are planning for our damage assessment operations and already working on our post-landfall needs, putting in missions to the state to help us. Again, this kind of storm is going to cause serious damages and widespread power outages. Everyone in Pinellas County will witness some degree of storm impacts, and we need you to take action now. Thank you.
Mayor, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Ashley, then the mayor.
Mayor?
I thought I had a promotion. Go
Well,
ahead.
the mayor and I are in agreement, as well as Mayor Hibbard. Before we came in today, those of us that have lived here a very long time, I'm a 5th-generation Floridian, we have often talked about this kind of storm hitting Tampa Bay and what that could do to this area we all love. and our families and friends and communities and how that will affect this area. This could be the storm that we have all feared. So we advise everyone in the Tampa Bay area to please take this seriously. As someone who has already had discussions with my family and friends to pay attention to this, please understand that these evacuations are very serious. You need to take preparations now. One of the reasons we have price gouging laws in effect during times of state of emergencies, one of the reasons the governor enacts a state of emergency, is to make sure that everyone can get supplies and prepare for storms such as this, and that everyone, regardless of economic status, has access and can afford those supplies. So price gouging laws are in effect right now. That means you cannot, whether you're an organization or an individual, you cannot take advantage of an emergency situation and drastically increase prices. We need people to be able to obtain these supplies for a reasonable price. If you do that, we will take action against you, and we need the community to help advise us if they see price gouging taking place. Over the last few years, the state of Florida and my office has worked on a price gouging reporting app, so you can help us collect evidence. You can download that to any iPhone or Android device. It's called No Scam. I would advise you to do that, and you can help us respond in rapid fashion. We have teams ready to respond if, in fact, you see prices extraordinarily increased so that people cannot afford them. Lastly, I would just say, working with law enforcement around this state, I cannot tell you the harrowing stories I have heard after deadly storms where folks have been advised, encouraged, pleaded with to evacuate, and they chose not to. And as a result of that, law enforcement had to put their lives on the line to go into very dangerous situations to save them. So if you are considering whether to heed these evacuation orders, please consider the lives of your fellow community members, of your first responders that may be forced to act if you do not heed these warnings. It is not just about the safety of you and your family. It is about the safety of everyone that is preparing to protect you during and immediately after the storm. So thank you for those of you that were here today to help us get the word out to this community. The Tampa Bay community is so important to this state, and all of us who love this community dearly are doing everything in our power to prepare and protect Floridians in this area. And thank you so much, Governor, for your leadership during this time.
All right. Now, Mayor, sorry about that. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Bill.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Governor DeSantis for being here with your leadership team. And as Madam AG said, this does remind me of Charlie. I don't remember feeling this way about the potential impact of a storm since then. And as you see, your state government, your local government, your county and cities are all working together. Our folks are out there handing out sandbags, securing our facilities, vehicles, and equipment. But we need the public to do your share as well. I can't stress enough, when we ask you to evacuate, you need to evacuate. Our first responders will not be able to rescue you after winds reach a certain level, and you'll have to fend for yourselves. Take this time to be prepared. Make sure that if you are sheltering in place, you have 7 days of food, water, and medications. Know your evac level. Go to storm.pinellascounty.org. You can get your evac level and other information right at that site. Your safety is our primary concern, but it is your responsibility. Please heed caution and evacuate as soon as you can. St. Petersburg City employees will be working around the clock with our regional partners and the governor's office to ensure that you have the best information as we weather this storm. Thank you all. Thank you for being here, Governor.
Thank you.
Governor, thank you for your leadership and communication. Thank you all for being here and helping us get the word out. I've been asked about many of our new residents because we've had such an enormous influx of people from the north moving to Florida. And I told somebody yesterday, complacency is our greatest enemy behind the storm. And our newest residents seem to be heeding those. But all of us who have lived here for decades, we've seen many near misses. And we need to take this storm incredibly seriously. This is a very dangerous event with the rain that we're going to have. And most of the injuries occur after the storm has passed. When trees still fall from saturated ground, fallen power lines. We can replace property. We can't replace people. So please don't be complacent, and has been said, don't put our first responders in harm's way with silly behavior. We always see it. Don't be one of those stories. Prepare now, and we will get through this. I want to thank Duke Energy, who is here. I know they are waiting and ready to respond as soon as the storm passes. But do all that you can to keep us all safe, and God bless you.
So we're looking at a situation, and if you look at when they do these cones, they take all these different models, and then what you see at the Hurricane Center is kind of splitting the difference sometimes between all of those. And what we had seen up until today was this European model was dead set on taking this right into Tampa Bay for a direct impact, which would obviously be very, very significant. This American model had it going more in the, out into the Gulf, even hitting the panhandle. Well, what's happened since then is now that American one is saying it's going to come into Tampa. The European actually was saying it's going to be off the shore and toggling a little bit out there, and will likely have an impact in the panhandle. The bottom line, though, is that there's just a lot of uncertainty with all of this. And I know that we have had storms where people were really ready, like with Dorian in 2019. You know, they were projecting a direct hit on the east coast of Florida, and it turned, and that's a good thing. But you know, these are situations where even some of the models that didn't take it into Tampa 3 days ago are now taking it in. So the prospect of having a hurricane come on shore in the Tampa Bay area is real. The prospect of, even if it's off the coast, of having really historic storm surge and flooding is very, very real. And I think the mayor made a good point about, yeah, obviously the impacts, the direct impacts are important, and you need to keep yourself safe there. But the minute that storm passes, I mean, there's going to be stuff. There's going to be power lines down. There's going to be flooding. There's going to be a whole host of things that are happening, and it's going to be a very difficult situation. And so if you're asked to evacuate, heed those warnings. You're always going to be able to get back to your house when all this is done. But if you don't heed those warnings, you could regret that. So we appreciate everything they're doing here locally, as well as our other counties throughout the Tampa Bay region, as well up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida. And we're in this, of course. This is a 24/7 thing. We're going to see it all the way through, and we'll be here on the back end. And I know all the folks in the local communities will be there as well. Yes, ma'am. So, but I would say clearly, when you look at the Tampa Bay area, one of the reasons why we feared storms is because of the sensitivity of this area and the fragility of this area. Whereas you could have other areas that could take a storm like this and probably have less damage. Here, because of a variety of factors, you have that. I would also point out in terms of insurance, the water events and the flooding will likely be done under the National Flood Insurance Program, so those would probably not be homeowners' claims. Most people know this, but not everyone. Your homeowners really is the wind coverage, and the flood is the water coverage for as you see that. If you look in the Tampa Bay area, I think that we have close to 1 million flood policies. NFIP, I think there's about 10,000 or 15,000 private flood policies. So this is going to be adding liability most likely to the National Flood Insurance Program. The wind damage is obviously going to be heavily dependent on the path of this storm. If there's a direct impact of a major hurricane, you are going to see wind damage. I know we have good building codes. I know a lot of this stuff has done a lot better here in Florida than some other places, but you still have a lot of structures. Yeah, you have mobile home parks, you have things that are going to be very, very vulnerable. Yes?
It was mentioned that there is an expectation of high levels of traffic as the evacuation order starts getting rolled out. And I'm just curious, there's also been high levels of uncertainty, as you mentioned, with the models for Hurricane get out with all the bottlenecks?
So I think so we are seeing an increase of traffic out of Tampa Bay, probably what, about 30%?
Yes, sir.
Probably, you look at all the different roads, so about a 30% decrease from Central Florida coming into Tampa Bay, as you would expect. What the FDOT will do is, with these evacuation orders, do you know when they will go to the shoulders?
When the traffic congestion calls for it, then they'll implement emergency shoulder use.
So and this is basically, the department studied this a long time. Sometimes you say, hey, just open up the highway to only go one way. The problem is that you do need to go the other way to bring supplies and emergency and all that stuff. So what they've determined is it makes more sense to use the shoulder, so you would expand the lanes once the traffic really starts to bottleneck. I mean, just flying in here and looking, I mean, I did not see people rushing to get on the roads necessarily. I mean, I saw cars out there. You're going to obviously see more tonight, most likely, and into tomorrow. But I do think they've given enough time to be able to safely evacuate. And as was said by pretty much every speaker, evacuate does not mean you need to end up in like North Carolina. I mean, obviously, if people have friends, I mean, they can make their decisions. But when you're in these things like Zone A, or if you're in manufactured housing that may be more difficult to withstand, getting to shelters within your own county. I mean, Hillsborough is going to open up a lot of shelters. Pinellas is opening. There'll be others. It's not going to necessarily require you to drive hundreds and hundreds of miles. That's obviously a choice individuals can make if they have a place they want to go. But prepare to have more traffic than you would normally have, just because you have a lot of people here, and these evacuations are calling for, a significant number of people who live in really, really vulnerable areas. And I think you can see online some of the modeling that they have for some of the surge. And yes, the barrier islands, of course, Pinellas beaches, but if you look interior of Tampa Bay and all the areas of Hillsborough and Pinellas that are right there, I mean, that is likely to be the most significant surge. And so you've got a lot of people that live in that area, and so they're going to have to do. But the FDOT will expand. They will go to the emergency lane when that is necessary. But we've seen an increase in traffic, but not an increase that is causing everything to come to a standstill.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were listening back into the latest update from Governor Ron DeSantis. He has declared a state of emergency in Florida as Hurricane Ian, now a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 125 miles per hour, makes landfall in Cuba and is now headed towards Florida. We, of course, are going to continue to monitor this system as it makes its way to the Florida coast. We are also monitoring what is expected to be devastating storm surge, not only in Cuba, where they are anticipating upwards of 14 feet of storm surge, but also, of course, what we are expecting to hit the Tampa Bay area as preparations are fully underway in Tampa ahead of this storm potentially making landfall. We do know that Hurricane Ian is expected to actually strengthen to a Category 4 after making landfall in Cuba. It is expected to strengthen because of those warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico. We do have video, and our reporters scattered all around Florida monitoring the preparations that are underway as this storm rolls on. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be out in Tampa checking base with our Fox weather team who are really monitoring all of the preparations, the gas shortages, the water shortages, how people are boarding up their homes, all in preparation for Hurricane Ian that continues to strengthen. More details after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we do want to let you know that at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting the latest update, live, raw, and unfiltered, from Governor Ron DeSantis, as he is set to provide all of the people of Florida an update as Hurricane Ian has officially hit Category 3 strength with winds at 125 miles per hour. This is just shy, of course, of a Category 4 storm that we are expecting Hurricane Ian to eventually reach as it roars towards the Florida coast. So we will bring you that live update right here on the show. But we do want to touch base with our Fox Tampa team, who obviously are preparing for this mega storm. Some residents are choosing to ride the storm out in the Tampa area. Our Fox 13 affiliate spoke with some of those people in the town of Riverview, just southeast of Tampa. Let's listen in.
Shelly Kuhn is prepared. She's one of many who spent Monday at this Publix on Southdale Mabry in Tampa, loading up on hurricane essentials.
My house is in Riverview, and I actually came here because I thought these people might be evacuating and they might not be storing up so much.
Inside, store shelves were completely empty. Some aisles barren, but the checkout line, of course, packed full of customers.
I found lots of vegetables still. Almost all the canned meats were gone. Got some canned tuna and canned chicken.
Packs of bottled water were completely wiped out. Like many stores, Publix too has restrictions, a limit of 224 packs or 4 gallons per customer. Danielle Hoff was one of the lucky ones, snagging this last case of canned water.
Everything's empty. Like anything that you're supposed to have during a hurricane isn't there. No peanut butter, no water. That was the last thing of water. I got really lucky.
If you haven't already, stock up while you still can on what you can still find. Key items to have: water in any form you can find. Also non-perishable foods like canned goods, peanut butter, cereal, granola bars, dried fruits, canned meats, and canned soups.
I'm hoping that maybe if I stop at another store, I can get lucky again. We'll see.
And flights is certainly being impacted as well. We do want to let you know that we are expecting an update from the Tampa airport to come into our newsroom in the 9 o'clock hour as well. So we, of course, will take you there live, raw, and unfiltered. But the roads are also gearing up for mega travel. It's a question we hear over and over again when we see hurricane of this magnitude. Why is there no technology to help weaken a storm like Ian? Some people ask this question. Well, our Fox 13 Tampa team answers. Let's take a listen.
With today's technology, why isn't there something to drop into a hurricane and destroy it? Let me tell you, for decades, people have been asking this question, and the short answer is there really is nothing that we can do to stop them. Some folks have said, well, what about a bomb? Let's put a bomb into them. Well, that's just not going to work, because a fully developed hurricane creates so much energy that it is equal to a 10 megaton nuclear bomb exploding every 10 minutes. So one bomb would do absolutely nothing to a storm, and think about the fallout from that as well. How about seeding the clouds? And this has been done over the past several decades. In fact, 1962 to 83, they did this. And they realized that seeding the clouds doesn't really do much, because the way hurricanes are made in the upper atmosphere, there's a lot more natural ice in those versus regular rainstorms, and they just couldn't find a way to reduce those. So they stopped doing that back into the 80s. And then Bill Gates actually came up with some serious funds to put a fleet of pumps with giant pipes that will pull up cold water, upwelling that colder water. Here's the problem with that. Hundreds of these pumps, or hundreds of miles of oceans, would be needed to do this, just to drop the water temperature 4.5 degrees, which is what it would take. Economically, that's not feasible. If you put them in an area that legitimately a storm didn't go through, it really wouldn't help. So at this point, there is nothing that we can do to stop them. We just need to learn to adapt and to live with them.
Some interesting insight there from our Fox Tampa team. In that piece, you actually did see some of this video that came into our newsroom from NASA sharing footage of Hurricane Ian as seen from the International Space Station. The National Hurricane Center upgraded Ian to a Category 3 hurricane just this morning. And there you are seeing the massive system, even seen from space. This is obviously why road evacuations are fully underway. Some people who live along the western part of Florida are following evacuation orders. Our Fox 13 Tampa team takes a closer look.
Once they're boarded up,
we're just putting some boards on the windows.
And after the hurricane shutters are in place,
we're just trying to prepare our home and get it ready.
They're packing up and hitting the road.
We've been here almost 40 years, so, you know, we've ran from them before.
This time, Rodney Keller and his wife are running from Hurricane Ian. And just like he's done so many times before, Rodney packed up his RV and evacuated his South Tampa home.
Our only option was to just get in the motorhome and just go somewhere for now, you know, get away from the storm surge.
Other soon-to-be evacuees don't have nearly as much experience as the Kellers.
It's concerning. This is my first hurricane.
But with the potential punch Ian is packing, Mike Tallarico isn't waiting around to see what it's like. He's getting ready to evacuate, and so is Chris Mitchell a few blocks away.
Because if you don't, they can't come to you.
We've got offers north and south of here, so we're just going to see where they're forecasting the least amount of wind and damage.
Hillsborough emergency managers are urging everyone to take evacuation orders as seriously as Rodney, Chris, and Mike are, and don't rely on shelters unless it's necessary.
If you can, please ask someone you know who lives at least 20 miles inland if you can seek shelter in their home.
And maybe listen to neighbors like Rodney, who may have lost track of the number of hurricanes they've survived, but they'll never forget the danger.
Being caught out on the road in the motorhome is scarier to me than riding it out in my house, but you know, what can you do? You know, if the storm surge comes up, it's not going to do us any good here, that's for sure.
And it is that storm surge that is concerning many residents of Florida. We are expecting upwards of 10 feet of storm surge to impact the Tampa Bay coast. And so this is why not only are people evacuating, but obviously another level to these evacuations is medical evacuations. Our Fox 13 Tampa team are taking a look at how those medical evacuations are going as well. Let's listen in.
This sound was constant outside this Pasadena hospital Monday.
It's been busy, gone by extremely fast, so that's good. But we are closing units, transferring patients, so very, very busy.
HCA Florida Pasadena Hospital is evacuating ahead of Hurricane Ian.
When the patients get there,
nurses like Isaiah Kafka are loading up nearly 40 patients into medical helicopters.
We're going with you. We're going to take great care of you. We'll be there every step of the way, and they've kind of given that same energy right back to us. They're like, okay, let's go.
The hospital is right by water and following mandatory evacuations for Zone A in Pinellas County.
The majority of patients will be going outside Pinellas County, given where the storm is projected to go. Most are going to HCA Florida Trinity Hospital, and there are a handful going to other institutions based on their care or condition.
Nurse Isaiah will follow his patients to their Trinity Hospital and keep focused on who he's there for.
I've never experienced a hurricane before, so I've been in Florida for about 3 years, so this is my first time. A little stressful to think about, but we're going to just do what we do every day, and that's to take care of the patients.
The emergency room will be closed, and if anyone needs updates.
First, we want to make sure that our patients and their loved ones know that they're safe. So we're setting up a family line.
So as patients settle in for a change, nurses say they are guiding them the best they can.
Just kind of buckle up and let's get through it. I mean, none of us know what we're going to get as far as the hurricane's concerned, so we're kind of taking it minute by minute here.
Some excellent insight there from our Fox 13 Tampa team as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. It is 5:58 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we will update you on this storm as it has officially made landfall in Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane. That is, we are expecting it to reach Category 4 level at some point today after strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico as it roars towards the Florida coast. All of the latest details, images, and reports from our reporters stationed around Florida right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues this morning. We can report that the hurricane has officially hit Category 3 status with sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. It has officially touched down in western Cuba. We are expecting 14 feet of storm surge, and we are also expecting it to continue to strengthen as it roars towards the Florida coast. I do want to take you out to our side panel and our X-radar view as we continue to track this hurricane that has once again strengthened and intensified overnight as expected. Once again, we can report that it touched down in the western portion of Cuba at around 4:30 a.m. Eastern time, forcing 50,000 people to evacuate as it has become a major hurricane. The storm made landfall in Cuba's Pinal del Rio province, where officials set up 55 shelters and rushed in emergency personnel. The U.S. Hurricane Center said the island's west coast could see as much as 14 feet of storm surge. This, of course, is a worrying sign, as you are seeing the path there on your screens directed, quite literally, directly at Florida. The Hurricane Center did say that they are expecting this storm to continue to strengthen, potentially reaching a Category 4 as early as today. A surge of up to 10 feet is predicted across the Tampa Bay area, with as much as 15 inches in isolated areas. That is enough to inundate coastal communities, which is why preparations are fully underway in Tampa Bay. We do have our reporters who have been covering this story for us since the beginning. I do want to first and foremost touch base with our Fox Weather team, our Fox Weather correspondent, Will Nunley. He has more from Clearwater, Florida, where we were getting images such as this one on your screens of preparations fully underway, people purchasing wood to board up their homes, purchasing sandbags, sandbags and other equipment necessary just hours ahead of this storm officially making landfall on the Florida coast. So let's touch base with our Fox Weather's Will Nunley.
Hurricane Ian strengthening over the Cayman Islands on Monday as Florida braces for the storm's arrival in the coming days. Governor Ron DeSantis warns that Ian will be packing a major punch, bringing heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, and possibly even tornadoes.
There's going to be a lot of places on this west coast that's going to be very vulnerable. Expected to see a lot of water and a lot of flooding.
Around 7,000 National Guardsmen have been activated to assist with the state's response. Hillsborough County closing schools and preparing to possibly use them as shelters. Mandatory evacuation orders have already been issued for low-lying areas prone to flooding.
Please heed the warning. Heed the warning and find a safe place for you and your families to go. We can replace anything in life, but we can't replace a life.
For most Floridians, this is not their first hurricane. They've spent the weekend getting ready, putting down sandbags, trimming back trees, and putting up storm shutters to protect their homes.
Today's the day to do it. If you're waiting until tomorrow, it's too late.
There has been a major run on supplies as the storm gets closer. Store shelves across the Gulf Coast emptied out as people stock up on essentials.
Make sure you have your medication, make sure you get some water, make sure you get food that you can sustain yourself with for 3 to 4 days.
Ian is so big, around 500 miles across, that Floridians could be feeling the effects of this storm up to 36 hours before it makes landfall. In Pinellas County, Florida, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And thank you to Max for that report. We are getting this video of the situation in Cuba just before Ian officially touched down. We are expecting 14 feet of storm surge and expected in the western portion of the island, as we can report, of course, that Hurricane Ian has touched down as a Category 4, which is why preparations are so very much underway in the Florida coast. There you are seeing some rain coming down along the Florida panhandle, and the roads obviously very crowded. Florida preparing for a potential direct hit from Hurricane Ian. Our Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez is in Tampa with the latest.
With Ian now officially a hurricane, forecasters are still unsure where exactly it will make landfall in Florida. It's currently on track for the state's west coast or panhandle. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis declaring a statewide state of emergency ahead of the storm's arrival.
Floridians up and down the Gulf Coast should feel the impacts of this as up to 36 hours before actual landfall due to the size of the hurricane. This is a really big hurricane at this point. The diameter, the width of it's about 500 miles wide.
Emergency officials recommend getting a kit together, stocked with all the essentials. That includes flashlights, batteries, medication, a first aid kit, and enough water and non-perishable food to last a week or more.
If I have to stay and I can't leave, I have to have the things that I need. So that's what I'm trying to be prepared. That's all.
Floridians are doing whatever they can to protect their homes. People are picking up plywood and 2x4s to board up doors and windows. In Tampa on Sunday, the line to pick up sandbags wrapped around the block.
All this rain we've been getting, the water was getting a little too close to my door, front door and back door. So I want to be prepared, make sure it doesn't go in the house.
And across the state, you'll be lucky to find generators right now. They've been flying off the shelves at hardware stores. People here, of course, no stranger to prepping for major storms.
Listen to the old timers. Listen to the people who have been around. Mother Nature wins every time.
And Ian is expected to arrive in Florida later this week. In Tampa, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Thank you to Nicole Valdez for that report. Our Orlando team are currently on the ground at the airport monitoring those delays. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here.
And some of the people that are arriving, some of these tourists, they're being forced to ride out the storm with us. The Greater Orlando Aviation Authority tells us that they are in contact with the Hurricane Center multiple times a day. The airport is prepping the gate and curbside areas, and in fact, they're going to fully activate their emergency operations center tomorrow. A ride-out crew, a set of employees, are getting ready to stay here, ride out the storm right inside the airport, and that's to check for damages, quickly address any issues that pop up. As far as the visitors coming in, well, some came as far as Australia, and they say they're just going to have to hunker down at their hotels.
We're here for 2 weeks. That's the way it is. So we'll just have to deal with it and come out the other side.
We had this trip booked in 2020, which we then had to cancel because of the COVID restrictions. So we rebooked it for 2021, which we had to cancel. So now we're here in 2022 and there's a hurricane.
Hurricane Ian. You know, the airport is reminding everyone that it's not a hurricane shelter. You cannot stay here. They say if you want to check up on your flight, if there's any changes or cancellations, you're going to have to go ahead and call your airline. I'm live at Orlando International. That's from also Fox 35 News.
Nestor, thanks. Yeah, tough for those people that flew in for sure. That's a busy crowd behind him. Here's a look at the storm, how it's impacting the theme parks right now. The resort cabins and campsites at Wilderness Lodge, they're going to temporarily close Wednesday through Friday. Also included Saratoga Springs and the Polynesian Village Resort. In terms of the huts, not the whole resort, guests with reservations are being contacted, mainly the Disney properties near water right now.
Well, Universal Orlando, meantime, says park hours will remain unchanged as it monitors the very latest developments with Hurricane Ian. The park says visitors with reservations over the next week will not be charged if any fees happen because they choose to cancel or reschedule their plans. And the Fox 35 storm team is tracking Ian 24/7 for you. When you are not watching them live on air with us, you can find continuing coverage online at our website, fox35orlando.com. Also, if you have not downloaded the Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app, it is a useful tool to have as the storm progresses.
Well, at their meeting today, the Orange County Commissioners, they'll discuss a proposed tenant bill of rights.
And from our Orlando team out to our Fox Tampa team, they are also monitoring the preparations underway as Hurricane Ian approaches. So I do want to send you out and listen in here.
Clearwater Airport is also closing today. Its last flight out is scheduled to depart at 11:22 this morning. The airport terminal will close at 1 p.m. So if you have any flights today, contact your airline.
MacDill Air Force Base has a mandatory evacuation today for all non-mission essential individuals, including uniformed service members and dependents. Everyone has been ordered off the base by noon. They plan to close the base to all non-essential staff by this afternoon. And remember, you can stay up to date with the latest on Ian at myfoxhurricane.com. The site has all the models for storms we're tracking, also a county-by-county guide for emergency information, including sandbags. Well, still ahead, obviously, much more on Ian.
Hey, Dave is back with another check of the track, and that's coming up right after this. Stay with us.
And thank you to both our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team for breaking us through the latest details. We are going to be dipping in and out of their coverage as the day progresses because they are obviously on the ground covering this story firsthand. We do want to continue by touching base with our reporters who have been stationed all around those areas. Some residents are actually choosing to ride out the storm in the Tampa area. Our Fox 13 affiliate spoke to some of those people just southeast of the Tampa area. Let's listen in.
I got some bread.
Shelly Kuhn is prepared. She's one of many who spent Monday at this Publix on Southdale Mabry in Tampa, loading up on hurricane essentials.
My house is in Riverview, and I actually came here because I thought these people might be evacuating, and they might not be storing up so much.
Inside, store shelves were completely empty. Some aisles barren, but the checkout line, of course, packed full of customers.
I found lots of vegetables still. Almost all the canned meats were gone. Got some canned tuna and canned chicken.
Packs of bottled water were completely wiped out. Like many stores, Publix too has restrictions, a limit of 2 24 packs or 4 gallons per customer. Danielle Hoff was one of the lucky ones, snagging this last case of canned water.
Everything's empty. Like anything that you're supposed to have during a hurricane isn't there. No peanut butter, no water. That was the last thing of water. I got really lucky.
If you haven't already, stock up while you still can on what you can still find. Key items to have: water in any form you can find. Also non-perishable foods like canned goods, peanut butter, cereal, granola bars, dried fruits, canned meats, and canned soups.
I'm hoping that maybe if I stop at another store, I can get lucky again. We'll see.
Back out to our X-Ride radar in full we go, where this storm continues to make its way towards the Tampa area. Residents along the western coast of Florida prepare for Hurricane Ian. It seems likely there will be some extensive damage, especially to homes, which is where the insurance claims come in. Our Fox 13 Tampa team are looking ahead to those preparations as well.
As you prepare for Ian, locate and review your home insurance policy if you have one. Mortgage lenders require it, so most Florida homeowners do have coverage. But if you don't, you cannot buy home insurance or increase or otherwise change your coverage when a tropical storm or hurricane watch has been issued for any part of Florida. Again, if you do have a policy, keep it in a safe place through cloud storage online and/or a safe lockbox, along with other important records and an itemized list of important or high-value belongings. In addition to that, the state CFO encourages us to walk around our homes with our smartphones and take videos and pictures of it from all sides.
Then go back inside your house, shoot that same video inside. Your floor coverings, your wall coverings, your personal effects. What this is going to do, if you're affected by this storm, it's going to give you a cut and dry example of what your house looks like before the storm and now what it looks like after the storm.
And then in case there's any damage, and if that damage exceeds the cost of your deductible, sharing those pictures with your insurance company can help your claim go smoothly if you need to file one. Also, in preparing your homes or in repairing them after a storm, if there is damage, the state insurance commissioner says be very careful of who you hire. Statistically, Florida has a high level of contractor and insurance fraud.
The type of scoundrels that come out after a storm are some of the worst that exist in society.
In fact, the Coalition Against Insurance Fraud estimates Florida's rash of fraud cost the average homeowner in our state an additional $1,500 on our premiums.
Great insight there from our Fox Tampa team. I do want to lower this natural sound for you as we continue to monitor the situation when it comes to supplies as well. Obviously, some fuel shortages, water shortages. You heard in a piece earlier this morning, not a lot of bread, peanut butter, those hurricane essentials being found in Tampa at the moment. For many people living along the Gulf Coast of Florida, this is actually going to be the first ever hurricane for them. Our Fox 13 Tampa's Craig Patrick takes a closer look at the history behind Hurricane Ian.
Florida has a population of more than 21 million people. More than 2.7 million moved into Florida since 2010. And updated estimates now put that number closer to 3 million. And our growing population continues to cluster along the coasts. And given our comparatively calm past few years, with the exceptions of Hurricanes Irma and Michael, newer Floridians have missed the lessons from hurricanes past. Michael hit North Florida, and Irma grazed Tampa Bay as damaging as it was. Tampa Bay has not taken a direct hit from a major hurricane since 1921. Computer models have shown if North Pinellas ever takes a direct hit from a major hurricane, it would flood MacDill Air Force Base, and a Cat 4 could flood the interstate in Tropicana Field in St. Pete. And CoreLogic Research estimated surge from a direct hit from a major hurricane could damage more than 450,000 homes. We saw what a direct hit from a major hurricane could do to Florida when Hurricane Andrew struck South Florida 30 years ago.
The board will just basically crumble.
Those splintered homes built from particle board compelled the state to require tougher inspections. Building inspectors said Florida learned its lessons from Andrew by developing the strongest building rules in the nation. On a different point in 2004, Hurricane Charlie veered into Punta Gorda, reminding people to not focus on the center line of a projected cone. And in 2017, Irma reinforced the lessons of Charlie and showed how a hurricane can still cause a good deal of damage in inland counties like Polk. The broader lesson is that all storms are different in terms of direction, size, speed, and what kind of damage they inflict, from surge to down trees and power lines. And on that point, State CFO Jimmy Petronas says one of the most important lessons for newcomers relates to home generators when power goes out.
With Hurricane Michael alone, we had over 8 deaths that were because individuals ran their generators inside their house producing carbon monoxide, an odorless gas that will kill you. So if you're going to run a generator, it must stay outside your house, not in your garage, outside your house if you're going to be without power.
Craig Patrick, Fox 13 News.
And thank you to Craig Patrick for that report. As I promised, we are going to be dipping in and out of our both Fox Orlando and Fox Tampa team coverage. The Tampa team are currently looking at those storm surge numbers and rainfall expected in the Tampa Bay area. So let's listen in here.
Because as you're getting a storm surge, even if it's 1 foot, 2 foot, 10 foot, okay, that water's being pushed up your rivers. It's being pushed up the bay. Meanwhile, it's raining to the tune of maybe 10 to 15 inches, isolated 20-inch rain amounts. This is for Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, and Manatee counties, right? That kind of rain, what's it trying to do? It's trying to drain out, but it can't drain out because of the storm surge. So now it just piles up and piles up and piles up, and that's our problem. There's your storm surge of 5 to 10 feet. It's going to Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus, based on the new track. Tropical storm force winds on Wednesday, 5 to 10 inches of rain, maybe a bit of a storm surge, but hopefully if it's south, it'll be a little bit better. Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County, you will have tropical storm force winds by Wednesday afternoon. 40 to 60 mile per hour winds based on the new track. Wouldn't surprise me to get a hurricane force wind gust, perhaps isolated. 5 to 10 inches of rain, freshwater flooding, big problem, and isolated tornadoes as well. That's the way it plays out this morning as of 6:19. It tweaks 20 miles to the west, 20 miles to the east. We'll tweak those numbers. But that's what we're looking at as far as the forecast path goes. That's what the impacts would be as long as it takes that path. If it moves, we'll move the numbers. Okay, Mariah, we're not leaving you.
All right. Hey, we know that. Thank you, Dave. I do have a few crash updates to pass along in Pinellas right now. Heads up, there is a crash with roadblock on 54th Avenue North. This is near Neal Drive, and it's right in between 34th Street and 28th Street North. Just a heads up, I do see those delays building very fast. Over to Starkey, there's a crash here, too. This one's reported at 126th Avenue North. No delays, no roadblock there. I am keeping an eye on the northbound routes out of the area for those who are evacuating. It looks like everything looks great still. No northbound issues on the vets. US 19 is all clear. I-75 and 301, no issues there either. Eastbound routes are clear, including I-4 and US 92. No issues on 60 either. Here's what it looks like at the 275 I-4 connector in Tampa right now. Drive times are still okay.
Okay, Mariah, thank you. And as the evacuations continue, Governor DeSantis has suspended tolls throughout Tampa Bay. That includes the Selman Expressway, the I-4 connector, the Polk Parkway, the Pinellas Bayway, and the Skyway. Still ahead, we've got a lot more coverage of Ian,
including how it's affecting major sporting events.
Great coverage from our Fox 13 Tampa team. We are going to be dipping once again in and out of their coverage as the morning progresses. We do want to let you know that we have some key events coming up this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time. We're actually going to get an update from Governor Ron DeSantis as Hurricane Ian has officially hit a Category 3. Speaking of that category, at 8 a.m. we are expecting the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. That, of course, will give us a better perspective on what those sustained winds are currently at. And of course, the big topic of discussion, where exactly will this storm make landfall in Florida? We do know that it has already made landfall in Cuba, the western portion of that country, experiencing upwards of 14 feet of storm surge. So we are going to continue to track this and bring you any and all updates as they come down into our newsroom. 6:21 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll continue to monitor Hurricane Ian as it does roar towards the Florida western coast. More details on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are continuing to monitor Hurricane Ian as it roars towards the Florida coast. It is now a Category 3 hurricane with sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. We are expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center to come down at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. That will give us not only better perspective into where exactly this storm is going to make landfall along that western Florida coast, but also where those sustained winds are at, which would and could potentially bump it up yet another category, making it a Category 4 as it does inch closer to the Florida coast. As I just said, we are expecting also an update from Governor Ron DeSantis. Speaking of Florida, he of course has already issued a state of emergency for all 67 counties in the state. We did get an update from him just yesterday, also outlining the preparations that are fully underway ahead of this system. Our reporters have been on the ground covering this story for us since the beginning. We do want to touch base with our Fox News correspondent, Jackie Ibanez, who has more details on some of those preparations as areas such as Tampa, Sarasota, Clearwater all prepare for Hurricane Ian to make landfall.
Hurricane Ian pummeled western Cuba Monday night on its way to Florida. Thousands of people were evacuated in advance of the storm.
The government came early and helped us get our things out. They are providing us with transportation and what we need.
Ian is expected to gain strength over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters. It will then move closer to the Florida coast and threaten the Tampa Bay area with a storm surge of up to 10 feet. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of rain could fall and flood coastal communities.
A tropical storm that we had last year, the water came up to my back door. So I'm assuming this one is probably going to come in my house.
People have been lining up at gas stations and grocery stores to fill up on fuel and other supplies. While Ian's path could change, residents along the coast say they would rather over-prepare.
Anything and everything, water, getting as much sand as we can, just helping the community out.
Governor Ron DeSantis declared a statewide emergency in advance of the storm. Thousands of Florida National Guard troops have been mobilized and others are on standby in nearby states. Officials in Georgia are making preparations for Florida evacuees.
We've identified shelters and those types of things in our most southernmost counties so that we can pre-position people and supplies and resources.
President Biden declared an emergency ahead of Ian's arrival to help coordinate relief efforts. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that update. Here is a live look at the latest cone track that we have making its way to our newsroom. This is as per the 5 a.m. advisory that came down from the National Hurricane Center. We, of course, do know that Hurricane Ian is now a Category 3 storm with winds at 125 miles per hour. This is the latest track. If I remove the lower for you, you are seeing it right there, that starting point that says a 3 on the western portion of Cuba. That is where we are at now. As you can see, it is expected to strengthen to a Category 4 storm as it makes its way past Cuba. So it's going to strengthen in the Gulf of Mexico because of those warm waters and ultimately potentially make landfall as a Category 3. Obviously, once it does come closer to the Florida coast, it will lose a bit of steam and it will eventually become a Category 1 as per that track right now. But we are expecting the Florida coast to begin to feel some of the impacts of this storm as early as tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow afternoon there, and even later on today, because this system is so large and there's just so many outer bands. There is going to be the feeling that this storm is approaching far before obviously the eye does make its way. I do want to bring you back out to the radar here that we are pulling you in so that you can just see just how large this storm system is. So that eye once again making its way towards the Florida coast. We are expecting an update at 8 a.m. Eastern Time from the National Hurricane Center that will give us a more precise outlook on where exactly this could potentially make landfall, if that cone shifts east or west, what the new sustained winds are at that could potentially bump it into a Category 4 hurricane. Not only is the Tampa Bay area preparing, but the Orlando area also is gearing up for some mega weather. We're going to step away away for another quick 2-minute commercial break, but at the top of the 6:30 mark, we're going to touch base with our Fox Tampa team and then also touch base with our Fox Orlando team, as both of those affiliates are providing team coverage as Hurricane Ian roars towards the Florida coast. Those updates right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are continuing to monitor Hurricane Ian as it does inch closer to the Florida coast. To bring you up to speed on all of the bullet points on your screens, at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, the National Hurricane Center is set to provide yet another update as Hurricane Ian has hit a Category 3 with sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. We do know that Ian made landfall in western Cuba at around 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 14 feet of storm surge is expected. At 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting an update from Governor Ron DeSantis as Hurricane Ian is expected to strengthen to a Category 4 in the Gulf of Mexico. So that is what we are monitoring right now. We also are monitoring our team coverage being provided by our Fox 13 Tampa team and also our Fox Orlando team. So I do actually want to send you out to our Tampa team, who are obviously monitoring the roadways as people are making their way to safety and out of Tampa and this area ahead of this storm officially touching down. They're also walking us through the latest preparations that are underway as Tampa are quite literally preparing for a potential direct hit. So let's listen in.
As we add some of that evacuation traffic on top of that, I do see some flashers eastbound on I-4 passing State Road 33, but no lanes are blocked. Everything's moving by just fine.
Okay, Mariah, thank you. Last-minute storm preps are now underway in Hillsborough County.
And that includes several mandatory evacuations and sandbags. Our Kelly Cowan is live at one of those sandbag locations right now where people are running out of time to fill up, but they've still got some time, right?
That's right. We had people lining up starting around 5 a.m. here, and for good reason. That's because several people were waiting for hours yesterday in sandbag lines all across the Bay Area, not just here in Tampa. And if you are hoping to get sandbags, today is really your last call for that, because we are getting close to things. And we know some centers, some sandbag locations are actually closing down early today. So if you have waited, then now is really your last chance to get on this. Hillsborough County has 3 sites that are going to be open, and the city of Tampa also operating 3 city-run sites today. Just know that if you live in certain areas where you have a larger city inside a county, sometimes it can get a little confusing between county or city-run. But if you are looking up your sandbag location that you're trying to go to, I would recommend following either, if it's a city location or a county location, follow them or follow both on social media, because that's where you're going to find your best updates on if they're closing early, if they're extending the hours, whatever they need to do that day. If they run out of sand, anything that comes up, they're going to update those social media accounts immediately. So if you're not already following the social media accounts for cities and counties where you live, start doing that now. Right now, Hillsborough County under evacuation orders for Zone A and voluntary evacuations for Zone B. Those are going to be the areas that are most vulnerable to storm surge. And with a significant storm surge predicted right now, plenty of people who live in parts of town that see regular street flooding have already packed up and are headed out to ride the storm out elsewhere.
Being caught out on the road in the motorhome is scarier to me than riding it out in my house. But, you know, what can you do? You know, if the storm surge comes up, it's not going to do us any good here, that's for sure.
And for those who are under evacuation orders and don't have a place to stay elsewhere, shelters are now open in the Bay Area. Just know they should be considered a last option. And if you are not under evacuation orders and you don't live in a home that you're worried about, it's best to really shelter in place. Those shelters, they're often noisy, they're crowded, but they will be a safe place for those who need them. There are plenty of pet-friendly shelters as well and special needs shelters. So whatever your needs are, they are out there. And if you are planning to head to a shelter, just be sure that you're packing what you need for the next few days. So that includes water, snacks, bedding, clothing, medications. If you are bringing a pet, make sure you're bringing food and supplies for them as well. Also important that if you are planning to ride out the storm at a shelter, you need to get checked in as soon as possible. Don't wait until the storm is bearing down on us. Elsewhere, we also know that there are some early closures. Of course, a lot of facilities are closing down today, but we also know that the airport is going to be closing down early ahead of the storm as well. They're shutting down all operations starting at 5.
All right, Kelly. Thank you.
In Pinellas, it's not just residents and businesses who are evacuating. So are the hospital patients and the healthcare workers. HCA Florida Pasadena Hospital in St. Pete is evacuating because it sits right along the water. Doctors started sending patients home on Friday, and those with more serious conditions are now being flown out. Nearly 40 patients were airlifted yesterday. Some of the nurses are traveling with the patients to their Trinity location, other hospitals that are far enough away. And the emergency room is going to be closed. If anybody needs updates, the hospital says that they are setting up a family line for patients' loved ones.
And then other hospitals are also starting to evacuate patients. That includes the Morton Plant North Bay Hospital, that's in Newport Richey, which is sending patients to other Baycare facilities. Morton Plant will also close today, but Baycare says all of its other hospital locations will remain open, at least for the time being. And you'll find everything you need to know as Ian approaches on our website, fox13news.com. On the homepage, just click on the county-by-county emergency information, and that's where you'll find the latest on closures, sandbag locations, and evacuation orders. And if you can't drive to a shelter today, you can get a free ride from Uber. The offer is good for up to $30 each way. Just open your app, tap account, then tap wallet, and scroll down to add promo code. Add promo code, and then enter the code Ian, I-A-N, relief. Then select your destination at any state-approved evacuation shelter in your county.
We have a warning now from Tampa Electric. The utility says that it may shut off power to the southern tip of downtown Tampa. That's starting early tomorrow morning. They say that it's a proactive plan to protect underground equipment from storm surge. The affected area is already under a mandatory evacuation order. This area includes Harbor Island and most of Davis Islands. It will not affect Tampa General Hospital. And if you do lose power, and many people plan to use a generator to keep the lights on, but failing to use it properly can be dangerous. Generators release carbon monoxide, which can make you sick and even kill you. And it is considered a silent killer, too, because you can't see it and you can't smell it. When it comes to operating a generator safely, the most important thing is to never run it inside your home. Place the generator at least 20 feet away from your home and make sure that it stays dry and well maintained. And make sure that your CO detectors have batteries in them.
And while we are preparing for the storm, so is Zoo Tampa. It's closed starting today. The zoo has already activated its severe weather plan, bringing in plenty of food and fresh water over the weekend. And now they're relocating the animals into safer buildings. Teams will be staying at the zoo through the storm to take care of those animals. Well, stay with us for the latest on Ian.
We've got Dave back with another check of the track coming up after this.
And speaking of that track, here is a live look at what we are currently monitoring as per the 5 a.m. advisory earlier this morning. This is what the National Hurricane Center has tracked this storm as. There you are seeing it beginning 2 a.m. on Tuesday. So today, earlier this morning, it did officially hit a Category 3 storm as it hit the western portion of Cuba. It is then going to make its way through the Gulf of Mexico and actually strengthen to a Category 4 storm before ultimately approaching the west coast of Florida as a Category 3 potentially. At least that is what is outlined there. At 8 p.m. on Wednesday is when we are expecting those winds, and it does appear that unfortunately we lost that view of the system there, but here is our XRAD radar showing very similar images there. You are seeing on this view just how large this storm system is. It is a very large system. It is one that is not particularly moving quickly, which is why we are going to see it strengthen even further as it does make its way through Cuba and into the Gulf of Mexico as it inches closer to Florida. We are going to continue to monitor this system as it does make its way to the Florida coast, and obviously preparations are fully underway, including right here in Orlando where our studios are. We're joining you now live, raw, and unfiltered from our Orlando studios. Our Fox 35 team have been covering this story for us and how the people of Orlando are also preparing for some pretty serious flooding concerns. Let's listen in.
Plenty of people across Central Florida spent much of the day loading sandbags in preparation for Hurricane Ian.
Getting the sand, make sure we water by sliding doors, and hopefully it won't be a bad one.
Vincent Turnbull and his dad are tag teaming as they work to fill bags for themselves, elderly neighbors, and their local church.
You know, volunteered to do the work, and I'm a Christian man, so Christian faith help us to guide us to help other people, not just yourself, but to continue spreading the love and faith for the community.
It's that giving spirit during this time of uncertainty that has reminded people of the good in humanity. A Facebook user posted on a neighborhood page saying, "We are so quick to post negativity, so today I would like to recognize an outstanding member of your community." That person was Mark Burns.
So I just put it up there. I didn't think anything of it, and within 15 minutes I got a request.
And that request was only the beginning. Mark tells us he's already delivered 110 bags, and when he gets off work, he'll be delivering even more.
You know, it's by doing this something you don't even think is a big deal and going out, and it actually has a pretty big impact on both the community and, and yourself.
That Facebook user went on to say she offered to pay Mark, but he refused and delivered 10 sandbags. She says, "Sir, you absolutely rock, and I will make sure I will pay it forward any way I can."
It felt really nice. I mean, to see people move to tears for something just trying to be good to them, that's cool.
Plenty of people across Central Florida spent much of the day loading sandbags in preparation for Hurricane Ian.
Those preparations fully underway now across Florida, and we're back at our map view here tracking the storm. We are expecting yet another update from the National Hurricane Center at 8 a.m., but we'll continue to monitor how these Evacuations are impacting travel and traffic as well. People who live along the western part of Florida are following evacuation orders and following towards the eastern portion of the state as well. They're actually headed to the Orlando area so that they are not impacted by a direct hit. We'll continue to monitor some of those evacuations, but our Fox Tampa team continue to look at the eye of this system, and I do actually want to send you back out to their coverage as the eye continues to take shape. Let's listen in.
3 potentially moving up into Category 4 status before it starts that turn and that approach to the west coast of Florida. The only change this morning at 5 a.m. was the Hurricane Center did kind of drift the path about 30 miles. Now, I want to tell you something. When it's about to make landfall, let's say it's going to do, timing-wise, it's going to do exactly what this cone says, which would be Thursday morning. It could easily be to the west here or to the east down here. So my point is this, you can't really focus on where this is going to make its actual landfall. The significance of where it makes landfall, south and east of that, will be the highest storm surge. That's what we're looking for, to find out where that highest storm surge is going to be. Nonetheless, it's going to be such a slow mover that we're going to have everybody's going to have an extended time in tropical storm force winds, and some a long time in hurricane force winds. Okay, so even if it tracks south 20 miles, west 20 miles, east 20 miles, whatever it's going to do is still going to have a significant impact on all of us. Here's Wednesday night going into Thursday morning, as you just see the whole thing just ripping through. But again, it hangs around for a day and a half. And therein lies the problem. That's inch upon inch upon inch of rain, freshwater flooding, storm surge flooding. Those are going to be the 2 biggest issues we have. Where it makes landfall, yes, there'll be a very small area with those extreme winds. But in general, most of us aren't going to see those extreme winds. Maybe hurricane gusts, but the extreme winds will be right where it makes landfall. It's the freshwater flooding and the saltwater flooding, the storm surge, that we're overly concerned about. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands. Tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota. So the only change this morning is they made our northern counties a tropical storm warning, knowing that's probably going to come on shore, either in Tampa or just south. 5 to 10 foot storm surge still likely in this area. Oh, got a little better. See, now that track has shifted a little south, some of the storm surge products are looking a little better for Tampa Bay. Let's hope that trend continues. I just saw that as you saw that as well. But you're still looking in and around Davis Islands and Hillsborough Bay, going over to Apollo Beach for 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. So all we're going to do now is just keep tweaking the numbers back and forth as the storm is approaching, okay? There's no real change that's going to happen. My biggest concern is the rainfall. And the rainfall forecast for 10 to 15 inches of rain with some isolated 20-inch rain amounts. Folks, that's bad. The rainfall is probably going to be the worst thing about this storm because of its slow movement. Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee. And again, we'll continue to tweak these numbers. Winds will reach tropical storm by midday tomorrow, not today, tomorrow. Hurricane force by Thursday morning. 10 to 15 inches of rain, isolated 20-inch rain amount, storm surge 5 to 10 feet, where the storm comes on shore. Then, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus. You'll get 5 to 10 inches of rain, perhaps significant freshwater flooding. Winds will reach tropical storm force by Wednesday afternoon, but you're under a tropical storm warning. Okay, and then our inland counties, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands. Winds reach tropical storm force by Wednesday late in the day, 40 to 60 mile per hour winds, maybe a 70 wind gust or so, 5 to 10 inches of rain. And, of course, with any landfalling system, you're going to have isolated tornadoes. So I think I've gone through every single county. I promise you these numbers will change a little bit as it approaches the coast. We'll tweak them up, we'll tweak them down depending on where you are and where it goes. But in general, this is a significant impact for all of us. And it's going to last right through Thursday and then gradually get better on Friday. And at least the weekend for cleanup does look good.
Hey, thank you, Dave. So I do have a big traffic alert in the Tampa area right now. Skyfox is over it now, 50th Street, just north of Causeway Boulevard. 2 cars involved. One of those vehicles is actually on its side up on the sidewalk. So one lane is getting by both ways, northbound and southbound. I am told, though, that the crash investigation is mostly on the northbound side, but they are letting traffic get by. You can see we've got a vehicle there with heavy, heavy damage to the front end, and this will definitely slow up drivers. Again, this is 50th Street in Tampa. We have one lane open, getting by both ways. It looks like they do have that tow truck on scene, so at least we are in the clearing stages, and it looks like they just got that car back on its wheels, so we are moving into the clearing stages. Switching over, speaking of delays, if you are heading inland out to the east on I-4, big delay east of Lakeland, passing Highway 27. That exit is getting really, really backed up as drivers head out of the area, and also that's just regular morning traffic to slow down eastbound passing that exit. So top speed there is just 15 miles per hour. Factor that into your morning commute this morning if you are trying to make it to a destination on time. And stay with Good Day. We've got much more ahead, and we're tracking Ian for you coming up after the break.
At Liguori, our clients are priority number 1.
Fox Tampa providing us excellent coverage of also the situation on the roadways, of course, as those evacuations are in order now, people making their way inland. There are some traffic accidents that we'll continue to monitor here on the show. But of course, the big story is going to be this cone. It's also going to be the 8 a.m. update that we are waiting for and standing by for. The next update from the National Hurricane Center that will give us insight not only into where this cone is headed, if it is headed more east or west, but also those sustained winds, which could potentially bump it up to a Category 4. We are going to continue to monitor the coverage that is provided by our Fox Tampa and Fox Orlando teams as their communities are fully gearing up to prepare ahead of this potentially direct landfall. We're also monitoring the situation out in Cuba. We do want to bring you images that came into our newsroom just hours ago of the situation in Cuba. There you are seeing some of the storm surge that obviously is building there as a result of the hurricane rapidly approaching. It did make landfall at a Category 3. So once again, at 8 a.m., you will have a better insight and the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. At 9 a.m., we are expecting an update from Governor Ron DeSantis as he also is continuing to urge his residents, all of the residents of Florida, to prepare, not panic, but prepare ahead of this potential direct hit on his state. We do know that he declared this state of emergency on Saturday to every single county in the state. So that is all 67 counties currently under in a state of emergency there as preparations continue to happen across the state of Florida. We're also, of course, keeping a very close eye on this track. Once again, I do want to bring it up for you because this outlines not only what category of hurricane we are expecting Hurricane Ian to become as it does inch closer, but we also are monitoring, of course, at what time we are going to begin to feel these impacts here in Florida. Here you are seeing actually our Fox 35 Orlando team's coverage. It didn't just switch on us, but this is what we do here on the show. We bring you out to anything live, raw, and unfiltered happening. Our meteorologist there is breaking down those outer bands, so I'll actually let you listen in. Let's see the latest update from our Fox Orlando team.
No later than late afternoon today, friends, as the conditions again are going rapidly downhill through the day tomorrow and will be in play with heavy rain, the strong gusty winds. Also of note is the very heavy rain accumulations. For more on that, I want to head over to my colleague Allison Gargaro, now live in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Al, over to you.
Good morning, Jamie. Well, we are going to be seeing a lot of rain. Jamie did a great job at showing you those outer rain bands that will be moving into our viewing area, and rainfall amounts total through early Friday morning could be anywhere from 12 to about 21 inches in the colors shaded in white on your screen, about 15 to 20 in purple. And you can see lesser amounts the further away you go, where we could be seeing that center of circulation. But most of our viewing area going to be under a flood watch, meaning all of that rain that we will be seeing, like you saw the totals on top of the already saturated ground, could be causing some localized flooding. That is now including our entire viewing area. But we saw that there is already a tornado warning formed storm down in the Keys, and we could be seeing some strong to severe storms as we head throughout the day today. There is a likely risk in the county shaded in yellow on your screen. So it's going to move from south to north as we head throughout the day tomorrow. Not only the tornadic risk increasing, but also the potential for those damaging wind gusts. So we'll be here for you in the storm center throughout the day as well as overnight. Not only us here, Chief Meteorologist Jamie King, but also our other meteorologists that will be coming in this evening.
Allison, thanks so very much. We got you covered. Want everyone to depend on us. Right? We've got families. We own property. We get it. We're just like you. So keep it here. We're going to keep you up to date. It's our promise to you to ride this out together right here live in the Fox 35 studios. Want to snap the sun for you. And it's from Debbie. Debbie, thank you so very much. A beautiful scene there. It's a hashtag Snap the Sun on Twitter. With your permission, we'll feature photography live here on Good Day Orlando. Let's head over to Allison Gargaro yet again. Sky Fox traffic time.
Good morning, Jamie. I do want to take you out to a live view of Sky Fox. It is over a crash on Florida's Turnpike southbound. One right lane is blocked, and it looks like a dump truck has dumped over, and there's either dirt on the ground or some sort of sand. So this is something that we're watching. Again, it's still dark outside, but as soon as the sun comes up, we'll have a better idea of exactly what's going on. But for right now, one right lane is blocked, and this is going to be on Florida's Turnpike. I want to take you out to our traffic maps right now so you can see how big the slowdown is. It's almost to the 27 there, so just something to keep in mind. You will need to give.
We are getting a traffic update here from our Fox 35 team. Obviously, we're monitoring all of those evacuations that are underway from the western portion of Florida. Many people making their way east to the Orlando area as conditions aren't expected to be quite as bad. But our Fox Tampa team are back on their coverage. They're actually outside of a shelter, a rec center that has been turned into a shelter as Tampa prepares for a direct hit. So we'll send you back out to our Tampa coverage. Let's listen in.
About a spaghetti model. So you're not alone, folks. You're definitely not alone. So I am not at Largo High School because we came over here to Ross Norton Recreation Center in Clearwater. Be a little easier access, but there are 3 shelters open right now in Pinellas County. Here at Ross Norton, we've got about 40 to 45 people in there already. Largo High School is also the other one open, and there's a place in Lealman. Let me get that information for you. It is the Lealman Exchange. So where I am at Ross Norton Recreation Center is 1426 South MLK Avenue in Clearwater, 1426 South MLK Clearwater. The Lealman Exchange is 5175 45th Street North in St. Petersburg. 5175 45th Street North in St. Petersburg, and Largo High School in Largo, obviously also a shelter. They're going to open many more shelters this morning in Pinellas County because it was evacuation level A yesterday mandatory, and as of in about 5 minutes in Pinellas County, it will include A, B, and C, and anyone living in a mobile home must evacuate. So that's where they're going to open up a lot more shelters. Now, here's their messaging today. Here's what you're going to really hear Pinellas County officials say. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. It's a pain. It's a pain. And you talk about that anxiety level, it's going to go higher. But if they ask you to leave, you should leave. And they really want you to do that because getting emergency services to you when everything gets really tough and if you need it, it's not going to be able to get to you. So you got to go. Here's the other thing you're going to hear over and over and over. In fact, Kelly Collins said it earlier. You don't want to go to a shelter. With all due respect to the Red Cross and Pinellas County and everybody who's running these shelters and they're doing their best, they're not comfortable. They're not quiet. You never know who you're going to be next to or who's going to be doing what and everybody's anxiety level. You really don't want to go to a shelter unless you absolutely have to. It's absolute last resort. If you know anybody out of the floodwaters, out of the evacuation zones, and you could stay with for a couple of days, that's going to be your best bet. So try to do that first. Make those plans today, especially if you're in A, B, or C here in Pinellas County. But last resort, the shelters are here for you. We're going to tell you a little more information in the next hour, Russell and Laura, about what you need to know if this is the last resort for you. And then later this morning, I'm going to check in with the Pinellas County Sheriff about his messaging today, what he wants folks to know in Pinellas County. So I know we're all scared, we're all a little anxious, but we can get through this together. Let's help each other out.
That's true. We are all going through it, and we're going to take care of each other.
The Tampa area preparing for Hurricane Ian as it does inch closer here. We do want to send you back out to our radar here that we are monitoring. Here is a live look at the latest graphic. As per the National Hurricane Center's advisory at 5 a.m., we are going to be getting advisories from the National Hurricane Center as the morning progresses. So, of course, we'll bring you any of those live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. But as of right now, Hurricane Ian, a Category 3 hurricane with sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. It has made landfall in western Cuba and is now roaring towards the Florida coast. I'll actually remove the lower for you so that you can really take in precisely where the storm is located, just how close it is to Florida, and what those hurricane numbers are expected to be. So right now it is a major hurricane, which means it is at Category 3, 125 mile per hour winds. We are expecting it to hit 140 mile per hour winds by later on tonight, which would put it at a Category 4. It's expected to strengthen in the Gulf of Mexico because of all of those, the warm water there and the time of year. Obviously, it is hurricane season because of that warm water. And so it is going to inch closer to the Florida coast there, and it'll lose strength as it does make landfall. But it is, as of right now and as per this map, going to come very close to the Tampa Bay area, potentially a direct hit at a Category 3. This cone will become more defined as these advisories come down and as we do get closer to that landfall. This next advisory will obviously give us an update not only on the wind situation, which will put it into a category, but also on where exactly this cone is headed. Is it going to shift west? Is it going to shift east? We've seen those adjustments over the course of the last 48 hours or so, and we'll of course bring you the latest update here as soon as it does come down. 6:58 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, does appear we will have an update from the National Hurricane Center. We were expecting the next update to be around 8 o'clock, but it does appear that they are gearing up for an update here. So we'll bring you that one live. And then, of course, we'll send you out to our Fox Tampa team coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are getting in an update from, it does appear, from the National Hurricane Center here that I do want to send you out to. This is the latest information coming into our newsroom as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian that is officially at a Category 3. Let's listen in here.
Charlotte Harbor, where we could see storm surge inundation up to 7 to 8 feet above ground level in these areas, and that's this whole area is under a storm surge warning essentially right now, from Anclote River all the way down to Flamingo, including Tampa Bay. And this area that you see here in this dark pink and that I zoom in on here is really that area where we're most concerned for the danger of life-threatening inundation from storm surge beginning as soon as later tonight and as we go through the day tomorrow.
Some information there from the National Hurricane Center. We're also monitoring our coverage from our Fox 13 Tampa team, and they are in storm team coverage right now monitoring this track. Let's listen in here.
Island, Sarasota kind of landfall versus Tampa Bay. That would have impacts on storm surge in Tampa Bay, would make them less. But again, you could legitimately drift it west or drift it right 20 or 30 more miles and it changes everything again. But overall, the slow movement, that northeast movement, it's not going straight across the state from west to east. We're going to be impacted. The whole area is going to be significantly impacted by this, no matter where it comes on shore on Thursday morning. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, you're under a hurricane warning. A tropical storm warning, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Sumter, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands counties. 10 to 15 inches of rain in Hillsborough and Pinellas County. 5 to 10 inches of rain with higher amounts inland and north. So we've got a lot of weather to get through, and it all starts tomorrow, which really does give us a good chunk of the day, Mariah, to get things done and to get you where you need to be. I'm going to have more specifics on the counties and what we can expect in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Dave. So I do have 2 traffic trouble spots this morning for you to avoid. One of them is going to be 58th Street in Tampa. Skyfox is over this now. It's a crash just north of Causeway Boulevard. The tow truck, it looks like it just got one of the affected vehicles loaded up, ready to tow away. I believe there were 2 vehicles involved in this. At the moment, it looked like they had northbound traffic stopped. Right now, I think they're letting each direction get by one at a time as they kind of figure things out and work into the clearing stages here. I do see just a bit of a backup on 50th, just north of Causeway right here. That's where that crash is, just a heads up. But we have moved into the clearing stages. Now, the delays that just won't clear are those eastbound delays on I-4 east of Lakeland, passing Highway 27. Top speed passing the exit is just 9 miles per hour. So this is a mix of evacuation traffic getting inland this morning and also regular eastbound traffic that just seems to get stuck right here on a daily basis. So if you're heading out this way, maybe heading inland toward Orlando, add about 10 minutes to your drive just to get by this exit.
Thank you. Well, evacuation orders have begun ahead of Hurricane Ian's arrival.
And starting this morning, Pinellas County will restrict access to the barrier islands. Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry is live for us from Bel Air Bluffs with the specifics on that. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. Yeah, as of 7 o'clock this morning, just about a couple minutes ago, more evacuation orders are in place here in Pinellas County, as well as the barrier islands. They are no longer accessible. That's because Pinellas County deputies are now blocking off the entrances to those barrier islands. Only residents and those who live there, or work there, I should say, can access those barrier islands. But even those folks, they're still being told to get out. And if you don't need to be there, do not be there. But that all went into effect a couple of minutes ago at 7 o'clock this morning. Pinellas County residents, again, just really urging the importance of following these mandatory evacuation orders. They say that's because no part of Pinellas County will not feel the strong impacts of Hurricane Ian. Dave's been talking about it all morning, but possibly 10-foot storm surge expected, along with at least 10 to 15 inches of rain, causing serious flooding, especially for these folks that live along the water. Now, mandatory evacuations for mobile home parks, along with Zone A, which makes up all the coastal communities of Pinellas, that went into effect last night at 6. But this morning, again, just 5 minutes ago at 7 a.m., Zones B and Zone C are now under mandatory evacuation as well, as officials are encouraging residents to take these orders seriously. Again, access to the barrier islands, including places like Bel Air Shores and Reddington Shores, Clearwater and St. Pete, all of that is now blocked off and restricted by deputies. That also began at 7. Again, only those who can prove they live or work in the area will be allowed past, as officials say these are some of the areas most at risk.
If you live in an area that is prone to flooding, I need you to protect your home, raise your belongings, and be prepared. If you live in one of these storm surge areas, you need to prepare to evacuate. This is no joke. This is life-threatening storm surge.
Now, hospitals and healthcare facilities in zones A, B, and C here in Pinellas were told to get patients to safety yesterday, as well as those locations are also under mandatory evacuations. Hundreds of medical evacuations took place as some patients were even airlifted to medical facilities outside of the storm's path. Now, again, officials are encouraging residents to take these warnings very seriously. We know a lot of people evacuated yesterday, but now with these new evacuation orders in place, officials say now is the time to get out, especially before the roads get congested. And again, something that they mentioned a little bit earlier this week, it's that you don't have to drive to the next state over to heed these evacuation orders. You just need to get out of your evacuation zone. Sometimes that could be as much as just driving 20 minutes down the street, but get to higher ground, stay with someone outside of those flood zones, and if you need to, go to those shelters. There are several in place all across the Bay Area. But again, just listen to those evacuation orders. Zones A, B, and C here in Pinellas County now under evacuation orders. Guys, back to you.
Okay, all right, Elizabeth Fry live for us this morning. Thank you, Liz. So as of right now, Sarasota County has a level A evacuation order starting today. Pasco County has a mandatory order for Zone A, and they recommend Zones B and C consider leaving as well. A mandatory evacuation order will go into effect for low-lying areas in Hernando County. That starts at 9. In Hillsborough County, there is a mandatory evacuation for Zone A, and for now, it's voluntary for the people living in Zone B.
Manatee County, mandatory evacuations start at 8 a.m. for those who live in Zone A, while Zone B will be under voluntary evacuations. And this includes Anna Maria Island, where residents and business owners are taking zero chances with this storm. They were out Monday boarding up and preparing for the worst. But many people that we talk to say they're just trying to remain positive.
We've done it the second time we're boarding this house in the 20-some-odd years.
Maybe we'll be all right, fingers crossed. Wish we were on the other side of it. It's an island, and when, there's predictions of storm surge that they're suggesting, you need to be inland for sure.
This evening, Manatee and Sarasota counties will be shutting water off to the barrier islands between 5 and 7. That includes Siesta Key, Anna Maria Island, and parts of Longboat Key. Officials say it's to keep the water supply safe.
All right, Tampa International Airport has announced they are suspending service today at 5 p.m., while St. Pete Clearwater is doing it even earlier. Fox 13's Walter Allen is live to tell us more about that. Good morning, Walter.
Laura, good morning to you. This airport is bustling right now, but it's certainly not going to be the case at 5 o'clock this afternoon. That is when they're suspending all air travel, and nobody is going to be here. It becomes a matter of safety at that point. The closer we get to Hurricane Ian, the winds are going to pick up. When it gets to about 50 miles per hour, you can't have anybody in the air control tower, and you can't have anybody on the airside shuttles. Then it just becomes too dangerous, which is why the airport is shutting down at 5 o'clock this evening. So what they have to do, they have to prepare the airfields. They have to prepare the terminals, the jet bridges, the ground equipment, as well as securing the remaining aircraft. These are all things that have to be done when Hurricane Ian reaches our area. Not the only airport that is closing down. I mean, this is a military installation, but yes, it is an airport at the end of the day. MacDill Air Force Base will be closing down. They have a mandatory evacuation by noon, non-mission essential. So those airmen and women who are not tasked with securing the base for Hurricane Ian, they will be told to evacuate by noon, and they will receive travel reimbursements. Now, those mission essential personnel, those who have to prepare the base, they must receive approval from their chain of command if they do decide to evacuate. St. Pete Clearwater International Airport, they will be closing. They will be the first ones to close, actually. At 11 o'clock this morning, 11:22 is their last flight. 1 o'clock is when they are actually closing their doors. Again, their last flight is 11:22 this morning. And both airports, St. Pete Clearwater as well as Tampa International, they are stressing this is not a shelter, especially St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. They are in Zone A, so they are under mandatory evacuation orders. It is not a shelter. Tampa International is very similar to that in that they are saying this is not a shelter. They don't have the resources to house you, and they don't have the resources to house your vehicle as well. I know that's been a question out there, whether or not you can park your car in the airport garage to keep it out of the elements from Hurricane Ian. that is not a possibility. They ask that you not do that. Here's what they do ask of you. If you do have a flight before 5 o'clock today, check your flight status, check with your airline to make sure everything is on time, and arrive here 2 hours ahead of time before your flight. Now, 9 o'clock this morning, the CEO of the airport should be giving us a press briefing, give us an insight of what they have to do today and tomorrow ahead of Hurricane Ian. So that's the story, guys. 5 o'clock tonight. That's when they close.
Got a lot to think about. All right, Walter Allen, thank you. And for now, the Skyway Bridge is still open. The toll to go across it is free. Governor DeSantis has announced that he is waiving that fee in our area until further notice to try to help with the evacuations. So that includes the Polk Parkway, the Pinellas Bayway, Selman Expressway, and the I-4 connector.
The Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority is trying to help people who need to evacuate. It's suspending fares on all services until further notice. That includes the PSTA Access, the Jolly Trolley, and the Looper. And tomorrow it plans to cancel all of its regular transit services in order to assist with evacuations. But that suspension might happen tonight instead if the area starts getting tropical force winds.
In Polk County, there's high anxiety for the people who live along the Peace River, which is already above flood stage. The area has had a lot of rain lately, and emergency officials are warning of a potentially historic flood event because of what Ian might bring. Right now, residents living in Zone A or in any manufactured home or RV in Pasco County, you are under mandatory evacuation orders now. B and C zones are voluntary.
The water is going to be the story here. Obviously, wind from a major hurricane is strong wind, and that's what we're preparing for. But that comes and goes in just a few days with the storm. But the floods can last weeks.
Polk County has 7 sandbag locations right now, but they're going to close at 11:30 this morning. So if you need some, head out there now.
And there is a rush for sandbags in Pasco County. Emergency officials there are predicting major flooding issues for those who live west of US 19. And it's not just the Anclote River they're worrying about either. They're worrying about an unprecedented storm surge along the coast. Pasco will also open about a dozen shelters today for evacuees. And sandbags are available in every county in our viewing area. Too many locations really to mention here. We suggest you visit our website for the information. That's fox13news.com.
And stay with us. We've got a lot more coverage straight ahead, including how the hurricane is impacting the Lightning, the Rays, the Bucks, and the Rowdies.
Plus, the worst hurricanes to hit Florida since Andrew. The top 3.
Worst hurricane to hit Florida potentially since Andrew. That is the type of system that we are following here. Thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for their excellent coverage. We're going to continue to dip in and out of that as the day progresses. But here's another live look at this storm system as we are about 45 minutes away from yet another update from the National Hurricane Center. We do want to continue, if you are just joining us, to get you up to speed on some of the preparations that are underway as millions along the Florida coast are at risk as Hurricane Ian gained strength, hitting a Category 3 earlier this morning and expected to hit a Category 4 at some point today. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has the latest details.
Hurricane Ian pummeled western Cuba Monday night on its way to Florida. Thousands of people were evacuated in advance of the storm.
The government came early and helped us get our things out. They are providing us with transportation and what we need.
Ian is expected to gain strength over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters. It will then move closer to the Florida coast and threaten the Tampa Bay area with a storm surge of up to 10 feet. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of rain could fall and flood coastal communities.
A tropical storm that we had last year, the water came up to my back door. So I'm assuming this one is probably going to come in my house.
People have been lining up at gas stations and grocery stores to fill up on fuel and other supplies. While Ian's path could change, residents along the coast say they would rather over-prepare.
Anything and everything, water, getting as much sand as we can, just helping the community out.
Governor Ron DeSantis declared a statewide emergency in advance of the storm. Thousands of Florida National Guard troops have been mobilized and others are on standby in nearby states. Officials in Georgia are making preparations for Florida evacuees.
We've identified shelters and those types of things in our most southernmost counties so that we can pre-position people and supplies and resources.
President Biden declared an emergency ahead of Ian's arrival to help coordinate relief efforts. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that report. Here is a look at some video coming into our newsroom of the Tampa area as some of those evacuations are fully underway. People making their way from west to east to be further inland. Grocery stores obviously packed with people as preparations are fully underway. Our Fox Weather team have done an excellent job at covering this story for us. Florida is bracing for Hurricane Ian as it continues to grow in strength. Our Fox Weather correspondent, Will Nunley, he's in Clearwater, Florida, with the latest.
Floridians are racing to prepare as forecasters warn Hurricane Ian is intensifying as it heads towards Cuba. Early Monday, the storm blew through the Cayman Islands, causing only minor damage. That won't be the case in Florida, where Ian is expected to make landfall later this week as a possible Category 4 hurricane.
We will see on the Gulf Coast of Florida heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, and perhaps isolated tornado activity.
In Hillsborough County, as many as 300,000 people could be forced to evacuate from low-lying areas. Officials warning storm surges could reach up to 10 feet high, causing massive flooding. Ian's possible devastating damage leading people to stock up on basic supplies over the weekend. Some gas pumps ran dry and store shelves laying empty Monday as folks bought up food, gas, and water.
We want to make sure we have at least 7 days of supplies. We want to make sure that we're checking our plans.
The governor suspended tolls around the Tampa Bay area and mobilized nearly 5,000 National Guard troops to help with possible storm damage. FEMA has also been deployed to help following an emergency declaration from the president.
FEMA has pre-positioned supplies at strategic locations in Florida and also Alabama. That includes generators, millions of meals, and millions of liters of water. FEMA also has staff on the ground supporting planning and preparation efforts.
Hurricane Ian is expected to make landfall near Tampa and St. Petersburg. This would be the first time since 1921 that either of these cities has seen a storm of this magnitude. In Clearwater, Florida, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
A historic system. Our Fox Tampa team are taking a closer look at this storm. Let's listen in.
Or did do this morning from last night's run is they shifted the landfall a few miles. Okay, a few dozen miles. And I know that doesn't seem like a big deal, but that makes a big difference. And as we're watching this storm approach the west coast of Florida late tomorrow, I want you to understand one thing. I know your eyes do the same thing mine. They're drawn to this line. You see these icons and you go, oh my gosh, that's right over Tampa Bay, okay? However, this storm could easily be on this side of the cone or that side of the cone. Granted, the cone is much smaller now. Either way, we get significant impacts from this, okay? So it's not missing us is what I'm trying to tell you. But you can't just say, oh, this is going to make a landfall right in Tampa Bay, because it could easily be down just north of Fort Myers, too. So that's what we're going to have to watch. But now that we have that eye right on radar, we'll be able to watch and see when it takes that turn, okay? We're hour by hour forecasting now. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings for everybody else. As we speak, still a 5 to 10 foot storm surge. However, if you look, and if this storm was to make landfall just a bit to the south, which is not far, Bradenton, Sarasota, it's possible, then the biggest storm surge goes into the Port Charlotte area and a little bit less in Tampa Bay, okay? And we're not going to know that until it's making that final angle into the coast. So again, you're going to be seeing some of these numbers come up, come down, come up, come down, depending upon how this thing begins to wobble. That's kind of where we are with this. My main concern with this whole storm system is rain. Rain is going to be, in my opinion, the biggest problem we have, because it's storm surge is at the coast, right? Isolated tornadoes not going to be that big a deal. There'll be a couple, right? But this rain, 10 to 15 inches of rain coming out of the Hurricane Center is forecasting 10 to 15 inches of rain with isolated amounts to 20 inches right along the coast. Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee. Wow, folks. You got a storm surge coming in, even if it's just a couple of feet, it's not going to make a difference. When you got that much water on the land, there's nowhere for that water to go, and it's just going to continue to build up. So that's my biggest concern. Storm surge again. At this point, 5 to 10 feet. We'll continue to tweak it. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County. A little bit less of an impact. Still, though, a decent impact. Tropical storm force winds Wednesday. Tropical storm warning for you. 5 to 10 inches of rain. Storm surge 5 to 8 feet, pushing that water up the coast. Inland, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands. Winds reach tropical storm status by Wednesday afternoon. 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts. There could be some higher wind gusts, closer to 70. Inland, don't be surprised. 5 to 10 inches of water, some higher amounts anticipated, and isolated tornadoes as well. But again, if things start to shift, either west or right, we're going to change these maps for you for the impact. So continue to keep checking back in with us. Let's see what Charlie Belcher's up to right now. Hey, Charlie.
Not an exact science quite yet, is it, Dave? But thank you for keeping us posted. The exact science that we can count on is the evacuation orders in place. I'm in Pinellas County, where now officially evacuation zones A, B, and C, mandatory evacuations. They are opening more shelters. I am at the Ross Norton Recreation Center in Clearwater. One of the shelters had already opened, got about 45 people in there right now. Remember, these shelters should be an option of last resort, but they are here for that last resort. Let you know what you need to do if this is part of your hurricane plan to head to a shelter in Pinellas County today. I'll tell you what you need to know when Good Day Tampa Bay continues.
And thank you to our Fox Tampa team once again for excellent coverage as they brace for a direct impact here. You just heard their meteorologist outline that this cone is obviously becoming narrower as we do close in on a potential landfall here in Florida. And it does appear, he said it himself, that Tampa will not be missed. This storm is not going to miss them completely. There just is no scenario where Tampa are not impacted quite severely. Now, if it'll be a direct hit, if it's going to move slightly west, slightly east is still to be determined. We'll get that answer at the 8 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. That is now within half an hour or so, just over half an hour away. It is 7:23 here on the East Coast, and we have been doing wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Ian as it does make its landfall in Cuba and head towards Florida. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll continue to touch base with all of our reporters stationed around Florida as preparations are underway and Hurricane Ian continues to strengthen. Back into Live Now from Fox. We are live, raw, and unfiltered here, taking a look at this storm system as Hurricane Ian continues to inch closer to Florida. We have been dipping in and out of our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage as the morning progresses here. And here's a live look at our X-RAD radar as you are seeing this mega storm system does inch closer to the Florida coast. It has already made its way past Cuba and has officially made landfall earlier this morning. I actually do want to bring up for you our side panel here that has some key bullet points if you are just joining us this morning and perhaps haven't been awake with us since we kicked off our show at 5 a.m. At 8 a.m. Eastern time, we're expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center as Ian has officially earlier this morning hit Category 3 level with sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. We are expecting Hurricane Ian to bump up into Category 4 territory at some point today. It is going to make its way past Cuba. It did officially make landfall in western Cuba just about 3 hours ago at 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. We were expecting 14 feet of storm surge for the people of Cuba. Massive evacuations were underway there. Over 50,000 people had to make their way into shelters and away from that western coast. At 9 a.m., we're also going to be expecting an update from Governor Ron DeSantis. He's expected to provide the people of Florida a closer update as obviously Hurricane Ian is inching closer and does appear to be continuing to strengthen. Ian has gone through a period of quite intense intensification over the course of the past 48 hours. We've seen it make its way from a tropical storm up to a Category 1 and now this morning up to a Category 3. So it is that storm surge, the flooding, and just the sheer size of this system that is causing major concern as Tampa braces for a potential direct impact. Our reporters have been covering this story for us since the beginning. We've also been dipping in and out of our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage. Some residents are actually choosing to ride out the storm in the Tampa area. Our Fox 13 team are on the town speaking to some of these individuals as they prepare their homes, their families for this potential direct impact. Let's listen in.
Chips, I got some bread.
Shelly Kuhn is prepared. She's one of many who spent Monday at this Publix on Southdale Mabry in Tampa, loading up on hurricane essentials.
My house is in Riverview, and I actually came here because I thought these people might be evacuating and they might not be storing up so much.
Inside, store shelves were completely empty, some aisles barren, but the checkout line, of course, packed full of customers.
I found lots of vegetables still. Almost all the canned meats were gone. Got some canned tuna and canned chicken.
Packs of bottled water were completely wiped out. Like many stores, Publix too has restrictions, a limit of 224 packs or 4 gallons per customer. Danielle Hoff was one of the lucky ones, snagging this last case of canned water.
Everything's empty. Like anything that you're supposed to have during a hurricane isn't there. No peanut butter, no water. That was the last thing of water. I got really lucky.
If you haven't already, stock up while you still can on what you can still find. Key items to have: water in any form you can find. Also non-perishable foods like canned goods, peanut butter, cereal, granola bars, dried fruits, canned meats, and canned soups.
I'm hoping that maybe if I stop at another store, I can get lucky again. We'll see.
Chips, I got some bread.
The essentials being picked up by the people of Tampa here. We're taking another live look at our X-RAD radar as this system is intensifying as we speak, and road evacuations are fully underway. Some people who do live along the western portion of Florida are following the evacuation orders and trying to head east. Our Fox 13 Tampa team also takes a look at these evacuations.
Once they're boarded up,
we're just putting some boards on the windows.
And after the hurricane shutters are in place,
we're just trying to prepare our home and get it ready.
They're packing up and hitting the road.
We've been here almost 40 years, so, you know, we've ran from them before.
This time, Rodney Keller and his wife are running from Hurricane Ian. And just like he's done so many times before, Rodney packed up his RV and evacuated his South Tampa home.
Our only option was to just get in the motorhome and just go somewhere for now, get away from the storm surge.
Other soon-to-be evacuees don't have nearly as much experience as the Kellers.
It's concerning. This is my first hurricane.
But with the potential punch Ian is packing, Mike Tallarico isn't waiting around to see what it's like. He's getting ready to evacuate, and so is Chris Mitchell a few blocks away.
Because if you don't, they can't come to you.
We've got offers north and south of here, so we're just going to see where they're forecasting the least amount of wind and damage.
Hillsborough emergency managers are urging everyone to take evacuation orders as seriously as Rodney, Chris, and Mike are, and don't rely on shelters unless it's necessary.
If you can, please ask someone you know who lives at least 20 miles inland if you can seek shelter in their home.
And maybe listen to neighbors like Rodney, who may have lost track of the number of hurricanes they've survived, but they'll never forget the danger.
Being caught out on the road in the motorhome is scarier to me than riding it out in my house, but what can you do? If the storm surge comes up, it's not going to do us any good here, that's for sure.
And the storm surge is one of the major concerns surrounding this system. We do want to dip back into our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage as they take a closer look at this eye that really has solidified over the course of the past 12 hours. Let's listen in.
It's not going to weaken, if anything at all, which really means it's just going to continue that barrel forward as we're moving it into the Gulf of Mexico later today. The only real change from last night, Hurricane Center just kind of shifted the landfall here on the west coast of Florida by about 30-40 miles. That's about it. But anywhere within that cone, we're going to see, could potentially see a landfalling major hurricane sometime on Thursday morning. Okay, and then slowly just drifting northward, and that's the problem, because what that's going to do is it's going to lead to an incredible amount of freshwater flooding, with 10 to 15 inches of rain expected in many areas, especially along the coast. Here are your watches and your warnings. Tropical storm warning out for Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands. Hurricane warnings out from Pinellas to Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota, with the storm surge projected to be in the Tampa Bay area as we speak, about 5 to 10 feet. More coming up. Individual counties. We'll get into what we can expect for each of you coming up in a few minutes. But first, let's see what's happening on the roads.
Hey, good morning. Thank you, Dave. So I do have a new crash to pass along on Dale Mabry, but first let's check on I-4. I do see a crash. This is the first one reported in the westbound direction. This is at Bethlehem Road, so in between Branch Forbes and Fritzky. No lanes blocked, but it's certainly getting a bit busy out there eastbound and westbound on I-4 in the eastern Hillsborough County area and also toward Lakeland. So this is eastbound traffic east of Highway 27. We normally see a slowdown in this area, but this is also a lot of evacuation traffic. People trying to go east to head inland to get away from the water this morning. So just a heads up, top speed passing Highway 27 is 7 miles per hour in the eastbound direction. You can see some little spots of eastbound delays through Dover, through Plant City. Like I said, eastern Hillsborough, it's getting just a bit busy out there, but so far so good at the 275 I-4 connector. We're going to end right here with that crash I told you about on Dale Mabry. Heads up, this looks like it is just north of Bears, reported at Maple Dale Boulevard.
All right, Mariah, thank you. Business owners along the Sponge Docks and Tarpon Springs are bracing for Ian's arrival.
Business owners across the Tampa area there, as we're listening into our live team coverage from our Fox 13 Tampa team, are obviously boarding up. We do want to bring you the latest image that has come into our newsroom from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 5 a.m. advisory showing that track there. And M stands for major hurricane. So once it hits a Category 3, it is officially a major hurricane, and that is just precisely what this latest update shows. We are now within half an hour of yet another update being provided, and I do want to continue to show you some of the images that have come into our newsroom. This one courtesy of NASA, just showing the sheer size of this storm. So much so that it can be quite literally seen from space. NASA sharing footage of Hurricane Ian as seen from the International Space Station yesterday. The National Hurricane Center upgraded Ian to a Category 3 earlier this morning, and we are expecting it to update to a Category 4 at some point today. In Florida, of course, they are bracing for this system. I do want to take you back out to our XRAD radar as you are able to see the path there of the storm in the smaller box on the left-hand corner of your screens. When I take you out to our XRAD look, you're just you're able to see the sheer size here. We're already getting those outer bands in certain portions of Florida, and as this eye does inch closer, those are going to intensify. So our coverage here is going to continue throughout the morning as we do look at how certain portions of Florida are preparing. We are going to touch base with our Fox Orlando team, who are also tracking this storm and the preparations that are underway. Our Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith, she actually shows us how people from across Orlando are also preparing for the likely effects of this storm. So let's listen in.
Plenty of people across Central Florida spent much of the day loading sandbags in preparation for Hurricane Ian.
Getting the sand, make sure we water by sliding doors, and hopefully it won't be a bad one.
Vincent Turnbull and his dad are tag teaming as they work to fill bags for themselves, elderly neighbors, and their local church.
You know, volunteered to do the work, and I'm a Christian man, so Christian faith help us to guide us to help other people, not just yourself, but to continue spreading the love and faith for the community.
It's that giving spirit during this time of uncertainty that has reminded people of the good in humanity. A Facebook user posted on a neighborhood page saying, "We are so quick to post negativity, so today I would like to recognize an outstanding member of your community." That person was Mark Burns.
So I just put it up there. I didn't think anything of it, and within 15 minutes I got a request.
And that request was only the beginning. Mark tells us he's already delivered 110 bags, and when he gets off work, he'll be delivering even more.
You know, it's by doing this something you don't even think is a big deal and going out, and it actually has a pretty big impact on both the community and, and yourself.
That Facebook user went on to say she offered to pay Mark, but he refused and delivered 10 sandbags. She says, "Sir, you absolutely rock, and I will make sure I will pay it forward any way I can."
It felt really nice. I mean, to see people move to tears for something just trying to feel good to them, that's cool.
Communities coming together as preparations are underway across Florida. We are now listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to team coverage from our Fox 35 Orlando team, who are monitoring obviously heavy traffic updates from across Florida as people make their way from west to east. So let's listen in here.
Seriously, it looks like it's going to be serious, and if it misses us, great. But it was a day or two of effort that wasn't needed.
Now we're told emergency shelters should be used as a last resort. Officials say they can often be crowded, noisy, and families could end up stuck there for several days. We will continue to monitor the roadways as thousands of people evacuate from the west coast. Again, we are live on I-4 in the eastbound lanes going through Polk County, and it is very slow and go. Reporting live from I-4, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Thank you, Amanda. Live look right now. Hurricane Ian is forcing Artemis to go back to the VAB. This is a big step backwards, unfortunately. And now last night, look at that. So getting very close, isn't it? Last night, NASA began to roll the rocket back. That started about 11 p.m. into the vehicle assembly building. That means the launch will now be delayed for several weeks. Remember, the backup date was going to be this Sunday.
Yes.
So that won't happen now. NASA says safety is their top priority.
There's no repairs that have to be made on the rocket. And so it's better to roll it back and keep that $4 billion rocket safe and the people safe than to take a chance.
Right, not worth the risk. NASA says it will take 10 hours to get the rocket back into the VAB. They should be pretty close at this point.
Yeah, and the good news, they can recharge the batteries. Remember, they had to get an extension on those. That won't be a factor now. But if they'd have to get, even if they launched today, they'd have to get everybody out, and that's a problem. So the Fox 35 Storm Team, they are tracking Ian 24/7, as NASA was as well. We've got a QR code on the bottom of your screen as well. You can scan that and download the Fox 35 weather app. It's exactly how I downloaded it onto my phone. You can get all the latest updates on Hurricane Ian, live interactive radar. Just use that app and watch the Fox 35 live also. Well, as we know, the Tampa area is on alert this morning as the major Hurricane Ian is now bearing down on the Gulf Coast.
Our Fox weather reporter joining us live with
We will continue to dip in and out of our Fox 35 and Fox 13 Tampa coverage as the day progresses, but we do want to actually take you out to this really cool imagery coming into our newsroom from the Florida Keys. Is actually a time lapse of some of the cloud cover that we are seeing as Hurricane Ian does approach. We're seeing some of those outer bands that I spoke to you about because this system is so large, as you are seeing with our XRAD radar there on the left-hand corner of your screens. You're seeing just how large and massive this hurricane is. We do know that it is now obviously at a Category 3. The last time the National Hurricane Center provided an update was back in the 5 o'clock hour, right at the 5 a.m. mark, and it did put the winds at 125 miles per hour, which officially puts it into Category 3 standing. We are expecting that to, of course, increase when we do get an update in 19 minutes here. We're expecting the next one to drop down at 8 a.m. Eastern time, and as soon as that update does come, we'll, of course, bring you all of the details live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. 7:41 on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. The latest update, the latest details and the latest reports coming into our newsroom from Florida as Hurricane Ian, a Category 3 major hurricane, the first that could potentially hit the Tampa area in nearly 100 years. Our coverage continues right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are continuing to track all of the latest updates surrounding Hurricane Ian, as it is now a Category 3 storm. We are going to be dipping in and out of our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as Sarasota County is preparing. They're obviously doing an interview here with the Chief Emergency Management Officer out of Sarasota County as that county prepares for a potential direct hit. So let's listen in.
We can to get the word out. Yesterday we had a press conference. We emphasized the seriousness of this. Our biggest concern is the storm surge. First of all, right now it's 5 to 8, so that's level A, and that can raise a little bit and still be level A. We just don't want it to go, beyond that. Then we would have to expand that evacuation area a little bit. But we're prepared to do that if necessary. And the other thing would be the rain and the flooding that's going to come afterwards. We want everybody to evacuate, get to a safe location, or go to one of the evacuation centers that are opening today at noon.
Okay, so Dave is saying that the storm surge could get as high, you said 5 to 8, possibly 10 feet. So what what areas in particular are you concerned about? Obviously the coastal areas, but at a storm surge like that, already for a low-lying area, what are some of the areas that you worry about?
Well, in Sarasota County, level A is all the red on our map. It's all the barrier islands. It's everybody along the intercoastal waterway, homes that are a little further off the coast, but they're along Philippi Creek or Hudson Bayou or the Mayaca River. Those areas, if the river can't flow out, we got a high surge, they can be flooding. So anybody who's in those low-lying coastal areas definitely needs to evacuate.
Do you ever see flooding farther inland? I mean, as you said, this is unprecedented, and it's expected to stay on top of us for at least 24 to 36 hours. Are you concerned about areas inland?
Yes, the rainfall, that amount of rainfall can inundate a lot of areas with water from the Mayaca River, other bayous, other sloughs and creeks and rivers that go up into the inner part of the county. So East County, and there's a lot of homes there. Most of the people that live there understand that that's a threat, but there's a lot of new homes being built that are very close to the river that those people may not be aware that they're in level A. So we're trying to educate the public, make sure they understand, and have a way to go verify if they're in an A, and if they are, they need to evacuate.
Okay, all right, we're going to leave it there. Ed McCrane, thank you so much. You guys stay safe, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again very soon.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, let's get over to you, Dave.
Yeah. Again, let's look at the center of where Hurricane Ian is, and you can see it moving right through Cuba now with its winds of 125 miles per hour. It was rapidly intensifying as it came on shore into Cuba, so it's really not going to weaken. That's the problem. It's going to be back out over the water in just a couple of hours, and maybe it stabilized it for a bit, but it's going to go right back to intensifying once it hits the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, the northern eye wall, here it is, starting to emerge back out off the northern coast. So the storm itself moving really just kind of due north at about 12 miles per hour. The most difficult thing about hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico headed toward Florida is the angle of our coastline. You know, you kind of keep it due north, come straight up, but if you tweak it even north-northeast at all of a sudden it's a whole different scenario. And we saw that play out, of course, with Charlie a long time ago, way back. So Hurricane Center, based on some new computer models, they just kind of shifted where the center is going to come on shore, maybe a few dozen miles south of the Tampa Bay area. Now, if that happens, okay, you have a little less storm surge in Tampa, a little bit more from Sarasota southward. The other elements of this storm really don't change much. We're still looking at a foot of rain or more, even way more in spots, okay? We're still looking at tropical storm force winds and in hurricane force winds throughout much of our area for an extended period of time. And I want to remember something. When we had Wilma, we had Charlie. When they came across, they came racing across like that at an angle. This one's going to come up. So it's really going to rake all of central Florida no matter where it makes its way on shore. So yes, where it does move on shore will have the highest wind speeds, and the strongest storm surge. But the other facets of the storm are still going to be bad for inland locations and for Hillsborough, and for north. That's why we have all these warnings and watches out. Tropical storm warnings, Polk to Highlands, Citrus to Pasco. Everybody else under a hurricane warning now, meaning hurricane force winds, the next 24 to 36 hours. 5 to 10 foot storm surge. Again, let's say this storm makes landfall in Sarasota. Some of that's going to drift southward, a little bit less in the bay. So this is going to have to continue to be tweaked. We can't throw this forecast out there and just leave it alone and don't touch it, because a 20, 30 mile wobble of this eye will make a big difference as to who really gets what. As far as storm surge goes, 6 to 9 feet, that's the orange area. It includes Hillsborough Bay, all the way up through Davis Islands, and then back down through the intercoastal, and then down along the coast there from Venice all the way into the Port Charlotte area. Now, this jogs 30 miles west. All of a sudden, the storm surge gets worse for Tampa Bay. But I still think that rainfall will be the dominant issue, because 10 to 15 inches of rain for all of central Florida is a massive problem. And there are some indications that right along the coast in Tampa that some of the rainfall amounts will be higher. So look at this graphic, and I'm gonna play it out for all of our counties, but I'm also gonna tell you this, we're gonna have to keep tweaking this, okay, as we're moving forward. Tweak here, tweak here, tweak here. That's what we're gonna do, so keep checking back with us. Winds reach tropical storm by midday, tropical storm force by midday Wednesday. Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee. Manatee first, then Sarasota, and so on and so on. Hurricane force winds by Thursday morning. Look at that, 10 to 15 inches of rain with isolated 20-inch rain amounts. Significant freshwater flooding. Storm surge 5 to 10 feet. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, little less of an impact, but still an impact. Tropical storm warnings are out for you guys. 5 to 10 inches of rain, storm surge 5 to 8 feet. Let's go inland. Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands. Winds reach tropical storm by Wednesday afternoon. 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. Higher gusts wouldn't surprise me to get some hurricane force wind gusts inland. 5 to 10 inches of rain and isolated tornadoes. Again, we will keep tweaking these numbers for all these counties as we move forward closer and closer to the event. Let me check in now with Mr. Charlie Belcher.
Glad you are where you are, Dave Osterberg. Thank you for what you do. Keep us posted. I am in Clearwater right now. We're talking Pinellas County. They have now officially issued mandatory evacuations for zones A, B, and C, and anyone living in a mobile home in the county. They want you to leave shelters as a last resort, but if it is your last resort, I'll let you know what you need to know about the shelters. If that is part of your hurricane plan, stick around, everybody. Let's do our best to make it a good day, Tampa Bay.
We will continue to dip in and out of our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as they prepare for the first major hurricane to impact their area in nearly 100 years. We are monitoring Hurricane Ian, that is now a Category 3 storm with winds sustained at 125 miles per hour as it makes its way past Cuba into the Gulf of Mexico, where it will strengthen. We are expecting to a Category 4 before ultimately making landfall once again on Florida soil. This is going to be a major system that we are going to track very closely over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. We do have another map to bring up for you as we are just, and it is worth noting that we're now 8 minutes away from the next update from the National Hurricane Center. So if you are tuning in, you won't want to leave us anytime soon. We're going to get all of the latest numbers and details from the National Hurricane Center within the next 7 minutes. That's coming down at 8 a.m. Eastern time. And here's a live look at the latest map that was given by the National Hurricane Center in their 5 a.m. update. So this is what we're going to be looking at. Where is this cone shifting? Is it shifting east? Is it shifting west? Obviously, that will have major implications on which areas are going to expect that deadly storm surge that we are expecting to be up to 10 feet. Also, the next question is, what are those sustained winds at? The last update had them at 125 miles per hour. A Category 4 storm would obviously have those be higher, so we will be monitoring if Hurricane Ian has officially hit Category 4 strength in this next update. So it is 7:53. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break now, and when we come back, we will be once again in wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Ian as it inches closer to the Florida coast. Stay tuned. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. We are just 4 minutes shy of the next update from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Ian. That is officially a Category 3 hurricane as of the latest update at 5 a.m. Any moment we will get the latest cone information, the latest wind information, and the latest category information on Hurricane Ian as it is inching towards the Florida coast after tearing into western Cuba earlier this morning as a major Category 3 hurricane. We are expecting Hurricane Ian to continue to strengthen to a Category 4 as it inches closer to the Florida coast. It has officially made landfall at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province, in the western portion of that island, where officials set up 55 shelters, evacuating over 50,000 people, rushing in emergency personnel to protect the Cuban crops in the tobacco growing area, as that western region is that key tobacco region. The U.S. National Hurricane Center says significant wind and storm surge impacts were occurring Tuesday morning in western Cuba. We were expecting a storm surge upwards of 14 feet on the island, and that is it touching down as a Category 3 storm. It is worth reminding you all that Hurricane Ian is going to continue to intensify as it inches closer to the Florida coast, and we are expecting it to intensify into what would be a catastrophic Category 4 hurricane. The Hurricane Center says there's a 100% chance of damaging tropical storm force winds and water along Florida's west coast, and that is a message that we've been also hearing from the Fox 13 Tampa meteorologist and storm team. At this point, it is not a matter of if this storm will impact Florida's west coast. The question now is, how direct will this impact be, and to which portion of the Florida west coast will this eye ultimately hit? We are now monitoring a storm that does appear to be gearing up to make a direct impact in Tampa Bay, Florida, which would obviously have devastating implications on that coastal community. It would also be the first hurricane in nearly 100 years, nearly a century, to impact this portion of the state. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has officially already declared a state of emergency. He did so on Saturday across all 67 counties because, as you are seeing with the larger box on your screens, this is a massive system. Even if the eye does not come directly at your region of Florida, those outer bands are going to affect the entire state. We are seeing massive evacuations underway in the western coastal cities of Florida. We're also seeing them head east towards areas such as Orlando. We're seeing flight delays, obviously, across the state as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian and the impacts it is set to have. Some of the preparations are fully underway, and we are monitoring those along with our Fox 13 Tampa teams and also our Fox Orlando teams. We do want to touch base with our Fox News correspondent, Jackie Ibanez, who does report on some of those preparations underway by the people of Florida. So let's listen in here.
Hurricane Ian pummeled western Cuba Monday night on its way to Florida. Thousands of people were evacuated in advance of the storm.
The government came early and helped us get our things out. They are providing us with transportation and what we need.
Ian is expected to gain strength over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters. It will then move closer to the Florida coast and threaten the Tampa Bay area with a storm surge of up to 10 feet. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of rain could fall and flood coastal communities.
A tropical storm that we had last year, the water came up to my back door. So I'm assuming this one is probably going to come in my house.
People have been lining up at gas stations and grocery stores to fill up on fuel and other supplies. While Ian's path could change, residents along the coast say they would rather over-prepare.
Preparations underway in Florida, and we do want to send you out to our Fox Tampa team coverage as they are continuing to monitor the latest updates coming down from the National Hurricane Center. We are learning that as per this next update, Hurricane Ian is still a Category 3 storm with winds at 125 miles per hour, so that has not changed. We are getting an update on the path of the storm. The cone has slightly shifted. Let's listen in there.
eye, or the center, if you will, of Ian came on shore just a few hours ago in Cuba. It's about to go back offshore again. That's how little time it has spent over land. And based on the 8 a.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center, it didn't weaken one bit. So as it moves offshore with its winds of 125 miles per hour, expect those to dramatically increase, I think, as the day moves along, moving into an area very favorable for intensification. So you look at the satellite picture, very nice structure. You see the eye holding together as it's about, or at least the northern eye wall is about to move back out into the southeastern Gulf. The only change that was made from overnight in through this morning is that the projected landfall along the west coast of Florida shifted south a few dozen miles. The problem is with a storm of this size and the fact that it's going to be moving as slow as it is, maybe 4, 5, 6 miles per hour as it approaches the area, the cumulative impacts of the wind and the rain are still going to be dramatic. The only thing it's really going to change if it makes landfall, say, near Sarasota versus Tampa Bay, will be who gets the highest winds and the highest storm surge. So that's something we're going to have to watch minute by minute, hour by hour. But in terms of where the storm is going to make its way on shore, overall, we're still looking at 10 to 15 inches of rain along the coast, 10 inches of rain inland, and tropical storm force winds for a couple of days, Mariah, along the coast, and hurricane force winds for a long time as well. We're going to talk more about this coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to go through county by county, give you an idea of what you can expect, but understand even the numbers I'm going to give to you in a few minutes are going to continue to be tweaked over the next 24 hours. All right?
Been giving out great information all morning. Thank you, Dave. Let's take a live look at the Howard Franklin Bridge before I give you a crash update on Dale Mabry. Traffic is moving just fine across the bay. We're looking toward the east here. Most traffic is heading east out of Pinellas this morning, but I don't see any delays crossing the bay. I do have the delay here, though. Crash on Dale Mabry. I do see delays northbound and southbound. This is reported at Mapledale Boulevard, just north of Bears. Some of that eastbound traffic is definitely starting to add up on I-4. It looks like the slowest eastbound route to get out of eastern Hillsborough County. State Road 60 is just fine. 574 is okay. US 92 is also up to speed this morning. But the major delays, you head east inland away from the water this morning, is going to be passing Highway 27. And this is pretty typical, pretty daily delays here passing this exit. It just seems to get tied up right here. So right now, I'm budgeting about 10 to 15 minutes worth of a slowdown just to make it eastbound past that exit.
All right, Mariah, thank you. Hernando County Emergency Management is providing an update now to discuss some of the measures being taken there due to Hurricane Ian right now in Brooksville. Let's listen into that.
Potential of the storm surge in this area, for some houses that be inundated, and also for the ability for us not to be able to get to you. But your house might be elevated high enough for Hernando Beach to overcome an 8-foot storm surge. The roadways will not. And so we will not have access to anything on the west side of the community after the rains and the storm surge comes up until that water recedes. And we don't know how long that'll be, but it'll definitely be, there'll be a 24-hour period at least that we will not have access across some of the roadways to going to Hernando Beach, Pine Island, and Arrow Peak area of our community. And so we mandatory request everyone that's west of 19 to seek shelter elsewhere. We request that you seek shelter, with family or friends, or if necessary, evacuate the area to find a hotel out of the area, out of the wind area, storm event area, to find a place to stay safe for a couple of days until we get the access back and then the power restored also to this community in the near future. With that, not only are people on west of 19, throughout the community, anybody that lives in manufactured homes or an RV community, RVs, we strongly consider, you can consider whether or not your manufactured home and RV can withstand the increased amount of winds for a long duration. While we're going to have some gusts that go tropical force winds and up to some 89, 90 mile per hour gusts or potential to come through our community, it is going to be a very slow, long event, and so it's going to be sustained for a couple days here. And so those structures might or might not be able to withstand this storm event. So we consider you to look to also to seek shelter, obviously with family and friends or elsewhere, or at one of our public shelters. And again, also definitely anybody that's had any low-lying areas, if your house or your area has been inundated before with a tropical storm or a rain event that's had significant flooding issues at your house or concerns, this will occur again. And so we recommend that you definitely seek shelter all the way. So we're so starting at 9 o'clock today, there will be a mandatory evacuation for everyone west of 19 in Hernando County, and also low-lying areas, manufactured houses, and RVs within Hernando County for your safety, and so that we can get you through this storm event carefully. So with that, as we recommend again, you seek shelter on your own. If not, if unnecessary, you can't find that. We are opening 3 shelters immediately this morning at 9 a.m. Those are at the Challenger K-8 school, which is on Elgin Boulevard. We have the Explorer K-8 school on Northcliffe Boulevard, and the Mining Association Enrichment Center, that's in the city of Brooksville, and Grubbs Boulevard, right there at the entry to the quarry. So these shelters are available for you and your pets to bring. And so as the population increases, we have more shelters on standby to open as necessary. We will have capacity for everyone as necessary in Hernando County for a shelter. Also, today, the county government's closed and the school system is closed. Want to make preparations for these shelters being open, and also to allow the ease of everything else in the community for you to make all these arrangements at your houses, and also to evacuate. And as the government being closed and the schools closed takes a lot of activity off the roadways, we can definitely get evacuations done faster. But we do have sandbags available today. And actually 4 locations throughout the whole community. Linda Pedersen Park out on Shoreline area in Hernando Beach. Anderson Snow Park in the middle of the community on Anderson Snow Boulevard. On the east side of the community, Ridge Mantle Community Center, there's sand available. And our friends at the city of Brooksville, the city of Brooksville's DPW building also has sand available for everybody in the city of Brooksville and that surrounding area there. Our friends on the east side of the county, definitely the Withlacoochee River is already at an action stage based on the past rain events that we've been dealing with every day for the last 2 weeks. The Green Swamp and the Withlacoochee River are already at a high level. This rain event will cause a minor action of flooding on the Withlacoochee River here, but that'll be a more prolonged event that'll occur into next week. So we'll be making preparations for everybody on the east side. Not only a rain event, but you have a little flooding event on the east side next week from the Withlacoochee River. So those people that have been inundated the Withlacoochee River, please make preparations now for next week. Again, Hernando County, as the storm continues to make changes, and every update from the Weather Service, the track of the storm changes, and the current track, while there's some potential less damages here in Hernando County, as the track continues to look south of us now, I will tell you as we continue to move forward that the slowness of that storm event will cause an increased duration event here, with higher level winds and higher level rain in Hernando County. So we wish everyone to stay safe, make preparations, and if you're one of these mandatory zone areas, or if you live in a low-lying area or mobile home, please consider leaving your residences for safety during the next event. With that, thank you.
And we've just been listening into the Hernando County EOC director talking about the mandatory evacuation orders, particularly for folks that live west of 19, all along that coastal area, all along the Withlacoochee if you're further inland. And he says that maybe your house may be accessible, but the roads will not be. So do not plan to get back immediately.
Okay. All right, now let's get to the latest on evacuation. Tens of thousands of residents across the Bay Area are under mandatory evacuation orders right now.
In Hillsborough, residents in Zone A should leave, and officials are recommending that residents in Zone B evacuate as well. For Pinellas County, Zones A, B, and C are all under evacuation orders. And right now, access to barrier islands has been cut off to non-residents or to business owners. We've heard Elizabeth Fry talk about that. To Pasco County, Sarasota, Manatee, Hernando counties. As we just heard, everyone in Zone A needs to get out. And let's get over to Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry, who's at one of those barrier islands right near Bel Air Bluffs, where the restrictions are already underway. Liz, good morning.
Good morning, Laura. Yeah, we're actually right on the other side of that bridge because, you know, with these restrictions now in place, we actually can't access it ourselves, but they are just restricting it to only residents and business owners who can access these barrier islands as they shut it down to all other traffic, encouraging people to heed these mandatory evacuation warnings. They say these areas will be very susceptible to the effects of Hurricane Ian once it does roll through, so they do not want anyone hanging out on these barrier islands when the storm comes through. So they shut those down at about 7 o'clock this morning, also shutting down starting mandatory evacuations as well for zones B and zone C. They say this is because all of Pinellas County is going to feel the effects of this storm. They say now is not the time to try and chance this, and that is why they moved zones B and zones C into mandatory evacuations as well this morning. Now at 7 o'clock, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, they blocked the entrances to those barrier islands, like I mentioned. So this includes places like Honeymoon Island, Indian Rocks Beach, Clearwater, Madeira Beach. They say that these are some of the areas that could be most affected by the storm surge. So unless you can prove that you live or work in the area, they don't want anyone coming through there. Officials say they are taking this very serious, even beginning to evacuate hospitals yesterday.
I've never experienced a hurricane before, so I've been in Florida for about 3 years, so this is my first time. A little stressful to think about, but we're going to just do what we do every day, and that's to take care of the patients.
But these are patients of all conditions. It could be surgery, it could be cardiac, pulmonary, sepsis, or others requiring conditions that includes our ICU, our medical, our surgical, and our inpatient rehab floors.
Now, hospitals and healthcare facilities in zones A, B, and C were told to get patients to safety yesterday. Those locations under mandatory evacuations, as well as hundreds of medical evacuations took place. Some patients even getting airlifted to medical facilities that are outside of the storm's path. Now, again, just to reiterate, zones A, B, and C are now under mandatory evacuation orders here in Pinellas County. You are also not able to access any of those barrier islands. Really, if you don't have reason to be in Pinellas County, there is no reason for you to be here. Even if your home is here, again, officials saying get out. Now is not the time to doubt these warnings or to not listen to them. Again, if you need someplace to go, there are shelters available all throughout the Bay Area. But again, officials are saying that evacuation only means driving outside of that evacuation zone, not necessarily clogging the highways and leaving the state. So be smart, but definitely heed those warnings this morning.
It's true. And, you know, we heard from the Sheriff Bongaltieri talking about these mandatory evacuation orders. And if you don't do it, when you call for help, they will not come. He made that clear right out of the gate. Okay. All right, Elizabeth, thank you. All right, and if you've seen the empty shelves looking for bottled water, here is a simple idea for you. And the city of Tampa shared this post. Just fill up your containers with tap water at home. Use spare water bottles, pitchers, jugs, anything that can hold water. FEMA is recommending 1 gallon per person per day and to have enough for several days.
Well, still to come, local airports are getting ready to shut down.
Walter is at Tampa International for us this morning as the travelers start to hop on final flights out of Ian's path. And we're getting a new look at the Hurricane Ian from above.
All right, everyone, welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. What you were just watching was our coverage with our Fox 13 Tampa team. We do have 2 different teams that are over in Florida, different parts of the state. Fox 13 Tampa giving us that extensive coverage as they are right now in essentially the bullseye for where Hurricane Ian is expected to make landfall in just a few days here. We are tracking this very closely. Gabrielle Amato was here for several hours just now as your host. I've just taken over, but did want to reiterate that the 8 a.m. update does show no change in wind speed for Hurricane Ian, still showing up there with winds of 125 miles per hour. Category 4 would be 130 miles per hour, so very close. We're talking a high-end Category 3 major hurricane. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll be right back with more of our extensive coverage of Hurricane Ian as we do watch it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I will be your host for the next several hours to bring you all of the latest information, especially when it comes to Hurricane Ian. This is our extended coverage on Live Now from Fox. Hurricane Ian, a strong Category 3 storm with winds of 125 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center does say the storm expected to rapidly intensify now. 130 miles per hour would make it a Category 4 storm. Either way, already considered a very powerful major hurricane. The storm did make landfall in western Cuba around 4:30 this morning Eastern Time. That landfall in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province. An estimated 50,000 people were ordered to evacuate from that area alone ahead of the storm, with more than 50 shelters set up. The National Hurricane Center does expect the island's west coast could see as much as 14 feet of storm surge. Once the storm does pass over Cuba, it's expected to strengthen, reaching Florida as early as Wednesday as a Category 4 storm with winds of 140 miles per hour. That latest trajectory does show landfall around the area of Tampa, Florida in the coming days, possibly Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But the effects, strong winds and heavy rain, will be felt much, much sooner than that. The National Hurricane Center does say the Tampa Bay area could see storm surge of up to 10 feet with as much as 15 inches of rain possible locally. Due to that potential and likelihood, Florida's west coast now under a storm surge warning. This is the first direct hit by a major hurricane for the Tampa area since more than 100 years ago, back in 1921. As many as 300,000 people may be evacuated from a low-lying area there in Hillsborough County, which is where Tampa is located. There are some mandatory evacuation orders as well as some voluntary ones, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared a state of emergency for the entire state. That happened over the weekend, but does remain in effect. The declaration makes resources available, freeing up funds for emergency protective measures. DeSantis is expected to provide an update on the situation here in a news briefing that is set for 9 a.m. Eastern Time, so about 40 minutes from now. You can watch that live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have our Fox weather teams that are reporting from all over the area here in Florida. I do want to take you out to the latest report here that has been filed by just one of them, Jackie Ibanez.
Pummeled western Cuba Monday night on its way to Florida. Thousands of people were evacuated in advance of the storm.
The government came early and helped us get our things out. They are providing us with transportation and what we need.
Ian is expected to gain strength over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters. It will then move closer to the Florida coast and threaten the Tampa Bay area with a storm surge of up to 10 feet. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of rain could fall and flood coastal communities.
A tropical storm that we had last year, the water came up to my back door. So I'm assuming this one is probably going to come in my house.
People have been lining up at gas stations and grocery stores to fill up on fuel and other supplies. While Ian's path could change, residents along the coast say they would rather over-prepare.
Anything and everything, water, getting as much sand as we can, just helping the community out.
Governor Ron DeSantis declared a statewide emergency in advance of the storm. Thousands of Florida National Guard troops have been mobilized, and others are on standby in nearby states. Officials in Georgia are making preparations for Florida evacuees.
We've identified shelters and those types of things in our most southernmost counties so that we can pre-position people and supplies and resources.
President Biden declared an emergency ahead of Ian's arrival to help coordinate relief efforts. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you so much for that report. And we are checking in with our Fox weather teams around the clock here. I can tell you that we are expecting to speak with them a bit later on this morning. Nicole Valdez is over in, I believe, the Fort Myers area. We are expecting to speak with her, it appears, in about 20 minutes or so. You can join us here on Live Now from Fox as she does report on the latest situation over there. What you are looking at right now is a look at Ian from the International Space Station. A very interesting situation here. As you can see, the eye, if you kind of zoom in, you can see the cloud formations. That video here coming in from NASA via Storyful, but again, that is a live look there at Hurricane Ian. I do want to send you over to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They are in their full breakdown of weather, so let's listen in to that newscast there.
Taking off.
Skybox Traffic is sponsored by Glass Doctor. A rock will always find a new windshield. Don't just...
All right, so we actually just missed that there, but again, you are taking a live look here at the radar where you can see Hurricane Ian. We did get that update from the National Hurricane Center about 22 minutes ago, the 8 a.m. Eastern update, where they said the wind speeds have not changed. They are still at 125 miles per hour. We know that the threshold for a Category 4 is 130 miles per hour. We do expect that as the storm makes its way away from Cuba into the Gulf of Mexico, that it will strengthen. It does appear, according to the National Weather Service, that it will become a Category 4 at some point today. And then the current track does show that it would make landfall over in Tampa, Florida. That is why we are still checking in with our Tampa team to kind of get an update on everything over in that part of the state, because they're preparing. This is going to be the first time in more than 100 years that they have seen a storm of this magnitude. Something else that's going on right now, Tampa is actually canceling flights at Tampa International Airport. They will have the entire airport closed down around 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time today. So if you are at some point heading to the airport there in Tampa, you will want to check your flight ahead of time. It is very likely there will be a lot of cancellations and quite a few delays. Taking a look here at just some of the video that is coming into our Live Now from Fox Newsroom via our friends over at Storyful. Daniel Edsmo providing this video of those intense clouds that they are seeing over in Key West, Florida. If you look over at the radar that we've been showing you all throughout the morning, you can see that the outer bands have now gone through, have started to go through areas like Miami into possibly central Florida at this point. Let me take you back to that view to give you a better look. But obviously we're talking about a pretty large storm here with Hurricane Ian. So regardless of where the storm does make landfall, likely in Tampa, Florida, you will feel the effects in a lot of different parts of the state. Again, you can see on the radar, you're already seeing those outer bands enter into South Florida, places like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach. I do know that the rain has started there. There's already reports of some flooding in that area. So we do have those teams, as I mentioned, all over the country, and many of them focused in Florida right now. Fox Weather's Will Nunley filing this report with the latest information on those preparations.
Floridians are racing to prepare as forecasters warn Hurricane Ian is intensifying as it heads towards Cuba. Early Monday, the storm blew through the Cayman Islands, causing only minor damage. That won't be the case in Florida, where Ian is expected to make landfall later this week as a possible Category 4 hurricane.
We will see on the Gulf Coast of Florida heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, and perhaps isolated tornado activity.
In Hillsborough County, as many as 300,000 people could be forced to evacuate from low-lying areas. Officials warning storm surges could reach up to 10 feet high, causing massive flooding. Ian's possible devastating damage leading people to stock up on basic supplies over the weekend. Some gas pumps ran dry and store shelves laying empty Monday as folks bought up food, gas, and water.
We want to make sure we have at least 7 days of supplies. We want to make sure that we're checking our plans.
The governor suspended tolls around the Tampa Bay area and mobilized nearly 5,000 National Guard troops to help with possible storm damage. FEMA has also been deployed to help following an emergency declaration from the president.
FEMA has pre-positioned supplies at strategic locations in Florida and also Alabama. That includes generators, millions of meals, and millions of liters of water. FEMA also has staff on the ground supporting planning and preparation efforts.
Hurricane Ian is expected to make landfall near Tampa and St. Petersburg. This would be the first time since 1921 that either of these cities has seen a storm of this magnitude. In Clearwater, Florida, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
All right, Will, thank you so much. And as I mentioned, we will speak with Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez coming up here in about 15 minutes. So stay with us for a live report from Southwest Florida along the Gulf Coast, as we do expect to see the winds start to pick up. It's likely already raining in that area. She will give us that live report with the latest information. What you are looking at right now is a view from Cuba. This video coming in from one of the affiliates that we do have over there, showing preparations that are underway in that area. We have learned that they could potentially see storm surge of as much as 14 feet. The National Hurricane Center providing that update here, saying that the island's west coast could see all of that storm surge. Once the storm does pass over Cuba, it is expected to strengthen, reaching Florida as early as tomorrow as a Category 4 storm with winds of 140 miles per hour. That latest trajectory shows landfall around the area of Tampa, Florida in the coming days, possibly Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But the effects, strong winds and heavy rain, are going to be felt much, much sooner than that. Another live look here showing the actual storm itself. As I've mentioned, it is a large storm there, and it does look like you're seeing the outer bands that are already not just hitting southern Florida there, but central Florida as well. It appears that it may potentially weaken just a little bit as it does make landfall there in western Cuba. But once it gets back there into the warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, it's anybody's guess how strong it will be. But the National Weather Service does predict that it should actually increase to about a Category 4 storm before it does make landfall there in Tampa, Florida. Keeping an eye on all of our feeds here. We are looking at Fox 13 Tampa and Fox 35 Orlando. We're going to continue to dip into their coverage as we see them go into that coverage here. I do want to take you to some of the other reports here from our Fox 13 Tampa team. They are covering this from each and every angle. And Live Now from Fox is kind of a culmination of all of those local affiliates. So thanks to them, we are able to get a closer look at the situation specifically in these areas. So Fox 13 filing this report with the latest information about evacuations as so many people try to get out of the Tampa area, heading east, north, wherever they can go.
Once they're boarded up,
we're just putting some boards on the windows.
And after the hurricane shutters are in place,
we're just trying to prepare our home and get it ready.
They're packing up and hitting the road.
We've been here almost 40 years, so, you know, we've ran from them before.
This time, Rodney Keller and his wife are running from Hurricane Ian. And just like he's done so many times before, Rodney packed up his RV and evacuated his South Tampa home.
Our only option was to just get in the motorhome and just go somewhere for now, you know, get away from the storm surge.
Other soon-to-be evacuees don't have nearly as much experience as the Kellers.
It's concerning. This is my first hurricane.
But with the potential punch Ian is packing, Mike Tallarico isn't waiting around to see what it's like. He's getting ready to evacuate, and so is Chris Mitchell a few blocks away.
Because if you don't, they can't come to you.
We've got offers north and south of here, so we're just going to see where they're forecasting the least amount of wind and damage.
Hillsborough emergency managers are urging everyone to take evacuation orders as seriously as Rodney, Chris, and Mike are, and don't rely on shelters unless it's necessary.
If you can, please ask someone you know who lives at least 20 miles inland if you can seek shelter in their home.
And maybe listen to neighbors like Rodney, who may have lost track of the number of hurricanes they've survived, but they'll never forget the danger.
Being caught out on the road in the motorhome is scarier to me than riding it out in my house, but you know, what can you do? You know, if the storm surge comes up, it's not going to do us any good here, that's for sure.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that information. The radar we are going to show you every few seconds here. We want to make sure you do have the latest information about exactly what is going on with this storm. As of the 8 a.m. update that we got just over half an hour ago, we know that Ian is still a major storm there, a Category 3 with winds of 125 miles per hour. So we are checking in with our Fox 13 Tampa team around the clock to get the latest updates from them. They are covering this around the clock, so I do want to check in to see what they have right now. It looks like they are looking at some of the video that has come in from different people who are watching this. This is actually video that they have up right now that does appear to be showing Ian from a hurricane hunter's camera there. So let's take a look at that.
I was just setting him up.
There are a million other things in this world that I would do before I would get in that plane. You know me.
No.
Yeah. I don't like turbulence, and that flight is all turbulence. Okay. Let's get into this. So here's Hurricane Ian, Category 3 hurricane, winds of 125 miles per hour. Yes, it did strengthen overnight, and it's been barreling through Cuba with 125 mile per hour winds. It's getting ready to move back out over the water. In fact, the northern eye wall is in the Gulf of Mexico now. See it? This is the Gulf of Mexico, folks. Technically, southeasterly Gulf of Mexico. So now that it's back out over the water, it's going to continue to intensify. And I would expect by 11 o'clock, and then by 5 o'clock, you're looking at a pretty formidable storm heading northward as we speak. But look at some of the rain bands, raining heavily from Key West all the way up through Miami. And there hasn't been a huge northward expansion of the rain yet in central Florida, but we've had a few sprinkles, a couple of light showers. Today's going to be a cloudy day, and if you have any sunshine, say bye-bye to it later as the clouds kind of roll in and the showers will follow. With it, right now, because of course it made landfall, you're looking at these 15-foot seas kind of around the center. Watch as this propagates outward. In maybe 12 hours or so, you're going to start to see these 20, 30, maybe 40-foot seas develop with this. What that is, that all that water is just being pushed by those winds. And again, it's a big storm. The bigger the storm, the more energy it can provide. This is not a real small storm. So all that energy has got to go somewhere. And again, yes, the waves will propagate outward, but this is the beginning of that, creating that storm surge that we've been talking about. Wow, look at that band of rain getting ready to go into the Keys. That's a whopper, folks, as this all moves north at about 12 miles per hour. The only real change overnight was that fact that they kind of moved the landfall a few dozen miles. Here's the problem. When the storm gets up in central Florida or near central Florida, first of all, it can be anywhere in this cone, anywhere. The cone is small, so the chances of us having zero impact, it's not going to happen. We're getting impacted, folks. But a landfall on the eastern side of that cone is a big difference. We know that. But it's also going to continue to drift toward the north-northeast with time. And with the upper level winds being really light, you're going to watch these models just kind of all over the place. They don't really know what to do because there's not going to be a huge steering flow. The problem with that is the rainfall that's going to come down, given the fact the storm is slowing down. We're all getting tropical storm force winds, and it's going to start tomorrow morning. So your preparations to continue today. I don't have a specific timeline you have to be done by, but be done by tonight, okay? Because by tomorrow is when everything's going to start. The chance of hurricane force winds, again, mainly along the coast, you're what, 60 to almost 70% chance of that happening as this storm works its way to the northeast. So that's why we have the hurricane warnings out for Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota. Tropical storm warnings out. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands. As this storm makes landfall, even if it's south of Tampa Bay, don't be surprised, Polk County, Hardy County, if you don't get a hurricane force wind gust. That would not surprise me, given the track of the storm. It's just going to be a slow process. And the problem with that is you're building all that water up, and it's got to go somewhere, and it's going to go along the coast, maybe 5 to 10 feet for the storm surge. So for Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee, tomorrow at the latest by midday, we're reaching those tropical storm force winds. And on the coast, the hurricane force winds late Wednesday, early Thursday. Rainfall amounts 10 to 15 inches, isolated, 20 inches of rain. That will be closer to the coast. Okay, so if you're watching, let's say in Plant City, not that you couldn't get that, but when I'm thinking isolated 20 or more, it's a little bit to your west. That is going to cause significant freshwater flooding. because at the same time, you're going to have a storm surge. Whether it's 5 feet, 10 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet, doesn't make a difference because the water's not going to be able to drain out. And that's where I'm really concerned about that, is all that water has nowhere to go. All that rainfall has nowhere to go. For Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus, winds reach tropical storm strength sometime later in the afternoon tomorrow. You're under a tropical storm warning, 5 to 10 inches of rain, maybe a storm surge of 5 to 8 feet. And inland locations, which includes Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County, winds reach tropical storm strength by Wednesday afternoon. At the latest, 5 to 10 inches of water, freshwater flooding is expected, and isolated tornadoes. We will continue to tweak these last 3 boards, the most important ones, what you can expect. We'll tweak those throughout the day, and we'll have more coming up in just a little bit.
Hey, thank you, Dave. I do want to get right to our Skyfox shot because Pinellas drivers, it has started. The cones are now up. Access to the beaches and the barrier islands is starting to shut down. You can see the cones. You can see they have the tents up. They are parked. Outgoing traffic only. So Skyfox right now flying near the Tom Stewart Causeway near Madeira Beach here. Our Elizabeth Fry has been tracking this story all morning long for us. She's going to have those details later on. But just so you know, it has started.
Okay. All right, Mariah, thank you. Emergency officials are urging residents to take this storm seriously.
Hillsborough residents living in Zone A already, you're under mandatory evacuations, while emergency shelters are open and ready for people needing a place to stay. Let's get to Kelly Cowan. She's live for us and has more safety information we need to be hearing about right now. Is this still behind you, sandbags? Is this what's still going on behind you?
Oh, it's everywhere for sandbags. So just to give you an idea of the line, they have opened. They opened early just because of how many people were waiting in line, but it stretches all the way back this way, all the way around this park, wraps all the way down for several blocks here. So a lot of people in line this morning, the first arriving at 5 a.m. that we spoke to, and they're there because so many people were waiting for upwards of 4 or 5 hours yesterday just to get sandbags. So the line is moving. It's just moving pretty slowly, and a lot of people are obviously trying to make these last-minute preps right now. Here in Hillsborough County, there are 3 sites that are open today for sandbags. There are also 3 city-run sites in the city of Tampa where you can get sandbags today. Now, the county-run sites have already announced that they will be closing early at 2 o'clock today. We don't have an update just yet on when the city sites are expecting to close. We know yesterday they ended up staying open for an additional 2 hours just to help everybody out who needed sand. But no matter where you're going in our viewing area for sandbags today, if you're going out there, keep an eye on the social media accounts of cities and counties. So wherever you are, that's whose social media account you need to be following if you want the most recent updates on the sandbag locations. Because if they do have to close early, as we saw some locations having to do yesterday, that's where they're going to make those announcements. So you'll get those announcements as soon as possible, and you can just, well, get out of line and at least save yourself some time and stress. Right now, as we've said, evacuation orders in place in Hillsborough County for A, voluntary evacuation orders in place for Zone B, but those are the areas that are most vulnerable to storm surge. And with significant storm surge predicted, emergency officials are warning everyone in Zone A and in the flood-prone low-lying areas to seek shelter elsewhere. So your best bet, that's going to be staying further inland with a friend or a relative or in a hotel, but just know that the shelters are also open as well. And there are several pet-friendly shelters and special needs shelters as well. So if you are planning to head to a shelter, be sure to pack what you're going to need for a couple of days. So if you're going there without a pet, that's going to mean bedding. That's going to mean snacks and water and clothing, any medications you may need. If you're going with a pet, make sure you're bringing food for that pet. Also important, if you are planning to ride out the storm in a shelter, get checked in as soon as possible. Don't wait until the storm is bearing down. We know some shelters end up full. They might have to send you somewhere else, so make sure you're checking in so that you are situated as soon as you can be. Sites like this one, this sandbag site, they are not for walk-ups. They are drive-up only. That's important because we're seeing a lot of people just trying to throw their car wherever they can. It's a little bit chaotic out here, although we do have TPD on scene trying to keep things running as smoothly as possible. But just know, if you come here, you see the line, you're thinking you might have a sneaky way around it, they will not allow you to just walk right up and grab sandbags. So there's a line, it's orderly, so make sure you are following the rules.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned at the number of people. It looks like, it reminds me of when we were first starting to get our COVID shots. You know, that's the way that line looks right now.
I am having some flashbacks. That's right. And the sites are the same, so there's that as well.
Oh, there's that. Then there's that. All right. Hey, we'll talk later. Thanks.
Okay. All right. We want to get the latest now from Manatee County. Starting today, there is a voluntary evacuation for residents in Zone B. Joining us now is Steve Lichauer, who is the director from Manatee County Emergency Operations. Steve, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I appreciate your time this morning. I know things are busy. So what is your main message to the residents this morning? We noticed this track is kind of moving a little bit. It shifted some, and this is unprecedented for the area.
Yes, it is. So, number one, we want the residents to take this very serious. As you just said, this is a serious storm. This is something that we have not seen in decades and decades. Let me make a new announcement. Manatee County, effective immediately, is under mandatory evacuations for level A and B. I'll repeat, mandatory evacuations, level A and B, and now recommended level C. So with those said, we opened 2 additional shelters. We are now up to 16 general shelters and 1 special needs shelter. And we're moving on getting people in those shelters as we speak. So I want the residents to take this very seriously, listen to our advice, adhere to our evacuation orders, stay tuned to your channel and others for the most updated. But this storm is coming towards us. You should have your plan already in place. You should now be putting your plan in place.
So Dave is saying that the storm surge should be anywhere between 5 and 10 feet. If this hits this particular area, what does that look like for some of those the western part of the county?
Well, the data we're getting is actually worst case scenario, worse than that, 13 or more feet across Anna Maria Island and Longboat Key.
Yeah.
But as you know, that data changes by the hour. So whether it's 5 feet or 18 feet, that is the height of most human beings or more. Whether it's that low number or the high number, that's going to do major damage.
Yeah.
Our reports are showing now Category 3. And with the storm slowing down, as y'all been reporting, that means we're getting more rain, more surge for a longer period of time.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to hover for somewhere between 24 and 36 hours. Steve, we got to leave it there. We're out of time, but I appreciate you being with us, and we will definitely be checking in with you regularly to make sure we've got the latest.
All right. Thank you for the coverage of Manatee County.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You guys stay safe. All right, stay with us. Coming up next, storm anxiety. A lot of us are getting anxious as we wait for the hurricane to arrive. We've got Clara Reynolds with the Crisis Center joining us. This is coming up next on ways to calm some of our fears, because we're all kind of feeling it. We'll be right back.
If you are a senior and have trouble understanding speech clearly, it could be more.
All right, everyone, thank you so much. What you were watching right there was our Fox 13 Tampa team's coverage on the latest about Hurricane Ian. We do know now that the storm is a powerful Category 3 storm there with 125 mile per hour winds. The threshold for a Category 4 is 130 miles per hour, so not too far off there, unfortunately, as we do see the storm has made landfall in western Cuba. Now it will go into the Gulf of Mexico and likely strengthen quite a bit before it does go to possibly Tampa, Florida. All right, I do want to actually head over to Tampa right now because we have Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. She is live for us and has an update on everything going on out there. Nicole, thank you so much for being here with us.
Josh, good morning. We just heard from Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody not too long ago. Her quote, dire. She says this is the storm we all have feared, and she's really focusing on the potentially dangerous, if not catastrophic, storm surge we are expecting to see all across Tampa Bay. We are talking anywhere from 5 to 15 feet of storm surge anywhere along the water like you see here behind me. I'll tell you this, we're not sure whether where I'm standing right now will be over water or underwater in the next 24 to 36 hours. That is how dangerous the storm surge from Hurricane Ian could be for this area. And it's why we are hearing this message really being hit home for the residents of Tampa Bay who are now under mandatory evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of people in 6 counties all across the Gulf Coast of Florida. We're talking Pinellas County, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, Charlotte, and we're hearing that those evacuation orders are now extending even further south. Now, I will say Florida Attorney General also mentioned one of their biggest challenges as we look at the approach of Hurricane Ian, and that has truly been convincing Floridians that they do, in fact, need to evacuate. This is not a storm to take lightly. This is absolutely something that they need to be moving and getting done here sooner rather than later. And she mentioned that it doesn't matter how long you've lived in the state of Florida. It doesn't matter how many storms you may have already gone through in your lifetime here in the Sunshine State. This is one that you need to get moving on now. And thankfully, we've seen people taking action and responding to that. We're seeing, unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, I think this is a good sign that people are getting out to the grocery store now. They're getting what they need, their water, their batteries, their medicine, anything to last them potentially 4 or 5 days outside of their homes. Because again, you don't want to be here when those floodwaters really start to rise, because that could happen quickly. But we're also seeing people board up their homes, put those sandbags outside, trying to protect what they do have to hopefully not have as much damage that they're going to come home to, Josh. So really, it's focusing now on getting people out and knowing where to go, whether that means moving somewhere inland, maybe even 20 miles inland. That's been the suggestion from some emergency officials here in Hillsborough County. And you can stay with a family member, a friend, or you can go to a hotel or a shelter, whatever you have access to that will keep you and your family safe. That is the priority today, Josh. That's what people are really hoping that they start to see continue to happen over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, Nicole, thank you so much. So the real question here, we know that we're seeing some of the outer bands have gone through the very southern part of Florida, talking about the Miami area where they're dealing with a little bit of flooding there. What are you seeing as far as the weather goes?
Josh, not much in the way of bad weather for Tampa Bay just yet. You'll notice it is cloudy here, but the rain has not really started to move in. We're expecting that to really start to show signs and impacts maybe some point tomorrow. And that's why we're also hearing of really what could be proactive efforts. For example, the Tampa Electric Company here already having discussions about potentially turning off power for those in the mandatory evacuation zones. Again, we're hoping that those people are not here to be impacted by those outages, but essentially because a lot of the infrastructure for the power is underground here, they want to make sure that's off before we start to see that storm surge, because if not, it could be damaged, if not fried, when that water starts to come onto shore. Now, you have to think about there are still critical resources we need to take into account that need to keep the power on. For example, to my left here, we have Tampa General Hospital. They are not evacuating. They have a different emergency plan when it comes to these hurricanes. They are not a shelter, but they will be keeping their lights on to, of course, treat the patients inside that hospital, even though it is also right by the water and could potentially see some flooding around it. So these are all factors that people are really paying attention to and trying to take advantage of the fact that we're not seeing those impacts just yet to get a move on, get those last minute errands done, get your friends and your family out of this area as quickly as possible.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. Stay safe out there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, time now is 8:50 over on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but coming up in about 10 minutes, we do expect the latest news briefing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We know sometimes he's maybe just a few minutes late, but that is slated to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern time. We're keeping an eye on that feed as well as our Fox 13 Tampa team and their coverage of this incredibly massive storm, now very powerful with wind speeds of 125 miles per hour, just 5 miles per hour from Category 4 status. We are going to step away for that break, but stick with us here as our coverage does continue. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We're approaching that 9 o'clock hour Eastern time, 6 o'clock hour Western time. Right here, I do want to bring you the latest radar that does show Hurricane Ian, now a Category 3 storm, a major storm there, with wind speeds of 125 miles per hour. That was the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, provided a bit earlier on today. Do want to go over some of the latest information here. The National Hurricane Center does say the storm is expected to rapidly intensify. 130 miles per hour would make it a Category 4 storm, talking about the wind speed, of course. Either way, it is already considered to be a major hurricane, and it has people preparing. The storm did make landfall in western Cuba around 4:30 this morning Eastern time. That landfall in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province. An estimated 50,000 people were ordered to evacuate from that specific area ahead of the storm, with more than 50 shelters set up. The National Hurricane Center does expect the island's west coast could see as much as 14 feet of storm surge. Once that storm does pass over Cuba, it's expected to strengthen even more, reaching Florida as early as Wednesday as a Category 4 storm with winds of 140 miles per hour. That latest trajectory does show landfall around the area of Tampa, Florida in the coming days, possibly Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But believe it or not, those effects, strong winds, heavy rain, will be felt much sooner than that. You can actually see in the radar image there that those outer bands have started to make their way into South Florida, talking about areas like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach. But those outer bands will start to reach up toward areas like Tampa. We just spoke before the break with Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez, who did say that the weather still looks nice there in Tampa, but I imagine over the next several hours we will see that weather start to deteriorate. I'm keeping an eye on that feed I was telling you about, where Governor Ron DeSantis will be speaking there in Florida. That's expected to start at 9 o'clock. I have my eye on it, so the second that he does start speaking, we will bring that to you live. Now, the National Hurricane Center does say the Tampa Bay area could see storm surge of up to 10 feet, with as much as 15 inches of rain possible locally. Due to that potential and likelihood, Florida's west coast now under a storm surge warning. This, by the way, the first direct hit by a major hurricane for the Tampa area in more than 100 years. We're talking the last time was 1921. As many as 300,000 people may be evacuated from those low-lying areas in Hillsborough County, Florida, which is where Tampa's located. There are some mandatory evacuation orders in effect, as well as some voluntary ones. You heard Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez talking a little bit about those as well. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis did declare a state of emergency for the entire state over the weekend, and that declaration does make resources available, freeing up funds for emergency protective measures. Again, we are expecting Governor DeSantis to take the stage in about 5 minutes or so to bring us the latest information on Hurricane Ian. He will provide more about evacuation measures, if there are more mandatory evacuations, and just provide us the latest figures as we do see the storm's path now head toward Tampa once again. We know that at the start of the storm, when it was Tropical Depression 9, the trajectory did show landfall in Tampa. Then it started to move a little bit north of that, but the latest one now has gone back down to the Tampa area, showing essentially what appears to be a direct hit. We have spoken with several experts who do say that, a few days out, these can change, and that's why the cone is so large. It's not accounting for the size of the storm, just where the eye could be heading. So our Fox 13 Tampa team, we have been checking in with them all throughout the morning here, and really all throughout the last couple of days as people are getting prepared in that area. I do want to send you over to Fox 13. They did file this report with some information about how people are getting everything together and preparing for this major storm.
Chips, I got some bread.
Shelly Kuhn is prepared. She's one of many who spent Monday at this Publix on Southdale Mabry in Tampa, loading up on hurricane essentials.
My house is in Riverview, and I actually came here because I thought these people might be evacuating and they might not be storing up so much.
Inside, store shelves were completely empty. Some aisles barren, but the checkout line, of course, packed full of customers.
I found lots of vegetables still. Almost all the canned meats were gone. Got some canned tuna and canned chicken.
Packs of bottled water were completely wiped out. Like many stores, Publix too has restrictions, a limit of 224 packs or 4 gallons per customer. Danielle Hoff was one of the lucky ones, snagging this last case of canned water.
Everything's empty. Like anything that you're supposed to have during a hurricane isn't there. No peanut butter, no water. That was the last thing of water. I got really lucky.
If you haven't already, stock up while you still can on what you can still find. Key items to have: water in any form you can find. Also non-perishable foods like canned goods, peanut butter, cereal, granola bars, dried fruits, canned meats, and canned soups.
I'm hoping that maybe if I stop at another store, I can get lucky again. We'll see.
And thank you so much to our Fox 13 Tampa team for providing us with those reports. The great thing about being here at Live Now from Fox is we have all of these affiliates all over the country. And right now we do have Fox 13 Tampa as well as Fox 35 Orlando. They are covering this storm around the clock. So they will be providing those reports for us. And you will notice that at the top of certain hours, we will kind of dip into their programming to see exactly how they're covering it and to check in with their meteorologists to get the latest information. They, of course, are localized to that area, so they know exactly where this storm is headed for them. It does appear that Governor Ron DeSantis has not quite taken the stage just yet, but one thing that we have just received is some live video that does show people who are collecting sandbags there. This is actually a sandbagging site over in Tampa, Florida. Again, the latest trajectory does show that it is likely going to make landfall there in the Tampa area. We have seen that change quite a bit. We do know also that the Tampa airport has said that it will close at 5 p.m. Eastern time tonight. They will not be open during the storm. Several other different organizations, buildings, businesses will obviously be closing as well. If you are over in the Orlando area, we're talking a little more inland here, but we have learned that Disney World and Universal, which are two huge theme parks in this area that could feel the effects of Ian, Disney saying the resort, cabins, and campsites over at Wilderness Lodge will temporarily close Wednesday through Friday. Saratoga Springs and the Polynesian Village Resort will do the same there, and guests with reservations are being contacted. Universal Orlando says park hours will remain unchanged as it monitors the latest developments with Hurricane Ian. The park says visitors with reservations over the next week will not be charged any fees if they choose to cancel or reschedule their plans. So we are seeing not just the effects already taking place in Tampa, Florida, but out a little bit more inland as you talk about Orlando, which is much, much closer there to the Atlantic side. But the storm itself is now heading off of Cuba into the Gulf, where it is expected to intensify to a Category 4 hurricane at some point today. The warm waters there of the Gulf will lead to that. Some gas stations, we're told, that are in the Tampa area are temporarily out of gas. We know that we saw some video from several different areas in Central Florida, including in the Villages. Filling up the tank, obviously a good idea before a hurricane hits, but it's important to remember that the outages here are just temporary. Those will stock back up and they will have gas once again. I can also tell you that Governor Ron DeSantis did say just yesterday that he does not want to see panic buying. He says if you don't need certain things, don't buy them. The example he used was if you don't drink a lot of water, don't go out and buy 20 gallons of water because you don't need all of that, and other people will need that. You have seen video that shows a lot of the shelves are completely empty in several stores like Publix, Target, and other main grocery stores all throughout the Florida area as people are preparing. And it's important to remember that you should prepare for a storm of this size, but make sure that you are not panic buying because everything will be able to get back in stock if there is no panic buying throughout the country. I am keeping an eye over at Ron DeSantis. It is 9:03 over on the East Coast and 6:03 on the West Coast. We are waiting for him to take the stage in his latest address. I believe he did make at least 2 speeches just yesterday, providing updates on the current situation involving evacuations, things of that nature, as far as how many National Guard members are over there, just providing the latest information for us on that. While we do wait, I do want to take a little bit of a closer look at the Saffir-Simpson scale. You're hearing a lot about that when you hear Category 1, Category 2, Category 3. So I want to go over what exactly that means to you at home. A Category 1 has 74 to 95 mile per hour winds, and these storms will have those winds that are considered to be, quote, very dangerous and could cause downed trees as well as damage to homes and power lines. 96 miles per hour to 110 is a Category 2, where cities and towns hit should expect a near total power loss. Category 3, which is considered a major hurricane, has maximum sustained winds of 114 to 129 miles per hour. Category 4, 130 to 156, and we do know that a Category 5 is once they reach higher than that, at 157 or higher. All right, so it looks like our Fox 13 Tampa team is now back in their coverage ahead of Ron DeSantis taking the stage and providing some more information. So I do want to dip into their coverage here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
To talk to deputies here at this checkpoint. Only people that live and work on the other side of this bridge are able to get over. That's because restriction to all barrier islands began at 7 o'clock this morning. So unless you live or work over there, deputies are turning you around, saying you are not going to be able to get to the other side. And like I mentioned, zones B and C here in Pinellas County also went into mandatory evacuation at 7 o'clock this morning, so joining Zone A, which went into mandatory evacuation last night at 6 o'clock with mobile homes. I think Charlie Belcher was just out speaking with Sheriff Bob Gualtieri. He said close to 350,000 people now under mandatory evacuation here in Pinellas County. Officials really asking folks to heed these warnings. We also know that hospital evacuations were underway yesterday from zones A, B, and C here in Pinellas County. Hundreds of evacuations taking place, some patients even getting airlifted to nearby medical facilities that are not in harm's way in the storm's path. So that this morning is, if you are under mandatory evacuation, you need to get out, and you need to get out now. We see those delays stacking up on the roadway in their evacuations, and that's only going to get worse throughout the day. So now is the time to heed these warnings, take advantage of it. If it's still early in the morning, get on the road and get out if you are under mandatory evacuation, because once this storm hits, if you are still in these mandatory evacuation zones, first responders are not going to be able to get to you. They are not going to be risking their lives when you to leave and get to higher ground. So zones A, B, and C here in Pinellas County, get out. Still can, and if you need to head this way, just know that the barrier islands are not accessible. Laura.
Elizabeth Fry, live for us near Bel Air Bluffs. Liz, thank you.
And just a few minutes ago, Manatee County just ordered mandatory evacuations for zones A and B and recommended evacuations for zone C, and that is just the beginning.
So starting at 9 o'clock today, there will be a mandatory evacuation for everyone west of 19 in Hernando County, and also low-lying areas, manufactured houses, and RVs within Hernando County for your safety, and so that we can get you through this storm event carefully.
As you just heard, Hernando County is issuing a mandatory evacuation for everyone west of US 19, low-lying areas, and people living in manufactured homes or RVs. Emergency managers also warned that some residents will be out of power for at least 3 to 5 days. County has opened up 3 shelters. All are pet friendly and will open up as needed. I'm told now we have the governor. Let's get to that right now.
All right, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking now. So let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Key West. It's moving north at 12 miles per hour and is anticipated to exit land in Cuba very soon. It is now a major hurricane, Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Night and into this morning, some of the modeling that has been done is now projecting a landfall south of Tampa Bay. I know we've talked about the cone of uncertainty where the landfall was projected. We had it in North Florida. just a couple days ago. That's consistently been moved more east into the Florida Peninsula. Yesterday evening, there were a lot of solutions bringing it right into Tampa Bay. Now you have a lot of solutions bringing the landfall into the Sarasota area. There's still uncertainty with where that exact landfall will be. But just understand the impacts are going to be far, far broader than just where the eye of the storm happens to make landfall. In some areas, there will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge. And so if you're on Florida's Gulf Coast, from Naples all the way through the Tampa Bay area and some of the counties north of that, that could be something that happens, and it will certainly happen in some parts of Florida's Gulf Coast. Now, I know there's folks in Southwest Florida who remember Hurricane Charlie was projected to make a direct impact into Tampa Bay, and then it turned and went into Southwest Florida. I would just say the track may end up doing something similar, but this is a much different storm. Charlie was a lot smaller. It was powerful. It was a Category 4. Most of the damage from Charlie was from wind and wind destruction. What we have here is really historic storm surge and flooding potential. And so if you're looking at those places in Fort Myers, Charlotte County, Sarasota, the storm surge that you're going to see generated from this is going to far eclipse what we saw there. And so as you look to see what is going on with the local counties, there's evacuation orders that are in place on all these counties from Pasco and Pinellas down to the Fort Myers area. And our recommendation is to heed those evacuation orders. What those evacuation orders are doing is identifying people that live in areas that are vulnerable to major storm surge. And that storm surge can be life-threatening. There's certain things we can protect against in terms of the wind and the structures, and we've got great building codes. But when you have 5 to 10 feet of storm surge, that is not something that you want to be a part of. And Mother Nature is a very fearsome adversary. So please heed those warnings. You do not need to evacuate to another state. You don't need to go hundreds of miles away. There's shelters that are open in all of these counties at this point. The important part of if you're under an evacuation order is evacuate to higher ground that is going to be safe from the type of surge and flooding that we're fearing with this storm. Of course, there's certain Floridians that may live in mobile homes or manufactured housing that would be vulnerable. If you're under an order, of course, you want to be in a structure that is going to be able to withstand some of the hurricane winds. But by and large, we're looking at really, really major storm surge up and down the west coast of Florida. There are people that, of course, are evacuating on different roadways. There has been traffic, but there has not yet been the backups where FDOT and FHP have opened the emergency shoulder lanes. They will do that once sustained speeds are at 40 miles per hour or less. And so when that happens, they will make that call. People will be able to use those, but don't use it until then, because that obviously, carries some risk if people, don't know that that's something that is going on. You also can use things like Gas Buddy to find gas stations in the area that have fuel. And I would note, if you look at these updated tracks that we've been getting this morning, and I think you'll probably see that reflected in the 11 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, you have potential paths of the storm entering Florida's Gulf Coast, cutting across the state and exiting into the Atlantic Ocean. That means some of those counties that are more interior, you could absolutely see power outages. You could see inland flooding. You could see various types of tree and damage from wind. So just be prepared for that. We were here 48 hours ago, and most of the solutions had it going up the coast, the west coast of Florida. Well, now most of them have it ramming into the state of Florida and cutting across. And so just be prepared for that and understand that that's something that could be happening. Visit Florida has partnered with Expedia to launch an emergency accommodations page. Anyone who has been ordered to evacuate can use this page to find available accommodations in other areas of the state by visiting expedia.com/Florida. Again, Expedia.com/Florida. We have about 2.5 million Floridians that are currently under some type of an evacuation order. Make sure you know your evacuation zones, so you can find that at floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. And of course, if you are called upon to evacuate, make sure you take care of your pets. Don't leave your pets behind when you're evacuating. There's pet-friendly shelters. There's things that can be done to take care of pets. We want to make sure. So there is information about planning for your pet at floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. We want to make sure that we're taking care of our friends. To find shelters, again, visit floridadisaster.org/shelters. floridadisaster.org/shelters. Most of these counties are going to have shelters within the county that are in higher ground. The buildings are going to be hurricane proof. They're going to be able to withstand a Category 3 hurricane in terms of the winds, but it's going to put you in a situation where you're not going to be vulnerable to the effects of the storm surge and the effects of the flooding. We have, of course, suspended tolls starting yesterday to assist people who may be moving around the state and following evacuation orders. You can look at those facilities at fdot.gov that list them. We may add more if there's a need to do that as the storm impacts other parts of the state, and we will make that announcement at the appropriate time. We have 26 school districts that have announced school closures, and you may very well have more as the track becomes more certain. If you want the most updated school information, go to fldoe.org/storminfo, fldoe.org/storminfo. We have 5,000 National Guardsmen that are activated. We've got 2,000 additional Guardsmen from other states, and I know Jim's been talking with other states, to help us with even more assets. We do have our urban search and rescue teams activated. We have 3 additional teams on standby ready to deploy. Our FWC has officers placed in every county in anticipation of heavy rains and flooding. And you will see heavy rains in parts of the state that are not necessarily on Florida's Gulf Coast. We also have high water vehicles and shallow draft boats that are ready for immediate deployment to the affected areas. We also have FWC's aviation section placed on standby, and it's ready. All appropriate aircraft are ready for deployment for search and rescue and post-storm damage assessments as needed. FHP has implemented their 12-hour shifts. They've mobilized additional state troopers to the Gulf Coast. And of course, our partners in the U.S. Coast Guard are standing by and are able and willing to assist. We do report today 100% of operating long-term care facilities do have a generator on site. Of course, we have a state of emergency for all 67 counties. We are going to keep that in place. I think if you look at the tracks that have come out this morning, the chance that you have major impacts in Northwest Florida, of course, have declined. But we also understand there's going to be people that are going to be evacuating, and we want to give every county flexibility to help their fellow Floridians. We have issued the waivers of weights for commercial trucks. We want the fuel and the resources continuing to come into the state. We've spoken with our partners there. They're going to keep doing it until it's no longer safe to do so, because they understand how important it is. We do have emergency refills of maintenance prescriptions. Those are authorized for another 30 days. And we now have 28,000 across the state between our investor-owned utilities, our municipal utilities, and our rural electric co-ops. More than 28,000 linemen are staged for power restorations across the state of Florida. And we understand as the storm hits and passes, the need to be able to restore power as soon as possible for as many Floridians as possible. Make sure you're executing your plan. This is imminent. We appreciate everybody in our counties who've worked very hard to execute their plans. Kevin will talk a little bit more about from the DEM perspective, but we've had about 500 requests for assistance from our counties. The state has fulfilled 466. Some others are on the way, and some will be fulfilled. They just can't be fulfilled until the storm actually hits. We mentioned sending medical professionals to Hillsborough County Special Needs Shelters. We sent another 120 to surrounding counties. We do have our logistical staging area in Polk County, and we will have additional staging later today. 300 ambulances supporting special needs evacuations have been deployed. Hundreds of generators and pumps have been staged, primarily in the Tampa area. And of course, pre-landfall food and water has been staged for Tampa Bay region. Now, as the track has moved a little bit more to where you have potentially greater impacts in Southwest Florida. I mean, we knew you were going to get storm surge all along. I mean, it's just the nature of a storm this big. However, Kevin is going to be mobilizing more resources to be able to assist those counties in the southwest portion of the state of Florida. Again, go to floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan to make sure that you have what you need. You know, you still have time today to execute what you need to do. If you're in an evacuation zone, you have time to be able to heed those orders. If you're not, you have time to be able to get whatever supplies that you may need to deal with what's going to happen over the next few days. I would just tell all Floridians who are in the path of this, you know, there's going to be interruptions in things like power. There's going to be interruptions in fuel, maybe interruptions in communications. That is to be expected, so just plan for that. And of course, all these resources are mobilized to try to restore the services as quickly as possible once it's safe to do so. Safety is paramount. When you're talking about storm surge like this, when you're talking about historic flooding, that water is a very, very difficult adversary. You do not want to put yourself in harm's way unnecessarily. So if you're ordered to evacuate, that's a decision based off what we're seeing with this storm, what your local officials are seeing with the storm, and the potential impacts that could have on your part of the state of Florida. And doesn't mean you need to go all across God's creation to evacuate. Just get to the higher ground, get into a safe structure. We have shelters open in all those counties now at the county level, and we would encourage people to do that. Once the storm passes, you could be able to get back in your home. We'll be able to assess whatever damage may have occurred and be able to make the necessary improvements and rebuild. But we can't unring the bell if you stay and you end up getting washed away with a historic storm surge or get caught in really, really significant flooding. So Kevin Guthrie is going to say a few words, and then we're also going to have Jared Perdue from FDOT give an update on the traffic situation.
Thank you, Governor, and good morning. I'm going to start with a bullet point that I actually don't have because it was just sent to me, but the National Hurricane Center is now predicting that landfall will be Venice in 35 hours at 125 miles an hour. So again, Venice in 35 hours at 125 miles an hour, making that a major Category 3 landfalling hurricane. We currently have more, as the governor mentioned, we currently have more than 500 active mission requests from our local partners, and we are working diligently to ensure that all the needs are met. The governor already mentioned that we are starting to move additional contract staff and additional resources into the Southwest Florida area. We do have the 5 urban search and rescue teams that are on standby, and we are moving those again around the state of Florida. I think it's very important to say that Tampa Bay region, you are not out of the woods yet. There is still going to be a storm surge event in the Tampa Bay region. We're waiting on that data to come in to see what those actual numbers are going to be, but you need to continue to heed the warnings that are in place for Pinellas, Tampa, Manatee, Hillsborough. Do not return yet if you have evacuated. Residents can expect power due to anticipated impacts from the storm statewide. We do have telephone companies on standby. We have the big 3 wireless companies here in our EOC with us. Floridians should be prepared and have a communications plan in place with their families on how they plan to communicate after the fact. During previous hurricanes, the cell towers did go down. We expect them to go down in this particular event. Residents should have alternate ways to communicate with friends, loved ones, and family. It's also important to remember when an evacuation order is issued, you may only need to evacuate tens of miles, as the governor has mentioned already, instead of hundreds of miles. Many people in the Southwest Florida area, your best bet is going to be evacuate across the state. Just go straight across the state to Broward, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach. Do not try to go north. That will certainly help the secretary from DOT to help manage that traffic. Do not go north, go straight across over to southeast Florida. Residents should take the time now to determine if they live in an evacuation zone. Again, that is available at floridadisaster.org/KNOW or /plan prepare, as the governor has already mentioned. I want to take a moment we've had some calls come into our call-in center. It is not the FEMA flood site. These are evacuation zones on floridadisaster.org. They are not one and the same. We had a lady call in this morning saying, well, it says I live in a zone X. That is a FEMA flood map. That is not a storm surge zone, evacuation zone. So please know the difference between the two. Keep gas and battery tanks at least half full throughout the entire season, especially in this event. That'll cut down on lines at gas stations. If you live in an evacuation zone and you decide to shelter in place, make sure you have enough supplies to weather the storm. We may be without power 3, 5, 7 days or more, depending on the situation. You'll want to make sure that you have extra cash in case in case credit card services are unavailable after the storm. Another major threat with Hurricane Ian is going to be damaging winds. So if you can pick it up, put it up. Again, if you can pick it up from your yard, put it up. Secure those loose items in your yard. Take the time to clear all that potential debris. Bring in furniture. Strong winds can pick those items up and crash them into your home or your neighbor's home. For more updates in your area, remember to follow your local county emergency management activity. That will be the best source of information at the local level on your evacuations. The division has activated the State Assistance Information Line, the cell line, to provide additional resources for Floridians to receive up-to-the-date information regarding Hurricane Ian via phone. Residents and visitors can call this toll-free line at 1-800-342-3557. I'll repeat that number. It is 1-800-342-3557. You can also follow the division on Facebook and Twitter. Our Twitter handle is at FLSERT. That's at FLCERT. If you have any additional information that you need, you can always go to our floridadisaster.org website /info. Governor, again, thank you very much for your leadership in this situation.
Great. Jared?
Yes, thank you, Governor, and good morning. As the Governor mentioned, toll suspensions are still in effect for listed facilities focused on the coastal areas. We are going to continue to monitor the situation and will potentially enact more as deemed appropriate. You can go to fdot.gov for more information on that. FDOT road and bridge contractors have suspended operations on active construction projects within the projected path of Hurricane Ian. These projects are performing activities such as lowering crane booms, high mast lighting, securing barges, clearing traffic control devices, and checking drainage systems. Contractors are also opening all travel lanes and removing non-critical barricades to aid in evacuations. For bridges in the potential impact area, once wind speeds increase beyond 40 miles per hour, we coordinate very closely with FHP and local law enforcement and stop traffic from crossing bridges for the safety of the traveling public. FHP will be closely monitoring wind speeds on critical bridges such as the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. FDOT is staging resources nearby to perform critical road and bridge inspections after the storm in order to resume bridge usage as soon as it is safe to do so. Typically, inspections are performed and we prioritize coastal bridges and move inland. For example, in the Tampa Bay area, Howard Franklin, Sunshine Skyway, Courtney Campbell, Gandy Boulevard, and Pinellas Bayway would be those priorities. Additional resources are being staged strategically in safe locations in close proximity to the projected path to allow for quick implementation following the passage of the storm. FDOT is activating specific emergency and pre-event contracts and also road clearance contracts to expedite roadway openings after the storm passes through. FDOT will also be closely coordinating with utility providers to coordinate post-storm debris operations in support of power restoration. We continue to coordinate very closely with FHP, Georgia DOT, Florida DEP, and the U.S. Coast Guard for other bridge and road closures and to facilitate evacuations and debris cleanup after the storm passes through. All of our seaports currently have adequate fuel supplies and are well positioned to quickly reinstate operations following the storm to keep fuel supplies moving. Seaports in the cone of influence have already begun suspending operations to prepare for impact and staging appropriate resources to safely restore operations after the storm. We're also very closely coordinating with our airports in the area of impact. For information on airport closures, please get with your local airports. As evacuations continue, FDOT has traffic management centers around the state that operate 24/7. We have teams monitoring traffic levels along critical corridors to ensure safe and efficient flow of traffic. We've also increased our resources in terms of FDOT road rangers and motorist assistance to aid in evacuations, and we will be closely monitoring traffic speeds, traffic volumes along the evacuation routes, and we'll also be considering the use of the shoulders when it is needed. As the governor mentioned, we typically look at operating speeds of around 40 to 45 miles per hour. We've already begun operations to make sure the shoulders are clear of debris and clean so that vehicles can safely use them. Florida's 511 travel information system is available for drivers to stay informed about roadway conditions during emergencies. These services includes traffic conditions, road and bridge closures, toll suspensions, and other specialized alerts. To use Florida's 511, visit the website at fl511.com or download the app on both Apple and Android devices. Again, Governor, thank you for your leadership.
Okay. So so that's what the NHC is going to have that at the 11 advisory?
That's what we're being advised.
Okay, so and we had mentioned, because the models overnight that were coming in were all arriving at solutions in Sarasota area. The National Hurricane Center's 11 a.m. advisory will confirm that with the landfall in the southern part of Sarasota County. Now again, this thing is just getting over Cuba. I mean, there could be more wobbles, and so the idea that the eye is no longer projected to hit Tampa Bay directly does not mean that you will not have major impacts in Tampa Bay. Does not mean that you can't see a wobble going a different direction. I will say, just having watched these runs over the past 96 hours or so, you are seeing the models really push more east. And so if you have an impact into a place like Venice, that is going to be a lot of inundation, a lot of surge in places like Charlotte County, places like Lee County, of course Sarasota as well. But what that will also do is likely bring it to cut it across the state of Florida. And so there's different models on that, but a lot of them now have it cutting across and going out into the Atlantic Ocean. So if you're in some of those interior parts of the state of Florida, from kind of up I-4 almost, and some of those things, just anticipate. Now, it's not going to be a Category 3 hurricane by the time it gets to you, but anticipate interruptions, anticipate wind, anticipate a lot of rain. And of course, we have rivers and waterways all throughout the state of Florida, including the interior, that are in danger of overflowing under those circumstances. And so just continue to watch the weather wherever you are in the state of Florida. Heed the advice of your local officials, but this is definitely something that is getting closer and closer. And so act now to do what you need to do to protect yourself and your family. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, worst case scenario, and I think you may have seen Jeff Brandis make some calculations about the insurance impact that citizens could be, which covers 25% of the Tampa Bay area, could be, paying out $10 billion. The total cost just for the Tampa Bay area could be $40 billion. Is there some contingency plan in place beyond what the legislature and you approved, to lower the hurricane catastrophe cap?
We'll address it. I mean, we'll address it. I mean, we have a CAT fund that's flush. We put another $2 billion into kind of an added layer of protection. I would say, though, we are looking at a lot of flood claims. I'm not saying there's not going to be wind damage. I mean, it's a hurricane, so you're likely to see that. But when you're talking about things like Tampa Bay, the danger and why Tampa Bay is so fragile in terms of these types of storms and why people have said that's the one place in Florida that could have the most damage is because that water's got nowhere to go in Tampa Bay. And so you end up with surge, you end up with flooding. In that Tampa Bay area, we have close to 1 million flood policies under the National Flood Insurance Program. We've got about 15,000 private policies. And so most of that is going to end up being an issue for that. Now, of course, there's more that I want to do in terms of the wind insurance, and that'll be something that we're going to address. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you know, we've got to make sure folks are taken care of, and so we will do that, whatever we need to do.
On the nursing homes, I mean, how many nursing home residents have been evacuated across the state? And is there an update on how compliance is going? We're hearing about power outages with the ACA rule compliance.
So right now it's 100%. So the 100% are reporting generators on site, and we're happy about that. Kevin, do you want to talk about? I know they've done it in the Tampa Bay area.
Sure. Pinellas County mentioned yesterday that they are evacuating somewhere around the neighborhood of 90 hospital ALFs and nursing homes. We've got similar numbers to the south of the Bay. Obviously, Manatee County doesn't have that many, but all of those counties are getting compliance with evacuation orders. And when and if we have challenges, obviously Secretary Marcella makes some phone calls and we get compliant. So we're getting 100% compliance right now out of the ALF medical nursing home industry, and again they're hitting the evacuation orders, they're evacuating. But again, the good news story here, really good news story, is we have 100% compliance with the generator rule.
And Kevin will be. He will be moving, I think you already are in the process of surging more of the ambulances down to Southwest Florida. Obviously, we've had a lot staged in Tampa Bay, and there will still be support there. But as you look at the track shifting further south, there's going to be more needs there as a result. And so Kevin is doing that, and I think that's good. As you know, in southwest part of the state of Florida, I mean, we've got a lot of elderly residents, not just in ALFs, but certainly we've got a lot of those facilities in counties like Collier, Lee, and Charlotte. Yes, sir.
Maybe a broad question. Do you have a guesstimate on how many people are in these areas that are going to be impacted by the up to 10 feet of storm surge and would need to be evacuated? I mean, do you have a count of like maybe thousands, millions of people?
Well, there's under the current evacuation orders, which are probably Pasco down to Collier, would you say?
Well, we have not run the numbers on the Fort Myers. Just got out.
Okay, so but I mean, but it's over 2 million. Yeah, and so and again, this is not necessarily saying you have to evacuate to another state. It's not saying you have to go to Miami. It's not saying that. All those counties have shelters within their counties. The instruction is you're in a vulnerable area to storm surge or flooding, evacuate to higher ground. And if you evacuate to higher ground in a structure that is sound, you're going to be fine. And that's something that we just want people to know. When they say evacuate, that doesn't mean keep traveling until you have no chance of being rained on or have no chance of having any. You don't need to do that. Obviously, it's a free country. People can get in the car and do what they want, but that's not what it means. The impacts as it gets into the state of Florida, if you are not in a low-lying area and you're in a structure that is sound, you're going to be okay when you do that. And so this is Charlie back in I guess 2004. That was like kind of a buzzsaw. It was a Category 4, a lot of wind damage, really destructive in terms of what it did in Southwest Florida. Of course, people thought it was going to hit Tampa, and then it shifted. Obviously, if you have a Cat 3, people say maybe it was. We were hoping it was gonna weaken before it hit landfall. The problem is the further east it's gone, the less time it has to weaken. Nevertheless, what this is really doing, because of the size of the storm, is it's kicking up a lot of surge. I mean, those seas, the Gulf is going to be very angry as this comes in, and you're going to see that happen. And so the danger to life and limb is really from that surge and from that flooding, more so than the wind. Obviously, if you're in a mobile home and you have 120 mile an hour winds, I mean, that's going to be a problem, and heed the evacuation orders accordingly. But we've got a lot of Floridians who are in low-lying areas, and when you have storm surge of this magnitude, that can absolutely be life-threatening. We want everyone to be safe. Of course, if there's need for search and rescue, we've got resources. The counties have great resources. The state, National Guard, other states are helping, and we will do that. But just keep in mind that when you're doing that, those first responders are put at risk by going into those situations. So if you can avoid that at the front end by getting to a safer position, that is obviously going to be good, not just for you, but it's also going to be good for the people that may be called upon to go into harm's way.
Can you give us an update on the fuel supply?
This may be a question for Secretary Perdue, but have y'all considered making all of the lanes eastbound out of Tampa?
So I'll let him amplify that, but basically that issue has been studied by the department over about 10 years or so. And what they have determined is that it's more efficient to just expand into the emergency lanes and the shoulders and open those up for more traffic rather than try to make everything going in one direction. I think part of the issue is we need to access it in the other direction to help people and to bring in supplies. But I'll let Jared talk more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. What you're referring to would be what we call contraflow, and we have done many studies, and we actually have proven that using the shoulder for emergency evacuations is a successful way to do it. You do need the other side of the facility for continued access for first responders and life safety missions. So, yeah, so we have successful examples of that, and we'll be closely coordinating throughout to make sure traffic continues to flow.
And he's going to look. I mean, they will open those lanes once you have less than 40 miles per hour sustained traffic flow. And the places where that would happen would, of course, be I-75 north out of the Tampa Bay area or in Sarasota, but also I-75 going across Alligator Alley. And then, of course, I-4. Someone was showing some stuff about there's some traffic on I-4 last night. And so they're watching that. It has increased. Although I think most Floridians who are familiar with Central Florida know you could be between Tampa and Orlando on I-4 and run into traffic really at any hour of the day. But they are sensitive to that. They will open that up to be able to increase the flow. And basically, as soon as that under 40 happens, then they will do it. But by and large, we've seen an increase on the roads, but you still have flow, and that's monitored on a minute-by-minute basis.
Are there areas where there are shortages? Is everything
in terms of like
fuel supply?
Fuel supply, Kevin, you want to address that?
I know technically the ports fall under Secretary Perdue, but we did talk to the Ports Council Executive Director, and everything is topped off. Now, at 8 o'clock this morning, West Coast ports were closed by the U.S. Coast Guard, but the port is not closed. It's closed to sea traffic. It is not closed to the fuel racks. So we can still keep getting fuel from those tanks and get that back out into the market. And we're still doing that. That's happening right now at every port on the West Coast, but we are officially closed. But before they closed, they topped everything completely off.
And just, as people, of course, the fuel, keep that flowing, get the power back on. I mean, people are going to want to go back to their homes. I mean, there's a lot of people that have been evacuated in, say, Pinellas County. There's more evacuations all the way down the Gulf Coast. When the bridges reach a certain sustained wind, 40 miles an hour that they will, FDOT will alert local law enforcement, and they will stop access to the bridge because it's not safe as you get above that. Once the storm passes, the bridges will be open, but they will be evaluated for integrity and safety, because you don't want, if there's something that happened, to put people over bridges that aren't safe. So if you're thinking about someplace like the Tampa Bay area, you have Courtney Campbell, you have Howard Franklin, Gandy, you have Sunshine Skyway. Those are going to be inspected. Jared has people ready to go. The Army Corps has people ready to go. We understand that's a priority, but we also want to make sure that it's safe. The extent that the storm goes more in the Venice area, you're looking at different bridges in and out of Charlotte and Lee County. So you will have, at some point, those will be suspended in terms of people being able to use those. And then once the storm passes, they are going to be evaluated for structural integrity as well. So really, from Southwest Florida up into the Tampa Bay area, we've got a lot of bridges getting in and out of these communities, and they're all going to be evaluated, and we want to make sure that they are, if they're safe and still sound, which we anticipate they will be. But this is a significant storm. Some of them that may be a little lower. There'll be water pushing up. So there's just a lot of factors. But that will happen. So just plan on, when the storm passes, there may be a short period of time where that is being evaluated, and that's just being done for people's safety. Yep.
Sort of a morbid question, but with the reality of this being a rainstorm and there being flooding and of course drownings and whatnot, I don't know if the state has given any estimate of how deadly this storm is going to be, given those sort
I
of
think it's hard to say. I mean, I think that the people that, when your local emergency officials are instituting an order for evacuation, the purpose of that is to protect people's lives. And the more people that heed that, the less likely that you're going to see fatalities when you have major storm surge or flooding in those areas. I will say, and it's something that Kevin has also talked about and I've talked about a lot, in some of the recent storms across the country, you've had more fatalities after the storm hit than because of the storm directly. And that has a variety of different reasons. One of the things is misuse of generators inside people's homes. That exhaust has got to go outside your home. Do not put that inside. That will be, you could get poisoned and you could die. So we see that happens now in pretty much every storm. So we've put out videos, we've put out different guidance about using generators I mean, nobody wants to be without power. Generators can be a great thing to kind of keep a sense of normalcy as you're waiting for other things around you to get back to normal, but you got to use it properly. There's also people will go into some of the standing water that you see. If you have standing water, you could have an electrical cord or something that is in there, and you could get harmed in that way. Driving vehicles when you have a lot of standing water is very, very hazardous. And so we would caution people not to try to drive vehicles through flooded streets. So you see a lot of the things that happen after the storm that have unfortunately caused folks to pass away. So those are things that we're putting guidance out on. But on the front end of the storm, the surge, the flooding, making sure if you are in a vulnerable structure like a mobile home that you be able to evacuate to a safer structure is very, very important.
The General, if I may, given the severity of the flooding we expect, what role do you expect the Guard to play in the aftermath of the storm?
Really, it's we're a support role, whatever the Department of Emergency Management needs us to do. It could be everything from security to transportation. Aviation is a big part if we end up in search and rescue kind of scenarios. So, you know, we're kind of the Swiss Army knife of operations. We can be used for whatever the Department of Emergency Management needs us to do.
Seeking more assets. Can you be more specific about what type of assets maybe y'all are searching for?
Yeah, as we do our planning, it kind of changes every day. You know, yesterday we were looking at the potential even having to do air bridges into the peninsula of St. Petersburg, Clearwater. As the storm moves further south, we think that may not be quite the plan that we need to be looking at. So kind of changes day to day as we see the updates in the hurricane and where it's going to be and what kind of potential damages and missions it might introduce for our forces. So we're constantly reassessing some big things that we're looking for from out of state, additional aviation assets for HH-60s, CH-47s, heavy lift capability to be able to move supplies and people and equipment. Search and rescue equipment and supplies also a big part of that. So you know, it really depends. Could be security depending on, you know, where we are and what the aftermath looks like as we go through the recovery stages. So we've got transportation's another big one, looking for high water vehicles as well as swift water vehicles if we end up with a flooding event where we're needing to get to folks who can't move by land. So really almost everything that you can imagine that the director might be needing some additional muscle on, will be providing it. Yeah.
This might be for Director Guthrie, but we keep talking about the flooding and the surge, and it kind of reminds me of what happened with Katrina, where the damage and the threat was more flooding and surge, and you know, in advance of that, they got like 80 to 90% of New Orleans evacuated and managed to avoid a lot of serious death, but there were still people on rooftops, people in cars. Yeah. Have you thought about that? Have you looked at Katrina as a potential model for what you need to do to respond here?
Absolutely. You know, history is past performance, and the best predictor of future performance is past performance. So we certainly look at all of those after action reports and take the best practices from them. And you know, that's one of the reasons that in the last question that was just answered by the general, we're beefing up aviation assets so we can actually go out and do that recon after the disaster happens. So if we have somebody in an island situation, or maybe even on a vehicle rooftop, or even God forbid an actual structure rooftop, these guys can help us locate that. We can start moving ground assets into that situation, or if need be, we call in the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard comes in and starts doing some type of aerial type rescue. So all of those things are true. But again, I want to reiterate what the governor just said. If people will heed evacuation orders, and it goes back to Eric's question, if they heed the evacuation order, I have a 100% guarantee that they will not die from storm surge if they heed the evacuation order. I have a 100% guarantee that they will not have to be rescued off a rooftop if they heed the evacuation order. Where we're at right now is execute your plan, start evacuating if you've been asked to evacuate.
So we're going to be continuing to work with our local partners. I do want to thank everybody up here at the Florida Department of Emergency Management, everyone involved with the EOC. This was something that we saw coming when it was just, I guess, a disturbance off the, coming in there, and we understood the potential, and so we've been working with all the local partners under a state of emergency, and I do really appreciate all the work that they've done. The one thing about Florida, we have to deal with a lot of these threats. It's just something that you do when you live in a kind of a tropical paradise, but we're fortunate we have some of the strongest emergency management professionals in our counties anywhere in the country, and I think that they're doing a great job, and they'll continue to serve the people of their communities well as we weather this over the next many days. Thanks, everybody.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, joined by several other state officials providing the latest update on Hurricane Ian. We are watching right now as it churns over there in Cuba, but it will get over to the Gulf of Mexico, expected to strengthen into a Category 4 storm at some point today or early tomorrow. Now, our Fox 13 Tampa team is actually doing a full weather report right now, so I do want to take them live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
But number two, slowing down. So even if you don't get landfall per se, you don't get the biggest storm surge, you're still going to have a huge problem with rainfall amounts. Okay, let me decipher this for you. These are three model comparisons. Fox model in the green, the GFS in the red, and that grayish white color, the European. Here's the center of 6 p.m. GFS down near Venice. This is tomorrow evening. Then you've got the Fox model centered right here, right next to the European. So these two models are agreeing more towards Sarasota. So again, when you're hearing Venice, Sarasota, that's what we're talking about. You're talking about just a few dozen miles. We've narrowed it down to that point. But once it does move on shore, guess what happens? It just drifts northward. And that's when all the real problems are going to begin, too. Inland locations back to the coast with the rain coming down. So don't focus on where it's going to make landfall. We got to focus on the whole picture. And the whole picture is this is going to be a big event for all of Central Florida. Tropical storm warning, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto Highlands. I've got hurricane warnings for Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota. 9:51. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
If you want to pay less, get to the 2022 model year closeout because the new 2023s are almost here.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You are watching a report there from our Fox 13 Tampa team. The great thing about us here at Live Now from Fox is we have those affiliates all over the country, and right here in Florida, we have Fox 13 Tampa and Fox 35 Orlando. They're covering the hurricane around the clock, providing reports for us here that we can air for you. As you can tell, we are kind of dipping into their programming, especially when they do have full forecasts that kind of tell you exactly where this storm could go. A bit earlier this morning, it did appear that the storm was possibly going to make landfall over in the Tampa, Florida area. But as you probably just heard Governor Ron DeSantis say, it does appear now it may be about 60 miles south of that in Sarasota County. We know they will hold an update later on today, so we are going to speak with them and, find out how they are preparing. We're also expecting in about 8 minutes here at 10 a.m. we will get an update from Hillsborough County emergency officials. Hillsborough County, of course, where Tampa, Florida is located. And coming up in about an hour and 8 minutes at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when we will get the next update from the National Hurricane Center, providing us the latest information. It is possible we could see Hurricane Ian reach to a Category 4 status. At last check, this is a Category 3 storm, a high-end one, at 125 mile per hour winds there. Category 3 does start the major hurricane category. Category 4 starts at 130 mile per hour winds, so it doesn't take much for this storm in those warm Gulf waters to heat up there and become a bit stronger. Time now is 9:53 on the East Coast and 6:53 over on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more of this coverage, including the latest update from the National Hurricane Center coming up in just a few minutes. Stick with us. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:55 over on the East Coast and 6:55 if you are joining us on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and as we approach that 10 o'clock hour Eastern time, we are watching Hurricane Ian very closely. We know that storm at last check did have 125 miles per hour winds, so we of course know this is going to be a high-end Category 3 storm, and once it gets back there in the Gulf, it is very likely it will see those warm Gulf waters and increase to a Category 4 storm. The threshold there is 130 miles per hour. I can tell you just a bit earlier, the National Hurricane Center did provide an update here with the latest information. It's only about 4 minutes long, but I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered as we wait for another news conference at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time from officials there in Hillsborough County, where Tampa is located. But this right here is the National Hurricane Center a short time ago providing their latest information based on their models.
Welcome back, everyone. This is an intermediate update to help you digest some of the changes that have occurred overnight with respect to the evolving risk associated with Hurricane Ian. Really quickly, you can see the satellite imagery as it's starting to move off the western tip of Cuba, still reflective of a well-defined hurricane, and you can now see an eye visible in the infrared imagery. As it starts to pull off of Cuba, some additional strengthening is possible. So it's really imperative that people start taking this seriously and start heeding evacuation orders. If we look at the latest statistics on Ian, it's now maximum sustained winds 125 miles per hour, which makes it a Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale. And notably, the motion is now north, moving north now. So it's making the turn that we have been talking about all week. Let's go back to the warnings. The biggest thing this morning to make you aware of is the red area is the hurricane warning. So this is where hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within this warning area. Has been shifted south. It's been shifted south to reflect a little bit of the evolution and the projected path of the storm. So people here in Southwest Florida, you really need to be paying attention. You probably heard your cell phones go off this morning to denote the hurricane warning. You were already under a storm surge warning. That was a pre-existing, so no changes there. But what is changing a little bit is as the track comes in a little bit more to the south, the surge risk has increased in and around Charlotte Harbor. So I really want these people to pay attention this morning. If you're listening to us from this area of Southwest Florida, or if you know someone who lives in this portion of Southwest Florida, it's imperative that they understand that the surge risk has increased as the track has shifted a little bit to the south. So it's really, really important that people pay attention to any evacuation orders. And we're also starting to run out of time too. So if you're ordered to go, you really got to start doing so, because one of the aspects of this storm that's probably going to catch people a little off guard is the rain shield is going to swing out in front of it. It's been raining heavily here in South Florida all night, so the rain shield shifts out in front of it and produces significant flood risk in advance of the actual storm arrival. So don't pay attention to the exact center, where the exact center is tracked. This rain shield will sweep out ahead of it. You can see these are rainfall estimates that would go with this particular track, and you can see some values here in the 10 to 15 inch range. Now, to help you put that into context, a typical summertime thunderstorm here in Florida would put down about 1 inch. So multiply that by 10 or 15 to give you a perspective of just how heavy it could rain in some of these bands as they sweep out in front of the actual arrival of Ian. So that's why we're starting to run out of time. It's really critical that if you're in the path of this storm, especially if you're in an evacuation area, that you go ahead and heed the local orders soon, today. Now, we'll be back at 11:30 with a fuller update, including the evolving risk for portions up the coast, the southeast portions of the United States, including Georgia. I know a lot of you have been asking about Georgia. We'll get to that in the fuller update at 11:30. That's it from the National Hurricane Center. We'll see you in a couple hours.
All right, thank you so much to the National Hurricane Center. They have been providing those updates around the clock. We know that in just 1 hour, we will get the latest information from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Ian, which could potentially reach that Category 4 status. Officials there in Hillsborough County, Florida, which is where Tampa is located, now providing this news briefing. It looks like they may be about to talk, so I do want to pop up the audio here so you can listen raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. All right, so it appears they are not talking just yet, but once again, we do expect officials here in Hillsborough County to provide that update in the next little bit. They were slated to start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. As you can tell, they were up there and then kind of walked away. So we will keep an eye on that and let you know as they do start speaking. But I do want to give you an update while we are waiting here to show you exactly what Hurricane Ian is doing. So you will see in a second our radar pop up, but Hurricane Ian is a strong Category 3 storm as of right now, with winds of 125 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is expected to intensify 130-mile-per-hour winds would make it a Category 4 storm, but either way, it is already considered to be a major hurricane. A short time ago, you did hear Ron DeSantis, the governor there in Florida, say that it appears the storm may actually make landfall in Sarasota County, south of Tampa. That news conference now underway. Let's listen in.
I'll be providing a brief update on Hurricane Ian. I'm joined this morning by County Administrator Bonnie Wise, and I'd like to also welcome Sheriff Chronister, Sherry Jacobs from TICO, Adelie LeGrand from Hart, and Chief Dennis Jones, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue Chief. We are ramping up operations here at the ELC in response to a major Hurricane Ian. As it clears Cuba and begin its track towards the west coast of Florida, I want everyone to know that our team is ready, they're locked in, and they're focused. They know the stakes are high and that the residents are very concerned. Our job is to protect you before, during, and after the storm. Yes, we will experience impacts, more than likely significant from Hurricane Ian, and we are ready to face them and respond accordingly very quickly. The hurricane is a Category 3 now and expected to strengthen on its approach. There is still uncertainty on the track, and it could shift again, but we are increasingly facing a great possibility of being directly impacted. Now the County Administrator, Bonnie Wise, has a major announcement.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I'm Bonnie Wise, the County Administrator, and I want to thank all of you in the news for helping our residents be informed about this very serious situation that we're facing in Hillsborough County. Yesterday, we issued a mandatory evacuation order for Zone A and recommended a voluntary evacuation for Zone B. Due to the growing intensity and size of the major Hurricane Ian, and the increasing likelihood that Hillsborough County will be significantly impacted, we are amending the voluntary evacuation for Zone B to mandatory evacuation. Just to be clear, the voluntary evacuation for Zone B is being upgraded to a mandatory evacuation. This new evacuation will begin at noon today. It affects about 90,000 additional residents. As of now, all residents in Zone A, Zone B, those in mobile or manufactured homes, and those in low-lying areas prone to flooding must be evacuated by 9 p.m. tonight. That's worth repeating, 9 p.m. tonight. Everybody who is evacuating needs to be where they are going. This affects about 390,000 residents in total. Hillsborough Area Regional Transit Authority, HART, will operate in the zones with mandatory evacuations until 9 p.m. The service will be fare-free. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of heeding our evacuation orders. We are here to protect you and your family, and it is in your best interest to evacuate if you live in these specific areas. And remember, you don't need to go to a shelter. Ask a relative, a friend, a coworker who lives inland if you could stay with them. Also, please double check your hurricane kits once again to make sure you have enough supplies and medicine for you and your family to last at least 7 days. I want you to know that you are not facing this alone. We are in this together. We will get through this together. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. I want to underscore what she just said. It's vital that you listen. To use us and evacuate. It is for your safety and the safety of your family. Now for some additional updates. We have opened more than 45 emergency evacuation shelters, and so far we have more than 600 people in the shelters and several pets, and we expect a dramatic increase today. As of this morning, before today's operations began, we had distributed more than 64,000 sandbags. We continue to mobilize resources, assets, at the Florida State Fairgrounds. We are getting calls from people who need help the most and get into shelters, and we are actively assisting those folks. Again, an important note about shelters. Yes, we will provide a safe place for you to go and ride out the storm, but it would be better if you sought out family, friends, or even a hotel out of the impact zones to ride out this storm, but we will have a safe place for you to go. These shelters are our last resort. They are for people who truly need to be there and people who have nowhere else to go. And remember, you could be there for several days. Also, I want everybody to know that we are not just focused on the impacts of the approaching storm. We're also looking forward beyond the impacts after the hurricane has passed. We're currently working on the next phase of operations, and they're currently underway. We want to stay ahead of this, and we need to stay ahead of this. We are staying ahead of this. Please stay tuned for updates. Try to do what we can as long as we can, and stay safe. And now I will have comments from Sheriff Cronister.
Thank you, sir. Let me start and begin by thanking our county administrator. Ms. Wise, thank you. Thank you for your diligent efforts and everything that you do with the partnerships that are represented and so many more that are solely focused on keeping our communities safe. I also want to take just a moment to thank the 4,000 employees of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Chief Dennis Jones, and every employee with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue who kissed their families goodbye this morning, not knowing if they will see their families for the next several days, so they can focus on the community and make sure that this community remains as safe as it can be during such a storm. It's been 101 years since Tampa Bay has experienced a storm of this magnitude. The county administrator does not make these decisions lightly. These decisions are focused on public safety and the preservation of life. I am encouraging everybody who now is in evacuation zone A or zone B to heed the warning. Get your families to safety. There's nothing more important than to protect you and your family's life. I have to tell a quick story here if I can. During the last storm that impacted Tampa not too many years ago, there was an elderly female who called 911. The storm conditions were well into the 60-mile-per-hour range. There was extreme flooding. It was some very poor conditions. The emergency medical services decided that with their high-profile vehicles, it would be too unsafe for their employees to respond. We looked at our deputies. Our deputies were begging, can we please go? Can we please go? I looked at them and I said, I'm not going to stop you from going if you want to respond. Go ahead. 4 of them got the most low-profile vehicle they could get in, and they zipped out as quick as they could to this elderly female's residence. She was oxygen dependent. We had implored, begged the residents, as we're doing now, to go to a safer place. She lost electric. She lost that ability to have that oxygen tank. And even with the quick response of deputy sheriffs rushing her to the hospital, she lost her life. This was a senseless loss of life. I don't want to sit here in front of the microphone 2 days from now talking about senseless loss of life. I don't want any of you to have to go to funerals because you didn't want to feel uncomfortable and have to go stay at a friend's house or go stay at a shelter. The time to act is now. Not a time for panic, but a time to act and get your families to that safe place. Last night I went to bed a little after midnight, and I was so proud to see Interstate 4, Interstate 75 with the traffic jam as much as it was. This is the only time that traffic will make me so happy. You know, you guys, as our community, we are prepared. Please help us be prepared as well. Don't be that individual who picks up the phone and calls for help. I can assure you there's no greater empty feeling than picking up the phone and saying, okay, I'm ready, I need help, and help will not be on the way. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, sir. We'll have comments from Sherry from TICO.
Good morning. Based on the intensity of Hurricane Ian, Tampa Electric would like to prepare our customers to be ready for extended outages. Now, in anticipation of that restoration, Tampa Electric has called in thousands of line workers from other utilities from out of state, from as far away as Texas and Indiana, to help us restore power after the storm has passed and it's safe to work. In addition to that, Tampa Electric is executing a targeted interruption to a small part of downtown. This affects the western edge of downtown Tampa, the area including the Straz Center and surrounding buildings. This area is already evacuated, and this interruption will allow us to shut down that equipment ahead of the storm to help speed restoration after the storm.
Thank you. We'll hear from Adelaide from Hart.
Good morning. Thank you. Again, thank you to Ms. Wise for her leadership and for convening this conversation this morning. I just wanted to quickly specify the routes that will be impacted with the closure of or the termination of our service after 9 p.m. today in both Zones A and Zone B. I'll take my time to read these out, but this information is also on the HART website, which is gohart.org, as well as calling our customer service number at area code 813-254-4278. The routes that are impacted are as follows: Route 7, Route 8, Route 9, Route 10, Route 14, Route 15, Route 16, Route 17, Route 19, Route 24, Route 25, Route 30, Route 31, Route 32, Route 34, Route 39, Route 45, and Route 360. The Tico streetcar is not running today, and it will not be running tomorrow. We'll give you an update as far as when our service comes back online. Just to reiterate, we will stop service on these routes starting at 9 p.m. today. Thank you all, and be safe.
Thank you. Now we'll open up for questions for any of the folks standing up here.
Sheriff, in the case of a mandatory evacuations, we ran into some people who said we're not going. What do you do? What can you do as far as people who decide I'm going to squat and wait it out?
Well, certainly under the letter of the law, we can place them under arrest for ignoring the order. That's not our intention. I think that their punishment may be when this storm surge comes, when the copious amounts of water come and they become flooded and we can't get to them. I think that's going to be punishment of unknown, and the loss of electricity is going to be the least of their worries.
And in a case like this, do you have a thought on percentage of who, obviously you want 100%, but
Yeah.
the compliance of something like this, do you have an idea of what percentage you think will comply?
I don't know exactly what that percentages are. I believe they're extremely high from monitoring the traffic flow that we're seeing. The deputies out at the different various intersections helping with traffic flow, seeing the amount of vehicles coming over from Pinellas County, heeding the warning in that county as well. I think the percentages are high. Everyone I've talked to so far, I haven't spoke to one person that said, listen, I'm staying where I'm at and I'll be here at my own risk. We haven't experienced that. Everyone I've talked to has seen people moving out. And again, I think people sometimes hate the fact that they have to leave the best place where we feel the safest, right, is our home. And I understand that. But I would ask them to look at every employee at Hillsborough County Fire Rescue and every deputy sheriff who's going to be sleeping on the floor of a fire station or a police station. And that's not the most comfortable place they want to be either. But sometimes the most uncomfortable place is the safest place. And we need our public. And again, you bring up a great point. You have to heed the warning. And again, I hate to be that individual who is responsible for a family member who loses their life, or the life that you lose may be your own because you ignored to evacuate. So I'm not worried about going out. We're not going to arrest our way out of some type of evacuation problem. I think they're going to have bigger issues to worry about than any type of legalities.
do your guys, your women go door to door in a situation like this ahead of time to sort of make sure, hey, are you getting out of here?
Great question. We basically do. They're on their PA systems going through these neighborhoods constantly, 24 hours a day, and we'll do it until it's unsafe, announcing that there's an evacuation order in place. Please heed the warning. So we'll do that. But again, understand, we're not throwing anyone out of their homes. If they decide to stay, listen, they're going to do it at their own risk.
Do you have a message for businesses that might stay open?
I don't know if that's a necessary message. Everyone I've saw is boarded up or already shut down. They too have employees that want to get themselves to safety and get their loved ones to safety. We haven't seen anything. And the businesses that we're hoping stay open, like the Publix that are trying to restock and get us those basic essentials, medications that we need, they're doing a great job. We've been in constant communication with them. They have informed me that when it gets to a point where conditions start to worsen, they're going to have to stop service to their community as well. So again, I don't think these are going to be issues that we're going to have. They want to do everything they can to keep their employees safe, just like we do.
Ma'am, from TICO, can you, a little more detail on the targeted power?
The targeted interruptions? Yes, so there's one for sure. That is the western edge of downtown. It's the area around the Straz Center and the Barrymore Hotel and that section of town. That one is expected to occur later today, and those buildings are already under evacuation. We are also considering a targeted interruption on the southern tip of downtown, and that includes all of Harbor Island, all of Davis Island, excluding TGH, and the two hotels there, the Embassy Suites and the Marriott, and the Transportation Center. That is still under consideration, and we'll be making that decision later today.
Can you give us your name and title?
Sure. Sherry Jacobs, Cherie Jacobs, spokesperson for Tampa Electric.
When you say temporary interruption to Harbor Island and all that, what do you mean by that?
It's a targeted interruption. We're pinpointing equipment that might be at risk for storm surge, and it's proactive. The section on the western edge of downtown would occur later today. The southern tip would likely occur tomorrow. And that is in anticipation of storm surge. So by shutting down the equipment ahead of time, it will help speed restoration on the back end. It's sort of like, do I repair my car or do I replace my car? Replacing your car would take longer. So it is in anticipation of speeding restoration to those areas.
If there's no further questions, this concludes this update. Thank you.
All right, what you were just watching there was a news conference with officials over in Hillsborough County. That is where Tampa, Florida is located. And as we know, the storm does appear that it will make landfall either in Tampa or just south of it, possibly in Sarasota County. We've seen the cone of uncertainty that does show the exact area where it could hit. We are still, of course, far enough out where that is not always going to be fully accurate. It's not always easy to determine exactly where that storm is going to go. As we do get a little bit more information all throughout the day, we will bring you all of those different news conferences as we get them. So be sure to stay with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break as we get to 10:20 on the East Coast and 7:20 over on the West Coast. We'll take a live look at everything we know so far about Hurricane Ian and its projected path coming up right after this break. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. I'm here for the next little bit to bring you all of the information here as we do continue our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. What you are looking at right now is a live look over at our XRAD system. I do want to go over some of the basics here about Hurricane Ian as we do wait for another news conference to begin. This one with the mayor of Miami. Going to discuss the situation there. We know that the outer bands have already reached over to that area, so we are monitoring this. It does appear that news conference is actually underway right now, so let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
With Creole interpretation and open up for questions. Mayor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Daniela Levine Cava, your county mayor, and I want to thank you all for being with us here today as we prepare for the potential impacts of Hurricane Ian. And a special thanks to my colleagues at the Board of County Commissioners. Of course, we're here with our chairman and Commissioner Danielle Cohen-Higgins, to our mayor of Miami Beach, to Superintendent Dotris. We've also been in touch with other cities, and particularly with Mayor Suarez last night and this morning, and we are collaborating closely across the county with everyone affected. We're going to hear from the superintendent about their plans and also other college and university plans. So, although Miami-Dade County is not in the cone of concern for Ian, this is a major storm and impacts are expected to extend well beyond the cone. We're taking all necessary steps to prepare for inclement weather, including rain, wind, flooding, and some of which already began yesterday and continues today, and will continue tomorrow and through till Thursday. As of this morning, Hurricane Ian has been upgraded to a major Category 3 hurricane as it heads over Cuba and continues to track towards Florida's west coast. 50,000 people have been evacuated along Cuba's western shore, and the people of Miami-Dade County stand with the people of Cuba as we keep them in our prayers this morning. Miami-Dade County may experience tropical force winds with potential tornadoes in the area, and a storm surge watch is in effect for lower parts of Miami-Dade County with likely flooding due to high tides. There is also potential for storm surge along the eastern coast. So as of this morning, a tropical storm watch is in effect for portions of Miami-Dade, and a tornado watch are in effect county-wide. We are expecting an estimated 3 to 8 inches of rain through Thursday, with risk of flash and urban flooding, along with gusts of tropical storm winds starting tomorrow morning. September marks the start of the annual cycle of high tides, called king tides, and the arrival of Hurricane Ian coinciding with king tide season means heightened risk of flooding across our community, especially in low-lying areas. County teams have been working hard already since before the weekend to prepare for the extra rainfall, and we urge all of our residents to be vigilant and exercise a high level of caution. This week, Miami-Dade Department of Transportation and Public Works led inspections of local drainage areas, and they worked to remove debris, especially in low-lying areas. And the Department of Regulatory and Economic Resources, in close coordination with South Florida Water Management District, is conducting pre-storm inspections, and we have lowered the canal water levels across Miami-Dade in anticipation of the rain. Our teams particularly focus on known issue areas from past storm events where we can anticipate flooding may occur. So our water and sewer department is also working to protect critical infrastructure and to ensure operations remain steady. They've installed temporary dams around pump stations in vulnerable areas. They have lowered water levels in critical points within the sanitary sewer system. Out of an abundance of caution, we're closing non-essential county services tomorrow and Thursday. That includes libraries and parks. Transit and airport will remain open. So transit and the airport will be open, but other non-essential services will be closed. There are many ways that our residents can help our county become storm ready too. You can help, each and every one of you, to minimize impacts to our wastewater system by keeping the manhole covers closed. Do not pry them open. This will minimize as well water usage, very critical, minimize water usage in the morning and evening during heavy rain. Miami-Dade is already experiencing wind and rain, so if you don't need to drive, it's safer to stay off the roads, and the roads are right now, unfortunately, quite crowded. We're encouraging Miami-Dade County employees who are able to work from home today and tomorrow to do so, and if you need to be on the roads, please, please drive with extra care. Please only call 911 if you have a medical or life-threatening emergency. 911 is for life-threatening emergencies. If you need to report severe flooding within unincorporated Miami-Dade or the city of Miami, please call 311. Use the 311 Direct app, and 311 hours will be extended through 9 p.m. tonight and tomorrow to receive your calls. You can also share updates on social media. We will be monitoring. Please use the hashtag Miami-Dade Weather to help us track where flooding is happening countywide. We will monitor and take action. We have county crews on standby to support with draining flooded areas as needed. And residents and visitors, please keep in mind important flood safety measures. You can prepare your business or your home for flooding no matter where you live, but especially if you're in a low-lying area or near water. Elevate your furnace, your water heater, your electric panel in your home. Bring in outside furniture and move valuables to higher places. Unplug electric appliances, moving them to higher levels. And remember, don't touch electric appliances if you are wet or standing in water. Remember, a flood or flash flood watch means there is a possibility of flooding or a flash flood in your area. A flood warning means a flood is occurring or will likely occur. So a watch is a possibility. A warning means that it is happening or will likely occur. If you're advised to evacuate, please do so immediately. Seek higher ground. Do not wait for instructions. It is never safe to drive or walk into floodwaters. Turn around. Don't drown. Be safe. And never underestimate the power of water. 6 inches of fast-moving floodwater can knock over an adult. 2 feet of rushing water can carry away most vehicles. So stay away from downed power lines and electric wires. You can report those downed powered lines to FPL by calling 305-442-8770. 305-442-8770. And finally, don't stand or play in standing water because there is a risk of contamination. Head to miamidade.gov/Ian, IAN, for more flood safety information and updates. So for all of our visitors across the county and those traveling, Miami International Airport and our county's general aviation airports remain open. But flights between MIA and the Cayman Islands, Cuba, Central and North Florida are expected to be delayed or canceled, and others may be as well. So we continue to encourage all travelers flying to confirm your flight status with the airline before heading to the airport. Some airlines may be offering rebooking for canceled flights, and we encourage you to check. While Miami-Dade is fortunate to be spared the worst of Hurricane Ian, I cannot stress enough that this storm reminds all of us that we are in the peak of hurricane season. Now is the time to make sure that you and your family are prepared. Make sure you have a hurricane plan in place and that your hurricane kit is stocked. All the key steps you should take before, during, and after storm can be found at miamidade.gov/hurricane and by downloading the Ready MDC app for iPhone or Android. Please continue to monitor local media, verified social media platforms. We will continue to share important updates about conditions throughout the week. And finally, our thoughts are with all of those in the direct path of this storm. I ask our community to please join me in praying for the continued safety of people in Cuba and those in the Florida Keys, Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota, and communities along the west coast of Florida as they prepare for Hurricane Ian to make landfall this week. Thank you and God bless. And I want to also acknowledge Senator Rubio's team who has joined us here today. Buenos días, gracias por estar aquí. Aunque el condado de Miami-Dade ya no se encuentra en el cono de preocupación del huracán Ian, estamos preparándonos para el mal tiempo que ya empezamos a ver desde ayer, incluyendo mucho viento, mucha lluvia y posibles inundaciones. A partir de esta mañana, el huracán Ian se ha convertido en un huracán de categoría 3 a medida que pasa sobre Cuba y continúa avanzado.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:33 on the East Coast and 7:33 on the West Coast. We do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back as our coverage of Hurricane Ian does continue here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:35 over on the East Coast and 7:35 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next little bit to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. The big one, of course, that we are covering today is Hurricane Ian. We are tracking it minute by minute. I do want to bring you to a live look at our XRAD radar where you can see its current positioning here. Again, we do know that Hurricane Ian is a very strong Category 3 with winds of 125 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is expected to rapidly intensify. 130-mile-per-hour winds would make it a Category 4 storm. Either way, it is already considered to be a major hurricane. The storm made landfall in western Cuba around 4:30 this morning Eastern Time. That landfall in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province. An estimated 50,000 people were ordered to evacuate from that area ahead of the storm, with more than 50 shelters set up there. The National Hurricane Center does expect the island's west coast could see as much as 14 feet of storm surge. They have also predicted here that we could potentially see up to 10 feet of storm surge in the Tampa, Florida area as we do see the storm reach this area. We are tracking it, of course, very closely, and that is a live look from our XRAD radar. The latest trajectory does show landfall in the area of Tampa, Florida in the coming days, possibly Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But the effects, those strong winds and heavy rain will be felt much, much sooner. You can see on the XRAD right there that some of the outer bands of Ian have already made their way into South Florida. There's already reports of flooding in the Miami area, as well as in Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach. We did speak with Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather a bit earlier on this morning, and she is over in Tampa and said it still looks nice out there. It's the calm before the storm. She knows, though, it will change as we start to see those outer bands reach towards Central Florida as well. So the National Hurricane Center does say that the Tampa Bay area could see that storm surge of up to 10 feet with as much as 15 inches of rain possible locally. Due to that potential and likelihood, Florida's west coast now under a storm surge warning. This, by the way, would be the first direct hit by a major hurricane for the Tampa area since 1921. I do want to take you back now out live to that news conference underway with the mayor of Miami-Dade County. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Within the next couple of hours, the C420 and the C421, which is back pumps, will be put in play. That will drop the water considerably in the system to be able to hold even more capacity. So what that means is that we've been working together to make sure that the reality of flooding is lessened due to the experiences we've had in the past. And again, I want to thank the administration in working with us and allowing us to work with them and one voice. We also, as our colleagues and myself, want to pray for the people of Cuba and also the people that will be impacted by the storm in many areas in Florida in the days to come. En español, simplemente quiero darle las gracias a la alcaldesa y a la administración para trabajar en conjunto con los comisionados y conmigo para buscar la forma de ayudar en todo posible. Quiero darle las gracias a todos los compañeros que trabajan con nosotros, en este caso manejo de agua del sur de la Florida, la organización que mueve el agua acá hacia el sur, y hemos trabajado con ellos adecuadamente desde el miércoles para reducir los canales y también abrir todas las compuertas que son necesarias.
All right, so you are watching the latest update here with the Miami-Dade County Mayor and other city and county officials there, letting everyone know how that area is going to respond. We know, of course, that they're not going to get a direct hit in South Florida. However, they could see those tropical storm force winds, so they are doing everything they can to prepare. What you're listening to is that update once again from the Miami-Dade County Mayor and several other city and county officials. As you can tell, they're speaking in English, and then they do translate it to Spanish afterward. I believe that each and every one of these speakers are going to do that, so I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
En los niveles y todas las cosas que hemos podido hacer, también queremos dar en las oraciones, mis colegas y yo, también a lo que es los ciudadanos de Cuba y todos los ciudadanos que han sido afectados, las personas de la isla, de Jamaica, de Cuba, y también las personas que están en el frente de cuando este huracán toque tierra en la Florida. Orar por ellos y sus familias y que todo salga bien por ese lado. Son conjuntos de nuevo hemos trabajado y hemos hecho la parte eficaz y seguiremos trabajando juntos durante esta tormenta. Recuérdese, la cosa más importante es ser precavido, no tener el agua, no salgan a estar en el agua por cuenta de cualquier línea electrónica que puede caer y puede en ese momento darle electricidad a cualquier persona y puede fallecer vida, como ha pasado en el pasado. No salgan si no tienen que estar en la calle, ten sentido común y eso sería, lo creo, lo máximo que podemos recibir. Muchas gracias.
You know, I'm Dan Gelber, I'm the mayor of Miami Beach. You know, Dade County has a lot of complexities of government, different types of government, and frankly, rising water doesn't really care about geographic boundaries or political division. So I really want to thank Mayor Levine Cava, our chairman, my colleague mayors who are here in the commission for leading to make sure we have one voice and that it's seamless and that people know that when we ask them to be warned about something or to take some kind of direction, that they actually understand that we're all in agreement here, we're working together. And I think that's very important. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, my city, look, I think yesterday my team on Miami Beach said that they had one of the highest tides they've ever had over there. And we are in king tide season, which means like once a month it's going to be pretty high, and it just happens to be in the next few days. So usually mid-morning the tides go pretty high, and so for people just to think about it this way, with all this rain coming down, the ground is already wet, so it's harder for it to sort of absorb away. So you're going to see more flooding than you typically see. In fact, in my city of Miami Beach, we sometimes see sunny day flooding. I know other cities see the same thing because our county's made out of pretty much porous limestone and the water comes up. So it's very important to be aware of that. And also to understand that standing water that's a few inches high or more is going to be added on with storm rain, which means that it's going to be in your neighborhoods possibly. And it's not something you should play in. Your kids shouldn't play in it. Your pets shouldn't drink it. It's not clean water. And sometimes you can't see what's underneath it when you're driving, so you have to be very careful. We have, in our city of Miami Beach, we have a pretty ambitious pump and generator system, but we have 10 pumps that we're deploying along with 5 generators. We've cleaned out the system so that it's ready for this. We do have numbers you can call on Miami Beach if you have the kinds of obstructions that you're worried about or damage. You can call 305-673-7625, or you can simply email flooding@miamibeachflaw.gov so that you can be aware of that. So thank you very much, Mayor, and let's stay safe, and our thoughts are with all our folks on the West Coast.
We're going to hear from Superintendent Dotris now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And of course, the most important piece that we've shared today is that it's one voice. And I'm here on behalf of our school board, our board chair, Perla Tavares-Hatman, and our entire school board to thank the mayor in making sure that we are all united in the way that we respond to the storm. We, of course, this afternoon suspended all after-school extracurricular activities, athletics, and evening classes. So that was our first phase of making sure that we keep our students safe. We are, of course, very concerned because of the large number of students that we transport. So wind factor makes a significant contribute significantly to our decision making. So in addition to that flooding, we have a lot of students that, of course, walk to school. So and as a result of that, and in conjunction with the decision that we've made, we will be closing schools Wednesday and Thursday. We have all updated information on our school website, dadeschools.net. But again, we're doing this because of multiple reasons: the high winds that will impact transportation, and many of our students that walk to school. We want to make sure that they're safe and that we respond adequately to anything that they need. Again, Mayor, thank you very much for this coordinated effort, this one voice that represents who we are as a community. If I can just say it in Spanish, muchas gracias.
All right, as I mentioned, this news conference, a lot of it is first in English and then they do translate it to Spanish. So I do want to call your attention over to our XRAD system where you can see the storm as it is getting ready to go back into the Gulf of Mexico. It did hit Cuba earlier on this morning, making landfall around 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. Now it is going to go into the Gulf where the warm waters are expected to cause the storm to strengthen. We do believe that it could be a Category 4 storm at one point, and it appears it might actually strike Florida there as a Category 3 storm. A lot left to figure out because we are still, a day or so away from this. So that cone could change. We could see, things just kind of change over that time period. So, by the way, once we have another speaker here speaking in English, we will go back to that news conference. But I do want to go over some of the other information here. So the latest trajectory showing landfall in the area of Tampa, Florida in the coming days, possibly Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But the effects, as we mentioned, are going to be felt much, much sooner. We're talking about strong winds and heavy rain. The National Hurricane Center says the Tampa Bay area could see storm surge of up to 10 feet with as much as 15 inches of rain possible locally. Due to the potential and likelihood, Florida's west coast is under a storm surge warning. This, by the way, is the first direct hit by a major hurricane for the Tampa area in more than 100 years, since 1921. Let's give you a full look there at the radar here. It actually looks like they may be speaking in English again, so let's go back into that news conference.
The work that's been done before the storm, the lowering of the canals is significant. I want to thank you for the effort, Mayor and the Commission, for everything before the storm. In the city of Hialeah, we have been very proactive now since Sunday. We've asked our crews to go out and start making sure that all our drains are clear of debris. Our pump stations are all operational. We've already received a lot of water, but at this point, we have no areas of major concern. But we do expect flooding, and there's no way around it. We will continue to do sandbags today while supplies last, and we're doing that at Babcock Park in the city of Hialeah. We have also, apart from the bag distributions that we're doing today, we've reviewed all our senior buildings, which was something that was very important for us, and we made sure that those buildings are secure. The low-lying buildings that could be prone to flooding have already been attended to. For those in the city of Hialeah that would like to receive alerts directly from the city, we ask you that you text Alert Hialeah at 888-777. Alert Hialeah at 888-777, and you'll be receiving around-the-clock updated information with regards to the storm and areas, whether it's flooding or power outages. Bien breve en español, le queremos dar las gracias a la alcaldesa y al condado por los esfuerzos que han hecho antes.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to a live news conference from Miami-Dade County. The mayor and several other city and county officials are speaking ahead of their tropical storm force winds expected there in the Miami area and for all of South Florida. If you look over at our radar, you can actually see that the outer bands of that storm are going into the southern part of the state. We did speak with Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather a bit earlier on this morning. She's over in Tampa, so a little bit farther to the northwest. She says the weather there is beautiful. It's the calm before the storm. However, if you are over in the Miami area, there are already reports of flooding as a result of those outer bands, and it's only a matter of time until we see those bands reach areas like Tampa, Orlando, and then continue to move northern. We know the storm is expected to make landfall possibly tomorrow night into Thursday morning, and the trajectory does show that it could be in Tampa, or at least the Tampa area. So we've had some news conferences that we have been playing from Governor Ron DeSantis, of course, and other officials there with emergency management who are just urging people to follow those evacuation orders and pay attention, listen, because some of those are mandatory orders and some are voluntary. They do want people to make sure that they are prepared for this major storm because, as we've been mentioning, this would be the first direct hit by a major hurricane for the Tampa area since 1921. Let's go back to that news conference underway with the Miami-Dade County Mayor and other county officials.
County, where very recently, just a few months ago, unfortunately, we experienced severe flooding. And our message to our residents in South Miami-Dade County is to get prepared and to be alert. We're going to have wind gusts up to 57 miles per hour, not sustained, but flooding is going to be likely to occur in our same area in South Miami-Dade County. We do have a number of pumps on hand ready to be deployed in the event that the flooding occurs again. And I want to thank our Madam Mayor and everyone here for preparations that began in advance of this storm, including the lowering of our canals so that we can mitigate the flooding effects as much as possible. We're all working together to ensure that we are as adequately prepared for this storm as possible. Please remain off of the roadways if at all possible. And I want to thank everyone again for the level of preparation that we've seen in anticipation of Ian, and prayers to everyone who has family members on the west coast of Florida and everyone in the Caribbean, including Cuba. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. Great. So we're going to have our Creole translation, and I just want to acknowledge that we have with us our Chief That's it. Our Chief Operations Officer. We have our Chief of Fire and Public Safety as well for any questions, and our Water and Sewer Department and Transportation, and our RER, Regulatory and Economic Resources. Well, yes, we have Miami Beach in the house. All right. Oh, yeah. Please, Lionel. Thank you. And solid waste. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. À partir matin, Ian commence à prendre grade, il monte dans la catégorie 3 pendant qu'il a traversé sur tête Cuba et il a dirigé vers ouest.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:53 over on the East Coast and 7:53 over on the West Coast. You are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system where you can get a good look at Hurricane Ian, now a Category 3 storm with wind speeds of 125 miles per hour. We do know that Category 4 strength is 130 miles per hour, so we're only 5 mile per hour away there from seeing the storm upgraded to a Category 4. Right now, the storm is leaving western Cuba, and it is going into the Gulf of Mexico, where the waters are warm, and the National Hurricane Center does expect that we will see the storm strengthen once again. The current trajectory does show that it would make landfall in the Tampa, Florida area. So we are going to keep an eye on this storm, and we will bring you updates, as you'd imagine, all throughout the day and for the next several days. So, yeah, just stick with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time right here as we continue to track this very strong Hurricane Ian as it continues to barrel through Florida right now and coming close there to reaching it. Right now, of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Always good to be here with you. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, coming up in about 3 minutes, we are expecting the next big National Hurricane Center update. That will be coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern. We are just moments away from that. And then coming up at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, we will have Governor Ron DeSantis out in Sarasota County. That is just south of Tampa there, where all eyes right now are on Tampa. And we got some great looks right here of Fox Vision Live being really showcased here, just showing you everything that is all the looks right now in Tampa. And this time tomorrow, it should be a whole different story for these different shots that we have available to us here. But obviously, it is a big time situation that is going on right now. You see sandbagging opportunities happening right now live in Tampa as well. And we got you, of course, always covered right here on Live Now from Fox with the very latest. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us worldwide right here as we wait for this next hurricane update. I want to go out to our friends out Fox 35 in Orlando, where they gave an update on the latest with this storm.
You can find Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King closely monitoring the track of Hurricane Ian. Jay.
Danielle, good morning. So we've got a strike here on western Cuba. You can see the eye now on top there, very well defined. The intensity continues to increase now at a major category, 125 mile per hour sustained winds now. So we got a Cat 3 becoming a 4. It looks like a strike here just south of Tampa Bay as a 3 with winds at 120 as we get to Thursday morning at 2 a.m. Again, you see here we've got a category 1. Do not let that phase your preparations and the overall outlook. In your mind, you need to know that these impacts are going to spread far and wide all across the Florida Peninsula, the Central Peninsula, even northbound, down to a tropical storm there Friday at 2 a.m. winds at 65. That in itself is concerning as it slows down. Slow-moving tropical storms are notorious for producing huge amounts of rain. Think back again to years past. We've had a lot of slow movers across the area, and they have produced historically over a foot of rain in many locations. So this could be what we're looking at as we assess the threats. I want to give you an update here. We've got tropical storm watches now that just been attached to Alachua County. Also for Marion County right now, we got a tropical storm warning now for the west side of the state. These are hurricane warnings. Those tropical storm warnings go through Seminole, Orange, Osceola County. So the whole Orlando Metro. Brevard now with a tropical storm warning. Volusia still under a tropical storm watch, as well as Flagler County now, Palm Coast and Bunnell along the I-95 corridor. And again, this goes all the way up to Jacksonville. So there's a really heavy presence now, lots of watch and warned areas. So everyone needs to prepare. I mentioned going into the last break, if you can, rush your preparations to completion by this afternoon. At max, have them prepared and done as we get into the early evening hours. Conditions are going to be going downhill. Also, active flood watches until Friday morning for the whole viewing area. And as we look at our high-resolution modeling, you can see rain bands slowly increasing. Winds will begin freshening later tonight into the morning tomorrow. And there's a look here at the area as we see the showers and storms increasing for tomorrow at 7 a.m. Big time rain amounts. Look at this very impressive signature there. Winds continue increasing through tomorrow in about 6:15 in the evening. That's a look at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll continue seeing conditions eroding, degrading into the evening hours. And that's when these winds will continue rising. So for today, rain bands moving in, gets gusty at times. For your Wednesday, Ian slowing down Wednesday, Thursday with some big flood impacts. By Thursday, 60-plus mile per hour winds and power outages looking likely. The closer you are to the Gulf of Mexico, the rougher your weather is going to be. Want to go over to Allison Gargaro now, live in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Allison, you're going to talk about the county-by-county impacts.
That's exactly right, Jamie. And Marion County is going to be seeing some very gusty winds. So let's talk about the timing. Starting Wednesday night through at least the early morning hours on Friday, we could be seeing sustained winds anywhere from 55 up to 70 miles per hour with those gusts at 90 miles per hour. So winds going to be something that we're watching very closely, as well as rain anywhere from 8 to 12 plus inches will be possible. As for Seminole County, the timing is going to be a hair earlier Wednesday night throughout the early morning hours on Friday. And as for those winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 60 and rainfall totals anywhere from 5 to 10 inches. But speaking of rain, we're seeing that down in Key West right now. This is a live look at one of our weather stem cameras. The rain is falling. There's been a lightning strike or two, not much lightning associated within any of these tropical systems. But we're seeing on our Fox 35 storm tracker radar already some of those outer rain bands bringing moderate to heavy rain near Fort Myers, Miami, and then some light rain moving up toward Port St. Lucie. So we're going to continue to monitor conditions on our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. And Jamie, we could be seeing some severe weather arriving as early as late tonight.
That's the concern, Allison. Thank you. Great analysis there here in the Storm Center as these rain bands crank steadily northbound. We've already had a couple of tornado warned areas in inland Monroe County. That threat is going to increase exponentially as we head through the next 12 to 24 hours as you work steadily from south to north. We're here tracking. I want all to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We'll check back in. Another update at 5:30. We got you covered all day, not only here on the air, but also online. I want everyone as well to scan the QR code for our Fox.
All right, that was a great team there from earlier, Fox 35 in Orlando, breaking it all down for us here as evacuations are underway as Ian takes aim at Florida right now. Live look at our Tampa weather shots here as we are awaiting the next National Hurricane Center update. That is coming up in just moments here on Live Now from Fox Everyone. Hurricane Ian continues to barrel towards Florida as a Category 3 storm. What is concerning here is that it could hit as a potentially Category 4 storm as well there. So we are following everything for you right here on Live Now from Fox's mandatory and voluntary evacuations totaling over 300,000 people have been ordered along Florida's west coast as Hurricane Ian rapidly intensifies into a major hurricane. Florida's Gulf Coast from Inglewood to including Tampa Bay is under a hurricane watch ahead of the expected wind, rain, and storm surge from Hurricane Ian. And given Florida's unique coastline, the topography lends itself to the state being highly susceptible to storm surge flooding during hurricanes. Several counties along Florida's west coast have already issued mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders. According to the Fox Forecast Center, storm surge could reach as high as 10 feet along portions of Florida's west coast. Through the entire western Florida coast is susceptible to some level of storm surge. Storm surge is the rise of water levels caused by a storm and does not take into account rainfall or wave size, which can add additional feet on top of a storm's surge. Evacuations haven't been limited to only Hillsborough County. Charlotte County emergency managers issued a mandatory evacuation for Zone A red areas. Hernando County voluntary evacuations are in place for all zones for residents west of US 19. In Hillsborough County, mandatory evacuations for Zone A. Zone B is under a voluntary evacuation, and people living in manufactured and mobile homes are encouraged to evacuate. Manatee County officials ordered a mandatory evacuation for Zone A and voluntary evacuations for Zone B effective right now. And Sarasota County managers issued a mandatory evacuation for all of Zone A, all RV boats and mobile homes and shelters open in just about an hour right there. And, of course, we will continue to follow everything here for you on Live Now from Fox Everyone. I want to give you the latest out of the Tampa airport as we are learning that the Tampa airport now ceasing all operations there as they get ready for the big storm. Let's listen to some of that right here on Live Now.
Everybody ready? Sound check. Everybody good? All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Lopano, the CEO of Tampa International Airport. And like many others in Florida, we've been tracking this storm very closely. It's a very dangerous system. And of course, as a critical infrastructure for the state, we're going to do our best to stay open as long as possible to support the citizens of the Tampa Bay region. However, with the storm and the intensity of the winds, we will close today at 5 p.m. That's 5 p.m. today, no more commercial flights. Airlines are already canceling flights, moving airplanes to safer places, and you should always check before you come out here in case your flight's been canceled. Right now, our priority is to protect our employees and our facilities. And after the storm passes, we'll be focused on reopening and reconstituting the airport. And we recognize the importance of this asset in order to have the community recover as quickly as possible. Tampa is resilient, and the rest of the Tampa Bay area is resilient as well. We think that we're taking every precaution we can, and we're doing everything we can to keep everyone safe. So having said all that, at this time I'd like to bring up our EVP of Operations, John Tiliakis.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. My name is John Tiliakis, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Airport Operations and Customer Service here at Tampa International Airport. As an airport, safety is at the core of everything we do here at TPA, and our team has been planning and executing all that we need to do to prepare for Hurricane Ian's arrival. Our top priority, of course, is the safety of all of our airport employees here at TPA and our passengers. We have a team of storm riders made up of about 120 employees that will ride out the storm. We have trained for this sort of an event. We have planned and we've put all of the measures in place that we believe we need to put in place to be as prepared as we can. We've been working closely with our airlines, as you heard from Mr. Lopano, our tenants, federal, state, and local partners. In addition, our team is in the process of securing our airfield and terminal facilities, and we will continue that process throughout the day today and overnight tonight until our last departure at 5 p.m. As you know, Tampa International Airport is extremely close to Tampa Bay, and storm surge and flooding are obviously a top concern for us. If you consider that we may face 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, 15 to 20 inches of rain, 3 to 5 feet of high tide, and we're talking potentially a lot of water that could be on our airport. At 5 p.m. today, Tampa International Airport will be closed to all passengers and guests as we continue to make final preparations overnight to protect our facilities. I'd like to remind the public that the airport is not a shelter. We do not have the resources to serve as a shelter for vehicles and people during a hurricane, so please do not come to the airport after 5 o'clock today. Do not bring your vehicle to the airport. Those looking for available shelter space should visit their respective county websites for that information. Once the storm has passed, our team will conduct a damage assessment of our airfield and terminal facilities and determine whether we can reopen immediately or whether we have issues that we need to address as a result of the hurricane's impact. Our goal, of course, is to reopen our airport as quickly as possible, but we need to make sure that we do that safely. We also urge our passengers who have questions about flights to contact their airlines directly. We only manage the reopening of the facility of our airport and not airline flight schedules. And finally, I'd like to thank our local community and federal partners and the many members of our emergency management, airport operations, police, and maintenance teams who've been working around the clock, working very hard, very diligently to prepare for this hurricane. And at this time, we'd be happy to answer any questions about our preparations or operations here at Tampa International.
So when you're a water event, or what are you really concerned about? The towers, the field, is it the airplane, aircraft that makes it here?
Well, it's certainly going to be a combination of wind and water. Perhaps our biggest concern is the water that may impact the airport. We obviously have a very complex, very robust drainage system throughout our facilities that we maintain on a regular basis, and we've made sure those drains are clear, and we have the ability to bring in equipment as well as use our own equipment to help move that water. But you know, that water largely depends on what's happening in the bay, as close as we are to the bay, right? To my knowledge, we have never had a storm of this magnitude that has impacted us. Yes, sir.
What happens to the passengers that are traveling that maybe get stuck here at 5 o'clock? And do you have an idea of how many flights are going to get affected?
So we have approximately 450 flights a day that will be impacted. So we close at 5 o'clock tonight. Most of our operation will be done for the day by then, but of course you have tomorrow and Thursday with no flights. And passengers that may be stuck here at the airport, we will get them to a nearby shelter.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I stayed here during that storm and rode it out here at the terminal. It's pretty eerie to see nothing going on, hardly anyone in the terminal, very dark outside. So, you know, that's all part of being here in Florida. We're ready for it. It's not going to be fun, but we're going to do the best we can to make it a successful operation.
Yeah, I wish I had a magic answer for you. Once the storm has passed and it is safe for our damage assessment team to get out onto the airfield to survey our terminal facilities, roadways, the parkway, we'll be able to determine the condition of the airport at that time and make a decision on how soon we can reopen. As you heard from Mr. Lopano, we're a critical infrastructure. We play a big part in moving passengers, freight, mail, and we want to get open as quickly as we can, but we want to do that safely. Yes, they are all volunteers, all employees of ours at the Aviation Authority, and hurricane planning is something that we plan and exercise every year. As we do many other contingencies, we do that throughout the year, all year, and we're about as prepared as we can be for Ian.
Yeah, so the question was about the economic impact of shutting down. It's in the millions, and unfortunately, Ian is not giving us a choice. And so we'll just make it as painless as we can, open as quickly as we can, depending, as John said, on the severity of the storm, and we'll resume from there.
Absolutely. Depending on what the storm surge does at high tide, the amount of rain we get, we could potentially see flooding on our airfield beginning on the west side of the airfield. So that's part of the assessment we'll make once the storm has passed. We may find ourselves in a position of being able to open the airfield for essential flights, cargo flights, emergency flights, air evac, but not able to open the terminal. So that'll be part of the assessment and the decisions we make post-storm. We have, yeah. Beginning on Monday, in fact, we saw our passenger numbers tick up quite a bit. Yeah, great question. As I alluded to in my remarks, the airport is not a shelter. We don't want anyone that doesn't need to be out here at the airport because we don't have the ability to respond with emergency services, right? So at 5 o'clock today, please do not come to the airport. Do not bring your vehicle to the airport either. Our facilities are rated for Category 4 hurricane. So we believe that from a facility standpoint, we're well positioned.
So the storm riders are uniquely qualified in their areas of expertise. So as an example, electricians, plumbers that work here every day will come out as storm riders in case they're needed during the storm. So it's not special training. It is what they're good at, but we need them here so we can get the lights back on and get the plumbing working.
How big a role do you think they would play in getting this place back open? Even things outside like the airfield and the roads getting in and out the airport.
Yeah, I can't say enough for our storm riders. They leave their families and come here to make sure that the airport can reopen as quickly as possible and keep our facilities safe. So they are really, really very dedicated people. I will be here riding the storm with the other folks, and I'll do what's needed to be done.
The cars that are parked here, passenger cars that are parked here, are in our garages, in our parking structures. They'll be fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, folks, so that was the big news coming out of Tampa International Airport earlier, where they are going to cease operations starting at 5 p.m. Eastern. They're all ahead of Hurricane Ian there. And look at it as it continues to make its track towards Florida there. And this is the setup right now as Ian remains a Category 3 storm, and officials are really worried at this moment it could possibly hit as worse as a Category 4 here. And here's a live look right now at the live looks in Tampa here. It is going to change drastically in the next 24 to 48 hours here. And you got people live in Tampa right now sandbagging and trying to protect their property the best that they can as they are very worried of a storm surge that could net more than 10 feet. So think about that. And we all know how destructive water is. And this is a slow-moving storm as well. We're only talking 10 to 12 miles per hour right now. And we all remember Hurricane Harvey. If you remember that in the Houston area, that was a storm that just pretty much sat on Houston. It was only going 3 to 4 miles per hour, and it caused extensive flooding. And we are now just talking about a storm that's going a little bit more than 8 miles per hour faster at that. Here's a live look right now in Sarasota County, Florida. This is a big county to watch, everyone. This is just south of Tampa right here, and it's so big that the governor, Ron DeSantis, he is going to be giving another update here in moments. Sarasota County, very, very big. All right, so we are going to continue to track this here for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We are continuing to wait for the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you live on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here all in real time as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Right now, we are moments away for the next update for Governor Ron DeSantis. He will be in Sarasota County, Florida, just south of Tampa. We will bring that to you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox, giving you some live looks, courtesy of Fox Vision, breaking it all down for us and giving us the looks here in Tampa. This will drastically change in the next 24 to 48 hours. And as it looks like at this current look here and this current track, you are looking at just a really bullseye for Tampa there, and that's really unfortunate for everyone in that area as Hurricane Ian looks like it has a magnet right now for Tampa. Let's continue right here on Live Now from Fox, show you the latest update from Hernando County. That is just north of Tampa. Let's listen right here to officials on Live Now.
Throughout Hernando County at this time. With that, we're going to see a storm surge in our county, somewhere between 8 feet to 10 feet, depending on exactly where this storm makes landfall at. That storm surge is going to impact our coastal community, and all those roadways in the coastal community that normally get a lot of water near them will definitely be overcome, and a lot of houses in Hernando Beach that are definitely at ground level houses will have water basically at or probably into those houses also in Hernando Beach, Weeki Wachee, up along the river, Arapika areas in our community will definitely have a lot of water surge impacted them all during the day on Thursday, overnight on Thursday, and we'll look to that water to hopefully start receding on Friday. With this storm event, one of the changes that's happened is the increased amount of rainfall. We're going to see a significant amount of increased rainfall, up to over 14 inches of rainfall in our community. That is more than any significant storm event that we've had recently in our community. All of our roadway designs and the ponds that you have near your houses that collect all the stormwater are not designed for 14 inches of rainfall within a 48-hour period. So any roadways that you have near your house, or if your house is in a low-lying area where you've had flooding or ponding problems at your house, if your house has been impacted before by flooding concerns, will be impacted again. It will be impacted in this storm event. So anywhere throughout the entire Hernando County where there's been flooding concerns before, it will occur again within the next 48 hours in Hernando County. So we will have a lot of roadways that will become impassable. There will be low-lying areas where the water has staged up before and had flooding concerns. Those flooding concerns will occur again in the next 48 hours, and they'll most likely be worse than they were before. At this point, because of the rain event and the slow progress that this storm is predicted to make now, as it's going to go very slowly across the Nature Coast area, we're going to see it's a tremendous amount of rainfall, and with that, there'll be a lot of downed trees because of the saturation level of the ground here, and with that, a loss of power. And so we expect a significant loss of power in Hernando County, sometime starting late Wednesday night and Thursday, and hopefully we'll see how fast we can work with our power companies to get it restored. But please prepare for a loss of power for several days, 3 to 5 days, starting on Thursday and Friday in this area. Today we are opening shelters today in Hernando County, 3 shelters for individuals, because we're introducing a mandatory evacuation order today just for the areas west of 19. So if you live west of 19, we're going to do mandatory evacuation. We believe you should seek shelter elsewhere because of the potential of the storm surge in this area, for some houses that be inundated, and also for the ability for us not to be able to get to you. Your house might be elevated high enough in Hernando Beach to overcome an 8-foot storm surge. The roadways will not. And so we will not have access to anything on the west side of the community after the rains and the storm surge comes up until that water recedes. And we don't know how long that'll be, but it'll definitely be, there'll be a 24-hour period at least that we will not have access across some of the roadways to going to Hernando Beach, Pine Island, and Arapika area of our community. And so we mandatory request everyone that's west of 19 to seek shelter elsewhere. We request that you seek shelter, with family or friends, or if necessary, evacuate the area to find a hotel out of the area, out of the wind area, storm event area, to find a place to stay safe for a couple of days until we get the access back and then the power restored also to this community in the near future. With that, not only are people on West of 19 throughout the community, anybody that lives in manufactured homes or in RV community, RVs, we strongly consider, you can consider whether or not your manufactured home and RV can withstand the increased amount of winds for a long duration. While we're going to have some gusts that go tropical force winds and up to some 89, 90 mile per hour gusts are potential to come through our community, it is going to be a very slow, long event, and so it's going to be sustained for a couple days here. And so those structures might or might not be able to withstand this storm event. So we consider you to look to also to find shelter, obviously with family and friends or elsewhere, or at one of our public shelters. And again, also definitely anybody that's had any low-lying areas, if your house or your area has been inundated before with a tropical storm or rain event, that's had significant flooding issues at your house or concerns, this will occur again. And so we recommend that you definitely seek shelter all the way. So starting at 9 o'clock today, there will be a mandatory evacuation for everyone west of 19 in Hernando County, and also low-lying areas, manufactured houses, and RVs within Hernando County for your safety, and so that we can get you through this storm event carefully. So with that, as we recommend again, you seek shelter on your own. If not, if unnecessary, you can't find that. We are opening 3 shelters immediately this morning at 9 a.m. Those are at the Challenger K-8 school, which is on Elgin Boulevard. We have the Explorer K-8 school on Northcliffe Boulevard, and the Mining Association Enrichment Center, that's in the city of Brooksville, and Grubbs Boulevard, right there at the entry to the quarry. So these shelters are available for you and your pets to bring. And so, and at the population increases, we have more shelters on standby to open as necessary. We will have capacity for everyone as necessary in Hernando County for a shelter. Also, today, the county government's closed and the school system is closed. We want to make preparations for these shelters being open, and also to allow the ease of everything else in the community for you to make all these arrangements at your houses, and also to evacuate. And as the government being closed and the schools closed takes a lot of activity off the roadways, we can definitely get evacuations done faster. But we do have sandbags available today. Actually 4 locations throughout the whole community. Linda Pedersen Park out on Shoreline area in Hernando Beach. Anderson Snow Park in the middle of the community on Anderson Snow Boulevard. On the east side of the community, Ridge Mantle Community Center, there's sand available. And our friends at the city of Brooksville, the city of Brooksville's DPW building also has sand available for everybody in the city of Brooksville and that surrounding area there. Our friends on the east side of the county, definitely the Withlacoochee River is already at a action.
Okay, that was the officials there in Hernando County, just north of Tampa. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We always appreciate you joining us here worldwide. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to navigate Hurricane Ian here as it continues to track getting close to Tampa there as a direct hit. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that. Of course, we are just moments away from Governor Ron DeSantis in Sarasota County. That is just south of Tampa. So what we will do is keep an eye on this. We have a live event that just started. The mayor of Tampa is speaking right now. As soon as we see the governor, we're going to switch and go to the governor and then play out Tampa right after that. So we got you covered here. Don't worry, you won't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox. When there's breaking news, there's a good chance it's going to be right here on Live Now, and we are in full Hurricane Ian coverage here for you.
Right now, continuing right up to when we start to feel the effects of Hurricane Ian, to mitigate, pumping water out of our stormwater ponds, letting water over the dam, doing all that we can to make sure that that water has a clear path somewhere to go. The issue is when the storm surge comes in, we all know Tampa Bay is very shallow, and so that storm surge comes into Tampa Bay, there's really no place for it to go. It's going to be in our rivers, it's going to be in our streams, it's going to be in our canals, it's going to be in our stormwater drains and ditches. So this is something that the entire community needs to be aware of. We have over 120 miles of coastline, just property that abuts some type of water source. And so this is going to affect a lot of individuals. We have already called, Hillsborough County announced an evacuation of Zone A. That's already been in effect, and I think a lot of our residents that were in that area have left. This morning at 10 o'clock, the county called for a mandatory evacuation of Zone B as well. This storm is not to be taken lightly. I know that growing up here in Florida, you hear about people that have hurricane parties and stay where they're at despite the warnings. This is not the time to stay. A car will float away in 3 feet of water, and we're talking about a 10 to 15 foot surge. As I have said over and over, the only element that has 100% check marks in the wind column is Mother Nature. And so you have got to make sure that you are out of the path of this storm. And when we say evacuation, you don't have to go far. You just have to get on the high ground. This is going to be much more of a water event than it is a wind event. And we hide from the wind and run from the water. We have done, as I stated, as much as we could to prepare. We've opened up shelters in cooperation with the school system in Hillsborough County. 46 shelters open. We have shelters that take pets, special needs individuals. So that transportation is going on right now. I said yesterday in a briefing that Uber had offered free rides to shelters, and that offer stands. Uber's providing those rides, and Heartline is as well. We're trying to get individuals out of those low-lying areas, and I know that Chief O'Connor will talk a little bit more about that. We're closing down the sandbag locations around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and have already provided over 50,000 sandbags to our community. I've been in contact with the port. They have shut down, but they're going to open up. All of their fuel systems are full. They're going to open up as soon as they possibly can and get trucks running out of there, and then bringing in replenishing ships with more fuel as well. Communications. I've been in contact with Verizon, with AT&T, and with T-Mobile. They have satellite trucks, cows, everything staged close to us to bring that in. I've been in contact over and over with the state EM. They have all of their resources staged and ready to come here into this area. We've done all that we can to ensure that we're providing the services that will keep our community safe. What we're asking each and every resident to do in the city of Tampa is to be aware and, again, get away from the water. Now I'll bring up Chief O'Connor. You first? Okay. Chief Tripp.
Okay, good morning. Chief Tripp with Tampa Fire Rescue, Emergency Manager for the City of Tampa. As the Mayor has stated, this is not a drill. Everyone needs to take heed to all the communication that is being distributed within the City of Tampa. What have we done to prepare? We have a lot of shelters available. If you are in those evacuation zones, you need to listen to the news and please evacuate your family for safety. We are going to experience a lot of water. In the meantime, we have reached out to other agencies for assistance. Once this storm passes us, we will be ready and prepared. Do not take this storm lightly. I know everyone, we've had close calls, but this is serious. Please listen to the media. We have a lot of information out there, a lot of resources available for the community. If you need additional resources, please check the website, tampa.gov/hurricane for additional information. a lot of generators you may have at home. Please make sure you visit the website for information about generator safety. Once again, we urge everyone to please take precaution for Hurricane Ian. Now I bring up Chief O'Connor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As Mayor Castor and Chief Tripp have so clearly stated, that this is not a drill. Hurricane Ian will be upon us before we know it. Tampa PD is all hands on deck right now to be ready to assist anybody in the city of Tampa or anybody else that needs assistance. There are a plethora of resources available. Tampa PD has been working tirelessly to make sure that our most vulnerable populations and our most vulnerable areas have the resources available to them. What does that mean? Tampa PD has visited everybody in Hurricane Zone A that was evacuated mandatorily yesterday, knocked on every single door and encouraged residents to seek shelter and get safe by evacuating Zone A. Tampa PD is now out visiting personally everybody in Zone B. So again, if Tampa PD knocks on your door, please take their precautions seriously and get yourself to safety. We are there to encourage you and to give you the resources you need in order to stay safe. Not only in our most vulnerable areas, but also our most vulnerable population, our homeless population. Tampa PD is out visiting our homeless population, asking them to please seek shelter. We are using HART and we are using Uber to transport homeless individuals to the shelters as well. Tampa PD's emergency high water vehicles are poised and ready post-storm efforts to get out and provide rescue missions if necessary. As it was mentioned, Tampa PD is assisting with sandbag locations. We will be ceasing sandbag operations between 1:30 and 2 o'clock today. So if you have not gotten your sandbags yet, now you need to do so. Just one quick reminder to residents, now is not the time to panic. Please stay calm. Please get prepared. Please use all of your resources at your fingertips that you need. And again, Tampa PD, along with everybody else in the city of Tampa, is poised, ready, all hands on deck to assist our residents. And we're here for you. The roadways, I'll just close with that. Please stay off the roadways when the storm does hit. Once the winds reach a certain miles per hour, Tampa PD has to shelter in place, so we will not be out on the streets. So it's very important to stay aware of what's going on out there. And again, I appreciate everybody's hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes. Yes, I've spoken to Archie Collins with TECO several times today, and what they want to do is to shut down power in those areas that should have already been evacuated. There are specific buildings in the downtown area and then the Harbor Island, Davis Island location, and they're doing that for good reason. If the storm surge, if it's clear that storm surge is coming and it's going to overwhelm the circuits, it is better to preemptively turn those off than to let them short out. They can bring them back up faster if they take that precaution.
What time can we expect that?
We will let you know. I don't want to speak for TECO. I think that there's still that sort of a minute by minute, but the locations that they have indicated to me are going to be in Zone A, and that's already been a mandatory evacuation for well over 24 hours.
Mayor, when you talk about the storm surge, do you have an image in your mind of a past storm that it might look like? Worst case scenario, best case scenario?
No, I've seen, the videos, the imagery where they show in the downtown as the water comes up and down. But I tell you, it takes me back to Hurricane Charlie, where they said if we had taken that direct hit, it would have been a 10 to 15 foot tidal surge that would have peaked at the interstate in South Tampa. There's going to be a lot of water. There's no doubt about that. And we can predict, but we also know how these storms change. So it can get better if the storm comes ashore a little south of us. And I don't know that it can get much worse, but I'm sure there's a scenario that says that it could. But right now, a storm that slows down for 24 to 48 hours and just continuously dumps rain into the Tampa Bay area is devastating. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. We will be putting a curfew in place. Andrea Zellman, our city attorney, has already crafted that, but we work in collaboration with the county to ensure that we're taking those steps together and guarantee that everyone's property is going to be safe and secure. One of the things post-storm that will be the first time that we've enacted is for our damage assessment. We'll have drones that will be flying over. And I'll let Chief O'Connor talk about the robust reentry program that the Tampa Police Department has had in place for years. And each storm season, they've continued to improve it.
Thank you, Mayor. So in order for residents to get back into their neighborhoods and their communities post-evacuation, we are asking that they have their hurricane hang tag available. A lot of residents are unsure about what the hurricane hang tag is. For future storms or future events, we do provide, the City of Tampa Emergency Management does provide a hang tag that shows that you belong in the neighborhood that you're attempting to get back into. But for all intents and purposes, if you do not have a hurricane hang tag, don't panic. If you have ID or some type of other documentation to prove that you do belong in that neighborhood, we will let you back in. So we are prepared to secure these neighborhoods as best we can so that anyone that does not belong in these neighborhoods is not coming back in post-evacuation. Mm-hmm. We put that out today. I believe the solid waste stopped their pickups today, and so 12 noon stopped, but they're usually done early anyway. So covered all the neighborhoods that if this was your trash day, then it should have already been picked up. And then we clearly look at anything that could be dangerous in high winds and make sure that we've picked up all of that. Have also been in close communication with David Gwynn, who is our area FDOT regional supervisor. They've picked up all of their construction material along the interstate and other roadways, and we have also required that of all of our contractors. We've been in touch with all of the development that's going on in our city with each and every one of those sites to make sure that they've secured their cranes and that they too don't have any debris on their job sites. Tampa General Hospital been speaking to all the hospitals, all the CEOs of the hospitals throughout the city, and been in constant contact with John Corus. They have put up the storm barrier around Tampa General. So this is going to be the test right here. But I've talked to him, and they aren't evacuating anyone at this point, but they have systems in place that individuals will be protected, and they have plenty of resources, generators working, and they're comfortable that they can protect their patients at Tampa General. Yes, that's the high water driving through. If you can't see, don't go into it. You're just gonna, like I said before, 3 feet of water, your car is gonna float. So those kind of common sense things, as my dad used to say, common sense isn't as common as we'd all like to think. But just common sense. Don't be out there on the roads driving around. There's going to be down trees, but more importantly, there's going to be down electric lines, and that it's more dangerous after the storm than it is. I think I got a call from the president. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, so actually all nursing homes should have a generator that they report to the county as well as the state to make sure it's in full operations. The nursing home that are in the evacuation area, currently we are assisting with evacuating those patients to facilities that's in higher grounds. Currently, the only one that we have requests for is about 41 patients coming from South Tampa, and we're actually relocating those to Central Tampa.
We are adamant that people need to heed the warning, and they do need to evacuate if they're asked to do so. However, we're not going to force anybody out of their homes. But we really need to stress the fact that these evacuation orders were put in place for a reason. The experts know what the potential damage is, what the potential life loss is. People need to take these warnings very seriously. As far as outreach is concerned, as we all know, we use our phones a lot these days for social media. There's a lot of resources out there. Both the City of Tampa, the Tampa Fire Rescue, and the Tampa Police Department is constantly posting on social media any updates and any outreach that the residents need to know in order to stay safe. Go ahead, Trevor. Yeah, I mean, I would say a few hours before storms landfall. I can tell you this, that when the wind speeds are sustained at 40 miles an hour or higher, first responders do not go out on the street. So we do have to shelter in place at 40 miles an hour or higher. So please don't expect an emergency response. I just very strongly encourage residents to act now. This morning, the traffic on I-275 northbound was quite heavy. I can only imagine that it is heavier now, so now is the time to take these evacuations seriously and not wait. I have to refer that to legal. I do know that we are currently writing up a curfew ordinance. I don't know when exactly that would take effect. I can venture to say it's going to be sometime this evening with the county. And now that the storm has seemed to speed up a little bit, we probably would be implementing any curfews sooner rather than later. But we will be coordinating with Hillsborough County, obviously, as well. I mean, obviously, the fact that they're high up in a building that's in evacuation zone A or B does not matter, because once they come down to the ground floor, there's a very strong potential that it's going to be underwater. So even if you're in a high-rise building, don't take that as a safety net. You know, obviously, if you're in evacuation zone A or B, regardless of what level you're on, you need to heed the warnings.
So we have fire stations that are currently in certain evacuation zones, and they have been relocated, but we also have reached out to additional resources.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. That is the latest in Tampa. Let's go right now to Sarasota County, where we do have the governor there making his latest update live.
We also have Department of Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue. We have Sheriff Kurt Hoffman, and then we have Ed McCrane as well to talk about final stages of preparations for what is going to be a really, really significant hurricane that's going to impact the state of Florida. I think, as many of you know, this storm, Hurricane Ian, is now located about 200 miles southwest of Key West. It's moving north at 12 miles per hour. It has passed or is in the process of passing Cuba. It is a Category 3 storm, which is a major hurricane, and the sustained winds are 125 miles per hour. We've been preparing different things throughout the state. We've been working with the locals. I think if you go back 48 hours and you looked at where that track was going, even though we said don't get wedded to where that eye is. You know, they had the eye of the storm arriving someplace in northern Florida in the Big Bend region. Then that track has shifted consistently eastward. As we went to bed last night, the anticipation was a landfall in the Tampa Bay area. And now the models this morning, both the European model, the American model, the ICON, all have it coming into the Sarasota region. The 11 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, they revised their guidance to see it south of Tampa Bay into this region. Now, that's still not set in stone. I'd say anyone on the Gulf Coast prepare for impacts, and that was true even when it was going to make landfall places further north. We knew that there would be big storm surges as far south as Collier County. So that's what we're dealing with here, though, is continued preparations, heeding the warnings and the evacuation orders that we have from our local officials, and you're going to hear from that some additional guidance here in Sarasota. People remember Charlie was earmarked to go into the Tampa Bay. It turned south and impacted places, particularly like Charlotte County. This is a little bit different than that because it is a big storm. It is going to kick up a lot of water as it comes in, and you're going to end up with really significant storm surge. You're going to end up with really significant flood events. And this is the type of storm surge that is life-threatening. Another factor that they're forecasting now is it makes landfall somewhere. Let's say it's in Sarasota County. Most of the forecasts have it slowing down to almost a crawl. And what that means is it's going to dump an inordinate amount of rain. So that could be Sarasota, could be a little bit inland. Obviously, the impact could be somewhere down this coast in different ways. There's still time for it to wobble. But I think most of the forecasts are anticipating a landfall, then a slow to almost a crawl, which is going to put a lot of saturation in the ground. So this is going to be a major water event, both in terms of the storm surge and in terms of the flooding. Evacuation orders have been issued up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida, including here in Sarasota County. The issue with this is if you are in one of these low-lying areas and you have the potential for 10, 15 feet of storm surge, that can absolutely be life-threatening. Those orders, I think, are not taken lightly. I think that that's what is the best to keep you safe. And you don't need to evacuate to another state. You don't need to evacuate hundreds of miles away. The key is to get to high ground and be in a safe structure. And I know here in Sarasota, they have shelters that are open that can do friends and family in the area. If you are going to go somewhere in other parts of the state of Florida, we're advising that you can go south and then across Alligator Alley. Southeast Florida seems to be doing better. This track may end up taking it all across I-4. It could take it in other areas. But the most important thing with the evacuation is just get to the higher ground, get to safe structure. It doesn't mean you have to be in a place where there's no storm or where you're not going to face anything, because in Florida we have structures that can deal with these hurricanes. It's hard to deal with 10 feet of water, and that's really what is underlying the evacuation notices. If you're in the barrier islands, if you're in some of the places that are susceptible to that, you are in risk. FDOT and FHP are coordinating about the flow of traffic. As of now, on 75 out of here, it's moving. We have had increased folks on the road starting yesterday, heading eastbound on Interstate 4. I think you're going to continue to see it pick up on I-75 now that the track has shifted further south into this part of the state. FDOT is prepared and FHP are prepared to open the shoulder to emergency use for evacuations. But that will happen once the sustained traffic goes under 40 miles an hour. I've not reached that point yet. And so when you do, then they will do it. The people sometimes ask, are you going to do all lanes on both sides one direction? FDOT has studied that over like 10 years, and they've determined that's not the most effective way to do it. You need people to be able to get into the storm for supplies and rescue and whatnot. So the emergency lanes, that is going to be the first step. Of course, we've suspended tolls in the affected areas, and we will keep those suspended, and we will expand that as need be. Fuel is still being provided. I know there's a lot of people out getting fuel. We've seen lines, but you still see they're going to keep providing that until it's no longer safe to do so. And then, of course, once the storm hits and passes, that's going to be a priority to clear the roads so that we're able to get the fuel back to the gas stations. People should anticipate losing power. Just when you have a storm of this magnitude, that's what happens. It knocks down trees, it knocks down power lines. So when you're making preparations, just be prepared to be able to make do without having consistent power. And that may be a matter of days. It may be more than just a few days. It really depends on the intensity of the storm, and it depends on how much structural damage is done to the underlying infrastructure that powers our state. Of course, we have, I think we've got over almost 30,000 folks that are now stationed in various companies that are going to be ready to go and work to get the power back on once the storm has passed. We also know that people who are evacuating may not necessarily want to do a shelter. Maybe they don't have family. Maybe they want to do a hotel room. Well, Visit Florida has partnered with Expedia to launch an emergency accommodation page. Anyone who's been ordered to evacuate can use this page to find available accommodations in other areas of the state. Just go to expedia.com/Florida, expedia.com/Florida. We have probably more than 2.5 million people right now that are under some form of an evacuation order. So we understand there's going to be a need to use everything at our disposal, not just shelter, not just friends and family, but also available hotel rooms. Know your evacuation zone. You're going to hear another announcement here in a minute from Sarasota. FloridaDisaster.org/plan-prepare. FloridaDisaster.org/plan-prepare. If you go there, you can determine where your evacuation zone is. It's different from the FEMA flood maps. This is something that is impacting whether you should evacuate in the case of a storm, and that is what your local emergency managers are relying upon. Don't leave your pets behind. We need to make sure we're taking care of the pets. There are pet-friendly shelters. There's information about planning for taking care of your pets in the times of disaster at FloridaDisaster.org/plan-prepare, FloridaDisaster.org/plan-prepare. We have shelters open here in Sarasota and surrounding counties, and that's something that's going to be very, very important as the next day or two goes on. And if you want to see where the available shelters are in your area or even in other parts of Florida, you can go to FloridaDisaster.org/shelters, FloridaDisaster.org/shelters. We are continuing to forego tolling, and we may expand that as need be. We have 35 school districts that have announced closures, and more may happen as the track becomes more certain. If you want the latest up-to-date information on schools, go to fldoe.org/storminfo. That's fldoe.org/storminfo. We have 5,000 Florida National Guardsmen that are activated and that are staging and that will be ready to go and help people who may need help once this storm hits. We've got another 2,000 from neighboring states. We have urban search and rescue teams that are activated, and we have another 3 that are on standby should their services be required. Florida Fish and Wildlife, they're activated, they're standing by, both in terms of vehicles that they would use to traverse water, as well as aviation assets. That's all tools will be at the disposal. We have FHP with 12-hour shifts and additional state troopers that have already been mobilized to the Gulf Coast of Florida. And of course, we now have Coast Guard. Who's in the Coast Guard at the EOC right now? Yeah, we have Admiral McPherson is at the EOC in Tallahassee. So we appreciate the Coast Guard being there and offering support if need be. Long-term care facilities, as of now, 100% are reporting backup power in the form of generators. I know there's been evacuations of high-risk seniors, and that is the right thing to do. At the same time, there's a lot of these facilities that may not be in a flood zone or may not be in a zone A that they will be in there. They probably are going to lose power, and so having that is very important when you have medically dependent individuals. The entire state is under a state of emergency. As you see the track, there may be portions of the state that don't see any major impacts. Clearly, if it barrels into Sarasota and then goes out into the Atlantic Ocean off the east coast of Florida, probably not going to have significant impacts in Northwest Florida, whereas there had been tracks just a couple days ago that had taken it all the way into places like Okaloosa and Escambia counties. We also, though, because of the change in the track, there's going to be more counties on the interior that are going to have more direct impacts. I mean, everyone's getting rain. You're going to see that. That's going to absolutely be impactful. But if you have it come through a place like Sarasota, yes, it will weaken, but you're going to probably have at least tropical storm force winds all the way until it exits the state of Florida, wherever that may be. We've authorized emergency refills of medication and prescriptions for 30 days. We've suspended weight restrictions, and we've waived those policies so that commercial trucks can bring in as much supply as they can to make sure that the folks here have what they need. We have received at the state level 550 requests for assistance from local counties. We fulfilled 495 and are on the way to do more. Some of those requests can only be fulfilled once the storm hits, and those will be as well. We were able to meet with the leadership here in Sarasota County, and we stand by ready to do additional assistance once that is requested. We have done over 200 medical professionals to county special needs shelters. We have 120 that are in surrounding counties in the Tampa Bay area. On top of that, we have staging areas, and as the storm track has changed, Kevin and his people have migrated some of the preparations and the staging further south in the state. When you had the eye of the storm looking like it would go north of Tampa, that's different than when you see it coming now south of Tampa. So still have support in Tampa and in north of that, and I would say that just because the eye is no longer on Tampa Bay, one little wobble can change that, and I think you're absolutely going to see major impacts in the Tampa Bay region, regardless of whether the track continues to go south or not. Generators and pumps are staged to help with flooding. Pre-landfall fluid and water is staged to help with counties that may be in need. So please continue to monitor the local weather reports. Please listen to your local officials and the updates that they provide, and make sure that you are prepared and you finish your preparations. And if you are in an evacuation zone where you've been called upon to evacuate, that you heed those warnings and do what you need to do to protect yourself and to protect your loved ones. We want everybody to be safe. We want to make sure that they get through this in one piece. There's going to be damage, there's going to be flooding, there'll be wind damage, but those are things that we can fix. It's not necessarily easy to do, but we can do it. You can unring the bell if someone is in a very hazardous situation and then ends up dying because of a really nasty hurricane and storm surge. So please heed the warnings. We want everyone to be safe. We want everyone to get through this. But we appreciate everything everybody's been doing across the board, across the state of Florida, to step up when we have these things that bear down on us. And I think you've seen at the local level in particular, you've got some really, really strong emergency management personnel. This has been a very difficult thing to track. It's gone one direction or the other, and they've responded very quickly as new data has come in. Okay, Kevin Guthrie, why don't you come up and give an update for DEM?
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor said, we have over 500 missions that we're filling presently. I think the current number is around 550. We continue to send ambulance strike teams, oxygen, technical communication services statewide, search and rescue teams. We have additional search and rescue teams standing by. I was on the phone with 3 other states this morning, again, checking on the availability of additional resources in Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. They are all committed to sending us whatever it is that we need. Residents should and can expect power outages. That is going to happen. If you're a medically dependent resident, and that's a term that was coined right here in Sarasota County by the leadership here. If you're a medically dependent resident and you depend on electricity, then you need to start seeking shelter now. All right, go to a friend or a family member or seek shelter. I'll let Ed follow up more on that. During previous hurricanes, we've seen certainly situations where communications go down. I highly encourage you to develop a family communications plan on how you're going to do that after the storm hits when you do not have communications. At this point in time, obviously, there's a lot of people running to gas stations. We want to encourage citizens and residents to keep their tanks half full. When you get to that half full mark, go ahead and start seeking to fill it up. That shortens the amount of time at the lines at the gas stations. It also conserve some of the bulk issues as we have somebody put 30 gallons of gas into a tank. Same thing goes for electrical cars. Keep those batteries at 50% or more. Make sure you have cash on hand. Make sure you go into the ATMs, and as ATMs and credit card services need power to function. So again, we've already talked about we're going to lose that capability. Plants, things around your house, yard furniture, go ahead. If it can, if it's out there on the lawn, go ahead and get it in. Make sure it's secure inside of a garage or some other area. The last thing that I will talk very briefly about is many people are having trouble navigating websites and whatnot. There's so much information out there. Where can you go to get the best information? I know Ed is going to mention the local call-in center number here, but for us at the Florida Division of Emergency Management, we do have the SAIL line, the State Assistance Information Line, up and running, and I will give you that 1-800 number. If you have any information as it relates to the state, you can contact us at 1-800-342-3557. I will say that again. It's 1-800-342-3557. You can also follow us at the Division's Facebook page and on Twitter at FLCERT. That's FLSERT. Governor, again, thank you for your leadership on this.
Okay. All right. Ed McCrane, Sarasota County EM Director.
Thank you, Governor.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Here at the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center, we continue to monitor the path of impacts. We really appreciate the support of Governor DeSantis and Kevin Guthrie from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Great partners that just being here tells us that we have that support. They continue to work together with our school, law enforcement, municipal partners to get the word out. We previously evacuated level A. That's in the process today, which is all the red on our map, all barrier islands, low-lying areas prone to flooding, which includes mobile homes, RVs, and those that live on boats. And that mobile home park can be anywhere in the county. If you look at the Sarasota County evacuation map, you'll see red shapes throughout the map. Those are mobile home parks, and they are part of level A. Because of the change in the track and the information we received from the National Hurricane Center and the Weather Service this morning, we are now adding level B. At this point, right now, we're adding level B, which will encompass a few more areas of the county adjacent to those level A red areas. To find the nearest evacuation center, visit scgov.net/beprepared, or you can call 311. All 12 evacuation centers for general population are open. We began accepting evacuees at noon today. And we have 2 medical dependent. At this point, the medical dependent process is not as it would be during blue sky. You need to call 311 so we can do a quick triage and get you into the system. Don't go in and try to fill out the form and expect it to be acted on quickly, as we're already in the process of moving people. Evacuation centers, though, like the governor said, should be your last resort. They're the lifeboat. You should go to friends or family if you can. And you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You can go tens of miles. You can choose east-west routes like 72, 70, 64, or like the governor said, go south on 75 and seek refuge down there. Our buses are serving at the transportation rally points. We will end those services tonight at 8 p.m. or once winds reach 35 sustained. The bridges will remain open for vehicular traffic, but once winds get to 35, the U.S. Coast Guard will issue a notice that the bridges will be closed to marine traffic. And let me emphasize that. There's a lot of misconception about that. We do not leave the bridges in the up position to close them. They are down, locked, the equipment is removed, the bridge tender leaves, and law enforcement may be placed there to prevent people from going back west over the bridge unless they have an emergency situation. Utilities will be shutting off water service to all residents and businesses located on Siesta Key after 5 o'clock this evening. City of Sarasota may be doing the same on Lido and that area, so keep that in mind. Solid waste collection services have been canceled. The landfill is closed. We asked our community continue to be smart, make their preparations now, and follow evacuation notices when issued. If you're going to an evacuation center, eat before you go. Bring your emergency kit, including bedding, and bring a flashlight, toiletries. You're going to get 20 square feet of space there. Our teams there, along with the school district partners, will get you in situated. You can bring a pet. Every single evacuation center in Sarasota County is pet friendly. We have teams there trained. Our school partners, we decided that after Hurricane Irma because everybody came to every shelter with pets. So we are prepared for that now. Continue to monitor local media, county social media, and please register for emergency notifications by going to alertsarasotacounty.com.
Okay. All right. We also have from the Department of Transportation, our Secretary, Jared Perdue.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, we have suspended tolls to aid in evacuations in the impacted areas, specifically Alligator Alley and many of the toll facilities in the Tampa region. We will continue to monitor the path of the hurricane, and as needed, we can expand those toll suspensions. We've begun locking down and fortifying all of our construction projects. Our coastal projects, we obviously secure and lock down the barges and cranes, and also open all the travel lanes on all of our inland projects to aid in evacuations. For our bridges, we monitor those very closely with FHP. When wind speeds on the bridges reach 40 miles per hour, we coordinate closely with FHP and local law enforcement and begin shutting those bridges down to traffic for safety of the traveling public. We'll continue to monitor that as the storm progresses. We're going to continue staging resources nearby for post-storm bridge inspections. This is a priority for us, especially for our coastal bridges. We'll start there. We deploy resources immediately after the storm, and it's safe to do so in order to inspect those bridges, make sure they're safe for passage, prepare any repairs that are needed to get them open for the life safety mission, and also getting supplies in and out. The staging of resources for post-storm events in terms of roadway clearance and supporting the life safety mission is currently ongoing, and we're also coordinating very closely with our utility partners to aid in the power restoration after the storm makes impact. We're going to continue close coordination with FHP, Georgia DOT, Florida DEP, and U.S. Coast Guard on additional needed actions. All of our ports, our seaports, currently have adequate fuel supplies. They're well positioned to quickly reinstate operations following the storm and keep fuel supplies moving. The seaports in the cone of influence have begun suspending operations in terms of sea traffic and staging appropriate measures to safely restore operations as soon as the storm passes through. We're also coordinating very closely with our airports, and for airport closure information, you should contact your local airports. We are staffing traffic management centers across the state 24/7. We're closely monitoring traffic flows on all of our major facilities to aid in evacuations. We have brought on additional resources for road rangers and motorist aid assistance in case motorists need help as they're evacuating. We'll continue to watch that traffic. As the Governor mentioned, we do have the ability to utilize the shoulder for vehicular traffic if it is needed during evacuations. We coordinate that decision very closely with FHP. As soon as travel speeds get below 40 miles per hour, we typically are able to do that, and we've deployed signs and we'll have personnel all along those corridors to help aid motorists in knowing how to navigate that. We have successfully deployed this in the past, and so it works very well. So we'll continue to watch that, and as we get closer, we'll watch the traffic. Currently, we're seeing anywhere from 30 to 40% increases over normal on our major interstate facilities like I-75 and I-4. We have a 511 travel information system. Please visit fl511.com for information, or you can download the app on both Apple and Android devices. Again, thank you, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Okay, and what Jared will do, these bridges, as was mentioned by Ed, they will, once there's a certain wind, they will be closed because they're not safe. The storm will come through. In the aftermath, those bridges will be reopened, but only after they've been inspected to ensure that they didn't suffer significant damage. We want to make sure that the bridges are safe. So Jared will have people ready to go, Army Corps, and the goal is that once it passes, get in, look at the bridges, make sure that they're safe, and then give the A-OK for people to be able to get back on there and get back to their homes. So you have time today to make the arrangements that you need to make. Listen to the call. If they mention the Zone B, that's not something that's taken lightly. That's something that is looking at the latest weather information that was a lot different than maybe 48 hours ago, and identifying potential vulnerable locations within the county here, and I know they're doing this in other counties with their local EM directors. And so this is going to be a significant storm. You're going to have massive, massive storm surge, a little bit different than when Charlie was supposed to go to Tampa back in 2004 and then went further south. That had a lot of wind, and this had have a lot of wind too, but it did not kick up the same level of storm surge that this is anticipating doing, nor did it produce the level of flooding that this is anticipated doing. So protect yourself, take precautions. We'll have support coming in as soon as it passes. We want to help everybody get back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay? Anybody have any questions? Yes? Well, I think it depends on your location. I think that when you're in these zone A's, when you have a potential historic storm surge coming, you are taking a major, major risk. I mean, that's just the reality. And so, as Kevin said earlier today, if you evacuate out of one of those zones, zone A, and you get to higher ground in a safe structure, the one thing we say, you're not going to die. If you're in harm's way, you're really taking a risk. Now, there are definitely going to be people in this county and in other counties around here who are not in a Zone A or Zone B situation. Maybe they are on higher ground, they have perfectly safe structures, and they make those decisions that's best for them to kind of hunker down, and that's fine. But when you're in those really low-lying areas, given what the storm's going to do, you are absolutely taking a risk. And regardless, I think, of what people do in terms of staying or evacuating, just be prepared that you will lose power, and that will happen, and it's not going to come back on immediately. There's going to be a storm. If it's crawling very slowly throughout this county and in this part of the state, that's going to be dumping an inordinate amount of rain. It's going to be difficult for anybody to get in immediately. You're going to have to clear roads. You're going to have to do a lot. So just prepare for that, and just understand that you are going to have interruptions in power. Understand you will have interruptions in fuel at some point. Now, Kevin's team, working with the utilities and everybody, the FDOT, I mean, the goal is going to be clear the roads, get the linemen in there, do what you need to do for fuel. Of course, that's going to be all hands on deck. But there is going to absolutely, with a storm of this magnitude, going to be a time when you're going to have to do that. So for the new Floridians, some are in this for the first time and are really heating, which is great. Others may not necessarily know what to expect. And so if you are here when it passes, just understand, with no power, it gets really hot and nasty. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be great to be sitting around. That's just par for the course when you deal with these things. So just make sure you're prepared for that. Yes.
Secretary Perdue, are you considering making any roads one way? And then my other question is, what are you doing to ensure that gas supply continues?
Yeah, sure. So, no, we've done a lot of studies over the years and found that using the shoulder for those evacuations is really effective. We don't want to one-way facilities because we need the other side of the facility for the life safety mission and getting supplies in and out. And so we found that works really well. And as I mentioned, fuel supplies are topped off at all of our major ports, and so right now fuel levels are looking good. I mean, there's lines at gas stations, but right now fuel levels are looking good.
And the decision, as Jared mentioned earlier, to use the shoulder is going to be dependent on when traffic slows to a certain amount. And we have not yet seen it consistently be below 40 miles an hour. And really, you're looking at I-75 and I-4 as the two major interstates where that would be an issue. Also, Kevin, the state, we have fuel contracts in place to bring it in from other places. And so, he's working on that. And that may not be needed. But if it is, we want to make sure that we're able to get fuel going as quickly as possible.
If this ends up being, the worst case scenario that nobody wants to see, do you feel confident that the state is ready for the response after the fact with the storm surge, the flooding, all these different things? Because this could be.
So the bad thing about there's many great things about Florida. One of the negatives is that you have risk of of natural disasters and hurricanes. And that's just always been true throughout our state's history. The good part about that is because everyone knows it's a risk, we have some of the people that respond to these that are the best in the business. And it's not just at the state level. We obviously have good people there, but you have people in these counties who've been doing this for a long time. And so they've seen a lot, and they've seen what works, what doesn't. What I can tell you is we've marshaled all the resources available. When counties have asked, we're fulfilling those requests. We want to make sure that people have what they need to be able to get through this. Now, once the storm passes, of course, immediately, if anyone needs to be rescued, that's why we have the National Guard. That's why we have Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission with their boats and their aircraft. That's why we have USAR teams that are going to be ready. So those are really major assets to help people who may be in harm's way. Once that's taken care of, the resumption of services is going to be priority. That's why you have 30,000 linemen amongst all these different utility companies that are staged and ready to go, because most people will get through this with minimal damage to themselves or their property, but if they can get back to normal as quickly as possible, that makes helping everything else so much easier. So there's going to be a priority on doing that, and as Kevin mentioned before, with the fuel and the communications, all of that is very, very important to get everybody back on their feet. Now, when you're talking about storm surge of this nature, you're talking about the amount of water that may get dumped. You're going to have damage from the flooding. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. That could be residential damage. That could be commercial damage. Of course, when you have a strong hurricane making landfall, you're going to have a lot of trees that are going to be knocked over. That's going to cause damage. I think if you look, a lot of Florida homes are built to withstand a Category 3 hurricane or more, but what ends up happening is a tree falls on, well, that's damage that's hard to stop at that point. And I think you're going to see it continue to go through the state of Florida potentially on this track, maybe not at hurricane strength winds, but you're going to have a lot of tropical storm force winds that are going to cause damage. It's going to create problems with vegetation. It's going to create problems with trees. So as all these things go, there are some tracks that are better than others. Clearly, we wanted this to just go out in the Gulf and not impact Florida at all. Now you're in a situation where it's impacting southwest part of our state, but it's likely to continue to go, maybe not at hurricane strength, but certainly a major, major storm system, potentially moving all the way through the interior of our state out into the Atlantic Ocean. So there's going to be a lot to do. And I'm proud of everybody at Florida Department of Emergency Management who's been up this. We declared a state of emergency last week when it wasn't even a formed system, because we saw the potential that this could be something that would have a major impact on the state of Florida. Okay, we will continue to be providing updates. Make sure you're finishing your preparations. Make sure you're doing what you need to do to be safe. You're not going to get a mulligan on this one, and so it's better to over-prepare and better to take actions to be safe than wish you had done more after the fact. Thanks.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis there giving the latest update there in Florida. As he says, more updates will be happening throughout the day. And as he reiterated, this is a life-threatening event there, especially on Florida's west coast there, as we are seeing that track eastward. And that is exactly what we didn't want to see here with this storm. What we're going to do, everyone, is take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will have a FEMA update at the White House. You can see the media is waiting for that. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. If that doesn't happen by the time the 2-minute break is over, we are going out to Fox 13 in Tampa. They are continuing to break down the latest with this storm.
In that track, we're seeing those little minor changes here and there, but the overall message hasn't really changed all that much. We're still expecting significant impacts along the West Coast, and a lot of this is going to extend well inland as well. Already, you're seeing a lot of these rain bands working their way through the southern part of the state. You're seeing these winds gusting over tropical storm force already down in Key West, seeing the winds gusting up to 46 miles an hour. So here's the latest. Winds currently at 115 miles an hour. Weakened just ever so slightly as it worked its way over Cuba, but it will re-strengthen as it moves across the southern Gulf of Mexico, moving to the north at 10 miles an hour. That forecast track continues to nudge a little bit to the right, a little bit down towards the south and east. So arrival time along the coastline could be 6 to 12 hours earlier than what was originally anticipated a couple of days ago. But we're still talking about potentially a landfalling system and then slowing down because you see how close these are together. So here we are at Wednesday night, and then by Thursday night, you can see we've only gone from, say, Sarasota up towards Orlando. And we say this all the time, you can't focus in on that exact spot because we continue to see these little adjustments. So anywhere inside of this yellow shaded area is still fair game that we could see this landfall, and you're going to see the impacts, not only the wind, but the storm surge, especially on that right-hand side, and then the rainfall amounts. We do have the hurricane warning that goes from basically Pinellas County down to the south. Tropical storm warnings elsewhere, and then that storm surge. We're seeing the surge numbers going up down across our southern counties, maybe a little bit better situation, but still we will see significant flooding, and then the rainfall amounts, very significant. We'll talk more about that. We'll show you a lot more information coming up in just a few minutes, Linda.
Thank you so much, Jim. Well, now to the latest on evacuations. Tens of thousands of residents across the Bay Area are under mandatory evacuation orders right now. In Hillsborough County, officials expanded the mandatory evacuation order to now include Zone B. So residents in Zone A and B and those in mobile homes or in low-lying areas must be evacuated by 9 o'clock tonight. In Pinellas, Zones A, B, and C are all under evacuation orders, and access to barrier islands have been cut off to non-residents or business owners. In Hernando, mandatory evacuations have been issued for all areas west of US 19, which includes Zones A, B, and C, and those in mobile homes. And in Manatee County, Zones A and B have been told to evacuate. In Pasco and Sarasota and Citrus counties, everyone in Zone A needs to evacuate. And as Hurricane Ian makes its way towards us, towards the United States, evacuation orders are changing really by the hour. Fox 13's Gloria Gomez is live in Tampa with the latest concerning Hillsborough County residents. Gloria, what can you tell us?
Well, emergency officials announcing, like you said, that actually Zone B in Hillsborough County is now a mandatory evacuation starting right now at noon. Take a look at the map. We want to show you that area of the map that is orange. That is Zone B. That is the mandatory evacuation. That area includes Bay to Bay South all the way to MacDill. So now that order is Zone A and Zone B as a mandatory evacuation. Officials announcing that just a couple of hours ago. They say this storm is intensifying and residents need to heed the warning and leave. Take a look.
Due to the growing intensity and size of the major Hurricane Ian and the increasing likelihood that Hillsborough County will be significantly impacted, we are amending the voluntary evacuation for Zone B to mandatory evacuation. Just to be clear, the voluntary evacuation for Zone B is being upgraded to a mandatory evacuation.
The time to act is now. Not a time for panic, but a time to act and get your families to that safe place.
Sheriff Chronister also saying that he does believe that the public is taking this seriously. He says that last night he saw video of I-4 bumper-to-bumper traffic. He actually said it was the first time he was actually happy to see traffic on I-4. There was a little chuckle in the room. So clearly he's noticing that the public is heeding the warning, is taking this seriously. One more note, Linda. Also, HART officials telling us today that the HART buses will be available available for transportation for free until 9 o'clock tonight. They will suspend operations after 9. But if people need the bus service for Hart anytime today between now and 9 o'clock, it is available for free for anybody evacuating. So Hart officials wanted to make that clear to us today. But after 9, it'll be suspended. So something else to keep in mind. Back to you.
Thank you for that updated information, Gloria. And a warning to people looking for sandbags in Tampa. The city of Tampa is closing the following sites at 2 o'clock today: the Himes Avenue Complex, Al Barnes Park, and Parksdale at McFarland Park. These sites do have bags, sand, and shovels available, but you will have to park your car to make and load your own sandbags. And there is a 10-bag limit per car. As we mentioned, Pinellas County is already restricting access to the barrier islands, and Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry has more on that.
Well, it's official. Zones A, B, and C here in Pinellas County are all under mandatory evacuations. And as of 7 o'clock this morning, access to the barrier islands here in Pinellas County is now shut down. Pinellas County deputies stationed just outside the bridge here in Bel Air Bluff, asking people if they live or work on the other side of the bridge. Otherwise, they are turning them around and not allowing them access to these barrier islands.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. We have you covered right here. As always, what we are going to do is take a quick 2-minute break. We were taking in some of the coverage there from Fox 13 in Tampa. When we come back, we're going to take you out to the White House briefing, where they do have FEMA standing by to give updates regarding this massive storm. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here worldwide. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to track the biggest story here of the day. Obviously, it is going to be a big story for the next coming days, as we are looking at Hurricane Ian, as it has made a new track more eastward, and that is not what we want to hear here. But let's get the very latest updates. It's happening live right now. We're going out to the White House, where we do have FEMA giving the latest update as they see it, as they are tracking Hurricane Ian.
With the 3 mayors in Florida. And what he spoke about with them was making sure that he understood what their needs were, and he wanted to hear from them on what their potential impacts were going to be. He asked about their progress with the mandatory evacuation orders that are in place, and he really wanted to make sure that the mayors knew that he has committed the full force of the federal family to make sure that we are there to support them in what they need, and that they can reach out to me, they can reach out to him anytime with any needs that they may have in the aftermath of this storm. So a little bit about the storm. as of this morning, the National Hurricane Center upgraded Hurricane Ian to a Category 3 storm, which means that's about 125 mile-an-hour winds. Ian is moving toward western Florida at approximately 12 miles per hour, and at this time we are expecting landfall somewhere between Fort Myers and Tampa. By the time it reaches the shores of Florida, the storm is going to slow down to approximately 5 miles per hour, and this is significant because what this means is that Floridians are going to experience the impacts from this storm for a very long time. I can tell you that our biggest concern as we wait for this storm to make landfall is storm surge. And I will note that storm surge is a leading cause of hurricane-related fatalities. Just in 2018, when Hurricane Michael impacted the Florida Panhandle, there were 5 recorded fatalities as a result of storm surge. So therefore, if people are told to evacuate by their local officials, please listen to them. The decision you choose to make may mean the difference between life and death. We won't just see storm surge, though, on the western coast of Florida. Hurricane Ian's path is also going to bring some storm surge to the eastern coast, somewhere near the Daytona to the Jacksonville area. In addition to the storm surge, we are also going to see significant rainfall with the possibility of up to 25 inches in some isolated parts of Florida. And as always, there's always a possibility for tornadoes. So the main message I have for everyone in Florida is that this is going to impact everyone in different ways. So you need to stay focused. I did speak with Governor DeSantis on Friday to hear his main concerns and his priorities for the response and the preparedness actions. And we immediately began moving resources and personnel in. And President Biden signed Governor DeSantis' pre-landfall emergency declaration request on Saturday. This made sure that we were able to immediately start supporting the governor's concerns that he relayed to me. The preparation for this storm has been extensive and it has been coordinated. It has been a coordinated effort between FEMA, our federal, our state, and our nonprofit partners. So a little bit about some of that forward-leaning posture that we've put in place. Search and rescue, we know that this is going to be a priority. We have established a search and rescue coordination group that's going to be in Miami, and it includes members from FEMA's urban search and rescue teams, the Coast Guard, the Department of Defense, the Department of the Interior, as well as the state of Florida. These teams are going to coordinate search and rescue efforts by land, by air, and by sea. We have also pre-staged 128,000 gallons of fuel for immediate deployment, and we have moved a variety of generators of all sizes and types to help restore power to critical infrastructure after the storm passes. The Army Corps of Engineers has also pre-staged 300 personnel to conduct power and fuel assessments as soon as the storm passes. And we have 3.7 million meals and 3.5 million liters of water that are staged in Alabama. There are also multiple volunteer organizations that are postured and prepared to support feeding operations as soon as it is safe to do so. The Red Cross, they have established 29 shelters right now for evacuees, and they are also prepared to open an additional 60 shelters if needed. And we have 200 ambulances from our FEMA contract that are already in the state working side by side with local officials, and we have 4 federal medical teams on standby. So while we are postured and ready to support Florida as they prepare for the impacts of Hurricane Ian, I want to make clear that FEMA's ongoing support to Puerto Rico's recovery efforts from Hurricane Fiona, as well as Alaska's recovery from Typhoon Merbok, is still ongoing. We remain focused on helping Puerto Rico restore critical services like power and water, and our staff remain engaged with families to help them through the application process. And I'm happy to say just now that the final 4 municipalities in Puerto Rico were just added for individual assistance, so now the entire Commonwealth has that available to them. Our teams in Alaska are also helping the state complete damage assessments and addressing emergency repairs as the state is preparing for their nearing freeze-up as the winter season approaches. As far as Hurricane Ian's path, it has become more defined, but as with any hurricane, it can still be unpredictable. This means that it is more important than ever that communities inside and outside of that projected path that you see, that you stay vigilant. And so my message to those who may be watching at home, get ready and do not underestimate the potential that this storm can bring. Know where you are going to get your information. Listen to your local officials and heed their advice. They are trying to keep you safe. Have a plan to communicate with your family. Finally, FEMA and our partners are here. We are ready and we are focused on meeting the needs of those that we are charged to serve, but we need the help of everyone that we are charged, that everyone at home, to be as prepared as they can be. I am confident that we have the right team in place as we work this emergency response to Hurricane Ian, and together we have the capability to meet whatever threats may come our way.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions. Thank you, Director Criswell. You briefly mentioned Puerto Rico. There are still 750,000 customers without power in Puerto Rico. I know you authorized just in June $600 million, I believe, for in equipment for rebuilding the power grid there. There was something like $10 billion approved back in 2020. What's the status of the efforts to try to rebuild Puerto Rico's power grid, and had any of that taken place before this latest storm?
Yeah, I was just in Puerto Rico maybe about 3 weeks ago checking on the recovery from Hurricane Maria, and what I saw when I was there is one cohesive team between the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the federal family that has been really focused on all of the recovery efforts, but primarily the power restoration. When we were there just last week checking on the impacts from Hurricane Fiona, what I saw there is they were putting power back as quickly as they could, but I think the important piece and what really stood out to me is what I saw them as they were repairing the down power poles. They were bringing back more resilient. They were putting them back with more resilient poles to withstand future impacts like we saw from Hurricane Fiona. We are committed to continuing to work with the governor of Puerto Rico in his efforts to make sure that we can rebuild this grid in a way that's actually going to be more resilient for future impacts.
How long do you think it'll take to rebuild the grid?
I think that we have done a lot of work in making sure that we've taken the time right now to do the plans, or the Commonwealth has, to do the plans to make sure that as they are rebuilding it, it's going to be more resilient. I think that the time, we'll get back to you on what the time frame is, but it takes time, right? Recovery never as fast as anybody wants it to be, but we will continue to work with them and expedite anything that we can to speed up that recovery.
Has the administration, or will the administration, waive the Jones Act that would allow for a diesel carrying ship to dock there in Puerto Rico to help provide necessary provisions of diesel oil to those there?
Yeah, we are committed to doing everything that we can within our legal authority to support the people of Puerto Rico. And we know that the Jones Act waiver is one of those things. We have a legal obligation to ensure that each waiver request meets the legal requirements of Congress. And so any final determination on that will be made by the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Given the pressure we've heard from the Puerto Ricans and the governor in that territory right now, what time frame should they anticipate that decision should be made, given the urgent need for that oil?
I know that they are actively working on that approval process or that consideration right now, and so I don't have a time frame for you right now.
And just a curiosity, well, I know we've asked before, you spoke to several mayors down there. One of the mayors said that one of the primary concerns was complacency. I'm curious, the president spoke to big leaders. First question to you is about complacency. The second is, you've spoken to the governor of the state. Why hasn't the president yet, or is there a scheduled call for the two men to speak, obviously, as they're the preeminent leaders of the country and of that state?
I do have concerns about complacency. We're talking about impacts in a part of Florida that hasn't seen a major direct impact in nearly 100 years. There's also parts of Florida where there's a lot of new residents that have never experienced this type of threat. So my message to them is still take this very seriously, listen to your local officials, and those Floridians that have been through this before, help your neighbors that may have not had to go through this. Heeding the advice of your local officials is the most important. And as far as the conversation, the president directed me to contact the governor early on before we even did the declaration. I did that. My regional administrator is with the governor right now, making sure that we're understanding what the needs are, and our focus is on the current life safety needs that need to be met.
Can you describe just the level of communication with state officials, and have there been anything unusual or any challenges with that? How would you describe it?
Yeah, I think the communication that we have had with the state officials has been excellent. My regional administrator out of Region 4, Gracia Check, she is in Florida. She got there yesterday. She has been embedded at the state EOC, working with the state emergency management director one-on-one to make sure we're understanding what their needs are. Again, she's traveling with the governor to a few areas today to make sure we're understanding what those needs. We've had a long relationship with Florida. Our Region 4 has had a great partnership with all of the emergency management team there. They've done a lot of work with the different municipalities and the counties, and I think the relationship is very strong.
Is there anything different about this preparation compared to how FEMA normally prepares for hurricanes that approach landfall? Is there anything particular about the strength of this storm or where it's going to land that has changed how you prepare for it?
I don't know if I would say it's changed how we prepare for it. I would say under this administration, the President has given me very clear direction that we are going to lean in and we are not going to wait to provide assistance. And that's exactly what we're doing for this one. That's what we have done for the previous hurricanes that we experienced last year as well. We understand that this is going to have some significant impacts, and we want to make sure that we have the right resources in place ahead of time to be able to respond immediately when it's safe to do so.
Thanks. Related to Alex's last question, I mean, how has FEMA adapted its storm planning preparation or procedures to deal with increasingly rapid intensification of hurricanes? I mean, does it make it harder to respond to these?
I don't know if it makes it harder to respond. I think where the difficulty comes in with this rapid intensification is the time that's available to notify the public to take the necessary action to protect themselves. What I find is that we have less time for states to give evacuation orders because of the rapid intensification of these storms. But what we're doing, and what I did here, is contacted the governor on Friday to make sure that he knew we were ready to support his pre-landfall emergency needs, and giving him the assurance that we would have funding available to support his actions, but also our ability to bring in the federal family to be ready to respond to them.
You mentioned the ongoing operations in Puerto Rico and the recovery efforts there. Are you concerned that your agency is stretched thin right now dealing with that and preparing for what's coming to Florida right now? Do you have the resources and staff to handle the second storm?
So we do have a lot of events that are going on right now. We're still supporting the recovery in Kentucky, and we're supporting the current recovery going on in Puerto Rico. We have a very talented and dedicated work staff, team of emergency managers, and we have enough people right now to come in and support the response for this, and then we will work to identify what the recovery needs are once we understand what the damages are. But we are more than postured to be able to support this response.
We heard the President say last week that the federal government will cover 100% of the recovery for the next month in Puerto Rico. Do you have an estimate yet, a ballpark of what that's going to cost for Puerto Rico?
I don't have that estimate yet, but it covers all of the different emergency protective measures, debris removal. There was a significant amount of debris removal that needed to take place. You have their overtime costs that they may have incurred over that. As far as a dollar assessment, I don't have that yet.
No dollar assessment yet.
I don't have it yet. We can certainly see if we have a better estimate and get back to you.
Just to follow up.
I just told
I'm sorry.
I just told him that.
I just want to return to what Peter had asked about Governor DeSantis. In the past, President Biden, has made calls to governors in situations of natural disasters. Kay Ivey in Alabama, or Asa Hutchinson in Arkansas, or the governor in Texas. Is there any? Can you articulate, I guess, how those determinations are made and why it hasn't been made in this case to have the president call the governor?
Yeah, the president is very focused on making sure that the federal family has the right resources available to support this. That is why I contacted the governor right away, and we have a team of my senior leadership that are embedded with the governor to make sure that we're supporting that. Our focus today is making sure that we have the right measures in place to support the life-saving activities that need to happen. Any conversations afterwards will need to be, we need to see what the damages are.
But he's made conversations with the mayors, so is there any reason why not the governor?
Again, we have a strong team that's in place supporting the governor right now, working side by side with him and his staff. We'll continue to stay engaged with him.
Yeah,
go ahead.
thanks.
Just a follow-up to that. Normally, presidents call governors, or the governors call presidents, but the only thing that really, during hurricanes, the only real question I really want answered is it in any way the fact that they haven't talked? Is there any way that it's impeded efforts for the federal government or FEMA to implement plans in Florida? And if so, what would they be?
No, we are very focused on what the needs of Florida is right now. We do not bring politics into our ability to respond to these disasters. We are going to support whatever Governor DeSantis asks of us. We signed his emergency declaration within hours of him sending it in. We'll continue to do that as we see what the impacts of the storm are.
So the communication between the president and the governor has no impact on how you all operate?
Zero.
Just on the trajectory of the storm, I know you said that you expected to make landfall somewhere on the west coast. Is there an expectation that that could change in the coming, day or two? And if it were to make landfall somewhere else that isn't the area you described, what steps would need to be taken in order for those resources, I guess, to get quickly moved to other areas? And is the agency preparing for that?
Yeah, I think that's an important question, right? We have a tendency to really focus on the cone and where it's going to make landfall. But as I talked about in my remarks, we are going to see impacts across the state of Florida, whether it's inland flooding from the large amount of rain that we're going to see, tornadoes and tornado watches that we may see in the southern part of the state later today, to the storm surge and the hurricane force winds that may impact the communities near landfall. We are postured and we are moving our equipment in a place that can support all parts of Florida because we know that there are going to be impacts across the state.
And just in terms of the agency's resources, FEMA has obviously been involved in working with the issue of influx of migrants across the country. Has that in any way put a strain on the agency and its resources and personnel, or do you at this moment feel like you have what you need to do that as well as natural disaster relief work?
Yeah, the resources that we are providing to support the influx of the migrant flow is through a program called our Emergency Food and Shelter Program. It's a reimbursable grant program, and that's the main source of our involvement right now.
When you talk about complacency, what are you concerned about? Are people refusing to heed evacuation orders?
Yeah, what I worry about when I think about complacency is that if it's been a near miss in the past, they feel like they can just ride this out. I've been through this before, and I've had no issues, and so I can do it again. That's a dangerous way to think. You need to listen to your local officials because the storm surge, 10 feet, maybe in some areas higher, is going to be significant, and you put 20 inches of rain on top of that inland, you need to be able to listen to your local officials, right? And I think what we have and what we see is people that have not had any impacts, they think that that's not going to happen again. Take it seriously. Do not underestimate the potential that this storm can bring.
Okay, last two.
Thanks, Green. Administrator, thank you. So in the aftermath, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at the lowest level since 37 years, and you said you've set aside some gas for Florida. Is there a concern that the reserve is not high enough now to handle the aftermath of this emergency and other hurricanes that could come?
I don't have any concerns at this point that we're going to have the ability to handle the fuel needs that we're going to need in Florida. We will continue to assess after the storm passes to see what the impacts are. We'll make sure that we're putting measures in place to support any gaps that we might identify.
The season, you think you're covered?
It all depends on what the impacts from this storm might bring, and so we need to do those assessments after the storm passes.
Okay, last question, way in the back.
Thank you. The storm is expected to travel north. Have you had any conversations with the governors of South Carolina and Georgia about the potential impacts there? What are you most concerned about?
Yeah, I spoke with both governors yesterday to get a better idea of what they were concerned about. They were stepping up their postures to make sure that they were prepared to support any impacts that they might see. As the storm track continues to change, again, our regional office will continue to engage with them, and we'll move resources into there if needed, and we'll stay in close contact with the governors and their staff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. One quick thing for all of you. This afternoon, President Biden will highlight his and congressional Democrats' efforts to protect and strengthen Medicare and lower health care costs for seniors. This comes alongside today's news that for the first time in more than a decade, premiums for Medicare Part B will decrease next year rather than go up. This will lower healthcare costs for millions of seniors and people with disabilities each year. The President
All right, so that was the latest there from FEMA officials there at the White House. They continue to track that. Of course, we will continue to bring you the very latest. We are going to stay in our coverage, though, of Hurricane Ian right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to Fox 13 in Tampa that continues to break down the very latest here with this storm. Let's listen in right here to their coverage.
13 meteorologist Jim Weber with your Sky Tower radar forecast.
Radar out of Key West clearly showing that eye of the hurricane making its way off the coastline of Cuba. The other thing, you look closely, you can see quite a bit of lightning right in that eye wall. That tells you a lot. That tells you this is a storm that is re-intensifying. You start to see a lot of that lightning in those intensifying cells surrounding the eye wall. Rain continues to spread across South Florida. Already, we're seeing those winds gusting to tropical storm force down across the Keys. Key West, we've been seeing those winds gusting up to about 46 miles an hour. So here's the latest on Hurricane Ian. Top winds right now are at 115 miles an hour. So it weakened ever so slightly as it made its way over Cuba, but it will quickly re-strengthen once again. Expected to go right back up to a Category 4 at least. It is moving to the north at 10 miles an hour, just ever so slightly to the northeast of due north. So it is not moving exactly due north. So it's working its way towards coastline. It will continue to turn a little bit more. You see that timing with this, and that track just continues to shift ever so slightly, but still, we want you to focus in on the cone, not that exact point, because we're all going to feel the impacts, and this could still shift. It could shift maybe a little bit further to the south. It might shift a little bit back towards the north, and then it could kind of linger along the coastline a little bit more, or it could move more on shore. So bottom line is, we really don't want you to think that, hey, it's shifted and we're in the clear now, because we're still watching all these areas to try and fine tune things. But you notice we're talking about that very slow motion with this. Once it makes its way on shore, here we are at 8 p.m. tomorrow. And then by Thursday at 8 p.m., we've only gone this small amount of space. So we're still talking about a prolonged event with a lot of wind and a lot of rain working its way over the entire viewing area. Hurricane warning from northern Pinellas down to the south, and then that also extends through the inland areas as well. Storm surge along the coastline. We're seeing those numbers going up the further south that you go, 8 to 12 feet. But across Tampa Bay, down towards Longboat, we're looking at a storm surge between about 5 to 8 feet. So still some significant flooding along the coastline. The worst flooding as far as these storm surge is concerned will be on that right-hand side as all the water is pushed towards the coastline. And then rainfall amounts. You can see we're talking 8 to 12 inches, 12 to 16 inches of rain, where we could see some isolated amounts up to 24. That is 2 feet of rain over the next couple of days. The Fox model showing that wind field with this as it works its way on to the north. It really gives you an idea of when those winds will arrive along the coastline. Here we are this evening, the center of the storm passing by to the west of Key West, and then by early tomorrow morning, we're already seeing those tropical storm force winds along the coastline down to our south. And then they just continue to spread on shore and push up into Hillsborough, Pinellas, up into Pasco County as well. And you notice it is spreading well inland as well. And then you see those 50, 60, 75 mile an hour winds. And then also it looks like we could see some of the strongest winds on that western side. So even after this moves on shore, we could still be talking about some very significant winds wrapping around this system and then working their way on shore. So as far as the impacts, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee, we're going to see those tropical storm force winds reaching in by early morning through midday. Hurricane force winds as we go through the rest of the day. Rainfall amounts 12 to 16 inches, isolated amounts up to 24. So significant freshwater flooding with this, and then that storm surge 5 to 10 feet and even higher as you head on that southern side or that eastern side of the storm to the right of the center. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County winds reaching tropical storm force early on Wednesday. We do have the tropical storm warning. 8 to 12 inches of rain isolated up to 16 inches, and that storm surge 4 to 6 feet. And then the inland locations, we'll see those tropical storm force winds as well, 40 to 60 mile an hour winds with some gusts could be up into hurricane force. 5 to 10 inches of rain. So we're talking about significant freshwater flooding. And then really pretty much anywhere isolated tornadoes is certainly a big concern. Linda?
Thank you, Jim. Well, as Hurricane Ian makes its way through the Caribbean, many of us are, well, we're holding our breath, right? Feeling anxious about the situation, and our worries, they can really range from being worried about our family to our property and the financial impact to a business. But experts say dwelling on them could only make matters worse, and instead focus on what is within your power to control.
Do what you can. And then after that, you're just going to have to accept what is going to be, because we have no control at that point. And the only choices that we can make are either choose to continue to be anxious and worried, or we can just take a breath and figure out a way to find some joy in this opportunity.
Well, some of the advice experts are also offering: find the activities that you can enjoy indoors and talk to your kids about the storm. And if you find yourself in a real emotional crisis, you can always call 211 or 988. Both numbers can link you with counselors trained to help. Coming up.
And that was Fox 13 Tampa coverage right there. Of course, we still got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you on Live Now, as we are going to continue to peek into Fox 13 Tampa, as well as Fox 35 Orlando coverage as they continue to track their Hurricane Ian, and giving us the latest timeline of events of when they think the storm will approach the Florida's west coast. Let's go and join in right now. Coverage live from Fox 35 Orlando, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back. We're coming up at 1 o'clock right now. The Gulf Coast of Florida is currently under the biggest threat from Hurricane Ian, and Governor DeSantis said that Gulf Coast could face life-threatening storm surge. That was one of the main things he talked about in his news conference just a short time ago. Also talking about hurricane-force winds, heavy rainfall. Fox 35's Dave Puglisi is live. He's in Dunedin now. It's near Clearwater. And Dave, obviously things are looking pretty decent right now because the storm's not here yet.
No, not yet, Amy, but it is a bit overcast here at the Dunedin Marina. Now, you just mentioned those potentially dangerous and deadly storm surges. Let me give you an idea just how bad those can be. This pole right here is about 5 feet tall. They're expecting storm surges to possibly be up to 10 feet. You're talking double that in terms of water. So one of the preparations made here is you can see these longer ropes. People, by tying these to their boat, it hopes to allow to slide up and let the boat float a little bit higher, rather than when you have a tighter rope, causing that boat to flip over. But that's just here. Down the road, we're seeing people board up their businesses, board up their homes. It's almost impossible to find gas down that way. We found the one gas station that even was still selling gas. One guy told us he was looking for 3 hours to find a gas station that had gas. So it's just been a difficult day here for people who've been preparing. Those of you who are going to ride this thing out, that's not the what officials are telling you to do. If you are in one of the evacuation zones, they want you out by 9 p.m. tonight. Most people saying wherever you're going to ride the storm out, whether it be a shelter or somewhere else, be there by tomorrow morning. Those we did talk to said they are going to stay no matter what. Tell me that they're putting all this in God's hands. That's the latest in Dunedin. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
All right, Dave, thank you so much. We do want to talk again about this latest track of Hurricane Ian, because every little movement really does change the trajectory and the forecast, especially for us right here in Central Florida. So Chief Meteorologist Jamie King has been watching that very closely. And Jay, unfortunately, this latest movement is not good for us.
It really isn't. So let's just, full transparency here, Amy, as we always tell you here at the Storm Center. We've got a major hurricane that's going to impact there. Looks like it wants to run in south of Tampa. Now, according to the official forecast track, though, we all know that we keep an eye on that cone. Anywhere on either side of that is a possibility. With this riding into the gut of the state as a tropical storm longer term, you say, hey, it's a tropical storm, we're good, right? No, because of the shift we've got now. In fact, the hurricane watches have expanded on out into Seminole, Orange, and Osceola County. What we've got currently, what we've had now for the last several hours, are tropical storm warned areas. We have now an active hurricane warning for Polk County, and also down the Tampa into Sarasota. So all the red, you can see it on our grid here. We make it very easy for you. Now the update, and it was a little bit shocking to see, but when we look at the track, we say, okay, this makes sense, is that we've got the hurricane watch now for Seminole, Orange, and Osceola County. And if you look back out toward Lake into Sumter, and then out toward Citrus, Levy County, and down toward Pasco and Hernando, that that is where we have now the active hurricane watch. So that's new. When we came in this morning, though, Sumter and Lake were under the hurricane watch. The newest addition to that are the three counties here, Seminole, Orange, and Osceola. So here's the timing. The rain band's moving in. They're down in South Florida. They're now marching steadily from south to north. So it's a matter of time. On our Wednesday, Ian slows down with some big flooding impacts. This is when we start to see really the main dearth of the heavy rain. The gusty winds will start to take shape through the day. And we're talking Thursday, power outages looking likely at this time. I want you all to prepare for that. Maybe you've got a baby, a newborn at home. You need the lights on, right? Whatever it be, you need that electricity. I want you to account for that. Please, please, please be very safe and use your brain when it comes to using generators. Again, during Irma, I can remember we had some fatalities locally with folks putting these very close to the home. The end result were deaths. So I want everyone to be safe with the generators. Again, power outages are looking likely. Now, as we look at the wind distribution, I want to talk arrival times. Again, the essence of getting a tropical forecast right, as tough as it may be, is the arrival of the impactful winds. And you can see here as we ramp up in through tomorrow, Wednesday, and through Thursday, that overlay here, literally from coast to coast, west to east, everyone getting a taste of Ian. Now, take a look here, the hurricane track as far as the strong winds. We overlay this with the current NHC track. So it's pretty accurate overall. Our experiences over the years with this have proved to be a very wonderful resource here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. So you see 11:30 tomorrow. We see the heavy winds moving on in here, overspreading. Looks like some rough stuff late tomorrow night, certainly into Thursday. It'll be prime time for the heavy hitters coming aboard. And you can see the area here of concern morphing to a Category 1 Thursday, 7 o'clock, and then down to tropical storm status from that point on. We've been tracking heavy rain all day long in South Florida. My colleague Allison Gargero will be touching in on that here in just a bit with our live Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Also, we've got some local rains now sparking up as well. But Amy, we're going to go ahead and head over to you now for the presser.
All right. Thank you so much, Jamie. It looks like Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer is getting ready to begin this.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us as we are going to be taking the mayor of Orlando as they prep there for Hurricane Ian.
Yes, I want to recognize the members of the City Council that are here today, Commissioner Tony Ortiz, Commissioner Stewart, Commissioner Hill, and Commissioner Burns. I also want to mention that I believe Congressman Soto will be joining us. We have our partners from OUC and GOA, City of Orlando staff, Orlando police and fire chiefs, first responders, personnel. So welcome to the Emergency Operations Center. The order, I'm going to give a short briefing from the perspective of the City of Orlando, and then we will hear an order from Chief Salazar, Chief Smith, Luz Aviles.
You got it.
Got it. Kevin Tebow, who's the Chief Executive Officer of GOA. Manny Soto, our emergency manager, will provide an update in Spanish, and we will work Congressman Soto in with a FEMA update when he arrives. So, number one, I want to thank our community for taking Ian seriously. Sometimes we get complacent and don't do the necessary preparation. So I want to thank those members of our community that have done so. Now, if you're a little tardy, you still have time to prepare, but you need to start and finish your preparations today. Don't wait till tomorrow. I've declared a state of emergency for the City of Orlando, which helps the city government get ready for the storm. Our Emergency Operations Center, where you are today, has plans to go to level 1 full activation as we continue to monitor Ian's track. All non-essential City of Orlando offices, including City Hall, will be closed beginning noon tomorrow, so that's noon on Wednesday. It'll be closed Thursday and Friday as well. Give you a solid waste update. So residential and commercial trash yard waste and recycling pickup are operating as normally today. We will suspend collection starting tomorrow, so there'll be no collection on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Depending on the weather and road conditions, we would hope to have pickup on Saturday to make up for the ones that are missed on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Of course, that is subject to change, so watch for updates on that. One of the things that is important for residents to do is to make sure that you don't have any yard waste or other debris curbside after this afternoon. It could end up that could clog storm drains, and we could have localized flooding if that were to occur. Recreation center closures. All of the City of Orlando neighborhood and recreation centers and pools will close Wednesday also at noon, and they will remain closed through Friday. We understand that families may have to make last-minute hurricane preparations, so children enrolled in our after-school programs can come to our neighborhood centers on Wednesday beginning at 6:30, but again, we will be closing at noon on Wednesday, and all sporting and other activities at our centers are suspended Wednesday through Friday. I want to share on the homeless front that many of our not-for-profit partners and city staff are working to make sure that those experiencing homelessness are safe. Shelters will extend capacity. Our homeless outreach teams and downtown ambassadors are out on the streets providing weather information and directing people to shelters. Parking. Starting at 2 o'clock on Wednesday, 4 of our downtown parking garages will be open with all of the fees waived. So that will be Central, Jefferson, the Orange County Administration Building garage, and the library. You can move your car there if you are concerned about it being out in the weather. All cars must be removed by 8 o'clock on Friday evening. So you can park there from 2 o'clock on Wednesday till 8 o'clock on Friday. We have asked all the scooter and bike share companies to remove their scooters and bikes before the storm occurs, so there will not be scooters or bikes available Wednesday through Friday. We have our citizen information line, which is live, so that number is 407-246-HELP, 407-246-HELP. That's 4357. You can report damage, downed trees, traffic light issues, and get information on response efforts. You can also stay informed by visiting orlando.gov/Ian or by following City of Orlando on Facebook or Twitter. So I want citizens to take this storm seriously and prepare. Review your hurricane plans, finalize your disaster kit, get your homes ready. As all of the weathermen from the various stations have been broadcasting this afternoon, the track of the storm has changed fairly significantly to the east, so that it looks like the path is directly over the City of Orlando in the next few days. So one last thing that I'd like to ask is that we show compassion for our neighbors. If you have seniors or people that have extra needs, how about checking in on them, especially, again, our older neighbors, and see if they need any assistance. I know that after the storm, we'll come together like we always do here in Orlando, and we will move forward from there. All right, Chief Salazar, and then everybody in order follow that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. I'm Orlando Fire Chief Charlie Salazar. Thank you for tuning in to our city messages and adhering to safety information we will be sharing throughout the storm. The Orlando Police and Fire Department, Emergency Operations, and the City of Orlando train and prepare year-round for these hurricane-related events. We are prepared to protect the residents and visitors of Orlando. We are fully outfitted and equipped with medical supplies for those in need. Our task force, hazmat, special operations teams are on standby and ready to respond to those needing rescue. Hurricane Ian is a dangerous storm with the potential to cause lots of damage to our community. That's why Orlando Fire Department remains ever steadfast in our mission to protect the lives and property of the residents, businesses, and visitors of Orlando. During the storm, the Orlando Fire Department will respond to fire, medical, and rescue situations. All of our fire engines, our trucks, our ambulances are fueled up and ready to respond. However, there will be times when winds reach sustained speeds of 45 miles per hour and over. In those instances, we will be on a limited response. That means please do not call 911 unless it is an emergency. We also have text to 911. You use this feature when you're relying on Wi-Fi. Call when you can text when you can't. Some things to consider. Have your medications ready. If you are in need of electricity for medical purposes, take the proper precautions, such as going to shelters or using a generator along with a carbon monoxide detector. Do not use generators indoors or in spaces that are not ventilated. All too often we have tragic stories resulting from the improper use of generators. This can be prevented. Following the storm, we will continue to assist with recovery and rescue efforts. We will conduct well-being checks for those with special needs in the at-risk community. Damage may still exist from floods and electrically charged water. Please report and stay away from any downed power lines. If your power goes out, try to use battery-operated devices. Stay away from using candles. This is a multi-agency collaboration, and we will be working with our partners, including OUC, police, public works, and other agencies for potential and downed power lines and for clearing roadways. Again, call 911 and be prepared. Stay safe. Thank you. Police Chief.
All right, Orlando officials continue to give updates here as they continue to track Hurricane Ian going to be coming to the Orlando area later in the week. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Arrest or render aid if necessary. The 911 center will be fully operational 24/7 for emergencies. Please use 911 for emergencies only, not for information. If traffic lights are out, please treat intersections as a four-way stop. Look out for your neighbors. We're all in this together. Check in on them. Thank you to the men and women of the Orlando Police Department who will be working before, during, and after the storm. Please be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. OUC continues to prepare for Hurricane Ian's potential impacts to our service area, and we're ready to respond. OUC prepares for storm season all year by strengthening our electric and water infrastructure, improving our outage management system, and training our staff. We had the foresight to pre-order supplies such as wooden poles, pole-mounted transformers, cable, overhead wire last fall when supply chain issues started, and so we are prepared for the storm. We've secured additional crews coming in from out of town to help us, including linemen, tree trimmers, and safety assessors. We're looking to secure additional line techs to help us post-storm to help with restoration efforts. These additional crew members will work alongside our OUC employees to restore power lines, fix any customer issues, and in the event of outages, ensure that restoration of power is done as quickly and safely as possible. If additional crews are required, we will go and obtain those resources from those neighboring cities that perhaps didn't have such an impact, such a great impact from Hurricane Ian. We are ready to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. We do ask that you please update your contact information in myouc.com. Register for outage alerts by texting REG 69682 to receive alerts in English or in Spanish. Restoration information is truly at your fingertips. Also, regarding our water plants, they will be staffed 24/7 during Hurricane Ian. All have emergency power if they should have an outage, including portable generators that are available for our wells that are not located at the water plant. Crews will be staged throughout our service territory in the event of a water main break. Finally, please visit ouc.com/storm center to get information before, during, and after the storm. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So at the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, and especially at Orlando International Airport, operations are still active today, but the final commercial flight at MCO will depart tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. The airport, though, will not close. It will only cease commercial operations. This is an important distinction that allows the airport to accept emergency aid and relief flights if necessary. We have coordinated this with our airline partners, and they are with us in the safety that is a priority. Schedules and opportunity for departure will continue, and we'll continue to monitor the storm. As all of you know, individual airlines set their schedules, so resuming operations will depend on weather conditions, damage assessment, obviously cleanup and recovery. Please check with your airline and rental car company for updates and schedules. It may take up to 3 days to return to normal service levels. Just a reminder, Orlando International Airport is not a shelter. We are not authorized as a shelter. Anyone arriving at the airport after operations have ceased will be taken to an approved shelter. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. El alcalde de la ciudad de Orlando ha declarado un estado de emergencia.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. Just taking in some of that coverage from Fox 35 in Orlando. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we are taking a look right now at the latest radar as you are taking a look here at the track there for Hurricane Ian. And this is not what forecasters wanted to see in the realm of the track going more eastward, now setting up for a direct path there between Tampa and anywhere from Tampa to Fort Myers, Sarasota in the mix there as well. We are continuing to follow it for you at every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to take our coverage from really Fox 35 in Orlando, Fox 13 in Tampa that continues to break down always the very latest. I want to show you the latest weather update from Fox 13 in Tampa as our team there continues to track it.
13 meteorologist Jim Weber with your Sky Tower radar forecast.
Radar out of Key West clearly showing that eye of the hurricane making its way off the coastline of Cuba. The other thing, you look closely, you can see quite a bit of lightning right in that eye wall. That tells you a lot. That tells you this is a storm that is re-intensifying. You start to see a lot of that lightning in those intensifying cells surrounding the eye wall. Rain continues to spread across South Florida. Already, we're seeing those winds gusting to tropical storm force down across the Keys. Key West, we've been seeing those winds gusting up to about 46 miles an hour. So here's the latest on Hurricane Ian. Top winds right now are at 115 miles an hour. So it weakened ever so slightly as it made its way over Cuba, but it will quickly re-strengthen once again. Expected to go right back up to a Category 4 at least. It is moving to the north at 10 miles an hour, just ever so slightly to the northeast of due north. So it is not moving exactly due north. So it's working its way towards coastline. It will continue to turn a little bit more. You see that timing with this, and that track just continues to shift ever so slightly, but still where we want you to focus in on the cone, not that exact point, because we're all going to feel the impacts, and this could still shift. It could shift maybe a little bit further to the south. It might shift a little bit back towards the north, and then it could kind of linger along the coastline a little bit more, or it could move more on shore. So bottom line is, we really don't want you to think that, hey, it shifted and we're in the clear now, because we're still watching all these areas to try and fine tune things. But you notice we're talking about that very slow motion with this. Once it makes its way on shore, here we are at 8 p.m. tomorrow. And then by Thursday at 8 p.m., we've only gone this small amount of space. So we're still talking about a prolonged event with a lot of wind and a lot of rain working its way over the entire viewing area. Hurricane warning from northern Pinellas down to the south, and then that also extends through the inland areas as well. Storm surge along the coastline. We're seeing those numbers going up the further south that you go, 8 to 12 feet. But across Tampa Bay, down towards Longboat, we're looking at a storm surge between about 5 to 8 feet. So still some significant flooding along the coastline. The worst flooding as far as the storm surge is concerned will be on that right-hand side as all the water is pushed towards the coastline. And then rainfall amounts. You can see we're talking 8 to 12 inches, 12 to 16 inches of rain, where we could see some isolated amounts up to 24. That is 2 feet of rain over the next couple of days. The Fox model showing that wind field with this as it works its way on to the north. It really gives you an idea of when those winds will arrive along the coastline. Here we are this evening, the center of the storm passing by to the west of Key West, and then by early tomorrow morning, we're already seeing those tropical storm force winds along the coastline down to our south. and then they just continue to spread on shore and push up into Hillsborough, Pinellas, up into Pasco County as well. And you notice it is spreading well inland as well. And then you see those 50, 60, 75-mile-an-hour winds. And then also it looks like we could see some of the strongest winds on that western side. So even after this moves on shore, we could still be talking about some very significant winds wrapping around this system and then working their way on shore. So as far as the impacts, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee, we're going to see those tropical storm force winds reaching it by early morning through midday. Hurricane force winds as we go through the rest of the day. Rainfall amounts 12 to 16 inches, isolated amounts up to 24. So significant freshwater flooding with this, and then that storm surge 5 to 10 feet and even higher as you head on that southern side or that eastern side of the storm to the right of the center. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County, winds reaching tropical storm force early on Wednesday. We do have the tropical storm warning. 8 to 12 inches of rain isolated up to 16 inches, and that storm surge 4 to 6 feet. And then the inland locations, we'll see those tropical storm force winds as well, 40 to 60-mile-an-hour winds with some gusts could be up into hurricane force. 5 to 10 inches of rain. So we're talking about significant freshwater flooding. And then really pretty much anywhere, isolated tornadoes is certainly a big concern. Linda.
Thank you.
And that was just some of the coverage from Fox 13 in Tampa. We will continue to peek into their coverage, as well as Fox 35 in Orlando. You can see we are awaiting a Coast Guard update there. Our shot just went away there for a moment, but a Coast Guard update there in the Tampa area that is coming up pretty soon. Of course, we will have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And we continue to track the biggest story there of the day, Hurricane Ian. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking you out to St. Petersburg in Florida here, where we are listening to the commanding officer of the Coast Guard sector of St. Petersburg break down Hurricane Ian and the latest there on preps. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Winds and sea states. We also expect significant coastal flooding. So if you have boats at anchorage, please move them to high ground as soon as possible. As the Coast Guard prepares for the arrival of Ian, our focus remains number one priority will be search and rescue. As soon as the storm passes, we have our boats and planes pre-positioned to respond to those in need. Immediately following our search and rescue, we'll be looking to reopen our major ports as soon as possible. Working with our federal, state, and local partners, we've already pre-positioned support vessels to make sure that the ports are safe for vessel traffic. That will be very important for the communities of Florida and our nation, as much of our fuel and economy flows in and out of those ports. I ask you, if you are in need of assistance in the maritime environment, the Coast Guard stands by to serve you as we always have, and please contact us if you're in need of assistance. But again, at this time, if you're on the water or have a vessel on the water, please take appropriate action to avoid damage from the storm. With that, open any questions.
Yeah, I mean, just what have you seen in previous storms? Are people typically willing to risk it, like right down to the last minute, and keep their boats out there, stay on the water, and take that risk?
Yeah, we encourage folks to watch the weather and be prepared. Occasionally, folks underestimate the track or power of a storm. Please don't be relaxed. There is a hurricane coming. No boat wants to be on the water when the storm force winds arrive.
We could see who knows how much flooding. I mean, it could be storm surge could be 5-10 feet. Who knows? Which means we're going to see a lot of flooding come inland. Do you all help with if in that kind of situation if there are people who are stuck in flood waters after the storm has passed on land, but it's in a flooded area?
Now, Coast Guard is prepared to assist our other federal and state partners in any search and rescue required, and we're linked up well with our state EOCs and all of our local and regional partners.
And you mentioned the ports. I think that kind of goes without saying how important it is, like you said, that those ports are open and accessible again as quickly as possible. What do you foresee happening? I know you can't predict, but once the storm has come and gone, what kind of action do you all take to get them moving again?
We'll do an immediate port assessment, see if there is damage, what kind of damage, if there are any spills from resulting from either vessels that have been damaged or facilities that have been damaged. We'll be aggressively getting out to take care of that and mitigate any environmental impact. We'll be surveying the channels, make sure they're safe for vessels to come in and out. Once we've taken care of those issues, we'll reopen the port as quickly as possible.
And I think the only other thing is just reiterating what we've heard from a lot of emergency responders and first responders is, whatever warnings people hear, they should take them seriously in this kind of storm. Right?
Absolutely. When you're talking about seas in excess of even 10 feet, for most of our recreational boating public, you do not want to be on the waters, and we're looking at potentially seas 2 to 3 times that height. So please take the warning seriously. Better to be prepared and have it be a non-event than not be prepared and risk your life and or your property.
Is it a situation where someone might be on the water where you won't come get them? Like sometimes the emergency rescuers are not coming out to get people at a certain time of the storm. Is there a place where at the time during the storm, I guess the high activity, you said we can't reach you, or no?
Obviously, thanks for the question. Our assets, our boats and planes also have limitations. We can go out in some pretty severe weather, but yes, there will be a time when we just can't come to folks in need in the peak of a hurricane. So do not put yourself in that situation.
And the only thing I was going to ask also, just occurred to me, like during Hurricane Katrina, we'd see Coast Guard rescues on rooftops. Who knows if hopefully it's not that bad here. But you never want it to get to that point. I mean, and I guess what's the message here for folks who are, in evacuation areas?
If you're in an evacuation area, you're being asked to evacuate for a reason. That means that there is significant risk of flood waters, either from the hurricane or from ensuing rain. Take those warnings seriously and please move to higher ground.
All I need is your name, spell your first and last name, and your rank with the Coast Guard.
All right, so once again, our Coast Guard here giving us a lot of great information, especially for those who are right there on the water, reminding everyone that you do need to make sure you're listening to those officials ahead of time and preparing yourself to get off of that water, put and store those water crafts also away. And right now we do have President Joe Biden. He is speaking at an event about Medicare, but he is making some brief remarks regarding this preparedness for Florida. Let's go ahead and listen into some of that right here on Live Now from Fox.
And for the we have relentlessly worked to protect Medicare. But before turning the topic I want to discuss today, I hope you'll indulge me. I want to talk a little bit about the crisis people are facing in Florida right now. Hurricane Ian made landfall in Cuba this morning as a Category 3 storm. Florida is now preparing for the hurricane to make landfall. Forecasts can change, but for now the experts say this could be a very severe hurricane, life-threatening and devastating in its impact. So I want to be clear about two main messages. First, my administration is on alert and in action to help the people of Florida. I've approved Florida's request for emergency assistance immediately upon receiving it from the governor when they received it. And I directed my team to surge federal assistance there before the storm hit. FEMA has already deployed 700 personnel to Florida, and the governor has activated 5,000 state National Guard with another 2,000 guards coming from other states. FEMA is also proposing and pre-positioning 3.5 million liters of water, 3.7 million meals, and hundreds of generators. I just spoke this morning with the areas that are likely to be hit, the mayors of Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater. All of them are in the storm's path, and they're focused on the safety of their communities, and they're doing everything they can to get people out of harm's way. I told each one of them my conversation separately. Whatever they need, I mean this sincerely, whatever they need, contact me directly, and they know how to do that. I have a lot of personnel down there already. We're here to support them in every way we can. Second thing I'd like to mention is the citizens in the potential impact area should obey the instructions of local officials, evacuate when ordered, and be prepared for the storm when it comes. And evacuations have already been called for. And apparently they're going along in a fairly orderly way in each of the three cities. Your safety is more important than anything. And I know our hearts are with everyone who will feel the effects of this storm, and we'll be with you every step of the way. We're not going away. And as we prepare for Ian's landfall in Florida, I remain focused on helping Puerto Rico recover from the aftermath of Hurricane Fiona. Hundreds of FEMA and federal personnel are now there, including search and rescue teams, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for power restoration, and other experts from around the country. FEMA has already distributed $40 million in direct assistance to survivors to help them begin to rebuild their homes, and FEMA also is providing $700 in direct assistance to families displaced from their homes to meet critical needs of food, first aid, prescriptions, and baby food and fuel now. And I immediately approved the expedited major disaster declaration to provide individuals with public assistance to help their communities recover as well. This declaration will get federal resources out quickly and help people start to rebuild their lives. They've been through a rough period since the last hurricane. And as part of the declaration, I've also authorized a 100% federal funding for debris clearance and rescue for power and water restoration, shelter and food for the entire month. And to the people of Puerto Rico who are still reeling from Hurricane Maria 5 years later, we're with you and we're moving forward with you, and we're not going to go home till it all gets done. Now, today's events about Medicare. You know, I want to share the progress that we've seen in making to bring down health care costs and strengthen Medicare which is for so many.
All right. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. President Biden moving back into his normal event, but we are going to be staying on top of this coverage here of Hurricane Ian as it continues to strengthen. And one of the issues that all of our officials continue to say is not only its movements towards that Tampa area, but then once it does make landfall, how long it will sit over land. It's going to be bringing not only those high wind speeds, but also a lot of rain. And that's where a lot of problems are created, is that flooding, especially when you think about some of the sewer systems not able to keep up with the amount of rain that may be then dumping down on some of these areas. So we're going to continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox of Hurricane Ian, especially as we get into these later hours and into tomorrow as well. So Live Now from Fox is going to be one of your destinations that you can tune into for coverage day in and day out here over these next few days as residents in Florida are continuing to prepare. Let's go ahead. We'll step away for a brief break. When we come back, giving you the latest update from our officials out of multiple counties across the area, plus our hurricane experts also giving us an update. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in just a few minutes.
Back, everyone, with your 11 a.m. update on Hurricane Ian. Let's start with the satellite imagery, because you can see as it's pulled off of the western tip of Cuba, the eye has really cleared out, indicating that any sort of weakening process or disruption by Cuba is probably being, is arrested, and now it moves back over the waters, can probably resume its intensification process that had started prior to approaching the western tip of Cuba. And now we can actually see it starting to come into view on a long-range radar. Here's the eye way down here. You can see it coming into view now, and you can see that it's well-defined. It's not disrupted by the land interaction. But I think the thing that's most pressing to me on this image is now that you can see it on radar, you can see that we're really starting to lose time for people in the path of this system to take action. So when you can see it on radar, you know it's starting to get close. The other thing is you can see this large rain shield that is developing ahead of the system. That's going to contribute to the flood potential that goes with the storm surge, but it's also going to contribute to making it harder to do these final preparations. If it's raining heavy and the roads are, you have some localized flooding. So take that into consideration if you're trying to make some last-minute preparation. This rain shield will kind of sweep out ahead of it. We take a look at the latest forecast as of 11 a.m. 115 miles per hour, still a Category 3, movement to the north at 10 miles per hour. Starting to slow down a little bit, but we talked about that all week, that it would slow down as it approached the state of Florida, which contributes to why it's such a hazardous event. Generally move off to the north and northeast over the next day or so, then approaching the western coast of Florida on Wednesday evening, making landfall somewhere within this red area, which denotes the hurricane warning area. And then we have to start thinking about downstream impacts, and you can see new watches and warnings with respect to the East Coast, and they're moving their way up into southeast Georgia and South Carolina. The blue tropical storm warnings, the yellow tropical storm watch. So just because this thing is going to move over the peninsula, certainly don't let your guard down here over the southeast. Let's go back and look at the wind field. We had talked about this all week, that as it moved into the Gulf of Mexico, it would get bigger. You can see it playing out here. This orange area here denotes the size of the wind field, and look how large it's starting to get as it pulls into the Gulf of Mexico. And this is unfortunately bad news, because bigger storms produce more storm surge, and we'll talk about that in a second. In terms of timing, really things for southwest Florida here, you got today. Not to put too fine of a point on it, but you got today to make your final preparations. Then conditions starting to spread over central Florida on Wednesday, and then Thursday for southeast Georgia, and then Friday for the Carolinas. So we got a little time up here, so we're going to focus a little bit more over Florida. This is the damaging wind potential. I think this is an important graphic, because I fear a lot of people north of the track, especially you in Tampa, are going to say the track's shifting south. I'm out of this. No, absolutely you're not. We're at the end of the rainy season here in Florida. It's going to be a lot of rain. You've got old trees up there, old growth trees. So when this damaging wind potential, the winds with this system come ashore, if the soils are soaked, trees could come down, power lines could come down. You're really, really, really treacherous to move about when this system comes ashore. I mean, these numbers here, these are probabilities, or the chance. You're looking at the chance of damaging winds up in here, 80 to 90%. That's really, really high. So take that in consideration. Don't get enamored with the track and its recent shifts of late. I alluded to this both in the rainfall and a second ago. Look at when this rain comes ahead of it and then the actual hurricane comes ashore. Significant rain potential again at the end of the rainy season. So a lot of potential for flooding. And then when you have the winds of a hurricane come in there, a lot of potential for trees down, power outages. So really think about that. Think about, are you ready to go without power for several days? So keep that in mind. Now, as we get closer to landfall, we're starting to hone in on the surge risk as well. And it's this little red area here, and if you've been watching, these numbers have come up over the last 24 hours, is really a big concern here for us. We're looking at this area from middle of Longboat Key to Bonita Beach. So that includes southwestern Florida, Charlotte Harbor area, Fort Myers. You really need to start thinking about what you're going to do the rest of the day. If evacuations are ordered, you need to heed them. There's just not a lot of time to second guess it. So if you are ordered to evacuate, you need to go ahead and do so quickly. But then also look at the values are starting to come up here. And so I'll explain it really quickly if it's not intuitive. The hurricane is a center of low pressure. There's high pressure up here. So as the hurricane sort of bangs into this, you get this really long easterly flow that'll start to pile up the water in advance of the hurricane. So don't think you're out of the woods either. These are some pretty significant surge values. For example, 4 to 6 feet from the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Altamaha Sound. So we'll pick this out a little bit more in subsequent briefings, because now I really want residents here in and around Charlotte Harbor to pay attention to this evolving surge risk. It's really, really important. Areas pretty much from just north of Tampa all the way down under a surge warning. That means dangerous conditions are possible. But also note the new warning up here in and around Jacksonville area, including the St. Johns River, is now under a surge warning as well. So just because you're inland on the St. Johns River doesn't mean you're out of the surge. The water can actually go down the river. You know, we want to end again with the radar where we started. It's now, when you can see it on radar, it's getting close. So time is really ticking here. If you're in the path of this storm, especially if you've been ordered to evacuate, you really got to do so. I mean, we're really concerned about this area in here with the surge, but also the rain. You can see the rain sort of sweeping out in front of it. The heavy rain co-located with the storm surge could present significant flood risk. So please listen to your emergency management officials. If they order you to leave, please do so. That's it from the Hurricane Center. We'll be updating you as necessary and certainly every day at this time.
And thank you so much to our officials there. They are going to be giving us another update here shortly after the top of the next hour. Live Now from Fox, of course, going to be bringing that to you just as we have with all of these updates happening across the state of Florida. You can see again that track going to be hitting directly over that Tampa area, maybe just a little bit south. One of those areas that's going to be seeing a lot from this Hurricane Ian, is going to be not only Manatee County. They are going to be giving us an update here shortly. We do have our folks getting ready for that press briefing. But also St. Petersburg is going to be preparing their residents for some of the possibilities of the effects from Hurricane Ian, including what to do with all of that rain. Let's go ahead and play out the very latest press briefing with our St. Petersburg officials as they are giving us some more details into some things that they're reminding their residents about ahead of this storm.
Your attention, because this is a big storm and we're prepared for it, but we want to get that word out that we're prepared for this storm. We've been spending hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 6 years, hundreds of thousands of man hours to try to get the system shipshape for a storm like this. Nevertheless, we need to be prepared, and we need to ask all the citizens that are with us to please conserve your water during the storm. We have a system that's able to handle the storm. We have a system that will be operating during the storm. But in order to make sure that we're able to continue to operate after the storm and to provide those services for the recovery effort, we do ask, if you would, during the storm, please reduce the amount of water you're using. We're not asking you to not use water. We're not asking you to not take care of essential needs for your water. But we are asking you not to do the unessential things such as clothes washing or dishwashing, so that we can then have the system ready to hit the ground running and be fully operational when those that have evacuated return and when we get the city back up and running as a whole. So we appreciate the opportunity to give you this message, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
A lot of upgrades have been made over the last couple of years. Can you break down what's changed and how they're ready for the wet weather that will obviously likely begin over the next couple of days?
We've added a lot of extra capacity at our plants. We have capacity at our plants of about 155 million gallons per day on a peak day, like during a storm. That is significantly more than we had in 2016. We've also done a lot of work out in the collection system, lining our sewer system, fixing manholes, trying to take care of any leaks that would allow groundwater or stormwater to enter into our system and inundate our system and our plants. So we've put a lot of work into it.
So they're expecting a storm surge up to 15 feet. We could get 20 inches of rain. Can the system handle all this water that's about to come?
The system should be able to handle the water that's about to come. Now, if we have a storm surge of greater than 15 feet, we might have a few areas that we might need to protect our equipment, because we obviously want to continue to operate after the storm is passed. And so we'll be monitoring the storm throughout the event and to look at the storm surge. If we notice that a storm surge is getting close to some of our equipment, to our electrical equipment, we may protect that equipment for that period of time so we can turn it right back on when the system is ready to go.
So when you say that, that means if storm surges are over 15 feet, you will be turning off water?
No, I did not say that.
Can you explain?
No, as I said just a few minutes ago, we'll be monitoring the system throughout the performance of this storm. And we'll be monitoring the storm surge. We do not expect a storm surge greater than 15 feet, and if we don't get one, we know we will not have to protect any of our equipment. But if we get a storm surge greater than 15 feet, we'll be watching to see what's going on. And we know the elevations of all of our equipment, we know the elevations of all of our facilities, and we'll be watching to make sure that we can adequately protect that equipment in case the storm surge goes well beyond what we think it will be.
Is any water being shut off at all?
No. No.
Okay.
No water is being shut off.
Okay. Has there been any dumping or any mitigation ahead of time, ahead of the storm, to maybe brace for anything to happen in the worst case scenario?
You asked if there's been any dumping. Absolutely not. We have not been doing any dumping. We have been preparing our system by making sure that all the tanks that we have enough capacity so that we're sending out our reclaimed water to our customers so that they can use it. We're making sure that all of our equipment is at top capacity, but we have absolutely not been dumping any sewage.
Post-storm or during the storm, if citizens stay behind, do not evacuate, if they're having issues, can they reach out to the city? How do they reach out? What should they know?
Yes, you can reach out to the city during the storm and after the storm. We have our dispatch numbers, we have C-Click Fix, we have our hotlines, we have a variety of different ways that citizens can reach us. And our citizens know this actually because we've been working with a lot of citizens, thousands of citizens over the last week who have been contacting us through these methods.
How high does the surge need to be for the city to have to make those tough calls?
It's going to depend on each piece of equipment. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of equipment out there, so I cannot give you a single number that would be the cutoff.
And can I have you explain to, if you guys face the decision of having to shut off water, how in the long term that's better for residents here?
Sure. So first of all, we're not talking about turning off water. We're talking about turning off maybe a piece of equipment in our entire system. We have a huge system with hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of equipment. So I do not foresee a scenario at all where we are turning off water to the entire city or even to entire neighborhoods. What we're talking about is that if we have a specific pump or a specific piece of electrical equipment that might be inundated by storm surge, we will then go and make sure that piece of equipment is turned off, that one piece of equipment in that situation.
How would that one piece of equipment impact a homeowner, a resident here?
Well, since most of our sewage is delivered to these plants via gravity systems, it should not affect most people.
You added some deep injection wells at some of the plants. Is that going to be utilized during this storm, and how might that help, because it is a newer thing that you guys have added?
Absolutely. We've had deep injection wells actually for 40 years, but we've added a significant additional ones since 2016. Much more than we needed. The way we designed these systems is we designed them assuming that some of these things are going to be out of service. So if we know that we need 20 deep injection wells, we've put in 25 deep injection wells to make sure that we can conserve the system.
We've seen wastewater overflows over the years happen, not just with St.
Right.
Do you have a concern that that might happen again with all of the rain that we're expecting, and are there so many improvements you've seen there to prevent something like that?
So it's our job to be concerned. That's why we go into this business, and that's why we got hundreds of people working in this industry, in our wastewater industry. And so yes, we are constantly monitoring it. We've got our staff. Our staff are going to be in these buildings during the storm. These buildings are safe and secure, but they're going to be here operating these systems to make sure that we don't have that.
What's being done right now to prepare all of the plants across the city for this weather?
We're looking at all of our equipment. We're doing all of our preventative maintenance. We're making sure that all the electrical systems, we're testing them. We're testing all the pumps. We're making sure that all the tanks are at the level that they need to be at. We have crews constantly going around and checking everything.
How many employees would you say are working at each of your, or writing out the storm at each of your facilities?
Within Public Works as a total, we probably have about 500 employees that are going to be working during the storm.
And if you live in a neighborhood near a plant like this, is there anything you should just be aware of, or anything that could happen if you live just in the vicinity?
If anything were to happen, we will notify folks through the appropriate methods. But no, nothing nothing different than what we would need to be aware of on a day-to-day basis.
We have you live now. Any message you want to send to St. Petersburg residents tuning in?
Yes. We here at the City of St. Petersburg, we not only work here, we live here. And we took these jobs to protect the city because this is the city that we live in, and we're dedicated to doing that, and we thank you for that opportunity to serve you.
All right, so once again, continuing to show you all of these different press conferences from our officials all across the country. I do want to say thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us. A new hour, and we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ian as it continues to gather strength as it now makes track for Florida. We know that it right now is a Category 3 storm. It is moving at about 10 miles per hour, and that right there is a concern for officials once it does make landfall. They're concerned about it sitting over the lands and then possibly causing a lot more damage when it comes to the rain that's going to be coming down. Power companies are shutting off electricity ahead of the hurricane. Florida military bases also prepping for Hurricane Ian. As many people also who have ships out there and boats, they're getting them prepared as well, especially as we know that this storm could possibly take lives because of its strength. And also you think about just the amount of damage that gets left behind, people trying to get back a little bit too early. Unfortunately, that can create a lot of problems and issues. We've heard some of our officials already speaking about that here today, talking about what to do once you are allowed back into some of these areas. And did want to also let our viewers know that, of course, not only we're keeping track of this throughout the rest of this evening, but into tomorrow on Wednesday, going to continue to keep our full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as we are going to be tracking this storm. Do you have another update coming from our officials here shortly with our Hurricane Association as they are continuing to keep everyone else up to date. So we'll be bringing you their very latest one coming up here very shortly. It's supposed to be happening here in this hour. And if you're just new here joining with us on Live Now from Fox, thanks so much. Don't forget that you can always make sure to save the channel that you're watching this on or star it on your bookmark, your tab. That way you can always stay up to date on the latest press conferences happening all across the country. Right now, more than 2.5 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate. This because of all of the preparations that are underway here for Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and take a look at just some of those videos that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk as we have some of our officials giving us some looks up in the air as they're tracking this storm, but then also a lot of people down on the ground. As we know, again, a lot of evacuations already underway. There's mandatory evacuations in place as well as some voluntary areas of volunteer evacuations as well. Some of our police officials have been updating folks saying that once you evacuate a neighborhood, it's going to be hard to get back in, especially because they're worried about who could be trying to take advantage of neighbors being gone. So they are going to be out patrolling the area. They said you are going to need some official identification if you're going to be coming back into your neighborhoods once this hurricane has passed. But right now, a lot of eyes on just how intense this is getting to be, especially as it is rapidly approaching Florida as a major hurricane. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said in a press conference this morning there's still uncertainty with where that exact landfall will be, but just understand the impacts are going to be far, far broader than just where the eye of the storm happens to make landfall. In some areas, there will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge that we have to be concerned about as well. Let's go ahead and bring you that very latest update as we do have our officials giving us some more looks at these tracks as they are continuing to make their way into the Gulf. I know a lot of folks have already been evacuating the area if they're in the path of that storm. But let's go ahead and bring that very latest update right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Right, well, that really today is the day to evacuate. If you've been asked to evacuate, especially from those vulnerable storm surge, you have storm surge locations that are prone to storm surge along the
All right, so it looks like he may be talking with one of our stations, giving them their latest update. If he does do an official update for their Facebook page, of course, we'll be keeping track of that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. That was going to be an update with our National Hurricane Center's acting director, as he's giving us sometimes these updates regularly throughout the day. But we do have Manatee County. They've been giving us an update on the very latest, as they are right in the direct path of the center of this hurricane. Our officials speaking now. Let's go ahead and bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
And thank you for being with us. This is our first afternoon briefing for Hurricane Ian today. With regards to emergency management officials, the expanded the mandatory evacuation order to include both level A and B in Manatee County. Additionally, residents living in evacuation level C are encouraged to find shelter further inland. We are evacuating tens of thousands of people from the barrier island as residents and visitors are heading to are heeding to our advice. I can tell you, yesterday afternoon I saw golf carts leaving on Manatee Avenue, leaving Holmes Beach. Level A, and it's important to note, Level A includes Rabonia, Palmetto Point, Terracea, and the tens of thousands of mobile and manufactured homes in Manatee County. We will be turning off the water to the islands at sunset tonight to try and save the infrastructure from Ian's wrath. The sewage lift stations on the islands will also be turned off to prevent possible damage to the system. People need to take this seriously. Evacuate now if you are in level A, level B, or if you are in level C and are concerned, especially individuals around Wares Creek. We have more shelter locations open today at noon. We added Hale Middle School and Buffalo Creek Middle School. In addition to the others opened at 8 a.m. this morning, Braden River High School, which is pet friendly, Manatee High School, which is pet friendly, Mills Elementary School, also pet friendly, Bayshore Elementary School, Freedom Elementary School, Gullett Elementary School, Harvey Elementary School, Lee Middle School, Mayaca City Elementary School, Miller Elementary School, McNeil Elementary School, Rogers Garden Elementary School, Williams Elementary School, and Willis Elementary School. And I feel like I'm back on the school board. More than 229,000 sandbags have been distributed to date at sites all over the county. Our supplies have been exhausted, though. We are out of bags. This storm, even though it's doing what hurricanes do and it has a little jog here and a little jiggle there, it is still a major hurricane. Hurricanes do what this one is doing. A little bit of guidance to the south doesn't mean we are out of the woods. We can expect flooding, tornadoes, driving rain, and storm surge are the threats that we are anticipating. And we are anticipating it to start tonight. We will probably begin seeing tropical storm winds and rain, typical tropical storm conditions around midnight tonight. If you are in an evacuation area, evacuate and be in your safe area by sundown. That way you can get settled in, because when the tropical weather begins to come into our area, we will lock down the EOC and we will lock down the shelters to protect the individuals that have evacuated and gone into the shelters for safety. If you are evacuating to a friend's house, a colleague's home that's inland and in an area outside of the evacuation zone, try to get there before sundown. You can already see the outer bands have begun to hit our area. It is only going to get worse, and it's going to get worse quickly. Don't wait until it's too late, because we will shut down the roads when the winds are too high to safely navigate through the county. This is early afternoon. You need to finish securing your homes. You need to make sure you're packed for a couple of days. This storm has picked up a little bit of forward motion, but it is still moving slowly. We can expect hurricane and/or tropical storm conditions for at least 36 hours. It is not going to pass through our area quickly, and it's going to drop a tremendous amount of rain. It's going to have intense gusty winds. This will come on shore north of Venice at the moment, but how many of you have driven to Venice Beach? It is not that far. If you look at the size of that storm, and that image was taken about 2 hours ago, it has grown into a very large hurricane. It is expected to be a Category 3 storm when it reaches our shore. I can't underemphasize this enough. This is not something we have seen in the Tampa Bay area in 100 years. 100 years. This is a serious storm. It is not to be taken lightly. I know. I've been in the Tampa Bay area for decades too, and it seems like we always luck out. Do not count on us lucking out with this storm. It is serious. If you are on the islands, you need to be off of the island by sundown. The water will be shut off. The lift stations will be shut off. And if any of you don't know what a lift station is, that is what's required when you flush your toilet for what was in your toilet to be lifted off the island. You do not want to be on the island with a Category 3 hurricane and no water and no sewage disposal. It's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be safe. This is going to be a slow-moving storm. You want to be in a safe location to ride it out. Fill your tub with water to flush, but hopefully you're not on the island trying to compensate for the lift stations being shut off. And remember, if power is out, no lift stations in your area are going to be working. As the storm makes its way closer, remember to not head out in the storm. Once we get word out that it is not safe to be outside and driving a vehicle, please don't do it. Because if we tell you it's not safe to go out and drive around town, it means if you have a problem, our emergency vehicles aren't going to be out driving around town either, which means you're going to be stuck. If you see water in the road, unless you are absolutely sure you have X-ray vision and depth sounder eyes, don't drive through it. You may get stuck. As our utility folks are reminding residents to not try and remove manholes and cleanouts to clear clogs. Let our experts do it when it's safe to do it. Don't play utility guy. After the storm, if you want a job in utilities, you can personally call me. We'll hire you, and we'll train you to lift those manholes. Current projections have landfall as a Category 3 somewhere north of Venice on Wednesday evening. That's about 6 to 12 hours sooner than was projected this morning. So we can expect landfall Wednesday evening, but remember, this evening is when we are going to start receiving tropical storm weather that is going to continue to escalate until we get the outer wall of the Cat 3 force winds, 120 to 125 miles an hour with gusts pushing 150. That's like flying a small airplane. You don't want to put your hand out in it. That is a lot of wind, it's a lot of impact, and it's going to be pushing a tremendous amount of water. Stay in a safe location. The track remains uncertain. The track remains uncertain. Just because we had a small update that says, well, it looks like that eye is going to go into North Venice and not Coquina Beach, remember, it is uncertain. A tiny little wobble in the other direction will throw the model back at us. But if you look at the size of that storm, and over the next 36 hours, it's going to get larger. Regardless of where it comes in Sarasota or Manatee County, you are going to feel like you're getting hit by a major hurricane. And guess what? Because you are getting hit by a major catastrophic hurricane. With that, I want to introduce our Congressman, Vern Buchanan, who I'm sure has been making the rounds up and down his district. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Our Manatee County officials trying to give as much warning to the residents that they can. If they are still in the area, they're needing to evacuate now and get their preparations finalized. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break. We're right back here listening in with our officials when you return.
Preparing us for this storm and response. I did meet with Florida Power and Light, all their top leaders in the company, and I can tell you they're very focused here in terms of what they're staging in this region. It's gigantic. Sometimes it's a sea of trucks and capability, so help's on the way that way. This is a massive, slow-moving storm. The storm will produce a long period of wind and rain. There could be life-threatening storm surges. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, we've got to take this serious, and I've watched a lot of these storms over the years, and many times we get blessed or lucky, it'll head up north or head down south. I don't think this is the case this time based on all the experts I'm talking about. The track can change, which could have a severe impact. I do want to remind people, and those that were around during Charlie, I just was watching, it was supposed to go up in Tampa. It ended up doing a beeline into Charlotte Harbor, 90 degrees, and then it went from a Category 2 to a Category 4, like instantly. And I still remember that because we had a lot of employees and families and businesses who were concerned about it. Now is the time to execute your plan. If you don't have a plan, you make sure you do get it. And if you are in an evacuation zone, leave it if you haven't already left. We're monitoring the weather reports. We get a lot of updates. But I want to mention, listen to your local management of facilities. FEMA is deployed and ready. I just got off the line to the top appropriator for Florida, Mario. He's a very good friend of mine. He's called me, and we've made sure that we're going to have whatever resources we need quickly into this region, not just with FEMA, but additional resources from the federal government. Power companies are on standby, but it could be a few days before they get to you. We need to be ready. We need to be safe. But as was mentioned earlier, this is a serious storm. People need to take it seriously. And I'm very concerned kind of for the region, but I'm very hopeful. But I don't think, if you take a look at the storm in general, he did mention it might come down to Venice, but it's still in the region. It's a big storm, and we've got to do everything to keep everybody safe. But I will assure you, from my standpoint, a federal response in terms of FEMA and appropriators, we will be ready and supportive and do everything we can to get people back safely and quickly once the storm leaves, ideally on Friday or Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take questions, I'd like to go ahead and let the Deputy Director and Emergency Management Chief Steve Lischauer share with you all of the activities that have been going on since we started at the level 2 and moved into level 1 this morning at 8 o'clock. Chief?
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Thank you, Congressman. Again, a lot of this will be reinforcing what Dr. Hope said earlier. We increased our evacuation level this morning. That includes mandatory A and B, voluntary C. If you are in levels A and B, which includes mobile homes, manufactured homes, RVs, nursing facilities, and acute care facilities, you need to go now. Please do not refuse to leave. Please take our instructions and directions seriously. This is a serious storm. Surge levels have increased per our 1 o'clock national weather call. Very big surge starting Wednesday, which is less than 24 hours from now. We could see 5-foot to 10-foot surge, and in some areas near that eye of that wall, and both the Congressman and Dr. Hopes talked, Venice Beach is not that far away from us. It wobbled, it can re-wobble. Near the wall, surge could be up to 10 to 15 feet. Please do not drive through high water. As we entered into what we call level 1 activation, you could see through the windows, we have an EOC full of our partners that ranges from law enforcement to fire to the power companies to utility companies. The Red Cross is here, the health department is here, state assets have already come into our EOC, out-of-county assets have come here. They're working diligently to prepare for when the storm passes that we can react as quickly as we can. But please heed our warnings in our evacuations area. Please adhere to the evacuation orders. See mymanatee.org/weather to see your evacuation level or to see a map. If you're going to a shelter, you must take a cot or sleeping bag, personal items, and especially your prescriptions. So please adhere to our instructions. Please be safe and listen to our instructions. Thank you. Folks.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Congressman. And I can't emphasize this enough. Our federal partners, through the funding that Congressman Buchanan and his colleagues have provided, have given us exceptional analytic tools to be able to go in and look at individual homes on streets and look at what the prediction is for storm surge. And when we say 5 to 10 feet, that's 5 to 10 feet above ground level. That's not 5 to 10 feet above sea level. It's above ground level. The federal government has done an exceptional job, and I can tell you because it's a pain in the rear for us to send them all the information. When you have new elevation certificates, they get that data, and it goes into the software. And we can literally put a flag on different corners of your home and tell what the storm surge prediction is for your home, whether you're on Wares Creek or Sneed Island or Anna Maria or Holmes Beach. And that's how we base these decisions with regards to both the evacuations and the emphasis that we were placing on it. Now, you've spent a lot of time with me over the past year and a half, and I got to thank Congressman Buchanan, because at every single emergency I have overseen, he has been with us multiple times, and he has been making phone calls to ensure that we have the federal support we need. And that doesn't happen in all areas of the country, but it happens right here because of the good work of Congressman Buchanan. Let me tell you what makes me lose sleep in this situation. It's people not heeding the warning and not evacuating. My goal for this stage of the emergency is no fatalities, no deaths among residents and visitors in Manatee County due to this emergency. Now, the sheriff spoke yesterday. They're not going to go handcuff you and yank you out of your home because you didn't evacuate. It's not fair to the good staff, the federal partners, the state partners that are here will be sleeping here. They're going to be locked in tonight. They will not be able to leave. They're here without their families to ensure all of you safely get through this storm. Again, my goal and the goal of every person here over the next 48 hours is no fatalities. None. I don't want to see it in the newspaper. I don't want to bear the burden that I didn't do enough. And the hundreds of people that are working every day. When we tell you it's a mandatory evacuation, we are not doing it because we want to push you around. We're doing it because the information that we have indicates that there is a risk for loss of life. So please, I don't want the police chief on Holmes Beach calling me to say, please don't turn off the water because you know our residents aren't going to leave. If you're on the island, leave. Do us that one favor. Take our advice, protect your life, so we don't have to spend the rest of our life wondering what else we could have done to convince you to evacuate to a safe place. A safe place that has water, a safe place that probably has electricity, maybe even TV. And if you go to a friend's house, you're going to have good company. Please, heed the warnings. You only have a few more hours. Pretty much, I'm sure, come midnight or 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, you won't be out on the road because it will not be safe. If you're in a level A or a level B, evacuate. If you need help, you call 311, you call a friend, we'll see what we can do. Follow the guidance that we're giving you. That's what you pay us to do. With that, I'll take questions.
Hey, Doc, let me add one thing. We've never seen surges 5 to 10 feet. Houston, go look at what happened in Houston just a little bit ago. It became a stationary front. We don't know whether this front's going to move through, how quick. If you get to 10-foot surges, there's going to be a lot of people hurt. Look at Katrina. Look at what happened just in the Bahamas, where there was communities of people that disappeared. So I don't want to be an alarmist. That's not I like to look at the bright side of things, but in this scenario, we have to look at the downside as well as the upside. And you've got to take this very seriously, as the doctor was saying, because
Take it seriously is definitely something we've heard reiterated by multiple officials all across Florida and even across the U.S. as well, as they continue to track the path of this hurricane. Live now from Fox, we'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll continue to give everyone warnings about this hurricane, how you should be preparing yourself, and especially the importance of staying safe once we do have that storm surge as well. We'll be talking with a former FEMA official coming up here after this 2-minute break. Amazing video evidence of just how large this storm is, especially as it continues to track its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Residents trying to get themselves prepared ahead of time. NASA showing us some of the views from up above. Quite a different look than sometimes what we see on our radars. But we do want to let all of our viewers know when it comes to coverage, we are keeping you in full alert and keeping you up to date on everything you need to know about. Thanks so much again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do want to continue talking about Hurricane Ian as it's moving its way towards Florida. We know that more than 2.5 million people evacuating from that state, and especially as that track of the storm continues to change, residents also need to keep themselves prepared and up to date as much as possible. Here to help do that with us is our former FEMA employee. We do have Mark Naveau joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Mark, we appreciate your time here today. I know you and I were speaking a little bit about just why this storm in particular is so dangerous. Florida not seeing a hurricane like this on the Gulf side in many, many years. And it's also what comes with that storm, more than just the winds, that you say is concerning.
Yeah, no question. Hi, Christy. The challenge to this one is the speed in which it's moving. Of course, we haven't hit landfall yet. We're talking 24, 36 hours out. But what the track is anticipated to hit, as you said, on the west side that hasn't seen a hurricane in 100 years, but that this hurricane may stall, move slowly over land. And you couple the amount of rain that's predicted along with the 10-foot storm surge, which is really just a big wall of water coming from the Gulf of Mexico. Those two combining can make this a very deadly and dangerous hurricane.
Well, and you were speaking about that to me, that the storm surge is really where you can see, unfortunately, a lot of lives lost. So go into a bit more detail about what it does, especially when we know that this storm is moving pretty slowly over the area of Florida once it will make landfall.
Yeah, what we're really talking about, most people would perceive it to be almost like a tidal wave. And so depending upon the force that this hurricane comes in off of the Gulf, which they're anticipating on that west side, anywhere from 6 to 10 foot wave just moving its way through an inland. And that can go up to a half a mile inland. So you may be on the coast thinking you're safe, but here comes this tremendous wave of water that's going to come, coupled with the rainfall. It overwhelms the ground supply, the storm drains. It can't drain. It's knocking down power lines. It's knocking power out. So it becomes a very big challenge for folks.
And as we think ahead to these next few hours and into these next few days, I know so many people have been listening to their county officials. How important is it that people are really taking the warning seriously instead of thinking this is just something to dramatize what's going on?
Yeah, it is huge because you can't recover from some of this. You know, once that the water starts to come in from the Gulf of Mexico plus the rainfall, there's no egress, right? Because not only are we talking about water, we're talking about winds up to 110 miles an hour, which are going to knock down power lines. It's going to block egress for folks. It's not going to allow first responders to come in and get folks if they decide to stay. That's why they're trying to emphasize, if you're anywhere near, just leave. And you don't have to go too far is what they're saying. You don't necessarily have to go to another state, but you do have to go far enough away. And so they're encouraging people, don't wait. Just get out now, be safe. You can always come back if nothing happens. A little bit of inconvenience. On the other side, you could lose your life if you don't evacuate.
Yeah, I think that right there is the biggest emphasis that all of our officials we've been listening into have been saying, is that do you really want to risk your life to stay in your home during this event? And as you said, it's as easy as moving inland a little bit further for those who are right along that Gulf Coast.
Absolutely. And Florida, you know, they're no stranger to hurricanes. They're very good at responding to these. As a matter of fact, they have a contraflow system where they can change the direction of the freeways to egress. And it's one of the few states in the entire nation that requires gas stations to have emergency generators on those evacuation freeways so that people can get fuel if necessary. So they're really good about being able to move people, heed the advice, get out, board up. You can always come back. Be safe.
And Mark, thinking about then once people are returning and then they're going to have to assess the damage, that's why it's so important that they are doing all these preparations ahead of time, because then when they come back, they already had all their video evidence, their photos of their homes, so that they can see the difference that may have been left behind because of this hurricane. And then I know a lot of people too are going to have a long road to recovery depending on how much damage they may have seen.
Yeah, without question. And you know, with phones nowadays, you can quickly go through your house and just do a video, and you're in essence chronicled all your possessions and the status of those. That's very easy to do, very simple. Take it with you, and you've got a good chronological log of what's there in case you have to, you know, hopefully not many people do, but you have to recover from this. You have to remember too, it's not just people's homes, but it's the business, it's the infrastructure. And Tampa Bay, for example, half of the fuel, gasoline that's used each day comes in through the Tampa Bay port. So if that port, we know it's going to be shut down as a precaution, but if there's damage to that port, now we're talking about a shortage of gasoline, potentially. They've got reserves, but that just gives you an idea of not just the risk to people, but also to the business and the economy.
So what's the biggest difference then with what a hurricane we're seeing coming today versus other ones that they've been dealing with? Because as we've mentioned, of course, the Gulf side usually pretty protected when it comes to hurricane season. So what are you noticing here with this one?
Yeah, I think the alarm, you know, the National Hurricane Center does a wonderful job at being able to track these storms and come up with different paths and probabilities. But we also know it's Mother Nature, and we spend a lot of time chasing hurricanes around. So you put resources in different locations. They've got urban search and rescue swift water teams, you know, down in Miami, in Tennessee, and Georgia. They've got 13,000 additional electrical workers ready to respond in if necessary. They've got meals ready to eat. They've got bottled water and distribution sites. So they're doing everything necessary to prepare. But the concern with this one is it's high winds, heavy rainfall, coupled with this storm surge. Rarely do you have all three of those aligned with such magnitude that they're anticipating here. And that's where the alarm's coming from.
Yeah, and we know from those officials as they're trying to get all the residents prepared, they said, you know, we don't want to put ourselves in harm's way to have to go and rescue you. So please heed all the warnings. Any final thoughts, Mark, that you want to leave with our viewers as we continue to look ahead to Hurricane Ian making its approach to Florida?
Well, one of the challenges to this is if they lose power, right, it's the ability to continue to get information, which is important. So I try and encourage family and friends is to get a portable radio, have that secondary communication set up. You might not be able to use your cell phone because the towers may be down, the power's out, something like that. But if you do have a portable radio, at least you can hear what's going on and plan accordingly. Now, if you evacuate that area, that's the best thing to do because you don't have to worry about some of those. You can always come back. But the key thing, I think, is number one, evacuate and make sure you're able to gather information to make good decisions as we go through this.
Yes, and as we've been highlighting, Mark, you know, the most important thing is your life. So the rest of it, you can replace the items inside of your home. You can replace a cell phone if you happen to lose it or leave it behind, but you can't replace a life. So we do appreciate you going through all of these just important reminders for everyone. Again, Mark Naveau joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Christy.
And don't forget, Live Now going to continue coverage right here for you of our hurricane. Going to be speaking with the former Tampa mayor coming up here in just a bit. We'll take a short break and then come back with more content coming your way on Hurricane Ian. It's all coming up here in just a few minutes. A look here again at the track as we continue to watch Hurricane Ian make its way, especially when it comes to the Gulf side of Florida. But all residents across the entire state are getting themselves prepared. And we know that there's so many people in the path of this storm already here today. We've been hearing updates from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He did say 2.5 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate as Hurricane Ian continues to barrel closer. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to give you more updates as we track Hurricane Ian. So many people are in the path of that storm, and it is going to be a little bit of a dangerous one at that, with just how fast it is not only approaching the slowdown once it hits landfall. A lot of rain and wind going to be mixed in. And Florida, they're no strangers to hurricanes, but of course that storm surge and other items are things to be concerned about. We do want to continue bringing in some more guests here to our Live Now from Fox desk. So we do have our former Tampa mayor. He's Bob Buckhorn. He's joining us here on Live Now. And Bob, we appreciate you being here today. I know that, as I mentioned, Florida, you guys have been certainly familiar with hurricanes, especially season after season. What's kind of different this time around for you?
You know, Christy, it's part of being a Floridian. You know, it's part of our DNA. Our preparation is part of our DNA. Tampa Bay area hasn't been hit in over 100 years, and so we've been very, very lucky. But we also knew that at one point our day would come, and so we prepare all year round for this to occur. I'm breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief as I see that track move a little bit further south. But bear in mind that even if it avoids Tampa, it's going to hit somebody and there will be pain inflicted. But I lived through this 5 years ago with Irma. We came very, very close to a catastrophic event in Tampa. I know Mayor Jane Castor has prepared well. The city has evacuated to the best of their ability. So I feel good about where we are, but you never lose that churning in your gut and that anxiety until that morning when the day clears and the sun comes up.
So talk about, as you mentioned, you know, this is something year round that city officials are always planning and preparing for. But talk about what you're doing as officials in these days leading up to landfall, because I know it's probably some very intense times, high anxiety as you're trying to get all the information out to your residents that you can possibly get out.
Christy, it's all of the above. I mean, I used to have a saying that you play on Sunday, on game day, the way you practice during the week. And so we would practice hard all year round for these types of things, whether it was tabletop exercises, whether it was where we deploy, how we equip with excess generators at our pump facilities. There is nothing that the city of Tampa hasn't thought about going into this, although we will find at the end of this that there are things that the city didn't think about. That's okay. So you prepare, you test your assets, you test your resiliency, you test your communications ability, and that you hope on the day that people need you to show up. And what I love, Christy, is many people don't have any use for government, except on that one day that they really need us. And on that one day, we better be at our best. And that's what these events are the equivalent of. Our folks need us. They need us to perform. They need us to excel. They need us to be prepared. They need us to be thoughtful. They need us to give them information so that they can make their own decisions. But at the end of the day, this is when government needs to rise to the occasion. This is when mayors rise to the occasion. And certainly from what I've seen of the mayors in the Bay Area, they are doing exactly that.
Yeah, we've been hearing certainly a lot of updates also from those officials, whether they're in the Tampa area or all across Florida, really. And I think that's a key part, too, is that people are trying to find the correct information. That's one of the people they may look to is their elected mayor or their city officials. And so this really is an important few days and hours, and especially even after the storm, too, making sure people get back to those neighborhoods that they had to evacuate. They're getting back safely. So as residents are preparing to leave, I know a lot of people already had a mandatory evacuation. There are some people who are volunteering to leave as well. What are some things that they should think about as they get their homes prepared and get themselves prepared for this hurricane?
Well, ideally, they would have had a plan already and they would be executing on the plan right now. I know that is wishful thinking. A lot of longtime Floridians think that they can withstand any hurricane because they have withstood others. But every hurricane is different. And so you have a plan, you execute on that plan, you know where you're going, you know who's going with you, you've made your preparations, you've identified all of the places that you need to take with you, you've secured your house, and if you're in an evacuation zone like I am, you evacuate. The key is to pay attention to the local government officials. I mean, this is not about politics. This is not a Democrat or Republican thing. If you don't listen, although you may be inconvenienced, Christy, and this storm may blow by, I would rather you be inconvenienced than have to come for you in a body bag. So think about that and think about your family as you make these decisions. Hopefully folks in flood zone A have already evacuated, as I have. My wife is a doctor at Tampa General Hospital. She is on the team that is there for emergency, so she will be living there for the next 5 days. But I took the rest of our family and listened to what the mayor said, and we evacuated. And so the longer you wait, the harder it's going to get, because the congestion on the interstate and all of the exit routes are increasingly busy. And so hopefully you were smart enough to do it before you got to that point.
Yeah, and that's something I'm sure you guys year after year are reminding people, have some of those emergency kits, have some of those items ready to go, so that if it does start to come upon you quicker, you are ready to leave your house. I know there's quite a few people that I know down in Florida who've also already heeded those warnings. They've started to evacuate their homes, just as you said you have. And then let's just kind of talk about after it makes landfall, what's going to be some of the important things residents do. It's probably still listening to their weather updates and listening to officials when it'd be safe to get back.
Well, and that's exactly right. And particularly as you think about coming back into the city, if there has been widespread damage, if there are a lot of power lines down, if there are a lot of trees falling, don't rush back. Wait till we get the clear to go, because otherwise you are just impeding the public safety officials, the police, the fire personnel who are trying to get in there or trying to check houses, trying to look for people who stayed, God forbid, look for casualties. So let them do their jobs. Let the power companies come in and do their job and try and restore power. I will tell you, Christy, as I was leaving Tampa, heading up the interstate, there must have been 500 power company trucks from all over the country that were coming like the cavalry into the Tampa Bay area to help Tampa Electric, Duke Power, restore power when the storm passes through. So the cavalry is coming, but try and stay out of the area until you get the clear to go sign, because otherwise you are part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Well, and as you've said too, and you pointed it out, you know, these officials, some of these people are essential. They are staying behind for those emergencies that may happen. But of course, if you're able to leave, that's probably the best and wisest choice to make. Any final thoughts about these next few days and this next whole week as the storm gets ready to set upon the Gulf Coast there?
You know, Christy, I never thought that I'd be in a position to quote Mike Tyson as a mayor, but Tyson famously said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Well, the Tampa Bay area and areas south are about to get punched in the face. So all of the best laid plans, please understand that elected officials and folks need to adapt. They need to make decisions on the fly. It's not going to be perfect. What you did in anticipation of this changes by the minute. And so be patient. Look out for your neighbors, listen to your elected officials, and we're going to get through this with a little prayer and a little preparation and a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and hard work by so many people, not just the officials, but as you mentioned, too, all of those others who have come to the state to lend an extra hand during these next few days and even after to help with the recovery as well. We do appreciate you giving us a little bit more insight, especially on the preparedness from the city's side and our officials' side of things. Bob Buckhorn joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate you so much for being here with us, and we hope you and your family and your wife and everyone stay safe.
Thank you, Christy.
And Live Now from Fox, we'll continue our coverage right here for you, especially as that storm continues to track towards Florida. We'll step away for a brief break, continuing to give you more officials, press conferences and updates. Going to take you out to Lee County in Florida coming up after this break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate all of our viewers who have been watching here with us. I know some of our viewers not directly in the path of Hurricane Ian, but there are so many people who are going to be affected by this, especially as it continues to track towards that Tampa area. We know already from our Florida governor, who has been speaking at multiple press events here today, that there is millions of Floridians who have had to evacuate here because of this storm. So last minute preparation still underway for some people. I know my family is in that Manatee County area, so just outside of Sarasota, right in the Gulf on an island. So they, of course, were in those emergency evacuations. They were ordered that they had to leave today. They had piled up all of their furniture inside of the home. They made sure to put sandbags outside of the home at some of those creases where doorways are and such as they prepared to leave. And so many people doing that. It's sometimes some sad photos that are coming in, seeing people trying to get themselves prepared and ready and hoping that they don't see too much damage. But we do know that this is a Category 3, and it is only going to continue to make its path towards the Gulf as it could pick up to a Category 4. Our X-Rad showing you just about where it is here at this time as we continue to see many people doing final preparations. County officials also giving us those final updates ahead of landfall. So let's go ahead and continue to listen in. We're going to take you out to Lee County, where our officials are once again giving some last-minute warnings to all of those who are in this path of Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Brian Hammond, and I'm a Lee County Commissioner. I'm joined this morning by Commissioner Kevin Ruane and Commissioner Mike Greenwell, also by our Sheriff, Carmine Marcino, and Dr. Chris Bernier from Lee County School District, our Superintendent, as well as Angela Smith, our Health Officer. This morning, we have been watching the storm overnight. Our team is mobilized in the Emergency Operations Center, as you can see behind you. But given the current forecast track this morning and the storm surge predictions, as well as the flood modeling, we're here this morning to announce evacuation orders for some parts of the county, as well as shelter openings for some parts of the county. To explain the operations and how that's going to happen, I'd like to introduce our County Manager, Roger DeJarlais.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. The evacuation this morning is a mandatory evacuation order, and that is as mandatory as can be. We will not be going house to house and forcing people to leave, but we are stressing the importance of people getting out of harm's way based on the surge models. So evacuation will be Zone A. You can look on our website and see exactly where that is, but it is generally all of the low-lying areas that are accustomed to being flooded during the spring tides. And so it's along the coastal area, the barrier islands, and upriver for a ways. But you'll be able to see that on our website. And then part of Zone B as well will be evacuated. Parts of that zone are in those low-lying areas as well, and that's south of Veterans Parkway and Cape Coral is in that Zone B area. Also, the evacuation order instructs people in mobile and manufactured homes to shelter elsewhere. When winds above 45, 50, 60 miles an hour, mobile homes are generally not a safe place to be. For those in the evacuation zones, please do not put out your garbage today because it's not going to get picked up and it's just going to get blown all over. There will be 10 emergency shelters opening at about 9 o'clock this morning. We're staffing up as we speak, and you can find a list of all those shelters on Lee County's website, that is leegov.com. United Way partners are prepared to open the emergency information hotline when the shelters open at 9 o'clock. And you all will recall that that's the 211 line. Anyone who needs help in understanding their evacuation zone or what they need to do to finish preparations, 211 is the right number to call. Please do not call 911 unless you have a true emergency. Let me see. A list of those on our website is all. Let me see. Excuse me. This is 0 dark 30 this morning. I'm usually not coherent this time of day. Oh, all of our shelters are pet friendly. you may recall there was a time when we had just a couple of designated shelters, but people were really not prepared to leave their dogs and cats at home. They're like a member of the family. And we also encourage these shelters are a refuge of last resort. They are not comfortable, so we'd encourage people as their first choice to see if they have relatives or friends outside of the area that's going to be affected by the storm. And you need to know that the EOC now has gone from partial activation to full activation. And we will continue to monitor the storms throughout the day and provide you the information on any of the changing operations as they occur. I'd like to introduce Sheriff Marcino, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for being here today. I just want to get a point across that we are going to feel this storm. How badly is still undetermined. My top priority, as always, is keeping everybody safe during this event. We look at it in three ways. It's before the storm, during the storm, and after the storm. And before the storm, we try to get that message out to get your non-perishables, secure your homes, and make sure that you're ready for several days without electric if need be. During the storm is most important. We want you to be at your location. We want you to be safe, and also understand, and we stress the fact that once the winds hit a sustained 45 miles per hour, law enforcement, emergency personnel are not going to respond. So God forbid someone does need 911 and they dial, a law enforcement officer is not going to respond until it's safe to. I will ensure absolutely the second it's safe, we will begin answering calls immediately without hesitation in priority. Also, don't leave your homes unless you have to. Sometimes things look like they're safe. Downed power lines, the bridges are, another one. I mean, we are going to let those bridges naturally flow, and we're going to continuously monitor them by patrol and also by the latest and greatest technology at the Real-Time Intelligence Center. But we want you to stay off the roadways. Let's get this storm or whatever it brings us past us to ensure that you get out there and you're safe when you do. The county's done a great job with our shelters. We will be manning the shelters to make sure people are safe. And again, we will get through this. The great residents of this county and the state of Florida, we're no stranger to these storms, but we ask that you work with us and help us make certain that you're safe. And thanks for being here today.
We'll take questions if you have them. Yes, ma'am.
How much space do we have at these shelters, and what should they not bring?
Sandra?
Yeah, we feel confident that we're able to adequately support the number of people in the evacuated areas that we feel will be seeking the shelters. And in people who are going to be coming to the shelters, we do ask that you bring any essential supplies, medications. If you're bringing pets, please bring food, a cage for your animals, leashes. We don't have cots at shelters, so please bring something to sleep on, a pillow, and some entertainment, books, because if power goes out, then you can't charge your devices. So just bring anything that you feel that would make you comfortable. Keep in mind that there could be crowding at the shelters, so try not to bring too much stuff. When you enter, you'll get a small area in the shelter to reside in during that time.
Before Irma, I believe you issued an order 2 to 3 days before impact. We expect impact tomorrow. Did you kind of consider issuing this order before? What stopped you, and what kind of changed overnight?
We did consider calling for evacuation yesterday, but given the uncertainty of the path, the timing just wasn't right. And so the current path with the anticipated impacts of the storm meets all the criteria that we use for calling for evacuation. And the areas being evacuated are small compared to the evacuations during Irma. You may recall that Irma covered the entire state with hurricane force winds. This storm is much smaller. We don't expect nearly the same kinds of wind velocities that we saw during Irma. So calling for evacuation today is a perfectly reasonable decision. Stacy?
Roger, a lot of new people to Lake County and to Florida. What message do you have for those folks that are new to our
our county?
People who have moved to Lee County in the last several years after Hurricane Irma, which of course was the last storm, is they should stay tuned to the local television stations and news outlets for all of their information, and we will continue to provide storm information to the TV stations and others, so that people will then they'll know exactly how to react, whether it's evacuation or picking up all of the furniture in their yard and debris, so that it doesn't blow and damage neighbors' homes. So it's a lot of common sense. But if you're in the evacuation zone, go ahead and leave. Take your time, but go ahead and leave now. But otherwise, pay attention to the TV stations. Yes, sir.
Kevin, what advice do you have for people on Fort Myers Beach or Sanibel that decide not to go?
Well, if people on the barrier islands who decide not to go, they do so at their own peril. The best thing they can do is leave. With the kind of tidal surge we're talking about, it would not be uncommon for both islands to be overwashed, and it's a dangerous place to be. We cannot, by law, force people off the islands, but we strongly recommend that they go. Yes, sir.
As far as trash in yard waste goes, are you advising residents to still put that out today? Are we still picking those items up to make sure that they're not flying around in the case of strong winds?
If you're in the evacuation zone A and partial B partial evacuation zone and B, that you not put your trash out. Everyone else, go ahead, put their trash out. We'll be picking up today based on the regular schedule, and then we'll see how the storm progresses, and we can announce later today or tomorrow about future trash pickup days. Yes, ma'am.
We still have residents asking about sandbags. Do you know the status of that? Will there be any available today?
Sandra.
We did have the sand locations out yesterday. Many of them were depleted, so there may still be some sand drops locations that are available. You can contact your fire districts if you're still looking for some sand.
How many people do you expect to leave, and how many people kind of live in these zones?
So there are about 250,000 people who live in the evacuation zones that we've outlined, and we would anticipate about 10%. Based on history, 10% to leave.
Is there a place you advise people to kind of go? A certain area that you think would be, a better place to evacuate?
Simple enough to pay attention to the forecast track of the storm as it progresses. And first, if the people are going to leave, find a relative or friend outside the evacuation area, outside the effects of the storm as first choice. Second choice, go to one of the shelters, one of the 10 shelters, and as a last resort, stay at home. Depending on where you live, sheltering at home is not a bad option, but people will have to make their own decision.
Lastly, can you just briefly go over Zone A and Zone B, which areas, name the locations?
Sandra.
Yeah, and we'll be posting a map. It'll be important to direct residents to the map because then they can see where they live pinpointed to that map. But essentially, Zone A is all the barrier islands and all the coastal areas and leading up to the borders next to the river, the Caloosahatchee River. And there'll be some areas down in the Bonita area closer to the Imperial River. So again, important for everyone to look at that map. And then, as was stated earlier, Zone B, the only Zone B that is called for is south of Veterans in Cape Coral.
We good?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, did media want to stick around?
Thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Our track here showing us exactly where we will see landfall being made at a Category 3. It's going to be hitting, it looks like the center of the storm just a little bit south of Tampa now. We have been talking with a number of our officials as well as bringing you press conferences from all across the state as well. We do have St. Petersburg officials speaking next after this 2-minute break. Our St. Petersburg mayor, as well as other officials from the administration, speaking about preparations for Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
And we want to make sure the community has the most up-to-date information available as we brace for this major hurricane. Now, around noon, I had the opportunity to speak with President Biden and FEMA Director Criswell, and they assured me that the administration and FEMA are monitoring the storm around the clock and are ready to support relief efforts in any way we deem necessary. I relayed to them our gratitude and reminded them of the strength and resilience of St. Petersburg's community and assured them that we have some of the finest employees and first responders in the nation, and they are ready to work alongside federal, regional, state, and other partners after the storm. Now, even though the center of the storm, of the projected track of the hurricane, has shifted further south, this is not the time to let down our guard. A powerful hurricane will approach the west coast of Florida later tomorrow and Thursday. St. Petersburg remains in the cone of uncertainty, and that means that the center of the hurricane is projected to travel somewhere in that cone. Do not focus on the center track. While we are hopeful that the current southward trend will lessen our impacts, this still is a huge storm that will still bring damaging weather to our city, even if it makes landfall further to the south. We have the potential for extended rain and major flooding, winds greater than 100 miles per hour, and damaging tornadoes, in addition to storm surge. Storms are also known to wobble in the final approach to landfall. They are unpredictable, and at any given time, we could see Hurricane Ian track back to the north and pose an imminent threat. Now, mandatory evacuations have been ordered for zones A, B, and C and mobile homes. Please continue to heed evacuation orders and get to your safe place by tonight before conditions are expected to deteriorate. As Governor DeSantis stated in our press conference yesterday, you don't need to go to Georgia. You just need to get to higher ground in a non-evac zone with your storm kit and supplies. Finally, thanks to the St. Petersburg City employees who have been working around the clock to ensure that we are prepared for this storm. And after Ian passes, we will make sure any interrupted services are restored, and we will move down a path of rebuilding with resiliency in mind. Thank you to the St. Pete community for doing your part and taking the time to plan and prepare for the storm. Remember, you can visit stpeteprepares.com for real-time updates and information. And now I'd like to pass it on to our emergency manager, Amber Bolton. Amber?
Thank you, Mayor. So some of you may be breathing a sigh of relief as we've seen the latest track of Hurricane Ian shift a little bit south. Trust me, I'm with you. You know, as someone who also lives in a low-lying area, prepping my home and my family to evacuate, I want to let you know that now's not the time to let your guard down. So while we may be breathing a little easier, we still have to, lean forward and prepare because, as Mayor Welch said, we see those wobbles, right? So even though it's tracked south, we're still in that cone of uncertainty. And the National Weather Service has said that landfall can be anywhere from Fort Myers up to Cedar Key, most likely somewhere between Tampa Bay and Fort Myers. Even if the hurricane does stay south of us on its current forecast, we're not out of the woods. Mayor Welch mentioned the wind, the rain, the surge, and I just want to give you some specific numbers that's currently being forecast by the National Weather Service. Storm surge of 5 to 8 feet in the bay Wednesday night. If you live in those low-lying areas in St. Pete, you know what 5 to 8 feet can do. That's going to push a lot of water up into our roads, into our homes. Potential rainfall, in addition to that surge up to 24 inches, can be, catastrophic in some areas. So that rainfall, that's a big impact that I don't want anyone to overlook. In addition, tornado event. With the way that it's forecast with the cold front coming down and this hurricane coming up and meeting that cold front, we have we could have a significant tornado event. So I don't want you to overlook what this storm could do. It is a very serious situation still, and it's not a quick moving storm. It's expected to slow down as it approaches our coast, so it's not going to be in an out storm, it's going to sit here for a while. So it's going to prolong that event and really exacerbate those impacts. So again, we urge you to please use the remainder of today to prepare your family, prepare your pets for the long haul. Thank you, and stay safe, and I will turn it over to Claude Tinkersley, our Public Works Administrator.
Thank you, Amber. We've been preparing for these storms in many different ways, including spending hundreds of millions of dollars to improve our systems and putting in hundreds of thousands of labor hours to make sure that we're ready. And we're really grateful for all the people that have been assisting us. We're grateful to the citizens for working with us during the preparation for this storm. And we're aware of those people that have evacuated, but also aware that many of us still remain. And for those of us to remain, I want to ask you, I want to plead with you actually, during the storm, please reduce the amount of water you're using. We're not asking you to stop using water. We're not asking you to inconvenience yourself. But we want to make sure that when the storm is over, that this system is ready to welcome back those who have evacuated and to help us recover and get back to work. So if you would do us a favor, reduce that water usage during the storm, and we will make it through and be able to welcome everybody back. Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it back over to Mayor Welch.
Thank you, Claude and Amber. That concludes our comments, and we'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Mayor, have you made any asks from the federal government or for any asks for resources?
Well, both Governor DeSantis and the White House reached out, as well as Rick Scott and Charlie Crist. I mean, our federal and state representatives have reached out to us and told us when we need something to let them know they are pre-positioning supplies, both at the state and the federal level. And so I think we'll be in good shape. I'll ask Amber or any other staff member if you've got more information.
Exactly what Mayor Welch said. In addition, we have great relationship with our county partners at County Emergency Management. And the way our resource structure flows is when we have a need here in St. Petersburg, we make that request up through Pinellas County to see if they can fulfill that resource need. And then that request will go on up to the state and to the federal level. So we'll be pre-scripting, some issues and gaps that we know that we have now. And as those gaps and issues present themselves during the storm or after the storm as we recover, we'll make those requests up through the county. Could you elaborate on the I mean, it depends what our impacts are. So if it's a high water situation, and let's say we need additional boats for search and rescue or additional personnel to come down and aid our personnel when it comes to recovery, those would be those requests that we would send.
So things like trees, like that hasn't necessarily been
Well, if our Leisure Services Administrator would like to come up, we do have contracts in place for those post-storm debris cleanups.
Mike, do you want to address that, Mike Jeffries?
Just as Amber indicated, we have contracts in place for debris management. We also have contracts in place for monitoring services so that we can get the fullest reimbursement while being efficient and effective and returning the streets of St. Pete back to the beautiful streets that they are pre-storm.
Are there any plans or talks right now to shut down Code 275 or PMG? Talk about that? Is that something you feel thinking about?
We did have that conversation, I think, with the governor yesterday. That would be an event where there's actual flooding on those roadways, and then the decision would be made to shut those down. The Sunshine Skyway is more of a wind issue. I do want to just hit one other issue, which isn't, germane to this specifically, but one of the things I talked with President Biden again today is about that infrastructure bill. No one's infrastructure is built to handle the kind of water event that we may have faced had the storm stayed on its track. And so that funding remains vital. Our infrastructure, we've invested a lot in it, where's Claude? But we're not there, and I don't think any system in Florida would be able to handle that kind of water. So that infrastructure bill money is very important. Yeah. I can, thank you.
All right, our St. Petersburg officials here giving us some information, especially as they continue to track this hurricane, just as each and every single county has been doing ever since it came upon the radar that it was going to be making its track towards the Gulf Coast. Of course, right now, millions of Floridians already ordered to evacuate as this continues to make its way towards land. But we will continue to give you more of these updates right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away away for a brief break, bringing you more content across the country and especially across Florida as they prepare for Hurricane Ian right here after this 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Hurricane Ian still gathering strength as it continues to move after Cuba now towards Florida. We do know wind speeds are being docked at about 120 miles per hour. Right now, this hurricane, a Category 3 as it's moving northward now at about 10 miles per hour. So right now, we're still about 255 miles from Sarasota, Florida. That's exactly where we had Governor Ron DeSantis meeting with officials as they continue to keep track of this storm. Let's go ahead and bring you his latest update from Sarasota right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Sheriff Kurt Hoffman, and then we have Ed McCrane as well to talk about final stages of preparations for what is going to be a really, really significant hurricane that's going to impact the state of Florida. I think as many of you know, this storm, Hurricane Ian, is now located about 200 miles southwest of Key West. It's moving north at 12 miles per hour. It has passed or is in the process of passing Cuba. It is a Category 3 storm, which is a major hurricane, and the sustained winds are 125 miles per hour. We've been preparing different things throughout the state. We've been working with the locals. I think if you go back 48 hours and you looked at where that track was going, even though we said don't get wedded to where that eye is, you know, they had the eye of the storm arriving someplace in northern Florida in the Big Bend region. Then that track has shifted consistently eastward. As we went to bed last night, the anticipation was landfall in the Tampa Bay area. And now the models this morning, both the European model, the American model, the ICON, all have it coming into the Sarasota region. The 11 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, they revised their guidance to see it south of Tampa Bay into this region. Now, that's still not set in stone. I'd say anyone on the Gulf Coast prepare for impacts, and that was true even when it was going to make landfall places further north. We knew that there would be big storm surges as far south as Collier County. So that's what we're dealing with here, though, is continued preparations, heeding the warnings and the evacuation orders that we have from our local officials, and you're going to hear from that some additional guidance here in Sarasota. People remember Charlie was earmarked to go into the Tampa Bay. It turned south and impacted places, particularly like Charlotte County. This is a little bit different than that because it is a big storm. It is going to kick up a lot of water as it comes in, and you're going to end up with really significant storm surge. You're going to end up with really significant flood events, and this is the type of storm surge that is life-threatening. Another factor that they're forecasting now is it makes landfall somewhere. Let's say it's in Sarasota County. Most of the forecasts have it slowing down to almost a crawl, and what that means is it's going to dump an inordinate amount of rain. So that could be Sarasota, could be a little bit inland. Obviously, the impact could be somewhere down this coast in different ways. There's still time for it to wobble, but I think most of the forecasts are anticipating a landfall, then a slow to almost a crawl, which is going to put a lot of saturation in the ground. So this is going to be a major water event, both in terms of the storm surge and in terms of the flooding. Evacuation orders have been issued up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida, including here in Sarasota County. The issue with this is if you are in one of these low-lying areas and you have the potential for 10, 15 feet of storm surge, that can absolutely be life-threatening. Those orders, I think, are not taken lightly. I think that's what is the best to keep you safe. And you don't need to evacuate to another state. You don't need to evacuate hundreds of miles away. The key is to get to high ground and be in a safe structure. And I know here in Sarasota, they have shelters that are open that can do friends and family in the area. If you are going to go somewhere in other parts of the state of Florida, we're advising that you can go south and then across Alligator Alley. Southeast Florida seems to be doing better. This track may end up taking it all across I-4. It could take it in other areas. But the most important thing with the evacuation is just get to the higher ground, get to safe structure. It doesn't mean you have to be in a place where there's no storm or where you're not going to face anything, because in Florida we have structures that can deal with these hurricanes. It's hard to deal with 10 feet of water, and that's really what is underlying the evacuation notices. If you're in the barrier islands, if you're in some of the places that are susceptible to that, you are in risk. FDOT and FHP are coordinating about the flow of traffic. As of now, on 75 out of here, it's moving. We have had increased folks on the road starting yesterday, heading eastbound on Interstate 4. I think you're going to continue to see it pick up on I-75 now that the track has shifted further south into this part of the state. FDOT is prepared and FHP are prepared to open the shoulder to emergency use for evacuations. But that will happen once the sustained traffic goes under 40 miles an hour. I've not reached that point yet, and so when you do, then they will do it. The people sometimes ask, are you going to do all lanes on both sides one direction? FDOT has studied that over like 10 years, and they've determined that's not the most effective way to do it. You need people to be able to get into the storm for supplies and rescue and whatnot. So the emergency lanes, that is going to be the first step. Of course, we've suspended tolls in the affected areas, and we will keep those suspended, and we will expand that as need be. Fuel is still being provided. I know there's a lot of people out getting fuel. We've seen lines, but you still see they're going to keep providing that until it's no longer safe to do so. And then, of course, once the storm hits and passes, that's going to be a priority to clear the roads so that we're able to get the fuel back to the gas stations. People should anticipate losing power. Just when you have a storm of this magnitude, that's what happens. It knocks down trees, it knocks down power lines. So when you're making preparations, just be prepared to be able to make do without having consistent power. And that may be a matter of days. It may be more than just a few days. It really depends on the intensity of the storm, and it depends on how much structural damage is done to the underlying infrastructure that powers our state. Of course, we have, I think we've got over almost 30,000 folks that are now stationed in various companies that are going to be ready to go and work to get the power back on once the storm has passed. We also know that people who are evacuating may not necessarily want to do a shelter. Maybe they don't have family. Maybe they want to do a hotel room. Well, Visit Florida has partnered with Expedia to launch an emergency accommodation page. Anyone who's been ordered order to evacuate can use this page to find available accommodations in other areas of the state. Just go to expedia.com/Florida, expedia.com/Florida. We have probably more than 2.5 million people right now that are under some form of an evacuation order. So we understand there's going to be a need to use everything at our disposal, not just shelter, not just friends and family, but also available hotel rooms. Know your evacuation zone. You're going to hear another announcement here in a minute from Sarasota. Floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. Floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. If you go there, you can determine where your evacuation zone is. It's different from the FEMA flood maps. This is something that is impacting whether you should evacuate in the case of a storm, and that is what your local emergency managers are relying upon. Don't leave your pets behind. We need to make sure we're taking care of the pets. There are pet-friendly shelters. There's information about planning for taking care of your pets in the times of disaster at Floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare, Floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. We have shelters open here in Sarasota and surrounding counties, and that's something that's going to be very, very important as the next day or two goes on. And if you want to see where the available shelters are in your area or even in other parts of Florida, you can go to Floridadisaster.org/shelters, Floridadisaster.org/shelters. We are continuing to forego tolling, and we may expand that as need be. We have 35 school districts that have announced closures, and more may happen as the track becomes more certain. If you want the latest up-to-date information on schools, go to fldoe.org/storminfo. That's fldoe.org/storminfo. We have 5,000 Florida National Guardsmen that are activated and that are staging and that will be ready to go and help people who may need help once this storm hits. We've got another 2,000 from neighboring states. We have urban search and rescue teams that are activated, and we have another 3 that are on standby should their services be required. Florida Fish and Wildlife, they're activated, they're standing by, both in terms of vehicles that they would use to traverse water, as well as aviation assets. That's all tools will be at the disposal. We have FHP with 12-hour shifts and additional state troopers that have already been mobilized to the Gulf Coast of Florida. And of course, we now have Coast Guard. Who's in the Coast Guard at the EOC right now?
Admiral McPherson.
Yeah, we have Admiral McPherson is at the EOC in Tallahassee. So we appreciate the Coast Guard being there and offering support if need be. Long-term care facilities, as of now, 100% are reporting backup power in the form of generators. I know there's been evacuations of high-risk seniors, and that is the right thing to do. At the same time, there's a lot of these facilities that may not be in a flood zone or may not be in a zone A that they will be in there. They probably are going to lose power, and so having that is very important when you have medically dependent individuals. The entire state is under a state of emergency. As you see the track, there may be portions of the state that don't see any major impacts. Clearly, if it barrels into Sarasota and then goes out into the Atlantic Ocean off the east coast of Florida, probably not going to have significant impacts in northwest Florida, whereas there had been tracks just a couple days ago that had taken it all the way into places like Okaloosa and Escambia counties. We also, though, because of the change in the track, there's going to be more counties on the interior that are going to have more direct impacts. I mean, everyone's getting rain. You're going to see that. That's going to absolutely be impactful. But if you have it come through a place like Sarasota, yes, it will weaken, but you're going to probably have at least tropical storm force winds all the way until it exits the state of Florida, wherever that may be. We've authorized emergency refills of medication and prescriptions for 30 days. We've suspended weight restrictions, and we've waived those policies so that commercial trucks can bring in as much supply as they can to make sure that the folks here have what they need. We have received at the state level 550 requests for assistance from local counties. We fulfilled 495 and are on the way to do more. Some of those requests can only be fulfilled once the storm hits, and those will be as well. We were able to meet with the leadership here in Sarasota County, and we stand by ready to do additional assistance once that is requested. We have done over 200 medical professionals to county special needs shelters. We have 120 that are in surrounding counties in the Tampa Bay area. On top of that, we have staging areas, and as the storm track has changed, Kevin and his people have migrated some of the preparations and the staging further south in the state. When you had the eye of the storm looking like it would go north of Tampa, that's different than when you see it coming now south of Tampa. So still have support in Tampa and in north of that, and I would say that just because the eye is no longer on Tampa Bay, one little wobble can change that, and I think you're absolutely going to see major impacts in the Tampa Bay region, regardless of whether the track continues to go south or not. Generators and pumps are staged to help with flooding. Pre-landfall fluid and water is staged to help with counties that may be in need. So please continue to monitor the local weather reports. Please listen to your local officials and the updates that they provide, and make sure that you are prepared and you finish your preparations. And if you are in an evacuation zone where you've been called upon to evacuate, that you heed those warnings and do what you need to do to protect yourself and to protect your loved ones. We want everybody to be safe. We want to make sure that they get through this in one piece. There's going to be damage, there's going to be flooding, there'll be wind damage, but those are things that we can fix. It's not necessarily easy to do, but we can do it. You can unring the bell if someone is in a very hazardous situation and then ends up dying because of a really nasty hurricane and storm surge. So please heed the warnings. We want everyone to be safe. We want everyone to get through this, but we appreciate everything everybody's been doing across the board, across the state of Florida, to step up when we have these things that bear down on us. And I think you've seen at the local level in particular, you've got some really, really strong emergency management personnel. This has been a very difficult thing to track. It's gone one direction or the other, and they've responded very quickly as new data has come in. Okay, Kevin Guthrie, why don't you come up and give an update for DEM?
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, we have over 500 missions that we're filling presently. I think the current number is around 550. We continue to send ambulance strike teams, oxygen, technical communication services statewide, search and rescue teams. We have additional search and rescue teams standing by. I was on the phone with 3 other states this morning, again, checking on the availability of additional resources in Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. They are all committed to sending us whatever it is that we need. Residents should and can expect power outages. That is going to happen. If you're a medically dependent resident, and that's a term that was coined right here in Sarasota County by the leadership here. If you're a medically dependent resident, you depend on electricity, then you need to start seeking shelter now. All right, go to a friend or a family member or seek shelter. I'll let Ed follow up more on that. During previous hurricanes, we've seen certainly situations where communications go down. I highly encourage you to develop a family communications plan on how you're going to do that after the storm hits when you do not have communications. At this point in time, obviously, there's a lot of people running to gas stations. We want to encourage citizens and residents to keep their tanks half full. When you get to that half full mark, go ahead and start seeking to fill it up. That shortens the amount of time at the lines at the gas stations. It also conserves some of the bulk issues as we have somebody put 30 gallons of gas into a tank. Same thing goes for electrical cars. Keep those batteries at 50% or more. Make sure you have cash on hand. Make sure you go into the ATMs, and as ATMs and credit card services need power to function. So again, we've already talked about we're going to lose that capability. Plants, things around your house, yard furniture, go ahead. If it can, if it's out there on the lawn, go ahead and get it in. Make sure it's secure inside of a garage or some other area. The last thing that we'll talk very briefly about is many people are having trouble navigating websites and whatnot. There's so much information out there. Where can you go to get the best information? I know Ed is going to mention the local call-in center number here, but for us at the Florida Division of Emergency Management, we do have the SAIL line, the State Assistance Information Line, up and running, and I will give you that 1-800 number. If you have any information as it relates to the state, you can contact us at 1-800-342-3557. I will say that again. It's 1-800-342-3557. You can also follow us at the Division's Facebook page and on Twitter at FLCERT. That's FLSERT. Governor, again, thank you for your leadership on this.
Okay. All right. Ed McCrane, Sarasota County EM Director.
Thank you, Governor.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Here at the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center, we continue to monitor the path of impacts. We really appreciate the support of Governor DeSantis and Kevin Guthrie from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Great partners that just being here tells us that we have that support. They continue to work together with our school, law enforcement, municipal partners to get the word out. We previously evacuated level A. That's in the process today, which is all the red on our map, all barrier islands, low-lying areas prone to flooding, which includes mobile homes, RVs, and those that live on boats. And that mobile home park can be anywhere in the county. If you look at the Sarasota County evacuation map, you'll see red shapes throughout the map. Those are mobile home parks, and they are part of level A. Because of the change in the track and the information we received from the National Hurricane Center and the Weather Service this morning, we are now adding level B. At this point, right now, we're adding level B, which will encompass a few more areas of the county adjacent to those level A red areas. To find the nearest evacuation center, visit scgov.net/beprepared, or you can call 311. All 12 evacuation centers for general population are open. We began accepting evacuees at noon today. And we have 2 medical dependent. At this point, the medical dependent process is not as it would be during blue sky. You need to call 311 so we can do a quick triage and get you into the system. Don't go in and try to fill out the form and expect it to be acted on quickly, because we're already in the process of moving people. Evacuation centers, though, like the governor said, should be your last resort. They're the lifeboat. You should go to friends or family if you can. And you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You can go tens of miles. You can choose east-west routes like 72, 70, 64, or like the governor said, go south on 75 and seek refuge down there. Our buses are serving at the transportation rally points. We will end those services tonight at 8 p.m. or once winds reach 35 sustained. The bridges will remain open for vehicular traffic, but once winds get to 35, the U.S. Coast Guard will issue a notice that the bridges will be closed to marine traffic. And let me emphasize that. There's a lot of misconception about that. We do not leave the bridges in the up position to close them. They are down, locked, the equipment is removed, the bridge tender leaves, and law enforcement may be placed there to prevent people from going back west over the bridge unless they have an emergency situation. The utilities will be shutting off water service to all residents and businesses located on Siesta Key after 5 o'clock this evening. City of Sarasota may be doing the same on Lido and that area, so keep that in mind. Solid waste collection services have been canceled. The landfill is closed. We asked our community continue to be smart, make their preparations now, and follow evacuation notices when issued. If you're going to an evacuation center, eat before you go. Bring your emergency kit, including bedding, and bring a flashlight, toiletries. You're going to get 20 square feet of space there. Our teams there, along with the school district partners, will get you in situated. You can bring a pet. Every single evacuation center in Sarasota County is pet friendly. We have teams there trained. Our school partners, we decided that after Hurricane Irma because everybody came to every shelter with pets. So we are prepared for that now. Continue to monitor local media, county social media, and please register for emergency notifications by going to alertsarasotacounty.com.
Okay. All right. We also have from the Department of Transportation, our Secretary, Jared Perdue.
Thank you, Governor.
As the governor mentioned, we have suspended tolls to aid in evacuations in the impacted areas, specifically Alligator Alley and many of the toll facilities in the Tampa region. We will continue to monitor the path of the hurricane, and as needed, we can expand those toll suspensions. We've begun locking down and fortifying all of our construction projects. Our coastal projects, we obviously secure and lock down the barges and cranes, and also open all the travel lanes on all of our inland projects to aid in evacuations. For our bridges, we monitor those very closely with FHP. When wind speeds on the bridges reach 40 miles per hour, we coordinate closely with FHP and local law enforcement and begin shutting those bridges down to traffic for safety of the traveling public. We'll continue to monitor that as the storm progresses. We're going to continue staging resources nearby for post-storm bridge inspections. This is a priority for us, especially for our coastal bridges. We'll start there. We deploy resources immediately after the storm, and it's safe to do so in order to inspect those bridges, make sure they're safe for passage, prepare any repairs that are needed to get them open for the life safety mission, and also getting supplies in and out. The staging of resources for post-storm events in terms of roadway clearance and supporting the life safety mission is currently ongoing, and we're also coordinating very closely with our utility partners to aid in the power restoration after the storm makes impact. We're going to continue close coordination with FHP, Georgia DOT, Florida DEP, and U.S. Coast Guard on additional needed actions. All of our ports, our seaports, currently have adequate fuel supplies. They're well positioned to quickly reinstate operations following the storm and keep fuel supplies moving. The seaports in the cone of influence have begun suspending operations in terms of sea traffic and staging appropriate measures to safely restore operations as soon as the storm passes through. We're also coordinating very closely with our airports, and for airport closure information, you should contact your local airports. We are staffing traffic management centers across the state 24/7. We're closely monitoring traffic flows on all of our major facilities to aid in evacuations. We have brought on additional resources for road rangers and motorist aid assistance in case motorists need help as they're evacuating. We'll continue to watch that traffic. As the governor mentioned, we do have the ability to utilize the shoulder for vehicular traffic if it is needed during evacuations. We coordinate that decision very closely with FHP. As soon as travel speeds get below 40 miles per hour, we typically are able to do that, and we've deployed signs and we'll have personnel all along those corridors to help aid motorists in knowing how to navigate that. We have successfully deployed this in the past, and so it works very well. So we'll continue to watch that, and as we get closer, we'll watch the traffic. Currently, we're seeing anywhere from 30 to 40% increases over normal on our major interstate facilities like I-75 and I-4. We have a 511 travel information system. Please visit fl511.com for information, or you can download the app on both Apple and Android devices. Again, thank you, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Okay, and what Jared will do, these bridges, as was mentioned by Ed, they will, once there's a certain wind, they will be closed because they're not safe. The storm will come through. In the aftermath, those bridges will be reopened, but only after they've been inspected to ensure that they didn't suffer significant damage. We want to make sure that the bridges are safe. So Jared will have people ready to go, Army Corps, and the goal is that once it passes, get in, look at the bridges, make sure that they're safe, and then give the A-OK for people to be able to get back on there and get back to their homes. So you have time today to make the arrangements that you need to make. Listen to the call. If they mention the Zone B, that's not something that's taken lightly. That's something that is looking at the latest weather information that was a lot different than maybe 48 hours ago, and identifying potential vulnerable locations within the county here. And I know they're doing this in other counties with their local EM directors. And so this is going to be a significant storm. You're going to have massive, massive storm surge, a little bit different than when Charlie was supposed to go to Tampa back in 2004 and then went further south. That had a lot of wind, and this had a lot of wind too, but it did not kick up the same level of storm surge that this is anticipating doing, nor did it produce the level of flooding that this is anticipated doing. So protect yourself, take precautions. We'll have support coming in as soon as it passes. We want to help everybody get back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Yes.
Even obviously covering preparations speaks with a lot of our new Floridians who I think are taking this storm seriously, but I'm a Floridian, know a lot of Floridians, of course, who've been here for a long time, and who historically have not left when they've been told to evacuate. Can you speak directly to those folks who plan on doing that this time around?
Well, I think it depends on your location. I think that when you're in these Zone A's, when you have a potential historic storm surge coming, you are taking a major risk. I mean, that's just the reality. And so, as Kevin said earlier today, if you evacuate out of one of those zones, Zone A, and you get to higher ground in a safe structure, the one thing we say, you're not going to die. If you're in harm's way, you're really taking a risk. Now, there are definitely going to be people in this county and in other counties around here who are not in a Zone A or Zone B situation. Maybe they are on higher ground, they have perfectly safe structures, and they make those decisions that's best for them to kind of hunker down, and that's fine. But when you're in those really low-lying areas, given what the storm's going to do, you are absolutely taking a risk. And regardless, I think, of what people do in terms of staying or evacuating, just be prepared that you will lose power, and that will happen. And it's not going to come back on immediately. There's going to be a storm. If it's crawling very slowly throughout this county and in this part of the state, that's going to be dumping an inordinate amount of rain. It's going to be difficult for anybody to get in immediately. You're going to have to clear roads. You're going to have to do a lot. So just prepare for that and just understand that you are going to have interruptions in power. Understand you will have interruptions in fuel at some point. Now, Kevin's team, working with the utilities and everybody, FDOT, I mean, the goal is going to be clear the roads, get the linemen in there, do what you need to do for fuel. Of course, that's going to be all hands on deck. But there is absolutely, with a storm of this magnitude, going to be a time when you're going to have to do that. So for the new Floridians, some are in this for the first time and are really heating, which is great. Others may not necessarily know what to expect. And so if you are here when it passes, just understand, with no power, it gets really hot and nasty. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be great to be sitting around. That's just par for the course when you deal with these things. So just make sure you're prepared for that. Yes.
Secretary Perdue, are you considering making any roads one way? And then my other question is, what are you doing to ensure that gas supply continues?
Yeah, sure. So, no, we've done a lot of studies over the years and found that using the shoulder for those evacuations is really effective. We don't want to one-way facilities because we need the other side of the facility for the life safety mission and getting supplies in and out. And so we found that works really well. And as I mentioned, fuel supplies are topped off at all of our major ports, and so right now fuel levels are looking good. I mean, there's lines at gas stations, but right now fuel levels are looking good.
And the decision, as Jared mentioned earlier, to use the shoulder is going to be dependent on when traffic slows to a certain amount. And we have not yet seen it consistently be below 40 miles an hour. And really, you're looking at I-75 and I-4 as the two major interstates where that would be an issue. Also, Kevin, the state, we have fuel contracts in place to bring it in from other places. And so, he's working on that. And that may not be needed. But if it is, we want to make sure that we're able to get fuel going as quickly as possible.
If this ends up being, the worst case scenario that nobody wants to see, do you feel confident that the state is ready for the response after the fact with the storm surge, the flooding, all these different things? Because this could be.
So the bad thing about there's many great things about Florida. One of the negatives is that you have risk of natural disasters and hurricanes, and that's just always been true throughout our state's history. The good part about that is because everyone knows it's a risk. We have some of the people that respond to these that are the best in the business, and it's not just at the state level. We obviously have good people there, but you have people in these counties who've been doing this for a long time, and so they've seen a lot. And they've seen what works, what doesn't. What I can tell you is we've marshaled all the resources available. When counties have asked, we're fulfilling those requests. We want to make sure that people have what they need to be able to get through this. Now, once the storm passes, of course, immediately, if anyone needs to be rescued, that's why we have the National Guard. That's why we have Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission with their boats and their aircraft. That's why we have USAR teams that are going to be ready. So those are really major assets to help people who may be in harm's way. Once that's taken care of, the resumption of services is going to be priority. That's why you have 30,000 linemen amongst all these different utility companies that are staged and ready to go, because most people will get through this with minimal damage to themselves or their property, but if they can get back to normal as quickly as possible, that makes helping everything else so much easier. So there's going to be a priority on doing that, and as Kevin mentioned before, with the fuel and the communications, all of that is very, very important to get everybody back on their feet. Now, when you're talking about storm surge of this nature, you're talking about the amount of water that may get dumped. You're going to have damage from the flooding. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. That could be residential damage. That could be commercial damage. Of course, when you have a strong hurricane making landfall, you're going to have a lot of trees that are going to be knocked over. That's going to cause damage. I think if you look, a lot of Florida homes are built to withstand a Category 3 hurricane or more, but what ends up happening is a tree falls on. Well, that's damage that's hard to stop at that point. And I think you're going to see it continue to go through the state of Florida potentially on this track, maybe not at hurricane strength winds, but you're going to have a lot of tropical storm force winds that are going to cause damage. It's going to create problems with vegetation. It's going to create problems with trees. So as all these things go, there are some tracks that are better than others. Clearly, we wanted this to just go out in the Gulf and not impact Florida at all. Now you're in a situation where it's impacting southwest part of our state, but it's likely to continue to go, maybe not at hurricane strength, but certainly a major, major storm system, potentially moving all the way through the interior of our state out into the Atlantic Ocean. So there's going to be a lot to do. And I'm proud of everybody at Florida Department of Emergency Management who's been up this. We declared a state of emergency last week when it wasn't even a formed system because we saw the potential.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was the latest Governor Ron DeSantis update there in Sarasota as we are awaiting a news conference from him a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we will feature that for you in real time. You can take a look here at the latest track there for Hurricane Ian there as we've been continuing to give you full coverage today here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to be talking to the Sarasota County Emergency Management Chief, and he will be breaking down the various efforts that is going on there in his county. We'll be breaking it all down coming up in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour here, and I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to track the very latest with Hurricane Ian. And take a look here. This is the latest right now as it is getting closer to Florida here as evacuations are underway in several counties. And our next guest here is very busy, but we thank him so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. This is the Sarasota County Emergency Management Chief, Ed McCrane. Thank you so much for being on with us here on Live Now from Fox. And I wish we were meeting on better circumstances, but here we are. And just tell us, what is the latest here that you are seeing?
Oh, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to get our message out there. We are under a state of emergency. We have been for about 24 hours now. We began our evacuation of what we call level A. It's the red areas on the map, below 12 feet below sea level. 0 to 12 rather. And then we opened up evacuation centers, 12 of them, and 2 medically dependent. We've opened them up for the public. They're filling up as we speak. We moved several hundred medically dependent people to the shelters that have the oxygen and things like that. And then this morning, the track shifted more towards us. We were basically direct hit, center of the track. And our storm surge threat was elevated from 10 to 15 feet. So we added the orange, the level B. So we have A and B evacuations now. That's several hundred more people that have to evacuate. So we're getting that word out. We continue to inform the community about what's happening and getting prepared to see where this storm is going to go. We hope it continues to drop. We don't want any ill will on our partners to the south. We don't want them to get it either. But we are prepared for the worst and hoping for the best.
Yes, absolutely. And as we continue to look there at that track, and what the problem is that we are hearing about is that once it does reach land, it's going to slow down and just almost sit on areas there in Florida. And is that a major concern that you are looking at as well for flooding reasons?
Yes, it is. We already have rivers that are at minor or moderate flood stage. And when that happens, the rivers bend, but the rivers decide to go straight, and they tend to go straight through neighborhoods that are out there. Those folks out there, many of them know that those areas are prone to flooding, but we also have some new development, new subdivisions that don't realize that they are in those flood zones. So we're going to we have resources ready to respond to that, high water vehicles, small boats, things like that. But the most important thing is that we warn the public in advance. We do Everbridge messaging through a telephone notification system. We send deputies out there door to door, and we put these warnings out. They are all in the evacuation A and B, which is part of our response right now. So hopefully they all listen and get out of there. But unfortunately, some people like to stay behind. I understand you want to guard your home, but we try to tell people you can always replace your home. You can't replace your life. So please take this seriously and evacuate so that when those waters come, you're not there.
Yeah, absolutely there. And as we were learning a little bit earlier today here on Live Now from Fox, that this is setting up to be a 100-year storm here in this region of Sarasota, Tampa, if it does hit in that area. And do you think that's why we're seeing some of the hesitancy from people in the area that might want to stay back and say, you know what, it's dodged us before, it's going to do it again?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is a lot of that. I think we're getting a pretty good response from our residents from what we can see, but there's always those folks that try to stay behind. They use their smartphone. They're looking at their apps, and they're looking at the track, and they're trying to hope for a turn and wait till the last minute. The problem with that is if you're on one of the barrier islands and you do that and you're wrong, you're trapped. We can't come to you. You may lose a bridge. And even if you're in a high rise, you can go to an upper floor, but when there's no water, no power, and you're surrounded by water and something goes wrong, you're on your own. And we don't want people to put themselves or their families in those situations.
And let's peel back the curtain a little bit and really just talk about what you are going to be dealing with in the next, let's say, 8 to 12 hours as you continue to look at this storm here. What is the next 12 to 24 hours going to look at for you and your office and your staff?
Well, the teams are constantly working on missions. We have an incident action plan with objectives to complete. For right now, the EOC is at level 1, full activation. We have the day shift in here. At 8 p.m., we switch over to the night shift. It's not the same amount of crew, but they're there. They're working on those objectives. Tonight's objectives are to get those evacuation centers, filled up, get those people in there, make sure that everything's buttoned up, get our first in teams out and stage so they can respond, and get everybody that has a response role in their safe area so they can respond after the storm is over. We have 9 first in teams, which are heavy equipment, law enforcement, fire, public works. They go out, stage, and then after the storm's over and the winds die down, they start clearing those roads so we can get emergency vehicles in, search and rescue, get to the hospitals and all of that. So we are trying to make sure we're getting all that in place now, continuing to warn the public up until the last minute. When the winds reach 45 miles per hour sustained, we can no longer respond. Our fire trucks, police cars locked down in station, and we have to deal with emergencies over the phone. Our 911 operators and our medical director are up there dealing with people that are calling in after the storm with emergencies that we cannot send a vehicle or ambulance out to, or a fire truck. They've delivered babies. They've helped people through CPR. They've helped people stop bleeding. And we hope that people don't put themselves in that situation, get to a safe location, stay with friends or family, leave the area if you need to, or as a last resort, go to one of our evacuation centers. There's 12 of them in the county. So that's what we're doing for the next 8 to 12 hours. And then we'll ride out the storm. If it comes over us or through us, when it's over and we can move, we'll send out our rapid impact assessment teams. We'll report back in here what's going on. We'll do search and rescue, and we'll start putting the county back together.
Yeah, absolutely there. And lastly, do you know, I know it's so hard to pinpoint these things up to the moment that it happens here, but if it does come in your area here, do you know just how long it'll be impacted, where, like you said earlier, once it gets to a certain level, there's nothing that you guys can do until after the storm goes through? But do you know how long that time frame might be if it did come through?
Well, not necessarily. There's a lot of factors involved there. Typically, when a storm makes landfall, as you know, it starts to slow down. It starts to weaken a little bit, but it still has tropical storm force and hurricane force wind. And so we're going to see a lot of damage if this comes through. I'm very concerned about our mobile home residents. Regardless of where that mobile home is in the community, they all fall under level A. Every mobile home resident, RV resident, somebody who lives on a boat in the marina, you need to evacuate, because these winds will destroy mobile home parks. We'll have carports, we'll have roofs gone, and it's not a good thing if somebody is in one of those homes when that happens. So we're hoping right now, we're continuing to tell the message, please evacuate.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for your time. I know that you are very, very busy with your staff as well. We are hoping for the very best for Sarasota County and really all of Florida in this next 24 to 48 hours. We really appreciate your time and wishing you the best, and stay safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You too. All right, everyone, we continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, there are still a lot of moving parts. Let's show you once again the track here that we are seeing that continues to show that eastbound, and that is not what officials like Ed wanted to see there. We were hoping that it was going to go more into the Gulf, but now looking more pinpointing to Florida as we are taking a look there just maybe south of Tampa, just in the Sarasota County area, maybe south of that to Fort Myers as well, all in the mix right now. So it is setting up to be a very catastrophic event there with a category 3 to 4 at the time of making landfall. All right, everyone, we are going to continue on here with our coverage like we've been doing all day, and really talking about the airport closures that are going to be happening in Tampa, Orlando, and other parts of the state there, as right now they are looking at this storm here and bracing for the impact. Also, mandatory evacuations are still underway right now in several counties, and we want to continue to bring our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as we break it all down for you. You're going to get the latest update coming out of Tampa right now, and that is where joined by Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez with the very latest. Regina, how is it looking right now where you're at?
Yeah, Mike, good evening to you. It's looking a bit eerie here, I got to admit. You got a lot of businesses boarding up and shutting down, including our airports, like you just mentioned. So Clearwater St. Pete International, they were already done by this morning. They sent their last commercial flight out around 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning and shut down by 1. Then you've got Tampa International closing within the hour here at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And then Bradenton, Sarasota is going to close at 8 p.m. And then, like you just mentioned, Orlando International, they are going to close tomorrow. So basically, they're saying that this is going to allow crews to prepare the airfields, prepare the terminals, and then get any other remaining planes into shelter. Take a listen.
To my knowledge, we have never had a storm of this magnitude that has impacted us.
Right now, our priority is to protect our employees and our facilities. And after the storm passes, we'll be focused on reopening and reconstituting the airport.
Airports across the Tampa Bay region are suspending operations and halting commercial flights as powerful Hurricane Ian treks towards Florida's Gulf Coast. TPA operations officials held a press conference Tuesday where they assured facilities are built to withstand Category 4 conditions, but storm surge and flooded airfields remain top concerns.
That's all part of being here in Florida. We're ready for it. It's not going to be fun, but we're going to do the best we can.
Tampa General Hospital built a wall of flood prevention aquafences. St. Pete area hospitals airlifted high-risk patients to safer locations. Empty gas stations and stores are scattered across the region, while local sandbag distribution centers reached capacity on Tuesday after filling more than 50,000 bags since Sunday.
This time, guys, we are going to need this. Take precautions, and if you are in an evacuation zone, get out of your house.
The governor suspending Bay Area tolls as mandatory evacuations in Hillsborough County alone are impacting close to 400,000 residents. Governor DeSantis says the state is now partnering with Expedia to help people with accommodations.
What I can tell you is we've marshaled all the resources available.
Now, Mike, at Tampa International, they're actually going to have about 120 employees that they're calling storm riders do exactly that, stay at the airport during this storm. These are electricians, they're plumbers, and really anybody that could help as soon as possible with power or flooding. And as far as reopening dates, all of these airport officials say that that is to be determined after damage assessments to the grounds. There could be a situation where the runways are flooded and the terminals are not, or vice versa. So it really just depends. And then, you've got a lot of travelers impacted by this. They're saying that you should not use the parking garages for shelter for your cars, that the airport is not a shelter. Tampa International alone saying that even just shutting down for a couple of days is going to have a multi-million-dollar impact. So really, they're just hoping for the best like everybody else, Mike.
Yeah, that is definitely the key. They're hoping for the best there, and we're wishing you and your crew very safe here in the next couple of days as this storm gets closer to you and the rest of Florida. Regina, thanks so much for your update. We always appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Mike. You too. Stay safe.
Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now, bringing you the top stories and headlines all over the country here. And we're going to stick with our top story, really, that continues to be a major talker here, especially in the state of Florida, but also in Georgia. I just want to give this breaking news just moments ago. The governor, Brian Kemp, said today, I issued a state of emergency in anticipation of the arrival of Hurricane Ian. And so that is new in the last couple of moments here as well. All right, everyone, we will take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll check in again with Fox 13 Tampa with their newscast, take a peek in at all of the coverage that they have been doing. Stay right here with us. More to come in just 2.
that can absolutely be life-threatening. Those orders, I think, are not taken lightly. I think that that's what is the best to keep you safe.
A strong warning from Governor DeSantis as Hurricane Ian takes aim at Florida. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Chris Cato. Thanks for joining us. Many of you know you're in this situation right now. Tens of thousands of people across the area are being told to evacuate as the hurricane moves closer to the coast.
Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado for the very latest track. Paul.
Yeah, I tell you, there have been changes since last night. We expected some minor track adjustments, and there have been, and we really been harping on this the past couple of days, just the way the steering currents was set up, that minor changes, and we thought last night there was hints that a track to the south would make more sense, and we'll show you that on the graphics in a second. This is, let me get out of the way. You can take a look. I mean, look at the lightning around the eye. Whenever you see lightning flashing around the eye of a hurricane, almost always it's an indicator of an intensifying hurricane. I'll get out of the way again. I mean, that is incredible. And Cuba is down here, and Florida's over here, and the storm for now is moving just about due north. This is the more conventional infrared enhanced satellite look, and I mean, you get a perfect circle, you have a well-defined eye. We're gonna have a major hurricane, and we've said this all along. The big picture is pretty clear. Major hurricane in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Now, we'll do a couple things here. This arrow that we drew is due north. So we'll be watching for any deviation to the east or to the west of a due north trajectory. And again, this is our land-based radars. We will watch the eye of the storm essentially from this point until it's no longer visible at all. And so we're going to watch it the whole way. What's good about that is we can see any minor track changes on the way and alert you to any changes. For now, Sky Tower has showers and storms that are developing in heating, like summertime up here. And then about I-4 south, this is rain with Ian that'll continue to slowly spread to the west and northwest. Here are the numbers. Cat 3 now, top winds of 120, moving north at 10, 250 miles south of Sarasota. And the track has been adjusted to the south. Couple things. A faster motion means more than likely this will make landfall as a major hurricane. Anything closest track is important because anything to the landfall point south is where there's going to be the serious and significant storm surge. If this track was to verify, I don't think that storm surge in Tampa Bay and Pinellas is going to be that bad, because here the winds will blow east and northeast. South of the track, the winds go the other way, piling the water onshore. So this track adjustment, as I said yesterday, it's really, really critical to our sensible weather. And for Tampa Bay, this may mean more of an east and northeast wind. That's Tampa Bay north will push the water away, and then for the point of landfall south, the water is pushed onshore. Everybody gets heavy rain. Everybody gets strong winds. We'll talk about specific impacts from Ian coming up at about 4:20. I'll see you then.
Very good, Paul. Thanks. Now to the latest on evacuations. Tens of thousands of residents across the Bay Area are under mandatory evacuation orders right now.
In Hillsborough County, officials expanded the mandatory evacuation order to include Zone B. So that means residents in Zone A, B, and people in mobile homes or low-lying areas have to be evacuated by 9 o'clock tonight, 9 p.m. In Pinellas, it's Zones A, B, and C, all under mandatory evacuation. And access to the barrier islands has been cut off to non-residents or business owners. In Hernando, mandatory evacuations have been issued for all areas west of US 19, which includes Zones A, B, and C, and people in mobile homes. Manatee and Sarasota counties, Zones A and B have been told to evacuate. And in Pasco and Citrus counties, everyone in Zone A is being advised to get out.
Earlier this afternoon, Governor DeSantis spoke in Sarasota, and he urged Floridians to take those evacuation orders seriously. Officials map out those zones for a reason.
There's going to be damage, there's going to be flooding, there'll be wind damage, but those are things that we can fix. It's not necessarily easy to do, but we can do it. You can unring the bell if someone is in a very hazardous situation and then ends up dying because of a really nasty hurricane and storm surge. So please heed the warnings. We want everyone to be safe. We want everyone to get through this. Of course, we have a state of emergency for all 67 counties. We are going to keep that in place. I think.
Well, the governor says more than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation order as we speak.
And back to our county-by-county coverage here in Bradenton. Police officers drove through evacuation zones earlier today, telling residents to get out before it's too late. Manatee County has expanded evacuations for zones A and B, as we showed you. Sarasota County has done the same now. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon joining us live from Sarasota. And Kim, you're under the Ringling Bridge now. That bridge is going to be shut down soon.
Yeah, Chris, it will. The Ringling Bridge and the bridges to go onto Siesta Key will close at 8. At that point, that means no traffic will be allowed onto the barrier islands. Something to keep in mind if you're a resident of Lombo Key or even Anna Maria Island that uses the Ringling Bridge to come into Sarasota County. Now, the water to the barrier islands will also be shut off, and this is preparing for the impacts of Hurricane Ian. Law enforcement does not want anyone out when those winds start to pick up. Yesterday, we were on Anna Maria Island looking at preparations. Today, all throughout Sarasota County, from Siesta Key to downtown and St. Armand Circle, residents and business owners continue to board up, doing whatever they can to protect their homes and their livelihoods. Now, there is concern in the air, but many say you can only do so much preparing.
It's going to be bad, and whatever gets broken, we're going to fix it. And so what we can't